This planet, enveloped in a hue of earthy yellow, devoid of any life, spans a diameter of 21,000 kilometers. It astonishingly conceals veins of stellar tear gold. Truly, fortune favors me after consuming this planet. My strength should be restored to approximately 80 of my pre-injury capacity. With a pallid visage, Luo Feng sat cross-legged atop a drifting meteorite, gazing into the distance at a lifeless orb. Chapter 1. Luo Feng. The sky, a brilliant azure, resembled a vast blue emerald, while the summer sun hung high like a fiery sphere amidst this grand gemstone, indicating it was roughly 3 in the afternoon at Tian District's 3rd high school. The resounding bell echoed throughout the campus, instantly igniting a chorus of chatter as students poured forth from the various academic buildings, laughing and chatting in clusters as they made their way to the school gates. Luo Feng, Senior. Luo Feng, Senior. A robust voice called out. "Ah Feng, someone's calling for you." Among the throng of students, a young man clad in a simple blue tracksuit, holding a stack of books, turned with a look of curiosity. He stood around 1.75 meters tall, appearing quite slender. The voice belonged to a fellow student, towering at approximately 1.90 meters with a formidable physique, his arms impressively muscular. "Who are you?" Luo Feng inquired, perplexed by the stranger's familiarity. The two were markedly different in stature, the robust youth resembling a powerful bear, while Luo Feng appeared more akin to an ordinary individual. Yet, despite his imposing presence, the muscular boy seemed somewhat shy as he scrutinized his idol, mentally affirming, "It appears the rumors are true. Senior Luo Feng is indeed amiable." "Senior Luo Feng, I have a favor to ask," the sturdy boy stammered. "What is it?" Luo Feng replied with a smile. "When I practice my punches, I often feel something is amiss. I wonder if you might have the time to offer some guidance." The muscular student continued, "According to my martial arts instructor, with my strength, I should be able to exert nearly 50 more power in my punches. Yet, I can never seem to reach that level." The robust youth gazed at Luo Feng with anticipation. "Oh, I see." Luo Feng paused for a moment, nodding. "How about this? Find me this Sunday afternoon at the Martial Arts Center." "Thank you, Senior." "Thank you," the muscular boy exclaimed gratefully. Luo Feng chuckled and departed with his classmates. As he walked away, the robust youth's face lit up with excitement. He clenched his fist, veins bulging, and let out a triumphant shout. "Success!" Senior Luo Feng really agreed so easily? A student in uniform exclaimed in astonishment. "The rumors were indeed accurate. Senior Luo Feng is quite approachable and genuinely kind." The sturdy boy grinned. "However, that doesn't seem right. Out of 5,000 students at our 3rd high school, only 3 have earned the title of advanced martial arts student. Among them, Zhang Haobai and Lu Ting are both quite proud and unlikely to waste time mentoring us." The uniformed student pondered aloud. "Is Senior Luo Feng really so accommodating?" Presently, across the globe, high school students in nearly every nation engage in martial arts, training alongside their academic pursuits to unlock their physical potential. At Yian District's 3rd high school, encompassing 3 grades and nearly 5,000 students, the vast majority are merely junior martial arts students, with only a select few achieving the rank of intermediate student. Only 3 individuals have attained the prestigious status of advanced student. Seeing is believing, huh? Look at that. Senior Luo Feng is different from the others, the robust boy remarked. Zhang Haobai and Lu Ting come from affluent families, having invested considerable resources into their training. Senior Luo Feng's journey is distinct. The student in uniform nodded in agreement. "I've heard that Senior Luo Feng comes from a modest background, living in an affordable rental." "Exactly. Senior Luo Feng's accomplishments are solely the result of his relentless dedication and self-discipline. Unlike Zhang Haobai and Lu Ting," the muscular boy declared, clenching his fist with determination. "My goal is to follow in Senior Luo Feng's footsteps. I will earn the title of advanced martial arts student before I graduate from university." Meanwhile, the very Luo Feng they were discussing was walking alongside a fellow student in athletic wear, making their way toward the gates of 3rd high school. "Ah Feng, that bulky guy who asked for your advice on punching power was just boasting about you to his friends." The athletic student chuckled. "He praised your kindness and approachability." Luo Feng smiled. "What's this, Wei Wen? Are you feeling envious?" "Envious of you?" Wei Wen chuckled, scratching his nose. In your dreams, and merely reflecting on how that big guy has no idea of the true strength of the Luo Feng he admires. I distinctly remember during the martial arts tournament, he single-handedly defeated 3 advanced students who couldn't even rise afterward. Luo Feng laughed. That battle had indeed marked his rise to fame. He playfully patted Wei Wen on the shoulder, saying, "Let's head home." Wei Wen exaggeratedly shrugged off the pat, exclaiming, "Ah, Feng, be gentle. Your slap nearly shattered my shoulder." "Stop pretending." Luo Feng smirked. Wei Wen was his childhood friend, having grown up together since they were young. Though not brothers by blood, their bond was nearly as strong. From elementary to middle school to high school, their friendship had deepened significantly. Wei Wen suddenly focused on something ahead. "Ah, Feng, look, it's the girl you have a crush on." Luo Feng turned to see a girl in a ponytail, dressed in jeans and a light-colored polo shirt, strolling along the roadside amidst the throng of students at the school gate. His heart raced slightly. The name flashed through his mind. Su Exen. He had harbored a secret crush on Su Exen, known to only a select few, with his close friend Wei when being among the first to discover it. In the first year of high school, he and Su Exen had been placed in the same class. Upon first sight, he was captivated. During class, he often found himself uncontrollably gazing at her silhouette from his seat at the back, simply content to admire her from afar. In the second year, due to class reassignments, he and Su Exen were no longer in the same class. Yet, whenever he spotted her, he couldn't help but look. With only a month left until the college entrance exams, Luo Feng silently mused, "In the past, I lacked the courage and time to pursue romance. Now, with just a month remaining and everyone focused on exam preparations, including Su Exen, who is quite diligent, how could I possibly distract myself with love? Moreover, I cannot afford to lose focus in this crucial final month, otherwise I would regret it for a lifetime. Perhaps I should let this unrequited love remain a mere memory." Unrequited love. So bittersweet. It had yet to blossom. It was already withering. Luo Feng wished to quietly bury these feelings deep within his heart. You had the chance to pursue Su Exen, yet you hesitated. Now, with only a month left until exams, you may never see her again. You'll regret it later, Wei Wen remarked, shaking his head. Wei Wen, Luo Feng countered, "Stop it. I won't allow myself to be distracted by romance until I earn the title of warrior." "Brother, you're relentless." Wei Wen raised his thumb in admiration. "A warrior title? Out of 5,000 students in our entire high school, not a single one has achieved the title of warrior. You assert that you won't allow yourself to be sidetracked by love until you earn that title. Impressive, very impressive." Eh? Luo Feng suddenly cast a glance at the 5 individuals at the school gate. Zhang Haobai. The 5 individuals stood out conspicuously among the crowd of students at the gate. The young man at the forefront stood at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet, clad in a white t-shirt and white trousers that accentuated his prominent chest muscles. The 4 companions surrounding him were either robustly built or bore scars on their faces, exuding an air of ferocity. The young man in white was Zhang Haobai, one of the 3 advanced students from the Martial Arts Academy of Yayan District's 3rd high school. Luo Feng, Zhang Haobai acknowledged with a disdainful grunt. If there was one person Zhang Haobai despised most in the entire high school, it was undoubtedly Luo Feng. Among the trio who held the title of advanced martial arts students, one was a female. Thus, among the boys, only they 2 stood as advanced practitioners. Moreover, Zhang Haobai hailed from a wealthy family, while Luo Feng came from humble beginnings, residing in subsidized housing. Academically, Luo Feng outperformed Zhang Haobai by a considerable margin. In terms of martial prowess, both Luo Feng and Zhang Haobai had earned the title of advanced student. However, Luo Feng had once defeated 3 advanced students in the Martial Arts Academy, leaving them incapacitated, one of whom was Zhang Haobai himself. That encounter had cost him a tooth. As for their family backgrounds, it was evident that Zhang Haobai was well off. Despite his advantageous circumstances both academically and in terms of martial skills, Luo Feng consistently overshadowed him. Whenever Zhang Haobai received praise, comparisons to Luo Feng were inevitable. Resentment. Zhang Haobai's resentment towards Luo Feng was palpable. "We're leaving," Zhang Haobai said, licking his lips as he seemed to feel a twinge of pain in his mouth, a reminder of that bloody encounter where he lost a tooth. Ever since that incident at the Martial Arts Academy, Zhang Haobai has become much more subdued and no longer provokes you, Luo Feng, Wei Wen remarked with a chuckle as he watched Zhang Haobai and his group depart. Zhang Haobai, Luo Feng had never taken this spoiled rich kid seriously. Better to keep a low profile, Luo Feng replied as he and Wei Wen made their way home. On their way home, the street was occasionally punctuated by the honks of cars. Nowadays, automobiles predominantly ran on electricity, and the familiar scent of gasoline was conspicuously absent from the streets. Wei Wen, there's only a month until the college entrance examination. We must dedicate ourselves to our studies during this time, Luo Feng said as they walked along the sidewalk. We can afford to ease up on our training at the academy for now. Daily restorative exercises should suffice. Our focus should primarily be on our academic learning. After all, the entrance exam is of utmost importance, and we have invested 12 years into our education. Everything hinges on this one moment. Indeed, 12 years of cultural study culminate in this single examination, Wei Wen lamented. The college entrance exam is akin to 1,000 troops crossing a narrow bridge. Yes, Luo Feng nodded in agreement. His family's financial situation was far from favorable. Although he held the title of advanced martial arts student, which would guarantee him a lucrative position as an elite bodyguard with an annual salary of 200 to 300,000, Luo Feng could not content himself with merely being a bodyguard. At that moment, high above Yian District, approximately 1,000 meters in the air, a colossal black-crowned golden eagle soared over the cityscape. Its body spanned around 20 meters in length, resembling a large fighter jet. Its feathers glimmered with a cold metallic sheen, and the plumage atop its head was a deep black, resembling a regal crown. Its enormous claws gleamed a striking gold. With piercing blue eyes that radiated an icy sharpness, it gazed down upon the human city, a hint of murderous intent flickering within. Boom! The already swift black-crowned golden eagle suddenly surged in speed, breaking the sound barrier and achieving a terrifying velocity. At the same time, a deafening cry erupted from its beak, producing shockwaves that were visible to the naked eye, rapidly spreading outward. At an intersection on Baitian Road in Yian District, Luo Feng stood with Wei Wen, waiting for the traffic light. Suddenly, a piercing cry resonated. Unlike any thunderclap, rather, it was an ear-splitting sound that caused Luo Feng's eardrums to throb painfully. Many pedestrians instinctively covered their ears. That sounds like a bird's cry, Luo Feng said as he looked up at the sky. Luo Feng was taken aback. Amid the high-pitched cacophony, the massive glass panes of a nearby skyscraper began to emit ominous cracking sounds, many shattering under the pressure, with over a dozen pieces plummeting to the ground. Some shards crashed onto the sidewalk, striking pedestrians, while others smashed into nearby lampposts. Crack. Boom. Pop. An array of shattering noises filled the air. One of the falling glass shards struck a lamppost next to Luo Feng, instantly splintering and sending shards flying in all directions, causing many pedestrians to dodge. Wow! Wei Wen stumbled back, narrowly avoiding the shards of glass. One piece of glass, sharp as a blade, hurtled towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng glanced over. Rather than retreating, he stood his ground, extending his right hand with lightning speed to grasp the incoming shard. The fragment reflected Luo Feng's silhouette after examining it briefly. He casually discarded it, the shard flying like a projectile into a nearby trash bin with a resounding clang. The traffic on the road quickly returned to normal, while pedestrians on the sidewalk buzzed with chatter. Although a few unfortunate souls had sustained injuries, the majority emerged unscathed. Impressive, Luo Feng remarked, gazing skyward. That single cry from high above produced such an incredible effect. It must be an extraordinarily powerful avian beast. Wei Wen, aren't you well-versed in various beasts? Do you know what kind it is? Wei Wen squinted, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Off Feng. Our city has a defensive system set at 500 meters above ground. This avian beast is undoubtedly above that altitude. From such a distance, the sound it produces carries immense power. Furthermore, typical beasts would hesitate to make such a ruckus above a human city. Such power and audacity. If I'm not mistaken, based on the sound, it must be the fearsome black-crowned golden eagle among avian beasts. Wei Wen declared solemnly. Black-crowned golden eagle? Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had certainly heard of the legendary black-crowned golden eagle. The black-crowned golden eagle ranks third among avian beasts, Wei Wen continued, his eyes alight with fervor. An adult can reach a length of 21 meters, with a wingspan of approximately 36 meters, and its maximum flight speed can soar to 3.9 Mach. That's an astonishing 3.9 times the speed of sound. Calculating sound speed at 340 meters per second, that translates to 1,326 meters per second, equating to a staggering 4,774 kilometers per hour. Luo Feng was aware of the black-crowned golden eagle's prowess, yet the revelation of its maximum speed left him breathless. In just the blink of an eye, it could traverse 1,000 meters. The feathers of the black-crowned golden eagle are harder than diamonds, boasting the hardness of grade 3 alloy. Wei Wen continued, brimming with enthusiasm. There are videos online of the black-crowned golden eagle charging through military ranks, enduring bombardment from 20mm Vulcan cannons, which can unleash 7,000 rounds per minute, even 1,000 rounds, each bullet capable of penetrating 50 millimeters of steel. Yet, the relentless barrage left not a single feather dislodged from the black-crowned golden eagle. Ultimately, it was a mysterious martial artist wielding an alloy blade who transformed into a streak of light and cleaved the black-crowned golden eagle in two. Wei Wen recounted passionately. Luo Feng's heart raced, his blood surging with excitement. The video had spread widely across the internet, and he had seen it as well. I will undoubtedly earn the title of warrior one day. I, too, shall wield a battle blade, cleaving creatures like the black-crowned golden eagle and the mighty demon ape. Luo Feng silently vowed in his heart. Every young person harbors a dream, and this was Luo Feng's aspiration. It is said online that the mysterious powerhouse, who effortlessly split the black-crowned golden eagle in two ranks among the top 100 super warriors internationally. Feng, what are you thinking about? We're almost home, Wei Wen called out. Only then did Luo Feng snap back to reality, lifting his gaze towards the residential complex ahead, comprised of numerous cylindrical buildings. The Nanning community, a low rent. Chapter 2. The RR South Bank community, designated as an affordable housing complex, operates at near maximum efficiency and land use. Each residential building stands like a colossal, cubic concrete pillar, with little regard for the sunlight that filters between them. Luo Feng resides on the 32nd floor of a 36-story building. Feng, are you heading to the martial arts school tonight? Wei Wen called out as he approached another building. I have a tutoring session this evening, and I might stop by the martial arts school afterwards, though I cannot say for certain when I will arrive. You need not wait for me tonight. Luo Feng replied with a smile, before swiftly ascending the stairs, taking 4 steps at a time, akin to a nimble leopard. With a couple of blinks, he reached the 2nd floor, then the 3rd, and the 4th. Thud. Luo Feng bounded up the stairs effortlessly, occasionally yielding to other residents making their way up. Feng just got out of school? Yes, Uncle Wang. Luo Feng maintained his breath without a hitch. As a senior student at the martial arts school, such speed in ascending the stairs felt no different than a leisurely stroll. In accordance with the overwhelming consensus among the residents, the affordable housing complex was constructed without elevators. The introduction of elevators would necessitate increased rent, which was untenable for most residents. Furthermore, for the majority, climbing several flights of stairs was a trivial matter. The notion of having an elevator seemed a luxury, given the high electricity costs in a city where the entire defense system relied on electric power. And the national demand for energy was pressing. On the 32nd floor, there are 8 households, and Luo Feng's family is among them. Click. He unlocked the door. Brother, you're back? A voice echoed from within. Luo Feng closed the door and scanned the small apartment. It was a 1-bedroom layout, spanning merely 36 square meters. He lived there with his younger brother and parents, a family of 4 crammed into this modest space since his earliest memories. What book are you reading? Luo Feng inquired as he strolled towards the small balcony. There, he found his frail younger brother, whose skin bore a sickly pallor, seated in a wheelchair, engrossed in an English text. Oh, is it about the investment maestro Price? Isn't Buffett more renowned among investment gurus? Luo Feng remarked, glancing at the book. I know little of investments or stocks, his brother replied. Buffett's style does not resonate with me, but Price's theories and philosophies align closely with my own thoughts, offering valuable insights. His brother looked up, a faint smile gracing his lips. Continue your reading, Luo Feng encouraged with a grin. Inadvertently, his gaze fell upon his brother's legs, stirring a pang of sorrow within him. His brother had suffered a grievous accident in childhood, resulting in the complete shattering of his legs below the thighs. leaving him disabled. The burden of being a disabled individual in today's society is exceedingly heavy. His brother could only pursue education through online means, deprived of the sunlight and social interactions that would otherwise foster his development. Their parents earned modest salaries, struggling to support both Luo Feng and his brother, especially given his brother's disability. The family's financial strain confined them to this affordable housing. The thought of his brother, who had little social interaction and few friends, facing the daunting prospect of finding a partner in the future weighed heavily on Luo Feng, who would willingly marry someone who had lost the use of both legs. I must change the fate of my family, Luo Feng resolved silently. Why have I harbored a crush on Su Xin without pursuing her? The law permits marriage at 18, and many couples date in high school, marrying shortly after graduation. Yet, I have not followed suit. The reason is simple. I cannot afford to squander time on romance. My family is not affluent, and I lack esteemed mentors. I must rely solely on my own efforts. Luo Feng's gaze lingered on the worn-out sofa in the living room, a piece of furniture that could be unfolded into a bed. For years, the four of them had shared this cramped space, his brother and he in the sole bedroom, while their parents had slept on the living room sofa. I am determined to provide my parents and brother with a spacious home, one equipped with an elevator. I wish for my parents to enjoy a proper bed, and for my brother to ascend and descend with ease. The house must have expansive windows to bask in abundant sunlight. These aspirations have echoed in Luo Feng's mind countless times, fueling his relentless determination. Thus, he emerged as one of the 3 students awarded the title of senior martial arts student among 5,000 students at the 3rd high school, with the distinction of being the only one from an ordinary background, while the others hailed from wealthy families. The sound of running water from the tap filled the electric kettle. Soon, it was brimming. His Luo Feng plugged in the kettle and settled onto the sofa with a history book, diligently memorizing key points. Suddenly, beep, the kettle whistled, and Luo Feng set down the book to pour water into a thermos, filling a large plastic cup for the table. In 2026, the Battle of Hengze Lake occurred. 2026. Luo Feng recalled various historical events, and while he excelled in mathematics, history captivated him the most. Each time he delved into the history of the 21st century, he was struck by its transformative nature for humanity. Ahua, he called, approaching his brother. What is it, brother? Luo Hua set down his book. This book has 139 key points, and I've marked them. Please quiz me, Luo Feng said, handing over the history book. Luo Hua smiled, delighted by the opportunity to test his brother. All right, listen carefully. I'm about to pose a question. If you answer incorrectly, it will be quite embarrassing. Go ahead. Luo Feng chuckled, taking a seat on the sofa. Who single-handedly defeated the tiger head monster along the Yangtze River, rescuing hundreds of thousands of civilians and facilitating their successful relocation to the Jiangnan base? Where was he from? What was his age at death? What is the exact date of the event? Luo Hua carefully perused the book before posing his question. The brave hero who sacrificed himself and was posthumously awarded the 4-star hero medal is Dong Nanbiao, originally from Taixing, Jiangsu. He was 39 years old at the time of his death, and the event occurred in 2018. Luo Feng frowned slightly. Luo Hua pressed further. What was the precise date? I believe it was June 18th, Luo Feng replied, albeit uncertain. You got the first question wrong. Luo Hua shook his head. Dong Nanbiao, indeed from Taixing, Jiangsu, died at 39, but the event took place on June 16, 2018. Oh. Luo Feng smacked his forehead, shaking his head with a wry smile. I often confuse the 16th and 18th. Please, ask another. All right, pay close attention. Here is the second question, Luo Hua said, visibly excited. As the brothers exchanged questions and answers, time flew by. I've already posed half the questions from this book. I asked 68 questions, and you answered 63 correctly, with 5 errors. Luo Hua glanced at the wall clock. Mom and Dad will be home soon. I'll ask you one final question and save the rest for next time. Last question? Go ahead. Luo Feng's attention was acutely focused. This issue is fundamental. Could you recount the major events of the Great Nirvana era? His brother Luo Hua inquired. Luo Feng's expression turned somewhat grave. For the history of the Great Nirvana era represents a pivotal chapter in human transformation. In the early 21st century, the world experienced a series of viral outbreaks, beginning with the SARS virus in 2003, followed by the H1N1 influenza in 2009, and culminating in 2013 with the emergence of the dreadfully formidable R virus. This R virus, during its transmission, evolved into over 20 variants, complicating the global efforts in epidemic prevention leading to fatalities in countries around the world. As preventive measures were implemented, the outbreak was brought under control. However, in January 2015, the R virus gave rise to its most terrifying variant, known as the RR virus. While previous variants of the R virus were primarily transmitted through bodily fluids, with some capable of spreading via water albeit for only a brief period, the RR virus had the alarming ability to transmit through both bodily fluids and water. Most disturbingly, it could also be airborne, surviving in the atmosphere for an astonishing 3 hours. Chapter 3. Jiangnan City. As soon as the RR virus emerged, it swiftly spread across the globe, infecting all forms of life, be it humans or animals. Any creature reliant on respiration fell victim to the RR virus. By the time humanity recognized the presence of the virus, it was already too late. The infection bore a staggering mortality rate of nearly 30. Within a mere 3 months, statistics revealed that alongside the mass extinction of animals, the global human population had declined by nearly 2 billion. These 3 months were akin to a waking nightmare. Scientists worldwide found themselves powerless against this viral menace. Of the nearly 5 billion human survivors, each bore natural antibodies developed within their bodies. Following these harrowing months, the world was engulfed in profound sorrow. Luo Feng recounted that during this tumultuous period, the survivors discovered a remarkable enhancement in their physical capabilities. Strength, speed, cellular vitality, and skin resilience had all more than doubled. Even an ordinary individual could effortlessly shatter previous world records in weightlifting and sprinting. However, disaster loomed. Humans, accustomed to comfort, found their bodies dramatically improved, yet the surviving animals, adhering to nature's law of survival of the fittest, underwent even more astonishing transformations. Many creatures evolved into formidable beasts, some even gaining intelligence. In September 2015, the relentless assault began with countless marine creatures launching an attack on human settlements. The carnage was brutal and frenzied. In the ensuing war between humans and these monsters, it became shockingly evident that humanity's pride in advanced weaponry proved effective only against lesser beasts. The more formidable avian and terrestrial monsters exhibited an utter disregard for bullets and artillery. Projectiles merely bounced off their armored hides, and missiles were easily evaded by their swift reflexes. Even nuclear strikes, intended to decimate these creatures, revealed a grim truth. While many beasts perished in the immediate vicinity, those at greater distances remained unscathed, indicating that nuclear power was far less potent than humanity had imagined. Although a significant number of monsters were slain, the radiation instead birthed even more terrifying entities, the most infamous being the blood demon wolf, which possessed the ability to fly and claim the lives of over 1 million humans. It became clear that nuclear radiation could induce mutations in certain monsters, giving rise to exceedingly fearsome beings. Amidst the monstrous threat, formidable humans also emerged. The infamous blood demon wolf ultimately met its match in a human super warrior, currently ranked second internationally, known as Thor, who severely wounded the beast, forcing it to flee. These exceptional individuals played a crucial role in rescuing countless civilians and aiding the military in the battle against the monsters, spawning numerous heroic tales. Meanwhile, the scientist Crode Senna utilized the materials from fallen monsters and the blue gold metal discovered on the moon to invent Crode alloy, an alloy stronger than diamond, providing human warriors with weapons capable of piercing the beast's hides and scales, thus rendering hand-to-hand combat unnecessary. Luo Feng's mind vividly recalled the historical accounts recorded in texts. Throughout the conflict, numerous cities lay in ruins. In response, the nation of Huaxia urgently established 6 major bases to relocate a significant portion of the population. Regarding strength, Huaxia and India, with their reverence for ancient yoga, boasted the highest number of super warriors, while the Americas, the European Union, and the former Soviet Union led in technological advancements. The monstrous presence in the oceans caused the obliteration of nearly every island nation. To this day, the sea remains the domain of the monsters. In the war between monsters and humans, only 5 nations, Huaxia, India, the Americas, the European Union, and the former Soviet Union, managed to maintain their sovereignty, while other nations fell into ruin. In a crucial moment, these 5 nations formed the Earth Alliance, which aided in establishing numerous human bases worldwide. The war commenced in September 2015, culminating in March 2021 with the successful development of ultra-high-frequency laser cannons, which collectively felled over a dozen S-class monsters and 2 SS-class monsters, finally bringing the large-scale conflict to an end. Luo Feng sighed heavily, reflecting on the harrowing 5.5-year war, the most terrifying of all. The death toll among humans approached 1 billion. with only 5 nations retaining their governmental structures, while all other survivors were amalgamated into various human bases. Now, on land, humans held the advantage. Yet the oceans remained teeming with monsters. From 2013 to 2021, this 8-year span marked a profound renaissance in human history. Luo Feng sat on the sofa, pondering the passage of time. The sound of a clock echoed through the room. As the wall clock chimed 5 times, it became clear that it was already afternoon. The Renaissance period had indeed transformed society. Luo Hua mused, "Brother, I must admit, I can hardly fathom that prior to this Renaissance, there were over 200 nations globally, with a mere population of 70 billion. Some of the smaller nations were so diminutive that a single formidable monster could easily annihilate them." Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed. Now the world consists of 5 great powers and 23 cities. On Earth, there are 5 major nations: Huaxia, India, the Americas, the European Union, and the former Soviet Union. Alongside the 23 human bases scattered across South America, Africa, and beyond, these are the 23 cities. Huaxia houses 6 major human bases, which are now known as the 6 cities. Luo Feng's home is situated within Yangzhou City, one of the 8 satellite cities of Jiangnan City. Jiangnan City boasts a population of nearly 200 million, while Yangzhou City alone is home to over 10 million. The human base in Jiangnan City originated from the massive migration of populations from former Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, with some from Anhui as well. How distant it all feels, Luo Hua remarked, glancing at the wall clock. It is now the year 2056, and over 30 years have passed since the Renaissance. Human society has made remarkable strides, with martial arts training becoming an essential pursuit for nearly everyone. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, over the past 30 years, the number of strong individuals has significantly increased, and technology has advanced as well. Yet, the monsters have also given rise to many terrifying beings. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a middle-aged couple entered. The man, drenched in sweat and speckled with paint and grime, appeared fatigued, while the woman, of modest height, carried a basket filled with vegetables and meat. "Father, mother," Luo Feng exclaimed, rising to greet his parents, Luo Honghua and Gong Xinlan. "Ah, little Feng, continue your studies. Do not mind us," Luo Honghua chuckled, prioritizing his son's exam preparations. Noticing the large plastic cup of cool water on the table, he felt a warmth in his heart. It was customary for his son to have it ready upon his return. He lifted the cup and drank deeply, savoring the refreshing sensation. "You should wash up. Look at you, drenched in sweat," his mother, Gong Xinlan, said with a smile. With a hearty laugh, Luo Honghua went to retrieve a change of clothes and headed towards the modest bathroom that had served the family for years. Gong Xinlan smiled as she glanced at her 2 sons, Xiaofeng and Xiaohua. "Today, mother will prepare braised pork for you," she exclaimed, her voice filled with warmth. "It's my favorite dish," young Luo Hua cried out eagerly. Luo Feng couldn't help but smile as he watched his mother tie on her apron to start dinner. He was well aware that his mother always went grocery shopping after work in the evening, as the prices for vegetables and meat were significantly lower at that time compared to the morning, although the freshness was somewhat compromised. Luo Feng cast a glance towards the bathroom and silently vowed to himself, "I must strive to earn the title of warrior as swiftly as possible. That way, Mother won't need to shop in the afternoon anymore, and Father won't have to toil away at renovation and laborious tasks." In his heart, Luo Feng longed for the day when his parents could finally rest, enjoying the sun and savoring delicious meals in peace. Xiaofeng, his father, Luo Honghua, who had just finished showering, approached him. "I need to discuss something with you." "What is it?" Luo Feng asked, looking at his father. With a gentle smile, Luo Honghua replied, "I haven't asked you about your plans after high school graduation. Could you share your thoughts with me?" He rarely broached such topics with his son, not wanting to impose undue pressure, for he knew that Luo Feng had been working diligently and performing admirably. As Luo Honghua initiated this conversation, Gong Xinlan, busy preparing dinner, paused slightly. Parents are often deeply concerned about their children's futures. "Dad, this is how I see it," Luo Feng stated confidently. "Given my academic performance, I believe it won't be too difficult to gain admission to the Jiangnan First Military Academy. I have already achieved the title of advanced student at the martial arts school, which would enable me to be directly trained as an officer upon entry into the academy. You and Mom could then move into the military family compound. There are different tiers within the military," he continued. "Currently, the Huaxia nation is indeed recruiting soldiers, but ordinary infantrymen receive minimal benefits. However, Being an advanced student at a martial arts academy and gaining entry into the Jiangnan First Military Academy equates to being well-rounded in both academics and martial arts. The state would undoubtedly prioritize my training and allocate a residence in the military family compound, which offers significantly better conditions than these subsidized housing units. What if you don't get into the Jiangnan First Military Academy? Luo Hongwo inquired. Xiaofeng, don't put too much pressure on yourself. There are 2 prestigious military academies in Jiangnan City. Even if the college entrance examination doesn't go as planned and I can't enter the first academy, getting into the second one is certainly within reach. Luo Feng knew his academic standing well. He typically scored about 50 points above the undergraduate threshold. An admission to the second academy required only meeting that standard. In today's college entrance examination, there is no distinction between first and second tiers. There are only undergraduate and vocational categories, with a single score line determining eligibility. At the second military academy, my status as an advanced student would also qualify me for officer training, with comparable benefits. Getting into an undergraduate program is achievable for only 2 out of 10 students. However, among high school students, achieving the title of advanced student occurs in only 1 out of 1,000, Luo Feng remarked with a smile. As long as you feel confident, that's what matters. But Xiaofeng, don't overburden yourself, Luo Hongwo replied, nodding slightly. You and your mother simply wish for a stable life. Luo Feng chuckled. There is no pressure at all. Young people should have a bit of ambition. Though he spoke lightly, in his heart he thought, Mom, Dad, and younger brother, once I finish my college entrance examination, you will soon enjoy a better life. Once I earn the title of warrior, you won't have to endure hard labor anymore. Quickly grab the bowls and chopsticks. Dinner is ready. Gong Xinlan urged cheerfully. All right. Luo Hongwo replied with a smile as he stood to fetch the utensils. The vegetables smell delightful, Luo Feng exclaimed, leaning over the soup pot to help serve. I can smell the aroma of braised pork. Wow. His younger brother, Luo Hua, shouted excitedly, maneuvering his wheelchair towards the dining table. The family of 4 shared a harmonious and joyful moment together. Chapter 4. Luo Feng's strength after dinner. Luo Feng's parents took his younger brother, Luo Hua, downstairs for a stroll, while Luo Feng himself engaged in tutoring. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, the sky was nearly enveloped in darkness. This tutoring session was about to conclude. Luo Feng, resembling a swift leopard, adeptly navigated the alleyways. Ahead lay a dead end, yet Luo Feng leaped effortlessly, soaring over 2 meters. With his left hand lightly resting on the wall, he exerted a slight force and propelled himself into another alley. He sprinted onward, treating this as a warm-up before his tutoring session. At this moment, Luo Feng maintained a speed of 15 meters per second, equating to an impressive 64 kilometers per hour. This speed was not his maximum, yet it sufficed for a proper warm-up. With the college entrance examination merely a month away, he would temporarily cease tutoring. Over the past 6 months, he had earned 20,000 yuan. It was only last year that he had attained the title of advanced student, which facilitated his acquisition of a tutoring position, teaching a young boy the fundamentals of martial arts. His remuneration was 100 yuan per hour, teaching 5 days a week for 1 hour each evening, resulting in a monthly income of over 2,000 yuan. His father worked tirelessly for a month to earn merely 2 to 3,000 yuan. In contrast, Luo Feng earned significantly more for just 1 hour of tutoring. This exemplified the disparity between an ordinary person and a senior student at a martial arts academy. Should he ascend to the rank of warrior, the difference would be astounding. Luo Feng's gaze sharpened as he spotted a truck making a turn ahead, obstructing the path. Undeterred, he maintained his velocity, suddenly pushing off the ground, leaping 2 to 3 meters high. He then took 2 quick steps on the alley wall before descending and continuing his rapid advance. In no time, Luo Feng arrived at a serene residential community. This was the place where his parents ought to be. He paused, surveying the tranquil neighborhood, characterized by its low residential density. The community featured artificial ponds and an abundance of flowers and trees. Even the high-rise buildings boasted sky gardens on each floor, complemented by row houses. It's noteworthy that the Huaxian nation comprises 6 major bases, or cities. Each city hosts an astonishing population. For instance, Jiangnan City alone has nearly 200 million residents. Consequently, land is exceedingly scarce, making properties like stacked villas and row houses quite rare and exorbitantly priced. Moreover, the more extravagant single-family villas incur hefty luxury taxes. I'm heading to Building 18, Room 1801. Luo Feng informed the security guard at the community entrance. Please wait a moment. The guard pressed a button on the intercom, and immediately, A nearby camera focused on Luo Feng. The voice of the owner of room 1801 echoed through the intercom. "It's little Luo. Let him in." "Understood, sir." The guard promptly granted him access. An hour later, Luo Feng exited the community. "Well, the tutoring is finished. I should visit the Martial Arts Academy and assess whether my abilities have improved." Extreme Martial Arts Academy, renowned as the largest martial arts institution on Earth, was founded by the world's strongest fighter, Hong. Martial arts academies are scattered worldwide. Beep. Luo Feng scanned his student ID at the main entrance of the academy and entered the expansive grounds. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy resembled a colossal beast, occupying a space larger than that of a high school. The main entrance was wide enough to accommodate 10 cars side by side. Within the academy, 3 massive silver buildings stood, resembling 3 spaceships. "Senior brother." "Greetings, senior brother." Luo Feng encountered numerous students across the academy grounds, all of whom, upon noticing the advanced student ID hanging from his neck, greeted him with utmost respect. The 3 enormous buildings housed the training facilities for junior, intermediate, and advanced students respectively. The first and second floors of the advanced student building contained large lecture halls, each capable of accommodating thousands of individuals. The academy's instructors conducted their lessons in these expansive halls. Overall, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy boasted approximately 30 to 40,000 students. Only those aged 16 and above may enroll, while individuals over 30 are prohibited from attending, so as not to monopolize educational resources. Among the advanced students, there were only a few hundred, predominantly in their 20s. Luo Feng, however, was a mere 18 years old. "Greetings, senior brother." As he walked through the advanced student building, he was met with respectful calls. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, accessible solely to advanced students, he entered a vast training hall, measuring 100 meters in length and width, where a dozen individuals were present. "Madman, the madman has arrived." Upon entering the training hall, the advanced students warmly greeted him. "Wangge, Yangge, Li Jie." Luo Feng called out with a smile, feeling a sense of warmth among the older students. All of them were over 20, making Luo Feng the youngest in the group. Of course, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy had more than just these few advanced students, with the total exceeding 100. Yet most were reluctant to attend unless instructed by a teacher. Typically, those from affluent families had dedicated training spaces at home, while those less fortunate often gathered at the academy's training hall. Thus, this group of individuals predominantly resided in low-rent housing, as they were all from humble backgrounds. They naturally banded together, forming a close-knit community. Luo Feng had earned the nickname Madman after his remarkable victories over 3 wealthy advanced students in a fit of rage. "I wonder how much my strength has improved over the past half-month." Luo Feng made his way to the punch strength testing machine located in the corner of the training hall. There were 2 such machines side by side, utilized for assessing the punching power of both intermediate and advanced students, as well as prospective warriors. Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng relaxed his body. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he sprang into action like a lethargic lion awakening. His spine tensed as if drawn back like a bowstring. His legs generated power that surged through his waist and spine, propelling his right fist forward with explosive force, tracing an arc through the air. Boom! With a resounding impact, Luo Feng's right fist struck the testing machine's target. The machine shook violently, and a number appeared on the screen, 809 kilograms. "Madman, not bad. TSK, TSK. You've surpassed the 800-kilogram mark." A tall, lean man, over 6 feet tall with a prominent scar on his face, applauded with a grin. "Yangge," Luo Feng chuckled. "But I'm still far behind you. Yangge, could you please activate the speed testing device?" Yang Wu, known as Yangge, ranked among the top 3 advanced students in the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, albeit slightly lacking in speed. Otherwise, he would have already passed the prospective warrior assessment. To become a warrior, advanced students must pass 2 assessments. The first is the Physical Fitness Assessment. Also known as the Prospective Warrior Assessment, success signifies that one meets the physical standards to become a warrior, qualifying them as a prospective warrior. The second assessment is the Warrior Combat Assessment. Possessing mere physical fitness does not suffice to claim the title of warrior. One must successfully confront actual monsters in combat to earn the designation of warrior. Ready to test your speed? All right. Yang Wu smiled as he walked over to the track and activated the speed testing device. Click. The device powered on, and its camera illuminated. Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng positioned himself on the track, which spans 60 meters. The area adjacent to the speed testing device is designated as the speed measurement zone. Luo Feng suddenly exerted himself. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he accelerated to his maximum speed, his legs powerfully propelling him forward, generating a formidable burst of force that made him resemble an arrow released from a bow, swiftly darting along the track, accompanied by a gust of wind. In an instant, Luo Feng dashed past the speed testing area. He then naturally decelerated and came to a halt. How fast was that? Luo Feng inquired with a smile as he approached. Wow, you madman. You've improved again since last time, Yang exclaimed, astonished by the numbers displayed on the speed testing device's screen. You should come and see for yourself. Luo Feng walked over and noted that the screen displayed a speed of 23.8 ms. Not bad, he mused, feeling only a moderate sense of satisfaction. The assessment of a martial artist's physical prowess, known as the pre-martial artist evaluation, comprises 3 tests: strength, punching power, speed, and neural reaction. In terms of neural reaction, Luo Feng possessed considerable talent and had barely met the requisite standards for a martial artist. However, with respect to strength, punching power, the passing benchmark for the pre-martial artist evaluation stood at 900 kilograms. As for speed, the threshold was 25 meters per second, equivalent to completing 100 meters in 4 seconds. Chapter 5. Divergent choices. The enhancement of one's abilities becomes increasingly arduous as time progresses. Luo Feng pondered, contemplating the transition from a speed of 23.8 meters per second to 25 meters per second, which he estimated would take at least a year. Similarly, increasing his punching power from 809 kilograms to 900 kilograms would likely demand an even longer duration. To attain the title of warrior, it seemed he would have to wait until he entered university, if, perhaps, he were to faint once more. His physical condition might finally meet the criteria for a warrior. Of course, the fainting he desired was not from being struck unconscious, but rather from an overwhelming headache that led him to lose consciousness. Luo Feng suffered from recurring headaches that occasionally plagued him, yet he managed to endure them until they subsided. However, when the pain reached its zenith, he would faint. Throughout his life, Luo Feng had fainted twice. At the age of 8, when his younger brother had his leg crushed by a vehicle, Luo Feng was overwhelmed with sorrow, suddenly struck by an excruciating headache and an alarming heart rate, as if his heart would leap from his chest, ultimately leading to his collapse. Again, at 12. When his mother was gravely ill and hospitalized, the fear of losing her caused him to panic, resulting in another episode of unbearable headache and a rapid heartbeat. And once more he fainted. After both incidents, his family had taken him to the hospital for examinations, but no issues could be diagnosed. Even now, the human brain remains a complex enigma in the realm of medicine. Yet, strangely, both fainting episodes had significantly enhanced his physical condition. Luo Feng was hopeful. After each fainting spell at ages 8 and 12, his strength, speed, and neural responses had markedly improved. This allowed him to pass the intermediate student assessment upon entering the Martial Arts Academy at the age of 16 and subsequently achieve the title of advanced student at 17. If he could faint once more, he was certain his abilities would ascend yet again. Fainting, in essence, is a form of self-preservation by the body, not entirely a negative occurrence. Since his first fainting episode at 8, Luo Feng had noticed a considerable reduction in the severity of his headaches. Following his second fainting at 12, the headaches diminished once more. Following this trend, should he faint again, it was likely his headaches would lessen even further. Perhaps after 1 or 2 more episodes, his affliction might vanish entirely. Luo Feng yearned for this, as each fainting episode alleviated his headaches and propelled his physical prowess forward. Alas, fainting is not something one can simply will into existence. Throughout his life, it had only happened twice. When the pain peaked, his heart rate would also surge to its limits. Luo Feng glanced at the watch on his wrist, equipped with Apple's test function. However, even during intense exercise, his heart rate never exceeded 120 beats per minute. He mused that if he could reach over 200 beats per minute, it would be splendid. The precursor to fainting was always an intense headache coupled with a rapid heartbeat. Regrettably, regardless of the intensity of his exertion, he could not elevate his heart rate to the point of inducing a fainting spell. Inside the training hall, Yang Wu, marked by a scar on his face, stood before the punching power testing machine. Without any serious preparation, he casually unleashed a series of powerful punches against the target. The deep thuds echoed as the machine recorded a sequence of numbers: 956 kilograms, 912 kilograms, 936 kilograms, 981 kilograms. Yang Wu continued to strike for several dozen punches before finally pausing. Luo Feng, who observed nearby, felt a wave of envy. His own maximum punch power was merely 809 kilograms. If he could manage to strike with over 700 kilograms consistently like Yang Wu, he would consider it a significant achievement. One day, if I can unleash a punch with the same ease as you do, that would be splendid, Luo Feng remarked with a smile. You kid, Yang Wu replied, approaching and playfully patting Luo Feng on the shoulder. You're only 19 this year, merely 18 years old. When I was your age, I was still just an intermediate student at the academy. With your rate of progress, in just 2 years, you'll undoubtedly meet the physical requirements to become a warrior. Ah, a 20-year-old warrior, truly enviable. Luo Feng chuckled. The academy accepted students aged 16 to 30. As this period marked the most rapid development, the sooner one could join the ranks of warriors, the greater their potential for strength in the future. Having become an advanced student at 17 certainly garnered the admiration of many. By the way, are you preparing for the college entrance examination? Yang Wu inquired. I plan to apply to a military academy, Luo Feng replied with a slight smile. Generally, students who graduate from military academies serve as ordinary officers in the military. However, he believed that entering a special forces unit post-graduation would be well within his reach. Oh, Yang Wu scoffed slightly. Joining a military academy is commendable, but I feel it limits personal freedom. Once you graduate and enter the special forces, you will inevitably have to adhere to military regulations. I, for one, cannot tolerate that. Being a free warrior is far superior. Being a free warrior has its merits, Luo Feng conceded, but I don't want to worry my parents. Entering a military academy and subsequently joining the military would ensure a higher level of safety compared to being a free warrior. Warriors typically had 4 paths to choose from. The first was to join the military and become part of the armed forces. The advantage of this route was its high level of safety. The state would never recklessly place warriors in danger and would provide numerous benefits for their families, alleviating any concerns. The second path was to join a martial arts academy. The management system in these academies was relatively lax, forming a more informal group. Furthermore, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, founded by the world's foremost figure, Hong, offered numerous advantages to its warriors, coupled with a more flexible environment. The third option involved joining a corporate conglomerate, a prominent family, or a significant power, effectively becoming an enforcer. The fourth option was to join a mercenary group, which was the most perilous, yet also the most liberating. Joining the military may be safe, but I don't wish to live without any freedom, Yang Wu remarked. This year, I intend to participate in the pre-warrior assessment again, and I believe I can pass. Once I do, I will immediately take part in the warrior practical assessment and strive to become a warrior this year. Luo Feng's eyes brightened. Yang good. Are you confident about passing the pre-warrior assessment? Haha, Yang Wu laughed. I've already met the standards for the 3 quality tests, punching power and neural response. My weak point is speed. However, if I perform well, I can barely achieve 25 meters per second. With a bit more effort over the next few days, I should be able to pass the assessment. Congratulations, Yang Gu, Luo Feng expressed his happiness for him. Knowing how hard Yang Wu had worked for many years to become a warrior, once you achieve that title, what do you plan to do? Of course, I will join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Yang Wu replied with a smile. The academy has a very relaxed system, and with branches around the globe. There are many senior warriors who can offer significant benefits to my development. Plus, I can choose to rest whenever I want or venture out to hunt monsters as I please. Such freedom. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Yang Wu, he began. You possess a wild spirit within you. I see that clearly. I believe you are well suited for the path of a free warrior. Joining the academy may offer some freedom, but the Extreme Martial Arts Academy will also provide us with considerable support. Luo Feng hesitated. Yang Wu, noticing his uncertainty, chuckled and shook his head. Luo Feng, free warriors often face life and death situations, constantly honing their skills. It is indeed perilous. Yet, this very danger accelerates their growth and strength. Observe. Regardless of the location, the majority of the formidable warriors among martial artists are indeed free fighters. As night descended and the streetlights flickered to life, Luo Feng departed from the Extreme Martial Arts School, treading the pavement in solitude. The words imparted by Yang Wu earlier had left a considerable impact on him. In the depths of his mind, Luo Feng contemplated the 2 paths that lay before him. One path entailed entering a military academy, graduating smoothly, and subsequently joining a special forces unit. The other path involved embracing the life of a martial artist, aligning himself with the Extreme Martial Arts School, and freely hunting monsters. The first avenue, joining the military academy, promised high safety and favorable family benefits. In the event of a tragic demise in battle, the nation would ensure the well-being of his family. Conversely, the second path, that of a free martial artist, was fraught with peril yet offered rapid enhancement of strength through constant life-and-death confrontations. The lucrative rewards from slaying monsters also provided swift financial gain. This route, while liberating and lucrative, bore the inherent risk of danger. Luo Feng's thoughts spiraled, reflecting on this dilemma throughout his final year of high school. With only 2 sons in the family and his younger brother already disabled, he pondered the consequences of pursuing the path of a free martial artist. Should he perish in the throes of battle, what would become of his parents in their twilight years? His brother required care, and with his parents aging, his absence would leave them vulnerable. Consequently, the military academy emerged as the more sensible choice. By entering a special forces unit, he could study the martial arts of the military, which, combined with the extreme martial arts he had learned, would further augment his abilities. Even within the military, he could hone his skills. And should he meet his fate in combat as a martial artist, the state would provide his parents with monthly compensation. Considering his parents' perspective, Luo Feng resolved to pursue admission to the military academy. Yet, he was acutely aware that gaining entry was contingent upon achieving high academic scores. Thus, all eyes were set on the impending college entrance examination in June. Chapter 6. The National College Entrance Examination. In the month leading up to the National College Entrance Examination, Luo Feng devoted nearly all his energy to review. As the preparation progressed, and with each practice test, his confidence in facing the examination grew remarkably. Aiming for Jiangnan First Military Academy, he felt it was almost a certainty. June 7th marked the first day of the examination. The National College Entrance Examination in Huaxia was held over 3 days, from June 7th to 9th. Reminiscent of the examination days before the Great Cataclysm. At Yayan District's first high school, according to the seating arrangements, Luo Feng, a student from the 3rd high school, would take his examination here. "Sweetheart, do your best," his father encouraged. "Don't worry, Dad," replied Luo Feng. Tian, don't put too much pressure on yourself," his mother added. Outside the gates of First High School, a throng of examinees and their parents gathered, while a line of armed police officers stood guard at the entrance. Xiaofeng, keep a relaxed mindset during the exam. Even if you don't get into the first military academy, the second military academy is also a good option. Just take it easy. His father, Luo Honghua, remarked with a smile. Okay, Luo Feng nodded with a smile. Suddenly, a loud honk resonated as a sleek, black Mercedes-Benz S600, exuding an air of nobility, approached the school's entrance, flanked by police motorcycles. The crowd of examinees and parents quickly parted, their gazes fixated on the vehicle. The latest model of the S600 could accelerate to 100 km/h in just 1.6 seconds, with a maximum speed of 500 km/h. However, its true allure lay in the rich history of the brand, which had endured since the Great Cataclysm. 3 individuals stepped out of the car, engaging in light-hearted conversation as they walked toward the entrance. The bald man on the left was the head of the local police, Director Zhang. The man on the right was Director Liu from the Education Bureau. The one in the middle was undoubtedly the martial artist responsible for overseeing the examination security. Parents and examinees outside the venue buzzed with excitement, admiration, and curiosity, their attention drawn primarily to the central figure. In the ongoing battle between humanity and monsters, ordinary citizens were prohibited from leaving the city limits, while martial artists were those capable of fighting monsters one-on-one. Society held immense gratitude toward these warriors for their significant contributions, leading to widespread admiration among the general populace. Martial artists are a distinguished group within humanity, Luo Honghua mused, observing the warrior. Each year, a martial artist was appointed as the chief security officer for the examination. Luo Feng gazed at the martial artist, who exuded an intimidating presence, his eyes cold and snake-like. Rarely breaking his stoic demeanor, he acknowledged the police chief and Director Liu with the slightest nod, seemingly indifferent to their presence. "One day, I too shall earn the title of martial artist," Luo Feng silently vowed. As the gates of First High School swung open, a wave of commotion surged forth. "Xiaofeng, it's time to enter. Hurry," his father urged, while his mother, Gong Xinlan, chimed in. "Go ahead, dear. I'll prepare dinner for you later. Your father and brother will wait here until you finish." "Okay," Luo Feng replied with a smile. Brother, his younger brother, Luo Hua, who sat in a wheelchair, raised his fist, offering a gentle smile. "You must do your best. Let us go." Luo Feng reciprocated with a raised fist. He then turned and joined the throng of examinees, passing through the entrance after a brief security check. Inside the examination hall, Identification cards and examination permits were placed on the upper right corner of the desks for the invigilators to inspect, and the test papers began to be distributed. The top line of the 2056 Jiang and City Science Examination Paper A read clearly, "The first session is the science examination." As he surveyed the paper before him, Luo Feng's gaze swept across the questions, and upon noticing some familiar ones among the last few major problems, he felt a glimmer of optimism. If the questions aren't too challenging, it may be difficult to fully utilize my strengths in science. I must proceed with caution and diligence, ensuring that I don't lose marks on questions I can answer. With that thought, Luo Feng immersed himself in writing. The National College Entrance Examination comprised 3 sessions: the Science Examination, the Liberal Arts Examination, and finally, the Mathematics Examination. Each subject was graded out of 250 points, culminating in a total score of 750. The science section encompassed physics, chemistry, and biology, while the liberal arts section included Chinese, history, politics, and geography. The mathematics examination was solely dedicated to mathematics. In the aftermath of the Great Cataclysm, particularly due to the ongoing battles with monsters, humanity had fervently pursued advancements in technology and martial arts. This heightened awareness of the significance of mathematics was palpable, as anyone aspiring to achieve great accomplishments in fields such as computer science, biology, or physics required a solid foundation in mathematics. Consequently, the status of mathematics in education was elevated significantly. Luo Feng, while somewhat weaker in liberal arts, possessed a remarkable aptitude for mathematics. On June 7th, the science examination was held. June 8th followed with the liberal arts examination. Before long, it was June 9th. Inside the examination hall, the mathematics papers were just being distributed. This was the final mathematics examination. Luo Feng took a deep breath, reflecting that the science paper had not posed much difficulty, and he had performed reasonably well in the liberal arts examination too. Thus, he anticipated that his scores in both the science and liberal arts would fall within the range of his usual performance. As long as he maintained composure during the mathematics examination, he was confident he could secure a place in Jiangnan First Military Academy. Stay focused, he encouraged himself as he began to tackle the questions. The hall was enveloped in silence, though some examinees furrowed their brows in distress, clearly struggling with the challenges presented. Each year, the mathematics section was typically demanding, as it aimed to select future talents in scientific research. This is indeed quite challenging, Luo Feng acknowledged, realizing that this year's questions were even tougher than those in previous years. However, he considered, the more difficult the questions, the better for me. If the questions were simple, those with lesser mathematical skills might score around 220 points, while he could only manage about 230. The margin was minimal. Conversely, if the questions were tough, he might only score 210, but those less adept could potentially score as low as 150, widening the gap significantly. Suddenly, a loud crack resonated through the hall. The invigilator turned to see a student had snapped their pen in frustration, their brows knitted in concentration. Clearly overwhelmed by the complexity of the mathematics questions, the student discarded the broken pen and retrieved another, continuing to answer the paper. Observing the student's expressions, the invigilator mused that this year's mathematics examination was indeed formidable. After an hour had passed, the examination room buzzed with tension. The mathematics examination lasted a total of 2.5 hours. At this moment, Luo Feng had completed the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank sections, leaving only the calculation questions. The combined score for the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank sections was a mere 90 points, while the calculation section consisted of 5 major problems worth a total of 160 points. Indeed, only through extensive calculations could students' mathematical abilities be accurately assessed. This is quite difficult, Luo Feng remarked, realizing he had left 2 blanks unanswered in the fill-in-the-blank section. Luo Feng took a deep breath. The following were the calculations, the crux of scoring well. Each additional problem solved could mean a difference of 30 or 40 points. There were 5 major calculation questions, with the first 4 valued at 30 points each, while the final one was worth 40. As Luo Feng faced the first problem, he encountered a formidable challenge. He continuously calculated and contemplated on scratch paper. Yes, if I slightly transform this and reverse it, I can convert it into the required equation. Luo Feng's eyes brightened, and with swift strokes, he unraveled the difficulty. Once the challenge was deciphered, the solution flowed effortlessly, and he completed the first question in one breath, meticulously checking it afterward. Success. He glanced at his watch on his left wrist and felt a jolt. Had he truly spent 20 minutes on the first question? He needed to hasten his pace. Luo Feng then turned to the second question. At first glance, it appeared straightforward, prompting him to perform calculations on the scratch paper. However, something felt amiss. Realizing his initial approach was flawed, he furrowed his brows in contemplation. As time slipped away, he delved deeper into the problem. Yes, this should be the way. But how to validate the next proof? His mind raced with urgency. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to squander it on this question. How to prove it? Anxiety gnawed at him. Meanwhile, the watch on his left wrist displayed an escalating pulse rate. 120, 125, 130, 140, 150. He was so close to proving this question. 30 points were within reach. What should he do here? His agitation mounted. Time management was crucial during examinations. Yet each calculation question bore significant weight. Immersed in the exam, Luo Feng was oblivious to the increasing pulse rate on his watch. 160, 170, 180. He felt his heart racing, attributing it to the stress of the exam. Suddenly, he felt as if his heart were being struck, his vision blurred, jolting him awake. What is happening? Why does my heartbeat feel so uncomfortable? He glanced at the pulse reading on his watch. 230. This number drained the color from his face. Ever since he had fainted at 12 years old and purchased this watch, he had never seen his heart rate exceed 180. It felt unbearable. Luo Feng sensed his heartbeat threatening to burst from his chest as blood surged throughout his body, fueled by his heart's relentless contractions. An invisible energy surged into the depths of his mind, triggering an intense pain. He could not suppress a cry. What is wrong with you, examinee? The invigilator rushed over, astonished at Luo Feng's condition. At that moment, Luo Feng's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead and arms, throbbing grotesquely. No, slow down. Slow down. He sensed impending doom, his heart roaring in a frenzy as he fixated on the watch. 236. 242. 251. Thump, thump, thump. His heart sounded like a massive drum, echoing ominously as blood surged rapidly. As his blurred vision registered the number 268, the excruciating pain in his head caused him to lose consciousness. In the haze of his fainting spell, he vaguely heard a voice calling out, "Examinee, examinee, wake up, wake up. Hurry, call for an ambulance." Chapter 7. Final results. The urgent ringing of the bell echoed through the campus of Yian District First High School. Parents who had been anxiously waiting outside the examination hall, either seated on the lawn or along the pathways, immediately stood up, peering through the railings of the school gates. The bustling candidates began to emerge from the examination room. The 2056 Jiang'an City College entrance examination had officially concluded. All that remained for the students was to await the results a week later. Zhang Haobai, a middle-aged man with a slightly receding hairline and an air of scholarly demeanor, stood at the school entrance, smiling as he called out to his son exiting the examination hall. "How did it go?" he inquired with an encouraging smile. Zhang Haobai shook his head, expressing a sense of resignation. "I would say I performed decently, but the math problems were quite challenging. From multiple-choice questions to fill-in-the-blank and calculation problems, there were many difficult ones, especially the calculation questions. Out of 5, I could only complete 2. The other 3, I could only attempt partially. Hopefully, they'll award some points for my steps." His father, Zhang Zilong, frowned slightly. "Oh, it seems your math score might be rather low this time." "It's fine, Dad. The difficulty was universal. I wasn't the only one struggling. The threshold for admission to undergraduate programs will surely be lowered," Zhang Haobai replied with a grin. "I should have no issues getting into the military academy. Oh, by the way," Zhang Zilong added with a smile, "while we were waiting for you at the school gate, we heard some news. That well-known student from your school, Luo Feng, collapsed during the exam, about an hour before it ended." "Collapsed during the exam?" Zhang Haobai's eyes widened. "You mean Luo Feng?" "Yes. He was taken away by an ambulance. Many people witnessed it," Zhang Zilong confirmed, nodding. "Listen, there are many parents around discussing this incident with their children." "Luo Feng collapsed?" Zhang Haobai glanced around, straining to listen, and indeed, he could hear numerous parents talking about a candidate who had fainted during the exam. He distinctly heard several people mention Luo Feng. That poor kid finally got his day," Zhang Haobai chuckled heartily. "You have no idea, Dad. This guy used to make my life miserable at school, always looking for trouble. He thought he could bully me just because he was stronger. Now, he is experiencing this." Zhang Haobai felt a sense of satisfaction. His resentment towards Luo Feng had reached its peak. In reality, Luo Feng had never paid much attention to Zhang Haobai. It was Zhang who had always considered Luo a rival, feeling the sting of being surpassed academically and physically. Haha, that little fellow has never faced adversity. Under immense psychological pressure, he simply couldn't cope and broke down. Forget about him. Come on. Your uncle knows your exam is over today and has personally arranged a feast to celebrate. Let's go, Zhang Zilong said, smiling. Uncle? Zhang Haobai's eyes lit up. The Zhang family had achieved considerable prosperity in Yian district largely due to his uncle, who was a martial artist. It's impossible, absolutely impossible, Wei Wen exclaimed, agitated before his parents as he emerged from the examination hall. How could Luo Feng faint during the exam? He is too composed for that. Is there even a doubt? We witnessed it ourselves. Luo Feng's father and his brother, who was in a wheelchair, rushed to the hospital in a panic. Wei Wen's father reiterated. The hospital? I need to see Luo Feng. I'll grab lunch later, Wei Wen declared, hastily handing his examination materials to his parents before sprinting towards the hospital. At the Yian District People's Hospital, Luo Feng forced a smile while accompanying his father. His brother, Luo Hu, emerged from the hospital lobby. Both parents visibly concerned about the potential impact of the incident on Luo Feng. Dad, I'm fine. Let us go home and eat, Luo Feng insisted, maintaining a calm exterior. Although he felt a twinge of regret, he understood that what had happened was irreversible and all he could do was accept it. Ah Feng, came a voice from afar. Luo Feng looked up to see his good friend, Wei Wan, rushing towards him, visibly drenched in sweat. Seeing his friend hurrying over, Luo Feng felt a surge of gratitude and quickly inquired, Wei Wan, how difficult were the last 3 calculation problems on the math exam? I didn't even get a chance to attempt them. If they were exceedingly challenging, leaving most candidates unable to solve them, perhaps my score might still have hope. They were quite difficult, Wei Wan confirmed, nodding. This year's math exam was tough. Out of the 5 calculation questions, only the 3rd was somewhat easier. The other 4 were quite challenging. Thank goodness, Luo Feng sighed in relief, holding on to a glimmer of hope. On the evening of June 16th, after the conclusion of the college entrance examination, students could check their results via phone or online. As the clock approached 7, Luo Feng sat alone in his and Luo Hu's shared room, the door firmly shut, eagerly refreshing the results page on his laptop. Although the results were officially released at 8, they often appeared a bit earlier. I'm afraid I want to make it into Jiangnan First Military Academy. He reflected on his performance in math, feeling that he had at least completed the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank sections, and while he hadn't fully solved the second calculation problem, he had written out several steps. If graded by steps, he hoped to earn some points. Luo Feng's thoughts were consumed with hope for his liberal arts and science exams. Believing he had performed adequately, if luck were on his side, he might reach the undergraduate threshold and secure a place in the second military academy. The first academy was undoubtedly superior, but it required exceedingly high scores, and Luo Feng had already lost hope. However, he believed he still had a slim chance for the second military academy. Suddenly, Luo Feng's eyes lit up as the results page refreshed. Please, let me pass the undergraduate threshold, he prayed, inputting his name, ID number, and examination certificate number. He clicked check. The laptop screen flickered momentarily before revealing a table. Candidate, Luo Feng gender, male ID number, 4261232038060832111 examination certificate number, 58786435678907666 liberal arts, 216 science, 223 mathematics, 118 total score, 557 undergraduate threshold, 561 chapter 8, 2 warriors with a score of 557. Just 4 points shy of the undergraduate threshold of 561, Luo Feng took a deep breath. This mere 4-point deficit had extinguished his hopes of entering the military academy. 12 years of rigorous education culminated in such a disappointing outcome. Yet what of it? Not attending the military academy was not the end of the world. Luo Feng's gaze sharpened as he sliced the air with his right hand, the swift motion creating a tremor in the atmosphere that resonated with a chilling sound. This recent bout of unconsciousness had significantly enhanced his strength. Perhaps his physical capabilities had now reached the level of a warrior, allowing him to undertake the pre-warrior assessment. Even if he fell short, the difference was negligible. With diligent practice over the next month or 2, he should be able to pass the assessment. Luo Feng possessed remarkable adaptability. Although his unsatisfactory college entrance examination results had dealt a heavy blow, the improvement in his physical prowess instilled a newfound confidence. After all, The status of a military academy graduate paled in comparison to that of a true warrior. With a decisive click, Luo Feng opened the door and stepped into the living room. His parents, Luo Hongguo and Gong Xinlan, along with his younger brother, Luo Hua, turned their attention towards him. Their eyes filled with concern. Gong Xinlan even rose and approached him, exclaiming, "Xiao Feng, you mustn't blame yourself for this exam. It's all due to that migraine of yours." Alas, why did it have to strike at such a crucial moment? It hasn't troubled you in years. Bro, you aren't feeling discouraged, are you? Luo Hua, seated in his wheelchair, teased lightly. Earlier, while Luo Feng was checking his results, his family had also discovered his score through Luo Hua's laptop. Realizing he was a mere 4 points away from the undergraduate line, though they felt disappointed, their primary concern was for Luo Feng. "Of course I'm not discouraged," Luo Feng replied with a smile. "Mom, Dad, please don't blame the migraine. To be honest, I even feel grateful for it." "Grateful? Grateful?" Luo Hongguo, Gong Xinlan, and Luo Hua all stared at him in astonishment. The college entrance examination was a monumental event in life, and here he was, suggesting gratitude for an affliction that had marred his chances. "Mom and Dad, Ahua," Luo Feng continued with a slight smile, "I too experienced severe migraines as a child, and both times I fainted, I felt significantly stronger upon waking. This time, I feel the same. My physical capacity has improved tremendously. I believe I can pass the pre-warrior assessment." "What?" The three exchanged incredulous glances. "Is that for real, bro?" Luo Hua could not contain his excitement. "Absolutely," Luo Feng assured them with a smile. "Once I pass the assessment, I can apply for the warrior combat assessment. I am confident in my combat abilities. Perhaps this year I will become a warrior." His parents and brother were left speechless by this revelation. A warrior. What did that signify? It represented the most exalted status among humanity, a realm of privilege, vast wealth, and elevated standing. Furthermore, the benefits conferred upon the family by becoming a warrior far surpassed those of being a military academy elite. "Are we really going to have a warrior in our family?" Luo Hua exclaimed, unable to contain his enthusiasm. "Haha, bro, I admire you." "Xiao Feng, that is wonderful," Luo Hongguo exclaimed, patting Luo Feng on the shoulder. "Becoming a warrior is fantastic. Compared to that, what does a military academy graduate even mean?" In today's society, warriors were revered and admired across the globe. Seeing his family so elated, Luo Feng chuckled, "Mom, Dad, let us not get ahead of ourselves. I haven't taken the assessment yet." 18 years old and a warrior? Luo Hua shouted in exhilaration. "If you truly become a warrior at 18, that would be remarkably amazing." At 5 o'clock the following morning, as dawn broke, Luo Feng departed from his home, making his way towards the extreme martial arts school. At this hour, the streets were notably deserted. Upon entering the school, he observed that the grassy areas and pathways were populated by merely 100 figures. It is worth noting that the school boasted an enrollment of 30 to 40,000 students, with the evening classes attracting the largest crowds. As he walked along the path, Luo Feng headed directly to the Advanced Student Training Building. A deep, rumbling sound reverberated through the air. Curiously, he turned to see a luxurious white sports car gliding into the school grounds. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in astonishment. Was that an Aston Martin? Or perhaps the latest and most extravagant model, the THR 191, equipped with flying capabilities? His younger brother had always been fond of sports cars and had previously extolled the virtues of the THR 191 to him. Indeed, it was an Aston Martin, and the 191 model at that, which boasted the ability to fly. The few students scattered around the campus were drawn to this impressive vehicle, which was valued at 36 million Chinese dollars. Just then, the car came to a halt at the entrance of the Advanced Student Training Building. The door swung open, revealing a man dressed in loose martial arts attire with striking red hair, clearly dyed. He casually scanned the surroundings, his gaze momentarily lingering on Luo Feng before he stepped inside the building without uttering a word. A warrior. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. The intensity in the warrior's gaze conveyed a formidable pressure, a testament to a spirit forged through countless life and death battles. Had he never encountered this warrior before at the school? What was his purpose here? Luo Feng ascended to the third-floor training hall of the Advanced Academy. The spacious training hall was empty, devoid of any practitioners. It was just past 5 in the morning. Even during the busiest evenings, the hall seldom accommodated more than 20 individuals, let alone at this early hour. I must assess my current capabilities, Luo Feng thought. He approached the punching power testing machine, plugged it in, and activated the speed tester situated at a distance. Standing before the punching power machine, he took a deep breath, centering himself. With a powerful thrust from his hips, he unleashed a tremendous force that coursed through his spine. Akin to a great python, his arm surged forward, and his fist struck the target with the force of a lightning bolt. Beep, beep, beep. The machine emitted 3 consecutive beeps. Luo Feng's eyes widened. Such sounds were uncommon for the machine, indicating a force exceeding 1,000 kilograms. What? Luo Feng's gaze fixated on the display, which read 1089 kg. Such a number. A surge of elation coursed through him. The physical standard for a warrior required a punching force of at least 900 kilograms, and his previous measurement had been 809 kilograms. Now, he had increased it by an astonishing 280 kilograms, far surpassing the qualification threshold. Laughing heartily, he unleashed a flurry of punches, his fists striking with rapidity, producing a series of explosive sounds. In the blink of an eye, he had delivered over 20 punches, with the machine displaying a continuous stream of numbers: 956 kg, 989 kilograms. 923 kilograms, 965 kilograms. Next, to test my speed. Luo Feng turned towards the track. As long as I meet the speed requirement, combined with my neural reaction time, I should easily pass the warrior qualification assessment. He adjusted his breathing. Whoosh. Like a cannonball, he propelled himself along the track with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the Advanced Student Training Building, the red-haired man and a middle-aged bald man in black attire strolled side by side, engaged in light conversation. Yin Luo, how long has it been since we last met? The bald man smiled. Almost 3 years, I believe. That once inexperienced lad has now become quite renowned. I hear you've made nearly 100 million Earth dollars this time, huh? Seeing you makes me feel old. Just lucky, the red-haired man replied with a grin. Beep, beep, beep. The faint sounds emanating from below caught their attention, leading them to exchange surprised glances. The punching power testing machine downstairs, known for its initial calibration, would emit such sounds when a force reached 1,000 kg. The bald man remarked, at this hour, someone is training, and they can punch over 1,000 kilograms? Could it be that Yongwu? Let's find out, the red-haired man suggested. With a swift motion, they transformed into shadows, racing down the stairs in the blink of an eye, arriving at the entrance of the training hall on the 3rd floor. The bald man in black and the red-haired man stood side by side, observing the training hall, where Luo Feng was now standing at the track before darting past. 28. 1 ms, both men noted simultaneously, glancing at the speed tester's display. This Luo Feng has a punching power exceeding 1,000 kg, and his speed is an impressive 28. 1 meters per second, the bald man remarked, astonished. Brother Jiang, this young man is still quite young. Yet he has already met the physical standards for a warrior, the red-haired man exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, the bald man nodded. His name is Luo Feng, one of the more talented students in our academy. He has just turned 18 this year. 18? So young? The red-haired man's eyes brightened. At that moment, Luo Feng noticed the 2 figures at the entrance. The red-haired man was the warrior who had arrived in the sports car, while the bald man was none other than Jiang Yan, the head of the extreme martial arts school, the most powerful figure within its walls. According to the school's customs, students referred to him as instructor. Instructor, Luo Feng greeted respectfully. Come over, Instructor Jiang Yan beckoned with a smile. I didn't expect you to achieve the physical requirements for a warrior so quickly. Let me introduce you to your senior, Yin Luo. Yin Luo. I hope you don't mind me sharing his name. Not at all. Yin Luo nodded at Luo Feng. This young man has reached the physical standards for a warrior at such a tender age. Perhaps he will cross paths with me in the future. Instructor Jiang Yin turned to Luo Feng with a smile. Luo Feng, as you're 18, you must be preparing for this year's college entrance exams. Regardless of how you perform, what is the use of school? Focus on preparing for the warrior combat assessment instead. Oh, and on July 1st, you should visit the Extreme Club in Yangzhou City for your qualified warrior assessment. With your current abilities, passing should be a breeze. College entrance exams. Yin Luo chuckled from the side. Don't waste your time on university. You have considerable talent. Whatever you pursue, you should dedicate yourself wholeheartedly. Right now, all your energy should be focused on martial arts. Once you become a warrior and join our extreme martial arts school, your future will be bright. These 2 esteemed warriors, holding high positions, regarded the so-called wealthy elites and officials of society with disdain. Yet, they held great expectations for Luo Feng, who was on the verge of entering the warrior realm at such a young age. Chapter 9. The Privileges of Warriors. Yin Luo spoke wisely. Jiang Yan gazed at Luo Feng with earnestness and said, Luo Feng, your rate of progress is remarkable. Within our Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Yian District, you are undoubtedly one of the fastest advancing individuals. You joined our academy at the tender age of 16, and now at 18. Your physical prowess has already reached the realm of a warrior. If you were to attend university, squandering 4 years of your life on academic pursuits would be a tremendous waste, Jiang Nian emphasized. You must understand that the ages between 16 and 30 are the most critical for advancement. As one grows older, progress becomes increasingly arduous. Indeed, those 4 years in university represent a prime opportunity for a warrior to enhance their skills at an accelerated pace. To squander this time on cultural education is, from a martial artist's perspective, a grievous sin. Luo Feng felt somewhat bewildered. Heavens, perhaps failing the college entrance examination was not such a misfortune after all. Ah, Luo Feng. Once you officially become a warrior and join our Extreme Martial Arts Academy, I assure you, Jiang Yin smiled, we will allocate a splendid standalone villa for you in the finest location. Of course, this villa is not for sale. Additionally, you will receive a monthly base salary of 20,000 Huaxia coins. A standalone villa? A monthly salary of 20,000 coins? Luo Feng gasped in astonishment. 20,000 coins might not seem extravagant, but a standalone villa was an opulent offering indeed. Currently, the entirety of Huaxia boasts only 6 major human bases, translating to merely 6 cities. Land is exceedingly precious, and standalone villas incur exorbitant luxury taxes. Presently, the price per square meter for ordinary apartments ranges from tens of thousands to over 100,000 coins, which has resulted in the majority of the populace residing in subsidized housing. The cost of ordinary apartments is already steep, and when considering villas, townhouses, and luxury estates, the price per square meter can reach several 100,000 Huaxia coins. Standalone villas, in this era, are strictly regulated by the state. Wealth alone does not guarantee residency. Only those with affluence, power, or special status may reside therein, and they must also contend with hefty luxury taxes. Typically, the price for standalone villas exceeds 1 million coins per square meter. Even a modest standalone villa would encompass at least 300 square meters, amounting to 2 to 300 million coins. Luo Feng felt breathless, although selling the villa was not permitted. Living in such a residence with family would undoubtedly be a life well lived. 2 to 300 million. What a staggering concept. Even Zhang Haobai's father, a wealthy magnate, would likely find it difficult to match the value of such a villa. The benefits of our Extreme Martial Arts Academy are not vastly different from those offered by the national special departments, Jiang Yin remarked with a smile. Warriors in these departments receive base salaries and housing privileges, with the only significant distinction being their license to kill, permitting them to make life and death decisions in specific situations. However, they must still justify their actions to higher authorities. A license to kill? Luo Feng had heard of this before. Indeed, warriors in national special departments possess the authority to eliminate threats on the spot. Yet, we at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy also have our privileges. If an ordinary person provokes you, you can report them to the academy. Upon verification, we will coordinate with the Jiangnan City Safety Bureau to apprehend that individual. Jiang Nian added with a slight smile. Joining our academy provides not only wealth and status, but also the opportunity to pursue the limits of human potential and martial arts. Jiang Nian gestured towards Yin Luo, saying, my young brother, Yin Luo recently hunted a beast, earning nearly 100 million earth coins, which translates to over 300 million Huaxia coins. With your talent and dedication, reaching Yin Luo's level in the future is certainly within your grasp. Luo Feng was utterly astonished. Good heavens! He earned so much from hunting a single beast. What caliber of creature did he slay? Luo Feng, you must strive diligently. Your talent is exceptional. Do not squander it, Jiang Yin said, patting Luo Feng's shoulder with a smile. Young man, do not become complacent. I believe you have the potential to become a general-level warrior in the future. By then, wealth, status, and beauty will all be within your reach. Yin Luo smiled slightly, adding, when that time comes, I would be eager to accompany you on beast hunts. With laughter, Jiang Yin and Yin Luo, these 2 formidable warriors, departed. Standing alone in the training hall, Luo Feng's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Both instructor Jiang Yin and the enigmatic red-haired youth, Yin Luo, exuded an audacious spirit. Audacious? A smile gradually spread across Luo Feng's face. Yes, as a man, one should venture forth boldly and carve out a remarkable destiny. The world's strongest warrior once proclaimed that a soldier who does not aspire to become a general is not a worthy soldier. A warrior who does not yearn to be the strongest lacks the heart of a true martial artist. What meaning does life hold if one remains restrained? One must strive to achieve something monumental. At 18, one's values begin to solidify. After meeting with instructor Jiang Yin and the mysterious warrior Yin Luo, Luo Feng's mindset shifted entirely. Let us venture forth. The world's strongest warriors, Hong and Thunder God, established the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, respectively, earning respect from even the 5 great nations. If they could achieve such feats, could not a third individual do the same? With a smile, Luo Feng strode towards the training hall's exit. A man with dreams must pursue them. Youth is an invaluable asset. Being young signifies an unlimited future. Everything requires personal effort and struggle. On June 28th, during the morning hours, the sky was clear and bright. Luo Feng and Wei Wen were en route to Yain District's 3rd high school, for today was the day they would receive their graduation certificates and application forms. Feng, are you truly confident about passing the Junior Warrior assessment? Wei Wen exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Yes, on July 1st. I will head to the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Yangzhou City for the assessment, Luo Feng replied with a smile. Before them lay the school. As Luo Feng gazed at the campus and the clusters of students within, he felt a shift in his perspective. In the past, I considered myself one of them. But now, it seems I inhabit an entirely different realm. They will attend university, strive to find jobs, marry, and start families, while my path diverges from theirs. Upon entering the school, Luo Feng and Wei Wen parted ways to their respective classes. As he walked along the corridor of the teaching building, he heard a few other senior students greet him warmly. Senior Luo Feng. I heard Luo Feng fainted during his college entrance examination. What a pity. Some distant students whispered amongst themselves, casting glances in his direction. Having reached the warrior level, Luo Feng possessed exceptional hearing and could clearly discern their murmurs. Class 5 of the senior year was where Luo Feng belonged. Luo Feng's here. Hey Luo Gu. Many classmates had already arrived and greeted him enthusiastically. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. He shared a good rapport with most of these old classmates, though some harbored resentment towards him, while they outwardly expressed warmth. A few quietly whispered in the corner, Luo Feng used to excel in academics and martial arts. Who would have thought he would fall so drastically this time? Fainting during the exam? What unfortunate luck. Such is fate. Who can be blamed? In the past, Luo Feng was the pride of the class, an outstanding student both academically and in martial prowess. Now, witnessing this once great prodigy stumble, it was only natural for ordinary students to feel a sense of satisfaction. Though they maintained amicable relations with Luo Feng, people often find joy in the misfortune of those who once shone brightly. The graduation certificates are being distributed. Come and collect your certificates and application forms. 3 class leaders, holding graduation certificates and volunteer application forms, ascended the podium. Wang Yin, Lu Xiaolong, and the class leaders called out a name one by one, announcing the distribution of graduation certificates and volunteer application forms. Luo Feng. At the sound of this name, the classroom fell into an immediate hush, with nearly every gaze fixed upon Luo Feng. It was well known that Luo Feng had fainted during the college entrance examination, and his examination scores were hardly a secret. Students had long checked and discovered that he was just 4 points shy of the undergraduate admission line. The class monitor, Julin, handed the graduation certificate and volunteer application form to Luo Feng. A phone, let us go. Wei Wenjing stood at the classroom door. Wait for me a moment. With a casual motion, Luo Feng crumpled the volunteer application form into a ball and tossed it into the wastebasket. The previously bustling classroom fell silent. All the students were taken aback. After all, this was the application form for college admissions. Who would dare to discard it? Suddenly, a girl with a speckled appearance exclaimed in astonishment, Luo Feng, why did you throw away the volunteer application form? Are you not applying? How could Luo Feng possibly consider attending a vocational college? It was assumed he would retake the exam next year. Whispers began to circulate. Wei Wen, standing at the doorway, couldn't he help but widen his eyes in disbelief. A vocational school? Retaking the exam? You really think so? Feng is about to undertake the qualified warrior assessment. Why would he bother with a vocational school or retake the exam? Less talk. Let us go. Luo Feng pulled Wei Wen along, and they left together. Instantly, the classroom erupted into chatter. What? The qualified warrior assessment? Luo Feng is participating in the qualified warrior assessment? Is that true? It can't be that impressive, can it? Surely Wei Wen is just boasting. How could Luo Feng, who became a senior trainee last year, possibly be undergoing the qualified warrior assessment this year? Deep down, These students were reluctant to believe that Luo Feng met the physical standards required of a warrior that was a transcendent existence. Chapter 10. The Assessment for Aspiring Warriors. Mom, Dad, I'm heading to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in the city center. I may not return for lunch today. Luo Feng stood up after finishing a large bowl of porridge and 3 pancakes. Wait for my good news. As soon as I pass the assessment, I will call you. His mother, Gong Xinlan, cast a playful glance at Luo Honghua. Did you hear that, Honghua? You must keep your phone handy. Don't let our son struggle to find you later. I'll definitely have my phone, Luo Honghua chuckled. All right, I'm off. Luo Feng winked at his younger brother, Luo Hua, who responded with a thumbs up and a grin. Early in the morning, Luo Feng departed from the South Bank community, taking the No. 11 subway line to Zhongmen Road Station, then transferring to Line 1, arriving at the city center of Yangzhou. After exiting the subway station, he walked for another 10 minutes before reaching the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall located within the Mingyue community. Is this the legendary Mingyue community? Luo Feng stood at the entrance of a tranquil neighborhood named Mingyue Community, where the Extreme Martial Arts Hall was situated. Sir, this is Mingyue Community. Please do not approach. A row of 6 soldiers in military uniforms, armed and vigilant, stood at the entrance. It was evident from their attire that they were not part of the police force but the military. One soldier barked at Luo Feng, Sir, please step back. If you enter the yellow line area, we have the authority to eliminate you on the spot. Just as rumored, Luo Feng mused internally. The Mingyue community serves as the stronghold of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Yangzhou. Here, not only does the Extreme Martial Arts Hall reside, but it is also home to the families of martial artists under its banner. Rumor has it that all residents here are martial artists and their families, with even the police lacking the authority to intrude. Excuse me, Luo Feng addressed the guards at the entrance. I am Luo Feng, a senior student of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, here to participate in the assessment for aspiring warriors. The hall conducts these assessments on the 1st of every month. Oh? An elderly man with graying hair emerged from a nearby guardroom, holding a handheld computer. You've arrived quite early, before 8 o'clock. It's commendable for someone so young to take the aspiring warrior assessment. Please present your identification and senior student credentials. Luo Feng handed over his ID and student card. Beep. The handheld computer scanned both documents, displaying information on its screen. 18 years old? The elderly man looked at Luo Feng with surprise and smiled. At just 18. You dare to undertake the aspiring warrior assessment. Impressive. I hope you succeed today. Thank you, sir, Luo Feng replied. Let him in. The elderly man waved his hand, and the electric gate of the community opened automatically. A soldier with an assault rifle stepped forward, accompanying Luo Feng. Sir, I will guide you to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Please refrain from wandering about once inside the community. You are only permitted in the hall and not allowed in the residential areas of martial artist families. Should you violate this rule, even if I do not intervene, my fellow patrolman will. Of course, Luo Feng nodded with a smile, feeling a sense of awe. The state and the Extreme Martial Arts Hall indeed share a cooperative relationship, especially in this core area, which is heavily protected. Wow, each building is a standalone villa, Luo Feng observed. Except for the prominently towering Extreme Martial Arts Hall in the center, the surrounding area consisted of beautifully arranged villas, complete with rockeries, ponds, and lawns. Upon entering the grand hall of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the soldier departed. Sir, you are here for the aspiring warrior assessment. A sweet-faced young woman greeted him with a smile. Please take a seat over there. We will commence the assessments at 10 o'clock with the others. Nodding, Luo Feng walked to the side of the hall where a small bar was located, manned by a server and a bartender. Luo Feng glanced around. 3 individuals were already seated in the bar area. 2 were engaged in conversation, while the third sat silently on another sofa. Look, those villas over there are the benefits for joining the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, an excited young man in white attire exclaimed. Once you become a martial artist and join the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, you'll be assigned one for free, and you'll be able to live there. Just look at this environment. It's splendid. The martial artist community is certainly unlike ordinary neighborhoods outside. Hey, a newcomer has arrived. The 3 noticed Luo Feng, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement before settling into a nearby sofa. As they were unfamiliar with one another, no conversation ensued. As time passed, 3 more individuals arrived, whom Luo Feng did not recognize either. They appeared older, likely over 30, with some possibly in their 40s. Luo Feng. A boisterous voice called out, startling Luo Feng. Turning, he saw a lean man with a prominent scar on his face approaching. Are you here for the aspiring warrior assessment too? Yang Ge? Luo Feng stood up to greet him. It's rather embarrassing. I attempted the assessment last month. Unfortunately, I only reached 24.9 meters in speed. I was so close. Yang Wu sighed. In reality, he had already passed the test for strength and reflexes. Speed was his weakness. However, he had made gradual improvements this year. A slight uptick in performance could potentially elevate him to 25 meters. I believe you will pass this time, Yang Ge, Luo Feng encouraged with a smile. This Yang has failed the test several times. I doubt he'll pass this time either, chimed in a burly man with a bushy beard. Yang Wu shot him an irritated glance. Tong, you've also failed the assessment twice. With your reflexes, you might need to train for another 2 or 3 years. Silence. A stern voice rang out from the center of the hall. Instantly, all 8 individuals turned to see a middle-aged man in loose training attire. Follow me upstairs for the aspiring warrior assessment. Remember to behave. We have a close friend of the chief instructor visiting today. Don't cause any trouble. Understood. Whether it was the previously boastful bearded man, Yang Wu, or Luo Feng, everyone replied respectfully. A close friend of the chief instructor? Luo Feng pondered. It is well known that Yangzhou houses 1 extreme martial arts hall and 12 affiliated martial arts schools. The heads of these schools are referred to as instructors, while the head of the main hall is known as the chief instructor. Once in the elevator, the middle-aged man pressed the button for the 6th floor. Ding! The elevator reached the 6th floor. As the doors opened, a vast martial arts training hall came into view, filled with a group of over a dozen individuals, including the instructor Luo Feng recognized, Jiang Yan. Everyone, stop chatting. We have guests, a long-haired middle-aged man announced, directing the attention of the assembled group toward Luo Feng and the others, under the watchful gaze of a dozen individuals. Luo Feng and his 7 companions felt a tightening in their chests, fully aware that the only people typically found within the confines of the extreme martial arts hall, aside from the staff, were martial artists themselves. This implied that these dozen individuals were indeed martial artists. After all, this was the headquarters of the extreme martial arts hall in the entire city of Yangzhou. Prepare for the test, instructed a middle-aged man with long, flowing hair. Luo Feng recognized this figure from the internet. He was none other than the hall master of the extreme martial arts hall and the chief instructor of Yangzhou City. Wu Tong, one by one, please present your identification cards, said the martial artist who had previously escorted Luo Feng and his group. He collected the ID cards from the 8 of them and handed them directly to chief instructor Wu Tong, chuckling, we have quite a turnout today, 8 in total. Wu Tong casually extracted one ID card and slid it through a nearby device. Beep. A translucent screen emerged, revealing a wealth of personal information. The first one, Tong Guan. The chief instructor stated impassively, commenced the fist strength test. It's intriguing to see individuals from the military come to my extreme martial arts hall for assessment. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng could not help but smile. The extreme martial arts hall was established by the world's strongest, with branches spanning the globe. The assessments conducted here held significant credibility and were highly regarded. Achieving a good score in these evaluations was recognized across various countries and regions worldwide. Even military personnel and those from hereditary martial arts families favored coming to the extreme martial arts hall for evaluations. Initiate the fist strength test, commanded the chief instructor. Understood. A burly man with a beard stepped forward, his eyes widening in determination. He shielded his face with his left hand while delivering a powerful punch that arced through the air, striking the massive punching bag. The bag merely quivered slightly. The screen of the fist strength testing machine immediately displayed the number 986 kg. Next, Luo Feng, the chief instructor said casually, sliding the second ID card through the device. Upon reviewing the detailed information, he was taken aback. Oh, 18 years old? Lao Jiang, is this from your Yian district? When did such a talented young man emerge? Haha. Chuckled the nearby instructor Jiang Yan, clearly pleased with himself. Whether he has the strength remains to be seen, interjected a rather portly elder among the martial artists, mocking. Perhaps he is just here to broaden his horizons, lacking any real power. Instructor Jiang Nian shot a glance at him. What is this? Are you feeling envious? I suppose there are no such prodigies in your Beiyu district, huh? Luo Feng, show them the prowess of our Yian district students. Yes, instructor. Luo Feng responded with enthusiasm as he stepped forward towards the fist strength testing machine. Chapter 11. Neural reaction speed. Old Jiang appeared quite confident. The chief instructor, Wu Tong, chuckled, yet his gaze remained fixed on Luo Feng. Almost everyone present was attentively watching Luo Feng, eagerly awaiting the results of his assessment. Positioned before the punching target, Luo Feng summoned his strength, pivoting slightly at the waist and unleashing a powerful force that surged through his arms. His fist shot forth like an arrow released from a taut bowstring, leaving a fleeting shadow in its wake. With a resounding thud, his fist struck the target. Upon delivering the blow, a glimmer of delight flickered in Luo Feng's eyes. The sensation of striking was exhilarating. The power had truly been unleashed. He glanced at the display screen, which read 1,101 kilograms. Good. Quite commendable. Instantly, several martial artists in attendance began to praise him. Chief Instructor Wu Tong stroked his chin, nodding in approval. Not bad, young man. It's crucial to maintain one's center of gravity when striking. If he had disregarded it in pursuit of sheer power, he might have delivered an even more potent blow. However, losing one's balance in a battle against a monster would be tantamount to suicide. Indeed, impressive. Haha. This young lad, Luo Feng, possesses formidable practical combat skills. Instructor Jiang Yen laughed heartily, recalling that he had once defeated 3 advanced students whose strength and speed were on par with his own, all with remarkable ease. Hearing the commendations from the chief instructor and the instructor, Luo Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. In his youth, he had fainted twice, which had led to a significant increase in his physical strength and speed. From that moment onward, he vowed to become a formidable martial artist. A proficient martial artist demands high standards and practical combat abilities. Although he had not joined the extreme martial arts school in his youth, he had diligently researched basic techniques for blades and footwork online, practicing alone at home to gradually accumulate experience. This was also the reason behind his practical prowess. A promising seedling. Yes, you pass. Chief Instructor Wu Tong casually swiped an ID card over the device. Next, by Yang. Luo Feng returned to where the candidates were gathered. Not bad, madman, Yang Wu whispered in astonishment. Luo Feng smiled broadly. The 8 candidates swiftly completed the punching power test. Among them, only one unfortunate soul recorded a punch of merely 892 kilograms, just shy of the passing mark, resulting in their elimination. Thus, only 7 candidates remained for the next speed test. All right. Chief Instructor Wu Tong approached the speed testing apparatus and activated it, one by one, in reverse order. First up, Yang Wu. Yang Wu took a deep breath. He had attempted the martial artist examination nearly 10 times, each time faltering in the speed test. Yang, you've got this. Luo Feng lightly patted Yang Wu on the shoulder. Just watch, Yang Wu replied, adjusting his breathing as he stepped onto the track. Instructor Jiang Yin frowned at the scene. Yang Wu hailed from the same district but had repeatedly failed the speed test. With a thundering stomp, Yang Wu propelled himself off the ground, powerful arms swinging as he rapidly reached his maximum speed. His face contorted with determination, veins bulging on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and sprinted furiously. As he dashed past the speed testing zone, a suppressed roar escaped his lips. I must pass. When he finally stopped, his heart raced with anxiety. Turning back, he saw Luo Feng giving him a thumbs up, and in that moment, Yang Wu felt as though he had ascended to paradise. Ha! Yang Wu, luck is on your side. You've crossed the line. Instructor Jiang Yin's hearty laughter echoed. Yang Wu rushed over to the display screen, which read 25. 1 ms. Phew, that was close. Yang Wu chuckled to himself. Had his condition been even slightly worse, his speed might not have reached 25 meters per second, resulting in yet another failure. Pass. Next, Chief Instructor Wu Tong smiled, motioning for the next candidate. One by one, the candidates underwent testing. In the punching power assessment, 1 was eliminated, while 2 were cut in the speed test, leaving 5 contestants remaining. The third task was the neural reaction speed assessment. Follow me, commanded Chief Instructor Wu Tong as he led the remaining 5 candidates to the neural reaction testing room connected to the training hall. This was a spacious room, approximately 100 square meters in size. However, compared to the previous expansive training hall spanning thousands of square meters, this room seemed considerably smaller. A large, sophisticated piece of equipment stood prominently on the floor, resembling a Gatling gun with numerous firing ports. Indeed, there were dozens of them. First, Tong Guan, announced Chief Instructor Wu Tong. The bearded giant promptly stepped into the circle, which measured 3 meters in diameter. With a click of the switch, the edges of the circle emitted a mystical red light, enveloping the tester within a shroud of crimson. Remember, under no circumstances should you leave the circle. Doing so will result in failure. Touching the red light incurs a penalty, instructed Chief Instructor Wu Tong, adjusting the intensity of the test. The levels varied, from intermediate assessments for novice students to the highest levels reserved for the elite warriors. Begin. With the press of a button, the enormous apparatus whirred to life, its numerous barrels swiftly rotating. Almost instantly, a barrage of red lights erupted, varying in speed and trajectory, careening chaotically into the designated area. The bearded man focused intently, his body darting back and forth, evading the onslaught of red projectiles. Suddenly, he was hit twice. However, these bullets were rubber-tipped, causing minimal impact and discomfort. As the seconds ticked away, the bearded giant fought valiantly to evade the barrage. Soon, the minute mark approached. With a press of the button, Chief Instructor Wu Tong slowed the apparatus, halting its rotation, while the central screen displayed a plethora of data. In 60 seconds, hit 57 times and touched the red light 3 times. Not qualified, eliminated. The Chief Instructor, Wu Tong, spoke as he tossed an identification card to the burly man with the scruffy beard. Just a hair's breadth away, the bearded man gritted his teeth, shook his head, and stepped out of the red circle. Next, Luo Feng, announced Chief Instructor Wu Tong. Luo Feng exchanged a fist bump with Yang Wu before stepping directly into the confines of the red circle. Standing within the circle, he faced the barrel of the testing machine directly aimed at him. Taking a deep breath, he recalled the countless hours he had spent honing his agility at home prior to entering the martial arts academy. This evasiveness had always been his forte. Before the college entrance examination, he had been hit between 50 to 55 times within a minute. Now, with his enhanced physical condition and quicker reflexes, he had no doubt he would pass the test. Remember, do not step outside the circle. Doing so results in immediate failure. And even touching the red light incurs penalties, Chief Instructor Wu Tong warned before pressing the red button. The neuroresponse testing machine's barrel rapidly accelerated, spinning at an incredible speed. And then, almost instantaneously, dozens of gun barrels erupted with red light, firing a flurry of rubber bullets. Luo Feng's eyes were fixed intently as he calculated the trajectories in his mind. He moved like a nimble cat, deftly dodging the barrage of rubber bullets that came his way. Of course, some bullets were too fast to evade, and he inevitably took a hit now and then. As Luo Feng skillfully maneuvered, the onlooking martial artists began to converse among themselves. This young man is impressive. His reaction speed seems exceptional. Indeed, he is remarkably quick. And his agility is remarkable. Observe how his feet move like the pads of a cat. He maintains his balance with every shift, able to change direction in an instant. Such agility, it cannot be achieved without a decade of diligent practice unless one is a prodigy. The martial artists and attendants were astounded. While physical prowess can be cultivated through training, skills such as agility and swordsmanship rely heavily on experience. Raw strength does not guarantee mastery of these techniques. After Wu Tong pressed the button, the neuroresponse testing machine slowed to a halt, revealing a series of impressive numbers on the screen. Within 60 seconds, he had been hit 28 times without touching the red light. Excellent. Chief Instructor Wu Tong beamed. Well done, Luo Feng. Congratulations. Once the official documents are issued and your information is registered in the citizen database, you will officially become a probationary martial artist. With the assessment passed, a formal certificate would be issued within 7 days, officially recording him in the citizen identity system. Luo Feng clenched his right fist tightly. He had finally succeeded. He had become a probationary martial artist. On August 1st, the martial artist practical assessment will take place. Assemble at the Extreme Sports Club in the morning. And under the guidance of the instructors, you will join other probationary martial artists in hunting beasts outside the human-based city. Once you pass the practical assessment, you will be a true martial artist, Instructor Jiang Yin said with a smile. Chapter 12. 5 Hearts Facing Heaven. Luo Feng nodded excitedly. By the side of the neural reaction testing machine, Chief Instructor Wu Tong smiled and said, "All right, next, by Yang." Luo Feng walked over to Yang Wu, who wore a look of astonishment, and whispered, "Madman, congratulations. You are now a prospective martial artist. Once you pass the practical martial arts assessment, you will officially become a martial artist." Luo Feng replied in a low voice, "Brother Yang, there's no doubt you'll pass the neural reaction test. We'll take the practical assessment together." Yang Wu felt a surge of anticipation. Soon, their focus shifted back to the individuals undergoing assessment. In quick succession, 2 candidates tested. One succeeded, and the other failed. Last one, Yang Wu, called Chief Instructor Wu Tong. Yang Wu took a deep breath. He had waited far too long for this day, having always been held back by the speed test. At last, he qualified for the neural reaction test at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. "Go for it," Luo Feng encouraged. "Don't worry," Yang Wu said confidently as he stepped into the red circle. With the press of a button, the neural reaction testing machine whirred to life, its barrel spinning rapidly. Dozens of rubber bullets were shot out, enveloping the red circle. Yang Wu moved swiftly, executing precise evasive maneuvers within a minimal range. Luo Feng observed Yang Wu's technique, surprised by its somewhat rigid nature. Although it lacked the fluidity and speed he possessed, the efficiency of Yang Wu's movements was commendable. He avoided the projectiles with minimal adjustments, hardly utilizing the full 3.6-meter diameter of the red circle. Yang Wu's limited range of motion, while seemingly small, was highly effective. This technique would indeed prove invaluable in combat, though it required meticulous control. Any slight miscalculation could result in a monster's claw tearing through a martial artist's flesh. As the minute ticked away, the machine ceased its rotation. 60 seconds, hit 52 times, no contact with the red light, qualified. Chief Instructor Wu Tong announced. Yang Wu's fists clenched in excitement, veins bulging on his arms, tears welling in his eyes. He had long awaited this moment. Finally, he was one step closer to realizing his dream of becoming a martial artist. Yang Wu, Chief Instructor Wu Tong said sternly, your evasive technique belongs to the subtle level. In life and death battles with monsters, small movements can allow their attacks to barely miss you. Because your movements are minimal, you can evade more often in the same time frame, making it highly efficient. However, this technique is extremely difficult. A mere miscalculation could turn a 2-centimeter margin into a fatal blow from a monster's claw. In combat, any mistake could cost you your life. Therefore, I advise you to evade further when battling monsters, allowing yourself some leeway. With your current abilities, it would be best to solidify your foundational techniques for better results. Yang Wu was taken aback but nodded earnestly. Yes, Chief Instructor. Remember, Yang Wu. Heed the Chief Instructor's words. In the pursuit of martial arts, do not be greedy or reckless. The subtle level is powerful. But if you lack the strength to execute such techniques and forcefully try, you will only become a laughingstock. Instructor Jiang Yin cautioned solemnly. Chief Instructor Wu Tong smiled. Well, 3 candidates have passed the martial artist assessment. Luo Feng, Bai Yang, and Yang Wu. The 3 of them suppressed their joy. Had it not been for the presence of numerous senior martial artists around, they might have shouted in exhilaration. Next, you will need to sign the practical assessment contracts. Chief Instructor Wu Tong said, turning to a silver-haired man in a black robe who had been standing at the edge. Captain, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Let us proceed. Captain? Luo Feng and the others were taken aback. Chief Instructor Wu Tong was the leader of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Yangzhou, a figure of immense authority. If he referred to this silver-haired man as captain, what was his identity? The silver-haired man glanced at Luo Feng and the others, and for a moment, Luo Feng felt as if he were entrapped in the vastness of the man's gaze. Just as suddenly, he snapped back to reality. What just happened? He noticed Yang Wu and Bai Yang beside him had also become dazed. How terrifying. Just a look had rendered them completely motionless. Luo Feng was astonished by the man's power. In a confrontation, a mere glance could leave one disoriented, and by the time one regained clarity, it could be too late. The silver-haired man smiled slightly, surprised by Luo Feng. Young one, you have remarkable talent. Keep up the good work, he said, smiling at Luo Feng. Oh, your willpower is commendable, Chief Instructor Wu Tong added, nodding in approval. Subsequently, both of them departed. What just happened? What was that? Yang Wu and Bai Yang regained their senses and exchanged glances, recalling the earlier incident, which sent chills down their spines. Among all they had encountered, that silver-haired man was indeed the most formidable presence. He had observed their testing from the beginning, yet they had been utterly oblivious to his presence. Luo Feng was inwardly astonished. It was as if the man had not existed in the space around them. Unbelievable. Wait. As Luo Feng tried to recall the man's appearance, he was shocked to realize he could only remember those entrancing eyes, unable to recall any other features. You 3. Come here, Instructor Jiang Yin called, smiling at them. Let us head to the training hall. They entered the spacious training hall, where a plump elderly man retrieved 3 copies of the martial artist practical assessment contracts. This practical assessment is dangerous, should you be killed by a monster during the process. Our Extreme Martial Arts Hall bears no responsibility. However, the death rate is quite low, he stated. Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang exchanged glances as they reviewed the contracts. While the death rate was low, the rate of serious injury was not insignificant. A burly bald man remarked grimly. The practical assessment is a life and death struggle with monsters. This is merely the foundational level of combat. Once you venture into hazardous areas to hunt monsters alone, the dangers will be far greater than this assessment. If you cannot pass this stage, you lack the qualifications to become a martial artist. Without hesitation, the 3 signed their names on the contracts. Good. Today is July 1st, and the practical assessment is a month away. Use this time wisely to prepare. Instructor Jiang Yin advised. As he spoke, Instructor Jiang Yin approached the keyboard nearby, swiftly pressing a series of keys. Soon, a vast translucent screen materialized upon the wall of the training hall, displaying an article titled Gene Original Energy Cultivation Method. Luo Feng couldn't help but hold his breath. The strength of martial artists is remarkable. Some elite warriors can move at speeds that surpass the sound barrier, capable of cleaving through steel plates several meters thick. Of course, the current prowess of Luo Feng and his peers pales in comparison to those legendary figures. What accounts for the might of martial artists? It is, indeed, the gene original energy. During the Great Nirvana period, humanity was afflicted by the RR virus, which led to the development of antibodies, resulting in natural enhancements and optimizations of the human genome. Instructor Jiang Yin smiled as he explained that when genetic optimization reaches a certain threshold, one can absorb the subtle energies of the universe, integrating them into every single cell of their body. In this process, continuous evolution and enhancement occur within the bones, cells, blood, organs, skin, and more. Your skeletal structure can become tenfold or even 100-fold harder than diamond. And your internal organs can endure breath-holding underwater for half an hour or even longer. All of this relies on your ability to absorb the energy of the cosmos, infusing it into each cell, thereby transforming it into your own energy. This is the gene original energy. Instructor Jiang Yin pointed to the article on the screen. This is the method for cultivating gene original energy, the 5 hearts toward heaven cultivation method. It is the only method of its kind on Earth. Luo Feng immediately began to scrutinize the article. Gene original energy, the foundation for the optimization and evolution of humanity. So it is as such. Upon careful examination, Luo Feng understood that ordinary individuals cannot cultivate this energy as their genetic optimization is insufficient. Typically, one must achieve a punch force of 900 kilograms, a speed of 25 meters per second, and a neural reaction speed at the qualifying line of a martial artist. When these benchmarks are met, one's genetic optimization will have reached an acceptable level. 90% of aspiring martial artists can commence the cultivation of gene original energy. You may begin to attempt the cultivation of gene original energy over the course of this month, Instructor Jiang Yin stated with a smile. As for the most precious guiding technique, it can only be accessed once you become a martial artist and join my extreme martial arts school or the military, among others. There is only one method for cultivating gene original energy in the world. However, there are millions of variations of guiding techniques globally. The speed of cultivating gene original energy can vary dramatically depending on the guiding technique employed, sometimes differing by dozens of times. Thus, the guiding techniques are the most coveted treasures among various factions. Chapter 13, Joy Instructor, Biong could not help but inquire. The guiding technique is said to be quite miraculous. Just how miraculous is it? How does it manage to enhance the speed of refining genetic primal energy? At that moment, a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair spoke up from within the martial arts hall. Biong, let me explain it this way. If you do not practice the guiding technique and solely rely on the 5 hearts towards heaven method, you may only refine for 5 minutes in a day, and your cells will become saturated, unable to absorb any more energy. However, if you practice the guiding technique, your cells will have a significantly larger capacity. This allows you to cultivate for 8 minutes, even 10 minutes, or up to an hour. The middle-aged man turned to Luo Feng and the others. Do you understand now? Upon hearing this, Luo Feng finally comprehended. The guiding technique essentially increases the daily intake of energy for each cell. Luo Feng mused that the process of cells absorbing cosmic energy and transforming it into genetic primal energy is akin to humans consuming food. If a person can only eat 3 bowls of rice, then the guiding technique would enable them to consume 5 or even 10 bowls. Jiang Yin smiled and added, if you do not practice the guiding technique, the energy your cells can absorb is considered 1 unit. However, once you begin practicing the guiding technique, that energy absorption could potentially increase to 2 units, 3 units, or even more. This means that if you cultivate for 1 year, you might surpass others who have spent a decade in training. This is the allure of the guiding technique. The martial artist present began to engage in lively discussions, clearly fascinated by the guiding technique. In terms of guiding techniques, the world's strongest practitioner, Hong, the global head of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, has developed 9 exceptional guiding techniques. If you join my Extreme Martial Arts Academy and contribute sufficiently, you will have the opportunity to learn these elite techniques. The martial artist laughed and teased Luo Feng and his companions. Instructor, Luo Feng suddenly interjected. Instructor Jiang Yin smiled as he turned to Luo Feng. What is it? Instructor, the silver-haired, black-robed martial artist who left with the chief instructor. How could a mere glance render us powerless to resist? What ability does that represent? Luo Feng had never heard of such a formidable power among martial artists and was filled with curiosity. Instructor Jiang Yin chuckled, and the surrounding martial artists erupted into hearty laughter. Kid, the person who left with the chief instructor is a mentalist. They are far rarer than we martial artists. And although mentalists are generally also martial artists, they are the most formidable among us. A mentalist? Luo Feng was taken aback. In this age of advanced networks, he had encountered descriptions online stating that mentalists are a unique and terrifying presence among martial artists. However, the specifics of their terror were not detailed. You will soon understand the nature of mentalists once you become a martial artist. Instructor Jiang Yin chuckled. All right, today's preliminary martial artist assessment concludes here. You three may return home now. Your preliminary martial artist certificates will be processed and stamped, and your citizen identification information will be entered. It should arrive in a few days, and we will notify you then. Off you go. Yes, instructor. Luo Feng, Yang Wu. And Baiyang immediately turned and left the martial arts hall, monitored by armed guards stationed at the entrance of the community. At the entrance of Mingyue Community, the three of them wore smiles on their faces. I am Baiyang from the 1st Military Academy in Jiangnan. My hometown is in Yangzhou, and since it's summer vacation, I came here for the assessment. Baiyang extended his hand and shook hands with Luo Feng and Yang Wu, expressing his delight in meeting them. The 1st Military Academy in Jiangnan? Luo Feng thought to himself. He had originally intended to enroll in that very institution. I am Luo Feng, and this is Yang Wu. We both train at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Yayan District. Baiyang, my friend, you have a bright future ahead. It's rare for anyone to enter the elite class of our military academy and become a martial artist. Baiyang was eager to make friends, especially with someone as young as Luo Feng who had just stepped into the ranks of preliminary martial artists. Who knows? Luo Feng might become an extraordinary figure in the future. Yang Wu laughed heartily. Let us not dwell on that. It's fate that we three passed the assessment on the same day at the same place. Today is a wonderful day. Let us find a restaurant and enjoy a hearty meal together. Sure, Baiyang replied with a smile. Let us go. Luo Feng chuckled. Having just passed their preliminary martial artist assessment, the three of them were full of vigor as they chose a restaurant to share a meal and chat before parting ways to return home. After drinking a bit at lunch, Luo Feng only remembered to call home to share the good news once he was on the subway. However, with so many people around, he feared that announcing his success in the preliminary martial artist assessment would attract too much attention. Never mind. I'll wait until I'm out of the subway to call. After taking the subway line 1 to Zhong'an Road Station, he exited and transferred to line 11, which required a considerable walk. He wanted to inform his parents and younger brother. Luo Feng was still buzzing with excitement. A preliminary martial artist. After years of financial struggles at home and relentless effort on his part, he had finally achieved something. Standing by the street at Zhong'an Road Station, Luo Feng took out his phone. Beep, beep. After dialing the number, he waited. Hello, his younger brother's voice came through the line. Luo Feng smiled as he replied, It's me. Of course. You should consider who your brother is. I passed the assessment. He laughed. Yes, it's true. All right. Is Mom home? Please let her take the phone. Hello, Mom. It's me, Xiaofeng, Luo Feng said, filled with joy. Hearing his mother's excited voice on the other end brought tears to his eyes, as he had worked tirelessly for this day. Mom, you've asked 3 times already. I really passed the assessment. The preliminary martial artist certificate will arrive at home in a few days. I've already eaten. I had lunch with the other 2 who passed the assessment. Luo Feng chuckled. Oh, you want me to call Dad? Don't worry, Mom, I won't forget. Yes, I understand. After hanging up, a smile spread across Luo Feng's face. He felt joy and satisfaction. After striving for so long, honing his agility and swordsmanship since childhood. Was it not for this very day? Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Luo Feng finally dialed his father's number. In their home, his father, Luo Honghua, was the pillar of the family. Before he became a senior student at the Martial Arts Academy, the family's expenses had largely depended on his father's hard work. Although his mother worked, much of her energy was devoted to caring for her 2 sons, especially since one of them had a disability. His father's job in home renovation was grueling, often leading to back pain and injuries. Dad, from now on, you won't have to work so hard. Luo Feng silently promised himself. Beep beep. The sounds of the phone rang as Luo Feng patiently waited for his father to pick up. Chapter 14. Are you seeking your own demise? Why didn't you answer the phone? It's past 12. It should be lunchtime. My father and the others are renovating, and they usually take a break around noon. They ought to be answering the phone. Luo Feng, puzzled, tapped the phone location tracking function on his screen, which swiftly displayed a map of Yangzhou City. A red dot marked his own location, while a green dot indicated his father's phone's position, not far from where he was. Luo Feng realized his father's whereabouts and couldn't help but smile. He was eager to share the news of his becoming a quasi-warrior. Promptly, he followed the map's directions to Yian District, Tiandu Garden Community. Quickly, move your things faster. You need to take a break for lunch. We need to eat as well, urged Zhang Haobai, dressed in a white t-shirt and white trousers, as he stood in the private courtyard of one of the community's row houses, flanked by 3 stern-looking bodyguards. Sir, please don't rush. This furniture is valuable, and we must handle it with care, one of the workers urged, as a truck loaded with well-packaged wooden furniture stood on the community road outside the courtyard. In this era, wooden furniture is a rare luxury, as most people reside in urban-based areas where trees are scarce, primarily used for aesthetic purposes. Outside these urban centers, abundant trees grow, but they are also home to monsters, making the cost of harvesting and transporting timber exorbitantly high. Most households today have plastic furniture, with the higher-end options being glass. Wooden products are not affordable for the average family. Be careful. The employees of the decorating company cautiously unloaded the heavy furniture from the truck. 3 workers then carefully carried the pieces into the private courtyard. Take care. This is solid wood furniture made from premium materials. If you damage it, your boss will surely be displeased, Zhang Haobai reminded, his brow furrowed. The furniture was hefty, weighing over 1,000 pounds, and the workers struggled under its weight. Let us take a breather, then we'll carry it all in one go, one of the workers suggested. Set it down here, gently, slowly. The 3 employees carefully placed the furniture on the courtyard floor, straightened up, and exhaled deeply. Old Luo, I'm starving, one tall employee from the renovation company remarked, stretching his limbs. Once we finish this set, there are still 2 more to go. After we're done, we'll all go for a meal. Luo Hongguo replied cheerfully to his 2 colleagues, wiping the sweat from his brow. It was July, nearing 1 in the afternoon, the hottest part of the day. Moving over 1,000 pounds of valuable furniture was indeed grueling labor. Faster, Zhang Haobai urged impatiently. All right. Luo Hongguo bent down to grab the furniture. Let us put our backs into it and get this set inside. On 3, 1, 2, 3 lift. The 3 men heaved the furniture cautiously up the steps, soon entering the house, returning outside moments later. As they passed by Zhang Haobai, the scent of their sweat wafted into the air, causing him to wrinkle his nose in distaste. Poor people are just poor people. They'll be stuck doing this kind of labor their whole lives. Zhang Haobai thought to himself. Coming from a wealthy family, he inherently held a disdain for those at the bottom of society, viewing them as lacking the spirit of ambition and deserving of their hardships. Be careful not to hit the door, Luo Hongguo cautioned, as they carefully maneuvered the furniture. Their clothes were drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration trickling down their foreheads and rolling into their collars. Taking a moment to rest outside, Luo Hongguo and his colleagues set the furniture down gently to catch their breath. On 3 again. 1, 2, 3, lift. Despite their fatigue, they had been doing this for 2 or 3 decades and were accustomed to it, knowing their limits well enough to minimize mistakes. After a brief respite, they moved to carry the final set of furniture. It's so hot. Zhang Haobai looked up at the sky. Wangge, after this, let us go to the restaurant nearby for a meal. Thank you, young master, the 3 bodyguards replied cheerfully. Zhang Haobai glanced at the 3 workers moving the last set of furniture and let out a low huff of disdain. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a piece of marble in the courtyard that was used for paving. Noticing a crack in one slab, an imperfection he caused during a spar with the bodyguards a few days prior. Zhang Haobai's eyes sparkled. He was low on pocket money and saw an opportunity. At that moment, Luo Hongguo and the others were lifting the 3rd set of furniture. Suddenly, a ringtone echoed. And Luo Hongguo felt a surge of excitement. It must be Xiao Feng calling. However, as he was occupied with moving the furniture, he couldn't answer the call and resolved to return it once he set the pieces down. After resting outside, they gently placed the furniture down. Luo Hongguo pulled out his phone, saw that it was his son calling, and smiled as he prepared to return the call. What is going on here? A sharp voice interrupted. I told you to be careful. What are you doing? Zhang Haobai's face darkened as he pointed angrily at the marble pavement, which was now damaged by the furniture. Look at what you've done. This is Nanshan marble, only obtainable outside the urban base area. Each slab costs tens of thousands. Can you afford to pay for this? The three workers looked down and indeed saw a small crack in one of the marble slabs beneath the furniture. Humph. I'll be contacting your company's owner about this. Zhang Haobai seethed. Wang Gu, you have their number, right? Call them. We need the owner here. There's no point in talking to these workers. I have their number. One bodyguard named Wang immediately pulled out his phone and began dialing. The three workers exchanged glances. Concerned. Wait a moment, the tall employee from the decorating company interjected. That crack was already there. I've seen it before. Still trying to argue? What use is that? Zhang Haobai scoffed. Luo Hongwa furrowed his brow, knowing well that disputes like these could be troublesome. Companies often valued their reputation. And if they were extorted without evidence proving the crack was caused by their employees, the company would likely have to compensate. If the company lost money, then the three workers responsible for the move would surely have their wages docked. Let us just get the furniture inside first, Luo Hongwa suggested. Stepping forward to lift the furniture again. Inside? Zhang Haobai stepped up, shoving Luo Hongwa aside, glaring at the three workers. Don't try any tricks. The furniture is resting on the marble. That's evidence. You think you can just move it inside and deny everything? Humph. I have encountered such petty tactics numerous times. We shall speak when your boss arrives. Lao Luo, Lao Luo. The other two workers hurried to assist Luo Hongwa, who had been pushed and fallen to the ground. I am fine, Luo Hongwa said, rubbing his shoulder. How could you push someone like that? We are not the ones who damaged this marble. What are you doing? The two workers glared fiercely, their anger palpable. These laborers feared neither heaven nor earth, and if provoked, they would not hesitate to fight, even if they were arrested. They had nothing to lose. The police would generally release them without issue. Do not act tough with me. Zhang Haobai swiftly delivered 2 kicks to the stomachs of the 2 workers. Puff, puff. They were sent sprawling to the ground. Humph. Do not act arrogantly without knowing your place, Zhang Haobai sneered, confident in his family's connections in the Yan district. Beating a few ordinary laborers was hardly a concern. Old Tian, big monkey, are you all right? Luo Hongwa exclaimed, growing anxious. You young man, how can you behave like this? He scolded. Zhang Haobai caught a whiff of Luo Hongwa's sweat and frowned, waving his hand. Wang Gu, have your men teach them a lesson and make them quiet. Young master. It's the decoration company on the line. The bodyguard named Wang handed over his mobile phone. Ah, yes, Zhang Haobai waved his hand. And the 3 bodyguards went to deal with the workers. Meanwhile, he took the phone. Yes, this is from Tiandu Garden. Please have your boss, Mr. Ho. Come to the phone. Mr. Ho, what is going on with your delivery personnel today? They are so careless that they have cracked the marble pathway in my courtyard. Send someone immediately to handle this. If this issue is not resolved, do not expect the final payment for the furniture. Before he could finish, a thunderous voice echoed from outside the courtyard. At that moment, Luo Hongwa and the 3 workers were cornered by the 3 towering bodyguards, their bodies marked with footprints. The 3 bodyguards and Zhang Haobai turned to see a blurred figure rushing into the courtyard. Zhang Haobai recognized him immediately and shouted, Luo Feng. How dare you come to my home and strike me? You scoundrel. Luo Feng's gaze fell upon his father, drenched in sweat and covered in footprints. Hunched over in the corner, and his eyes reddened. For so many years, his father had endured such arduous labor, only to be treated with disdain. Today, he had to endure this humiliation. One of the slightly shorter and stockier bodyguards stepped forward with a sneer. Get out of my way, Luo Feng roared, swiftly delivering a heavy kick. The stocky bodyguard attempted to block with his right arm. Thud. The powerful kick sent him flying backwards several meters before he fell. The other 2 bodyguards jumped back in shock. Luo Feng, how dare you come to my home to confront my men? Zhang Haobai glared, shouting, You seek death. It is you who seeks death. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with fury as he gritted his teeth and shouted back. Chapter 15. I will collaborate with your work, bring it on. Let's go together. Zhang Haobai, infuriated, shouted with a flushed face, his anger palpable. How dare Luo Feng come to his home and wreak havoc, assaulting his bodyguard? Be cautious, this guy is quite formidable, muttered the stout, short bodyguard as he groaned on the ground, nursing his injured belly, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, unable to rise. You've got some guts, kid, remarked the bodyguard surnamed Wang, along with another bodyguard, as they quickly surrounded Luo Feng. Having witnessed Luo Feng's earlier display of strength, they were not about to take him lightly. Meanwhile, Luo Feng had already rushed to his father, Luo Hongwa's side, but before he could utter a word, Luo Hongwa cautioned. I'm fine, Xiao Feng. Watch out behind you. In an instant, the two bodyguards attacked Luo Feng from either side, while Zhang Haobai stealthily approached. The three joined forces. Humph! Luo Feng caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, swiftly pivoted, utilizing the rotational momentum to unleash a powerful strike with his right arm. His palm sharpened like a blade. Whoosh! The gust of wind preceded the blow. This is bad. The bodyguard surnamed Wang's expression shifted as he raised both arms to block Luo Feng's horizontal strike. Thud. The sound of impact reverberated. Luo Feng's hand struck heavily against the arms of the bodyguard, who felt as if his limbs were no longer his own, pain rendering him momentarily numb. Instinctively, he recoiled, letting out a cry. I've broken my right arm. What? Zhang Haobai, who was prepared to engage, was taken aback. The three bodyguards were all advanced students at a martial arts school, and logically, Luo Feng, being an advanced student as well, should not have been able to fracture the arm of a fellow practitioner with just one blow. This is troubling. With the bodyguard surnamed Wang incapacitated, only the tall, dark-clad bodyguard remained. Seeing his companions defeated, he was filled with both shock and fury. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward with a swift kick followed by a punch. Swish. Swish. Yet, Luo Feng was agile, easily evading both attacks with a couple of sidesteps before retaliating with a fierce chopping strike. His right hand was raised high, akin to the legendary warrior Guan Yu wielding his blade, coming down fiercely. It was too fast. The dark-clad bodyguard, unable to dodge in time, could only raise his arms to block, gritting his teeth in defiance. As Luo Feng's formidable strike descended, fear began to seep into the heart of the bodyguard. Bang! The dark-clad bodyguard felt his arms go numb, the force of Luo Feng's strike overwhelming him, causing him to kneel on the ground under the immense pressure. How was this possible? Zhang Haobai, who had intended to launch a sneak attack, was now paralyzed with fear. Three bodyguards, one incapacitated, another with a broken arm, and the last kneeling on the ground from a devastating blow. Zhang Haobai. Luo Feng's eyes blazed with fury, akin to a predator ready to strike. What are you doing? Luo Feng? What do you intend? Zhang Haobai retreated 2 steps, shouting angrily, This is my home. You intruded and injured my people, and you dare to act so arrogantly. How dare you touch my father? Luo Feng's fist clenched, his muscles taut like steel, veins bulging grotesquely, radiating an intimidating aura. I don't even know who your father is. How could I have hurt him? Zhang Haobai suddenly narrowed his eyes, glancing at the 3 workers in the distance, dirty and covered in footprints. In that moment, he understood why Luo Feng had barged in without inquiry. Confronted by Luo Feng's fierce demeanor, Zhang Haobai shouted, Luo Feng, I warn you. Bang! Luo Feng's swift kick landed squarely on Zhang Haobai's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground, his face flushed. Warning? Nonsense. Luo Feng seized Zhang Haobai by the collar, lifting him off the ground, rendering him suspended in midair. You. Zhang Haobai struggled to speak, but the pressure on his neck made it difficult to breathe, let alone articulate words. Put the homeowner down. A commanding voice echoed from afar, and a contingent of armed security guards rushed forward, wielding batons. The security personnel were well aware that the community was equipped with surveillance cameras, and the moment the altercation began, the guards were alerted. The residents of the villas were not ordinary families. They were cautious and made haste to intervene, even contacting the authorities. Luo Feng glanced at the approaching guards with a cold smile, then tossed Zhang Haobai aside, who landed on the lawn. His white shirt stained green with grass. Dad, are you all right? Luo Feng approached his father, Luo Honghua. I'm fine. Just some minor injuries, Luo Honghua replied, observing the 3 bodyguards struggling to rise and the grim-faced Zhang Haobai. He whispered with concern, Xiaofeng, your strikes were too harsh. You've injured them badly. The medical expenses will be substantial, and they might even sue you. Indeed, Xiaofeng, your actions were excessive, chimed in another worker, worry evident in his voice. Not excessive. It was well-deserved. They never regarded us as equals, retorted a taller worker angrily. The security guards were aware of the affluent families residing in the community, recognizing the 3 bodyguards as elite protectors, all advanced martial arts students. Yet now, seeing them severely injured, the guards hesitated to confront Luo Feng. After all, as security personnel, they were merely earning a living. No one wished to end up like the 3 bodyguards, sustaining serious injuries. Suddenly, the sound of police sirens pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention as a police car came to a halt at the entrance of Zhang's residence. 4 officers swiftly exited the vehicle. The police are here. The security guards immediately stepped aside. This is bad. The police have arrived. Luo Honghua and the others were startled. Luo Hongwa quickly pulled Luo Feng aside, speaking urgently. Xiao Feng, you've injured someone. It could get complicated at the police station. Don't panic. I will find a lawyer for you. Dad, I passed the preliminary martial artist examination. Luo Feng whispered. That single statement eased Luo Hongwa's anxiety, allowing him to exhale deeply. Really? That's wonderful. Xiao Feng, you've passed the examination. The police cannot apprehend you now. As a preliminary martial artist, one only needed to pass practical assessments to attain martial artist status, meeting the required physical standards, thus qualifying for genetic cultivation. Consequently, the law stipulated that any matters involving preliminary martial artists fell under the jurisdiction of the District Security Bureau. Naturally, Jiangnan City was overseen by the Jiangnan Security Bureau, and regular police departments lacked the authority to detain such individuals. However, Luo Feng added, but Dad, after passing the examination, I need to wait for the approval from the higher authorities. It will take a few days for the preliminary martial artist certificate to be sent to our home and recorded in my citizen identity information. Thus, from a legal standpoint, he was not yet a preliminary martial artist. Only after a few days would he officially hold that status. In the meantime, should any trouble arise, he could simply notify the Extreme Martial Arts School to provide assurance that he had indeed passed the examination. This would allow him to be released from the police station without complications. Luo Feng concluded, however, if there are no issues, there is no need to make a fuss. It was merely a matter of spending a few days at the police station. By then, should I wish to stay, they would not dare to detain me. Luo Hongwa nodded. Luo Feng. Two police officers approached, one of them bellowing, how dare you trespass into a private residence and inflict serious injury upon someone? Come. Accompany us to the station. Officers, I shall fully cooperate with your inquiries, Luo Feng replied with a smile, stepping forward. However, it seems you have only one vehicle, which may not suffice for all of us. This left the two police officers momentarily taken aback. Rest assured, I have a car at home. Zhang Haobai turned to the leading officer among the four, saying, Uncle Lu, my 3 bodyguards and I have all sustained injuries at his hands. We are all witnesses. We should all be taken along. The officer referred to as Uncle Lu waved his hand in agreement. Luo Feng. Zhang Haobai cast a furious glance at Luo Feng, his resentment boiling over. The grievances accumulated over 3 years of high school were one matter, but now, having been beaten again by Luo Feng, he was reminded of a past incident at the martial arts school where he had also been bested. This time, Luo Feng, you may not escape unscathed. How could you have injured my bodyguards so severely? This could constitute a criminal case. I shall see you imprisoned for several years. We shall see how arrogant you remain. Luo Feng smiled as he boarded the police car with the officers. Chapter 16. The detention center. The cold, dimly lit room felt eerily empty, with a chill seeping in that made one shiver involuntarily. Is this the interrogation room? Luo Feng appeared curious, scrutinizing the space. Left alone in this gloomy chamber, with the air conditioning set so low, was this a psychological tactic? In truth, the so-called interrogation had yet to commence, and Luo Feng had already claimed victory. Having passed the preliminary martial artist assessment, Luo Feng was unperturbed by the police's methods. Outside the interrogation room, in the monitoring area, several officers observed the footage. A young female officer expressed her confusion. Chief, why does this young man show no reaction? Most people, after half an hour in here, become anxious and disoriented. Don't underestimate him, replied a bald, middle-aged officer with a grin. His civic identity indicates he is a senior student at a martial arts academy. Moreover, he has injured 4 senior students. One who is injured 4? How impressive. Could he be a preliminary martial artist? That would complicate matters, interjected a young male officer. He's not a preliminary martial artist. His civic identity makes that clear, the bald officer stated. Come on, Xiaoyang, let us go in and question him. Yes, Chief. Inside the interrogation room, Luo Feng had already been there for over half an hour. You're here? He greeted the 2 officers with a smile as they entered. The bald officer was momentarily startled by the young man's unexpected calmness, and he and the other young officer took their seats at the interrogation table. Apologies for the delay. We were questioning a few others, the bald officer said with a friendly demeanor. No problem, Luo Feng replied. What about the 3 workers from the decoration company? Where are they now? We've sent them home, the bald officer responded, appearing quite amiable. Luo Feng nodded, understanding that his father, Luo Hongwa, and the others were the victims in this incident, which made their release straightforward. The 3 workers from the decoration company, along with Zhang Haobai and his 3 bodyguards, have already recounted their version of events. The facts are quite unfavorable for you. Do you have anything to say? The bald officer fixed his gaze on Luo Feng, knowing that most would defend themselves upon hearing such unfavorable news. Luo Feng smiled. I have nothing to say. Zhang Haobai and his 3 bodyguards are nothing but scum. They dared to attack my father. I merely taught them a lesson. Both the bald officer and the young male officer were taken aback. Bang! The young male officer slammed the table and rose in anger. Luo Feng, you better behave. This is the police station. Don't be so arrogant. Arrogant? I'm merely stating the facts. Luo Feng replied with a smile. That is all I have to say. The bald officer furrowed his brow. Luo Feng, your blatant arrogance will not serve you well. This statement will be detrimental in court, given your ruthlessness and your intent. It's entirely possible you could face several years in prison. It would be wise to clarify things. I have nothing to clarify. Luo Feng shook his head. The bald officer scrutinized Luo Feng, who remained silent in anticipation. Finally, the bald officer waved his hand dismissively. All right then, just don't regret this later. Take him away. Luo Feng stood up with a smile as 2 male officers entered swiftly to escort him out. In the detention center of Yian District, situated adjacent to the police station, the current societal trend of martial artists had led to a surge in brawls and conflicts, resulting in a significant number of individuals being detained. Each district housed a specific detention center for such individuals, and today, Luo Feng found himself among them. Clad in standard gray prison attire, Luo Feng was confined. 299. This is your cell. Step inside, the guard instructed as he pushed Luo Feng through the door and locked it behind him. Most inmates were there for fighting, theft, or driving under the influence, along with some awaiting trial. Luo Feng's incident could be considered serious or trivial, depending on perspective. On the lighter side, it was merely a case of assaulting a few individuals. However, if it went to court, there was indeed a chance Luo Feng could face imprisonment, provided he was not a preliminary martial artist. Inside the cell, a heavily tattooed bald man lay on the lower bunk, while an older man was dutifully massaging his shoulders. The bald man glanced at Luo Feng and smirked. Hey, newcomer. You look soft. Come over and give my legs a rub. Luo Feng observed the bald man with curiosity, recalling tales of the rampant bullying of the weak in prison. However, this was his first encounter with it. Are you deaf? The bald man barked, suddenly standing up. Intrigued, Luo Feng responded playfully. Are you looking for trouble? The bald man, feeling disrespected, swung his large hand toward Luo Feng's head. With a slight movement, Luo Feng swiftly extended his right hand, seizing the bald man's wrist with the precision of a striking serpent. What's this? The bald man exclaimed, realizing he couldn't escape as if his arm were trapped in iron. Panic swept over his face. He understood he had underestimated the situation. You want me to rub your legs? Luo Feng tightened his grip while twisting the bald man's arm, causing him to bend over in pain. Brother, I didn't recognize your strength. Please spare me. He pleaded, cries of pain escaping his lips. With a forceful motion, Luo Feng flung the bald man, who stumbled and collided with the wall. If you still want me to rub your legs, just let me know, Luo Feng teased, before effortlessly leaping onto the upper bunk. The bald man slumped against the wall, nursing his aching wrist. The older man and a lean young man on another bunk exchanged glances between the wounded bald man and the now perched Luo Feng. What happened? Wang? A guard standing at the cell door chuckled. Who did this to you? Oh, by the way, let me warn you. This newcomer injured 4 senior martial artists before being locked up. Be careful not to provoke him. With that, the guard hummed a tune and departed. You should have mentioned that earlier, the bald man realized in fright, glancing up at Luo Feng. 1 person injuring 4 senior martial artists? How terrifying. Meanwhile, as Luo Feng lay on his bunk, he recalled the gene origin cultivation method he had read about at the Extreme Club. Well, since I have nothing else to do in here, I might as well try cultivating this gene origin energy tonight when it's dark. Martial artists possess unparalleled abilities because of the gene origin energy. As Luo Feng contemplated practicing this energy in his cell, not far from the police station in Yian District, within a KTV establishment, 2 young men were seen embracing a young woman, singing loudly in a private room. One of these young men was Zhang Haobai. All right, you 2 can leave now, Zhang Haobai waved dismissively. With that, only Zhang Haobai and a bespectacled young man remained in the room. Brother Zhou, I invited you here today to ask for a favor, Zhang Haobai began. Feel free to speak, the bespectacled young man replied generously. If I can help, I certainly will. There is someone named Luo Feng. That scoundrel always opposes me. Zhang Haobai, seething with anger, spat as he recounted how this individual had injured 3 of my family's bodyguards and given me a beating as well. I find myself utterly unable to vent my frustration. Currently, this man is confined in a detention center, and I wish to enlist Brother Zhou's assistance in teaching Luo Feng a lesson through the personnel inside the facility. Oh, that's quite feasible. However, enlisting the help of those within the detention center will require some financial compensation, the bespectacled youth remarked, frowning. Money is not an issue. I have 100,000 yuan at hand. Upon successful completion of the task, I shall provide another 100,000, Zhang Haobai declared, tossing a leather bag nearby. Haha. Splendid. As long as it doesn't involve murder, I can arrange for 20,000 yuan, the bespectacled youth replied, nodding without even glancing at the wallet. Now, what form of retribution do you envision for Luo Feng? Break one of his legs and one of his arms. Zhang Haobai gritted his teeth. Very well. That is a straightforward request, the bespectacled youth readily agreed. Zhang Haobai cautioned, Brother Zhou, do remember that Luo Feng is not someone to be trifled with. He has already injured my 3 bodyguards. Rest assured, the bespectacled youth replied with a confident smile, you may put your mind at ease and simply await the good news. Chapter 17. In the depths of night, in the dead of night, the sky was devoid of both moonlight and stars. The cell where Luo Feng resided was enveloped in darkness, save for a faint glimmer of light filtering in from the corridor outside. The rhythmic sound of snoring echoed within the confines, indicating that it was indeed the hour of slumber. Suddenly, the figure of Luo Feng, who had been resting on the upper bunk to the left, sat upright, his feet intertwined, with the soles facing upwards, and his hands resting on his thighs, palms upward. His back straightened in a posture of focus. According to the article he had encountered at the Extreme Limit Pavilion, there existed only one method of cultivating genetic primordial energy in the world, the 5 hearts towards the heavens technique. Generally, those who met the physical standards of a martial artist could embark on this path of cultivation. Luo Feng inhaled deeply, recalling the article's assertion that the initial sensation was the most arduous. To absorb the cosmic energies that permeated the universe, one must first be able to sense their presence. The article stated that this energy was ubiquitous on Earth and even in the vast cosmos. However, the majority of humanity remained oblivious to its existence. Once one could achieve the sensation, the absorption would become a straightforward endeavor. Typically, prodigies could sense these energies on their first day of practice, whereas those with lesser talents might require a year or more to achieve the same. Adjusting his breath, Luo Feng maintained the 5 hearts towards the heavens position, where 5 hearts referred to the 2 soles, the 2 palms, and the biwi point atop the head. Inhaling and exhaling, he gradually calmed his breath, striving to quiet his mind. His body relaxed, and he naturally assumed the posture of 5 hearts towards the heavens. His heart sought tranquility, as serene as a placid lake reflecting the sky. Luo Feng possessed commendable self-control, and he soon found himself enveloped in stillness, his breaths becoming nearly imperceptible. A minute passed, then 2, 30 minutes, an hour. Suddenly, Luo Feng's eyes flew open. Where was this so-called cosmic energy? Why could he not feel it? Surely, his heart had reached an unprecedented calm. Was it truly as the article suggested, that prodigies could sense it within a day, while those with lesser gifts might require a year and a half? Determined, he closed his eyes once more, attempting to perceive the cosmic energy purported to exist in every corner around him. Relaxed and serene, these were the 2 crucial aspects emphasized in the 5 hearts towards the heavens technique. Yet, after another half hour, he opened his eyes again. Now acutely aware of the formidable challenge that lay in the first step of cultivating genetic primordial energy, sensing. One last attempt, he resolved, if unsuccessful, he would have to wait until tomorrow night. Hopeful, he closed his eyes again, seeking to quiet his mind and sense the cosmic energy. Time trickled by, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour, and 20 minutes. Why had he not succeeded yet? In this near-meditative state, his thoughts began to slow. Gradually, in this state of near sleep, the faintest desire to sense the cosmic energy lingered within him. Yet, as time flowed, he found himself drifting towards slumber. After all, even a normal person would likely succumb to sleep after half an hour of closing their eyes at night, let alone the 3 hours he had persevered. On the brink of sleep, Luo Feng had nearly forgotten about sensing the cosmic energy. It felt so comfortable. In this state of near slumber, he vaguely sensed wisps of energy penetrating through the soles of his feet, the palms of his hands, and the biwi point at the crown of his head, gradually seeping into his being at an excruciatingly slow pace. What was this? Luo Feng, caught in a half-awake state, realized with a start, it was cosmic energy. He jolted awake, his eyes widening in astonishment as the earlier sensation vanished entirely. To his surprise, He had inadvertently sensed the cosmic energy just as he was about to fall asleep. I felt it. I truly felt it. That must have been the cosmic energy. A wave of excitement surged within him. According to the article, once one reached the threshold of a quasi-martial artist, the vast majority could cultivate genetic primordial energy. Even if he had not consciously sensed it, his body, in a state of unawareness, would absorb it at an exceedingly slow pace. Luo Feng understood that his earlier sensation likely indicated his body instinctively absorbing the cosmic energy, albeit at a painfully slow rate. That was the feeling. He closed his eyes once more, attempting to sense it again, gradually calming his breath and quieting his heart. His consciousness focused entirely on the soles of his feet, the palms of his hands, and the Bai point atop his head, as he endeavored to perceive the faint wisps he had sensed previously. In a state of dreamy half-awareness, it seemed he was beginning to grasp that sensation once more, yet it also felt elusive. Gradually, the feeling became clearer. Yes, there it was. A faint, delicate essence drifted, only penetrating when close to his soles, the speed of absorption painfully slow. This was cosmic energy, with his consciousness centered on the 5 hearts. He naturally emanated the intent to absorb cosmic energy. Instantly, the rate of absorption through his soles, palms, and Bai point surged, increasing nearly 100-fold in an instant. Initially, the cosmic energy seeped into Luo Feng's being like a single drop of water leaking from a crack in a pipe. Now, the crack had widened, transforming into a steady stream flowing into him. An exhilarating tremor coursed through Luo Feng's entire being as the formless, colorless cosmic energy infiltrated him and was ravenously consumed by every cell in his body. As the cosmic energy entered his cells, it was swiftly absorbed by the mitochondria within, releasing a peculiar energy that was rapidly disseminated throughout the cell. The entire cell began to undergo tremendous changes. The DNA blueprint experienced minute alterations, and the cells began to divide, splitting into 2. Seconds ticked by. Luo Feng's body underwent a continuous transformation. Every aspect, from the surface of his skin, muscles, and bones, to the innermost cells, including the very essence of his genes, experienced subtle changes, an evolution of life, and optimization of his genetic blueprint. As the cultivation method elucidated, since birth, the human body had never consciously absorbed cosmic energy, remaining in a state of perpetual hunger. Thus, the first absorption would yield the most substantial results, propelling an unprecedented enhancement in strength. Luo Feng felt an intrinsic transformation occurring within him, a metamorphosis from the inside out. The cosmic energy that existed abundantly across the earth and the universe was now being absorbed, albeit a mere fraction of it, yet for Luo Feng, it represented his most astonishing growth thus far. Bone density increased, cellular volume diminished as one cell divided into 2, muscle tissue underwent optimization, and naturally, Luo Feng's weight began to rise. Life was indeed remarkable. Within the depths of his mind, unbeknownst to Luo Feng, as cosmic energy continued to surge in, it penetrated the recesses of his brain. Since his birth, there had only been 3 tremors in that deep cerebral domain, each leading to episodes of unconsciousness. Yet tonight, with the influx of cosmic energy, a transformation unlike the previous 3 occurred. This alteration was far subtler. Luo Feng, engrossed in his cultivation, remained entirely unaware. As dawn broke and the sun began to rise, the sounds of the guardhouse echoed through the morning air, signaling the arrival of a new day. The inmates in their respective cells began to rise, and after sitting cross-legged for a considerable time, Luo Feng finally opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile. Indeed, this was the first time in his life that he had intentionally absorbed cosmic energy, and remarkably, he had done so for nearly 2 hours, reaching a state of saturation. Luo Feng could feel the immense power coursing through his body, significantly more potent than before. This night's enhancement seemed to surpass even the physical improvements he experienced after his last examination-induced fainting. He felt that his strength could now reach approximately 1,500 kilograms, possibly even more. The exact extent of his enhancement could only be determined through thorough testing. Breakfast is ready. Breakfast is ready. Numerous suspects from the detention center exited their cells to partake in their morning meal. Luo Feng promptly leaped from his bunk, brushing his teeth and washing his face in preparation for breakfast. At that moment, 3 inmates clad in prison garb passed by Luo Feng's cell, one of whom called out, "Baldy Huang, I heard a skilled fighter has arrived in your cell, having injured 4 advanced students from the Martial Arts Academy." "Brother Lu, he is indeed formidable," replied the bald, robust man with a smile from inside his cell. "Oh," the 3 inmates exchanged glances, and one of them whispered, "It can't be wrong. His cell, age, and strength all match. Brother Zhou must be referring to him." Chapter 18. The Brawl Inside the Detention Center. After breakfast, the prisoners returned to their cells one by one. In the third cell from the left on the southern side of the corridor, 4 inmates lay quietly on their beds. One of the stout men whispered, "Brother." I spoke with Big Lee during breakfast, and he nodded in agreement. We can have 3 of our own experts join Big Lee's 2 strong men, making a total of 5. We should have no problem dealing with that fellow named Luo Feng. But that Luo Feng is said to be able to take on 4 advanced students from martial arts schools. He is quite formidable, replied a burly man with a black dog tattoo. Besides us, Brother Zhou has also enlisted the Cobra's help. Even if we fail, the Cobra will surely succeed, a one-eyed middle-aged man said in a low voice. The Cobra? The stout man and the burly man jumped in surprise. Indeed. It's a coincidence that the Cobra is also detained here, the one-eyed man nodded. With the Cobra involved, success is guaranteed, the stout man exclaimed excitedly, but added, however, brother, we have yet to see what the Cobra is truly like. We will finalize our plans during lunch with Big Lee, the one-eyed man replied quietly. Unless something unexpected occurs. We will strike during the communal dinner tonight. Remember to bring your weapons. These so-called weapons are merely blades and sharpened toothbrush handles. Although inspections in the detention center are strict, they cannot compare to those in maximum security prisons. Even in those facilities, influential individuals can smuggle in firearms and ammunition. After all, no matter how stringent the system, human execution always leaves room for loopholes. Of course, the inmates here are just small fry, wielding only blades, shards of glass, and other sharp weapons. In the evening, as Luo Feng stepped out of his cell, other prisoners in the corridor greeted him respectfully. His impressive feat of injuring 4 advanced martial arts students the previous night had spread throughout the detention center, and nearly everyone was aware of this young man's ferocity. In the communal dining hall, which was essentially a closed-off area, there were numerous long silver tables. Everything in the detention center was tolerable, except for the poor quality of the food. Having successfully refined his genetic energy last night, Luo Feng felt elated throughout the day. He approached the counter and received a plastic food container filled with a sludgy meal. Upon inspection, the meal resembled gray mud, with a hint of potato flavor. This is the infamous biological meal, Luo Feng shook his head. Though it had gained a reputation, in reality, it was considered some of the worst food in society. Eating such a meal would cost an individual only 50 cents a day, highlighting its incredibly low production cost. The Silver Hall, with its silver tables and benches, was filled with inmates collecting their meals. Luo Feng sat at a long table, beginning to eat the biological meal. At that moment, a skinny boy wearing glasses sat beside him, and after a few bites, he exclaimed in disgust, "Even pigs and dogs eat better than this. Quick, you lost. Give me 2 cigarettes. What are you talking about?" The Silver Hall was filled with the chatter of over 100 inmates, creating a chaotic atmosphere. 2 guards stood outside the railing, lazily glancing inside, while chatting amongst themselves. Meanwhile, cameras in the corners of the hall continuously recorded everything happening inside. Suddenly, a one-eyed man sat at a long table about 3 meters to Luo Feng's right. He cast a glance at Luo Feng and smiled. "You must be Luo Feng?" Luo Feng returned the glance. "Who are you?" "My surname is Long," the one-eyed man grinned. "One-eyed dragon," a low voice interrupted as a short, stout man sat opposite him, flanked by 2 towering figures. The stout man sneered. "It was your men who attacked my brother yesterday while we were out for fresh air, right? How do you intend to resolve this?" "Get lost." The one-eyed man rolled his eyes and shouted, "Leave fatty, you'd better get away from me. If you anger me, don't blame me for being rude." The short, stout man's eyes glinted coldly as he replied with a sneer, "One-eyed dragon, it seems you don't want to negotiate, huh?" Luo Feng, casually eating his meal, glanced over and found the situation amusing. It was clear to him that 2 powerful figures in the prison were about to clash. "Negotiate? You think you can talk to me? Get out," the one-eyed dragon shouted. "To hell with it. Attack." The stout man's face twisted with rage, and he shouted fiercely. Instantly, the 2 towering figures beside the stout man sprang into action. One of them overturned the silver table and swung it towards the one-eyed dragon, while the other delivered a swift kick aimed at him. "How dare you strike my boss? Brothers, attack." The entire Silver Hall erupted into chaos. A prisoner grabbed a stool and smashed it into the camera in the corner of the hall. The first thing during a large-scale brawl in the detention center was to destroy the cameras. Without concrete evidence, the guards would have no choice but to take the prisoner's word for the events that transpired. Inside the Silver Hall, the one-eyed dragon raised his right arm to block the kick from the towering man, but the blow was heavy, causing him to stagger back several steps until he collided with Luo Feng. The two towering figures advanced, and the one-eyed dragon's underlings surged forward, drawing Luo Feng into the very heart of the brawl. Finding himself amidst the chaos, Luo Feng stood up. He had no desire to get involved. Just then, a stout man from the one-eyed dragon's side rushed towards him, brandishing a sharp spike made from a long screw. Meanwhile, the previously staggering one-eyed dragon revealed a blade fixed with plastic and thrust it towards Luo Feng. Suddenly sensing danger, Luo Feng felt a sharp pain in his back as a pointed object pierced his flesh. Yet, before he could react, his muscles gripped the object, propelling him like a spring over the nearby dining table. At that moment, the two towering men swung their legs like battle axes, aiming to strike Luo Feng down. "You seek death," Luo Feng bellowed, realizing the imminent threat. He struck out with both fists against the incoming legs. The two towering figures, overconfident in their strength, were taken by surprise. The sound of dull thuds echoed, accompanied by the sickening crack of bones. The once mighty duo let out pained howls as they were sent reeling backward, crashing into distant tables and chairs, leaving a trail of blood on the floor. What? The one-eyed dragon, along with the stout man and the burly figure, were taken aback. Suddenly, the shrill sound of alarms rang out as guards rushed from their posts, converging on the source of the commotion. As Luo Feng touched his waist and back, he felt the blood completely saturate his clothing, a slight unease settling in his heart. The rumors had indeed proven true. A warrior capable of cultivating genetic primal energy could unleash a force of 3,000 to 4,000 pounds with a single punch, rendering ordinary small-caliber bullets incapable of penetrating muscle. The previous stab from the rotund man had merely breached the skin's surface before being thwarted by the muscle beneath. So, it was all an act. Luo Feng's gaze swept over the one-eyed dragon and the stout man, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes, which sent a jolt of fear through both adversaries. "Everyone, attack! He is injured," bellowed the one-eyed dragon. "Let us all charge," echoed the stout man, his voice a rallying cry as they brandished their benches and advanced. With their leader initiating the assault, the underlings followed suit, creating a chaotic scene. In an instant, Luo Feng transformed into a blur, his legs resembling cannon fire as he sent one prisoner after another soaring through the air. He did not unleash his full might against the ordinary underlings, for they were merely following the crowd. However, he showed no mercy to the leading figures, the one-eyed dragon and the stout man who had stabbed him. With a swift motion, Luo Feng delivered a palm strike that cleaved through a bench, splintering it apart, and then struck the one-eyed dragon's arm, sending him hurtling into the air, his limb twisting at an unnatural angle. Figures flew, benches and tables warped and shattered. The disparity. This exemplified the chasm between a warrior who had mastered genetic primal energy and ordinary, ruthless thugs. As Luo Feng swept through the crowd of prisoners, a slender youth wearing glasses, who had been quietly observing from amidst the throng, suddenly raised his hand. Whoosh! A glimmering blade of cold light sliced through the air, swiftly approaching Luo Feng. Chapter 19. Awakening the emaciated youth, known as Cobra within the circles of Yayan District, had gained his notoriety through his exceptional knife-throwing skills. Since the moment the other inmates had launched a frenzied assault on Luo Feng, the Cobra had been seeking the opportune moment to strike. Now, as Luo Feng fought with fervor, lost in the heat of battle, the Cobra seized his chance. The throw was cunningly executed. Just as the knife was hurled, it was obstructed by the body of another inmate, rendering Luo Feng completely unaware of the impending danger. Whoosh! The knife shot through the groin of a flung prisoner. And when Luo Feng finally caught sight of it, it was a mere 2 meters away. This is bad. There was no time to react. Luo Feng's reflexes were swift. Yet in such a brief span, he could not evade the trajectory of the blade. Though the knife was not aimed at a critical spot, it was perilously directed at his right shoulder. No. With a sudden widening of his eyes, Luo Feng realized the importance of his weapon-bearing arm. As a swordsman, his dominant hand was his right. If the blade pierced his shoulder, fracturing the bone, he would be incapacitated for months, unable to wield his weapon or combat beasts. In essence, if he were to be struck, he would miss the martial arts assessment on August 1st, having to wait until February 1st of the following year. No. Move aside, clear the way. In the face of the knife's astonishing speed, Luo Feng's mind could not contemplate the consequences. In that critical moment, his entire being tensed, every sinew and muscle surged to its utmost capacity, his gaze fixed on the knife with a singular focus, a resolute belief: evade the blade. He could not allow it to strike his shoulder. Thud! Just as the knife was about to make contact, its tip curiously altered its course, glancing past Luo Feng's shoulder, merely grazing the skin and causing a trickle of blood to stain his garment. Everyone, crouch down. Quickly, crouch down. At that moment, a throng of guards, armed with assault rifles, surged into the hall. The previously chaotic inmates immediately complied, dropping to the ground, including the Cobra, who stared at Luo Feng in disbelief. How could his throw have missed? Upon seeing the guards, Luo Feng too crouched down. How had the knife diverted? Confusion clouded his thoughts, but suddenly, an excruciating pain erupted in his head without warning, as if a sharp spike were relentlessly drilling into his mind. The agony caused his body to convulse uncontrollably, and he collapsed to the ground. What is happening? You four, come here and take a look. The officers, having regained control, were taken aback by Luo Feng's condition. He was flushed, beads of sweat pouring from him, even blood oozing forth, rapidly soaking his clothes. His veins bulged, resembling serpents coiling around him, rendering him a terrifying sight. This is not good. He has lost consciousness. Hurry, get him to the medical room. The guards, shaken by Luo Feng's appearance, rushed him away. Even though he had succumbed to unconsciousness, his body still burning bright red. In Luo Feng's mind, waves of potent, mysterious energy surged forth, instantly permeating every corner of his being. Under the influence of this enigmatic force, his bones, organs, blood, muscles, and skin underwent radical transformations, each cell altering at an astonishing pace, far surpassing the rate experienced during his genetic training. Logically, such drastic changes should have overwhelmed his body, causing it to implode. Yet, despite the visible symptoms of convulsions, blood seepage, and trembling bones, Luo Feng's body showed no signs of internal injury. Be careful, transport him to the medical room. The officers promptly carried Luo Feng away. The details of the violent conflict were soon compiled and summarized. At 8 o'clock that evening, in a tranquil 3-story building within the detention center, a massive 200-inch screen displayed a film in the living room. Pause. A middle-aged man in a bathrobe spoke, causing the film to halt immediately. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Come in. The door swung open, revealing a man in military attire, who respectfully reported, Director, we have clarified the circumstances surrounding the recent violent clash. It was orchestrated by individuals under Zhou Huayan's command, targeting the young man named Luo Feng. However, the outcome saw a multitude of injuries inflicted upon Zhou's men, several of whom were severely wounded. Zhou Huayang? Utilizing the influence of his family, he truly is audacious. The middle-aged man remarked nonchalantly. While Zhou Huayang was the orchestrator, we suspect the actual perpetrator aiming to harm Luo Feng is a youth named Zhang Haobai. The officer continued. We reviewed Luo Feng's files, and his detention appears closely linked to Zhang Haobai's involvement. It is highly probable that Zhang sought Zhou Huayang's assistance. Currently, there are 6 base districts across the entirety of Huaxia. The unprecedented gathering of humanity has strengthened the government's control over its citizens. Nonetheless, Director, based on our investigation of the riot scene, the indentations on the metal benches and tables suggest that Luo Feng possesses physical capabilities at the martial artist level. The officer asserted decisively. Luo Feng's fists dented the metal tables, and a single palm strike even severed a metal stool. How terrifying. Martial artist level? The previously composed middle-aged man abruptly rose, furrowing his brow at the officer. Are you certain? Absolutely certain, the officer affirmed. Additionally, I just contacted the Thunder Club and the Extreme Club for verification. Luo Feng has recently undergone the preliminary martial artist assessment and has passed. However, this information has yet to be recorded in his citizen identity. It is expected to be updated in the coming days. A preliminary martial artist? What is he doing in a detention center? The middle-aged man frowned. If chaos ensues, it could become troublesome. Martial artists, regardless of their affiliations, highly regard their rights. If a martial artist suffers grievances within the police system, it would undoubtedly provoke widespread discontent among all martial artists, leading to significant repercussions. After all, the police system has no authority to impose any measures of detention on martial artists. Where's Luo Feng now? The middle-aged man inquired. Luo Feng has suffered from a peculiar headache since childhood, which flared during his college entrance examination, and it has now recurred. However, he has since stabilized and is currently in the medical room, still unconscious, the officer responded. The middle-aged man pondered briefly before issuing an order. Immediately transfer Luo Feng to the nearby soldiers' rehabilitation quarters for rest. Once he regains consciousness, you will personally apologize on my behalf. Tomorrow morning, we will contact his extreme martial arts school to clarify this matter, ensuring it is resolved swiftly and efficiently. Then send him home. Understood, Director. The officer promptly acknowledged and departed. In the stillness of the night, within a quiet bedroom, Luo Feng's eyes flickered slightly before fully opening. Where am I? As consciousness returned, Luo Feng scanned his surroundings. The specks on the window bars were remarkably clear, while the sounds of neighboring households watching television were surprisingly loud. He could even hear the conversations of pedestrians on the distant road at night. It is not merely the volume that has increased. Rather, my auditory perception has significantly enhanced. Luo Feng descended from his bed and stood, surveying the surroundings of the bedroom. His vision, hearing, and even sense of smell had undergone a remarkable transformation. His gaze fell upon a nearby stool, and with a sudden impulse, an invisible force instantaneously seized control of it. This unseen power was imperceptible to the naked eye, yet Luo Feng could distinctly feel it, emanating from the depths of his mind. What is this force? How have I come to possess such power? His heart raced in disbelief. This intangible strength felt akin to an unseen hand. In the stillness of the night, the stool levitated before him. With a mere thought, he directed his gaze toward the bed, causing it to rise into the air. He then turned his attention to the television cabinet, which too began to float. Soon, 3 chairs, a coffee table, and the wardrobe nearby all ascended, defying gravity as if they were suspended in the void of space. Controlling so many objects without the slightest strain was astonishing. Luo Feng sauntered to the balcony, where the tranquility of the night enveloped him. His eyes fell upon a steel pillar in the railing, and with a flicker of intent, it began to rotate slowly before detaching from its mooring. Observing the steel pillar closely, he watched as its front section gradually twisted and sharpened, transforming into a lethal steel spike, all while suspended in midair. Governed by his unseen force. Go, he commanded with a thought. The steel spike shot forth like lightning, piercing the decorative rock in the community below with astonishing speed. After penetrating the boulder, it returned, once again driving into the stone. The spike became a flurry of phantoms, relentlessly piercing the artificial mountain. As if subjected to a hail of armor-piercing rounds, the structure soon resembled a sieve. Suddenly, a deep, resounding explosion erupted. The decorative rock, towering at 2 to 3 meters, shattered into countless fragments, while the steel spike, under Luo Feng's control, disintegrated into fine powder. Who was responsible? The alarm blared throughout the military rehabilitation area, and bright floodlights illuminated the scene as numerous guards armed with firearms rushed to investigate. Luo Feng, startled, quickly retreated into the room and lay on the bed. His mind racing in astonishment, that massive stone, nearly a meter thick, was penetrated in an instant. The power with which I control the steel spike rivals that of heavy armor-piercing ammunition, yet its fragility and lack of sharpness resulted in its ultimate destruction. I have effectively unleashed over 100 penetrations in mere moments. Doesn't that equate to the impact of 100 armor-piercing rounds? Luo Feng gasped, grappling with the enormity of this mysterious and formidable power that had awakened within the confines of this ordinary military rehabilitation community. In the hushed stillness of the bedroom, cloaked in shadow, Luo Feng sat pensively on a small sofa, his mind in turmoil. The sheer magnitude of his newfound power was overwhelming. A standard-issue police handgun would likely only leave a small mark on the artificial rockery, yet he had effortlessly pierced it with a steel dart, amplifying its force by several orders of magnitude. The decades-long struggle between humans and monsters persisted due to the formidable strength of the latter. Even the weakest of these creatures could shrug off small-caliber gunfire. Ordinary human martial artists could often stop such bullets with their bare muscles. The most formidable monsters were impervious to conventional weaponry, requiring heavy sniper rifles, large-caliber machine guns, anti-aircraft guns, or even autocannons to pose a threat. Apex monsters, such as the black-crowned golden eagle, could withstand a barrage from a 20mm Vulcan cannon without a single feather ruffled. The ability to manipulate objects telekinetically sparked a realization within Luo Feng. Could this be the spiritual power of a spiritual adept? His knowledge of spiritual adepts was limited, but he knew they were typically formidable martial artists who cultivated both genetic energy and a secondary energy known as spiritual power. However, confirmation would require further investigation. While the penetrating power of the steel dart was impressive, it paled in comparison to monsters like the black-crowned golden eagle, which were only vulnerable to laser cannons or nuclear weapons. Luo Feng recognized that despite his newfound strength, many individuals in the world possessed power far exceeding his own. He recalled the peerless warrior in the online video who had slain the black-crowned golden eagle, moving at supersonic speeds, cleaving the beast in two with a single strike, and demolishing a 6-story building with a single kick. Such were the capabilities of the world's most formidable martial artists. Figures like Hong, the world's #1, and Thunder God, the world's #2, commanded the respect of entire nations. The notion of a single individual engaging in equal dialogue with a nation underscored the sheer magnitude of their power. Luo Feng acknowledged that he couldn't even touch such individuals with his steel darts. While his current abilities could provide a comfortable life for his family, he remained driven by ambition. He aspired to one day join the ranks of the world's elite. Unable to quell his excitement, Luo Feng found sleep elusive. Instead, he chose to cultivate his genetic energy. Assuming a meditative posture, he closed his eyes and focused on harnessing the cosmic energy. With prior experience and existing genetic energy, he easily sensed the presence of cosmic energy, which flowed into his body through his palms, soles, and crown. The influx of cosmic energy seemed faster than before, and his cells eagerly absorbed it, converting it into genetic energy within the mitochondria. Suddenly, Luo Feng felt a surge of energy towards his head. Focusing his mind, he experienced a jolt that sent his consciousness to a mysterious realm. This boundless expanse was filled with swirling mist, at the center of which resided a dark golden orb. Rotating slowly like a celestial body, the orb emitted streams of mist, replenishing the realm. Luo Feng recognized the mist as spiritual power, the very force he used to manipulate objects. He also noticed a steady influx of transparent energy from beyond the realm, which was quickly assimilated into the mist. He identified this transparent energy as cosmic energy. The mist was spiritual power, and the transparent energy was cosmic energy, which was being converted into spiritual power. And my spiritual power emanated from my mind. Luo Feng surmised that this realm was his mind, or more precisely, his sea of consciousness, a term used by martial artists to describe the mind. He pondered the presence of the dark golden orb at the center of his sea of consciousness. As it rotated and emitted spiritual power, Luo Feng felt a sense of comfort. He suspected that the orb was responsible for his past bouts of unconsciousness. The dark golden orb released spiritual power, but previously he had none. This must have occurred during his recent coma. Luo Feng reasoned that the orb had released a surge of spiritual power, granting him telekinetic abilities and enhancing his physical attributes. Indeed, the dark golden orb had released a significant amount of spiritual power during his coma. However, its influence had begun on the first night in his prison cell, when he first cultivated genetic energy and absorbed cosmic energy. Even without the incident with the throwing knife, the orb would have eventually released its spiritual power. The knife attack had simply accelerated the process. Luo Feng now believed that his past headaches and fainting spells were caused by the dark golden orb. However, with the orb now continuously releasing spiritual power, he hoped that these episodes would cease. It was as if a dam had been breached, allowing the pent-up spiritual power to flow freely. The following morning, as Luo Feng descended the staircase from his bedroom, he discovered a solitary figure seated in the living room. "Good morning, Mr. Luo Feng." The man in military attire rose with a smile. "Hello," Luo Feng replied, puzzled. "Where am I, and how did I end up here? Furthermore, I don't believe we have met before." The officer smiled and introduced himself. "I am Dongan from the Yayan District Detention Center. This is a military recuperation community in Yayan District, Mr. Luo Feng. To our surprise, you have successfully passed the preliminary martial artist assessment. Naturally, we have no authority to detain you. You are free to return home." "Return home?" Luo Feng nodded. Considering the events of the previous day when he had engaged numerous inmates, particularly noting how his fists and feet struck the metal tables and benches, making it easy for anyone to assess his strength, he was not surprised by this revelation. "I would like to inquire who is behind this attempt on my life?" Luo Feng frowned. The officer hesitated slightly. "If your detention center cannot provide answers, I will submit a request to the Jiangnan City Public Security Bureau through the Extreme Martial Arts Academy to investigate the matter," Luo Feng asserted. He understood that should this issue come to light, revealing that a martial artist was attacked within the detention center while the authorities harbored criminals, the higher-ups would certainly face repercussions. The officer chuckled lightly. "Mr. Luo Feng, there is no need to rush. Our investigation indicates that a local figure named Zhou Huayong orchestrated the assault involving the inmates, intending to break one of your legs and one of your arms." "Oh?" Luo Feng furrowed his brow. "They intend to break my arm and leg? How ruthless. Who instigated this Zhou Huayong?" The officer responded. "We have interrogated Zhou Huayong, and he revealed that a young man named Zhang Haobai solicited his assistance." "Zhang Haobai?" A chill passed through Luo Feng's gaze. "He truly has a death wish." The officer smiled. "Indeed, he is quite reckless. You have every right to request the Jiangnan City Public Security Bureau to apprehend Zhang Haobai. His instigation of harm against a martial artist is a serious offense, one that could lead to a prison sentence of 20 years or more. Do not take this lightly. Zhang Haobai's uncle is also a martial artist." The officer added. You may disregard any familial ties and still pursue action against Zhang Haobai. The Public Security Bureau oversees martial artists and wields significant authority. His uncle will not be able to influence their decisions. Luo Feng contemplated whether to risk offending Zhang Haobai as uncle or to pursue him relentlessly. Perhaps negotiating privately for monetary compensation from the Zhang family would be a wiser choice. Ultimately, the decision lies with you, Mr. Luo Feng, the officer smiled, placing Luo Feng's belongings before him. Nodding in acknowledgement, Luo Feng pondered the options. Should he seek a substantial financial settlement or confront Zhang Haobai directly? Hello, Dad, Luo Feng said, picking up his phone and dialing. I've just been released from the detention center and will be home shortly for breakfast. Don't worry, Dad. Your son is now quite formidable. How could anything possibly happen to me? Luo Feng was on the cusp of entering the world of martial artists. Ready to stir the winds of change. Chapter 1. Greetings, Brother Luo. On the very morning Luo Feng was released from the detention center. Within an elegantly appointed private room of an antique-style tea house in the Ian district, only Zhou Huayang and Zhang Haobai were present. The teacups before them emitted fragrant steam, filling the air. Brother Zhou, what pressing matter has compelled you to summon me here so early? Zhang Haobai inquired in a hushed tone. Has there been a resolution to that particular matter? If it has indeed been settled, rest assured, Brother Zhou, the financial aspect will be handled without issue. Zhang Haobai harbored a certain anticipation regarding whether Luo Feng had truly suffered a fractured limb. Zhou Huayang sat there, his countenance gradually darkening, remaining silent. Brother Zhou? Zhang Haobai, sensing the unsettling atmosphere, repeated softly, Brother Zhou, please, enlighten me. Zhou Huayang cast a frigid gaze upon Zhang Haobai, sneering, Zhang Haobai, your audacity knows no bounds. In your quest for self-destruction, you seek to drag me down with you. What? What is the matter? Zhang Haobai was utterly bewildered, urgently pleading, Brother Zhou, please elucidate. I implore you to clarify. Zhang Haobai discerned an ominous shift in Zhou Huayang's tone and demeanor, yet he remained oblivious to the cause of this change. Zhou Huayang inhaled deeply, his voice somber as he declared, Zhang Haobai, you commissioned me to arrange for the breaking of Luo Feng's limb, did you not? Indeed. Zhang Haobai affirmed with a nod. What of it? What of it? Zhou Huayang's voice dripped with icy contempt. The Luo Feng you sought to harm is a quasi-martial artist. Zhang Haobai was utterly dumbfounded. Silence descended upon the room, a silence so profound it was palpable. Zhang Haobai sat motionless, his face ashen, beads of perspiration trickling down his forehead. Zhou Huayang sat by, a cold smile playing on his lips, sipping his tea in deliberate silence. How could this be? How could this be? Zhang Haobai was now devoid of jealousy, replaced by sheer terror. His family's affluence had made him acutely aware of the special privileges afforded to quasi-martial artists. He had dispatched individuals to break the limb of a quasi-martial artist. The latter could readily summon the Jiangnan City Security Bureau to apprehend him. Once within the clutches of the Security Bureau, my life is forfeit. No, no. Zhang Haobai's face was deathly pale. You are finally cognizant of fear, are you not? Zhou Huayang slammed his teacup onto the table, roaring, Damn you, you imbecile. If you truly harbor a death wish, do not implicate me. A quasi-martial artist. You tasked me with arranging the breaking of a quasi-martial artist's limb. Should he report this to the Security Bureau, I shall be in dire straits. Zhou Huayang gnashed his teeth in fury. Brother Zhou, what am I to do? What course of action should I pursue? Zhang Haobai pleaded. I do not wish to be apprehended by the Security Bureau. Tell me, what recourse do I have? The Security Bureau. To the average citizen, it was an enigmatic and terrifying entity. To be apprehended by the Security Bureau was tantamount to a life sentence. Ah. Yes, Brother Zhou, have you implicated me? Zhang Haobai's eyes lit up as he inquired. You are the sole confidant of my request. If you have not implicated me, then there may yet be hope. What machinations are you contemplating, you cur? Zhou Huayang rose to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Haobai. The government's agents have already interrogated me. Did you expect me to remain silent? To sacrifice myself in your stead? Zhang Haobai was taken aback. Indeed. Should Zhou Huayang fail to implicate him, Zhou Huayang himself would face dire consequences. It is only out of the friendship we have shared for so many years that I have come to inform you. Lest you be apprehended by the Security Bureau without understanding the cause, Zhou Huayang sneered. I advise you to return home and consult with your father. His experience surpasses yours, and his actions will undoubtedly be more astute. Brother, I must bid you farewell. I have settled the bill for this gathering. There is no need for you to bear the expense. With that, Zhou Huayang flung open the door and departed. Zhang Haobai remained alone in the private room. How could this be? Zhang Haobai sat upon the chair, shaking his head in disbelief. He is a quasi-martial artist. Prior to the college entrance examination, his punch force was merely 800 kilograms. How could he have become a quasi-martial artist in a matter of days? No. I do not wish to be apprehended by the security bureau. Father, I must seek out my father. Zhang Haobai, his face ashen, hastened out of the tea house, rushing home with utmost urgency. At home, Zhang Haobai sat upon the living room sofa, his fist clenched, his body trembling imperceptibly. Click. The door opened. Haobai, why the urgent summons? Did you declare that you would perish if I returned late? Zhang Zilong, having rushed back from the company, pushed open the door. Upon beholding his son's pallor and demeanor, a foreboding sensation gripped his heart. Something is amiss. Haobai must have committed a grave transgression. Father, I have transgressed. Zhang Haobai raised his head to address his father. These simple words sent a chill down Zhang Zilong's spine. Speak, Zhang Zilong commanded with gravity. Relate the events in meticulous detail, omitting nothing. Explain everything. Although cognizant of the gravity of the situation, Zhang Zilong did not succumb to panic. After all, he had weathered the Great Nirvana period and had seen his share of tumultuous events. Zhang Haobai inhaled deeply. It began when a furniture delivery arrived at my courtyard. From beginning to end, Zhang Haobai divulged every detail without reservation. You dared to commission the crippling of a quasi-martial artist? Zhang Zilong glared. I was unaware, Zhang Haobai stammered, unnerved by his father's gaze. Had I known, I would never have dared. Zhang Zilong inhaled deeply, remaining silent as he retrieved his mobile phone and initiated a call. Beep, beep. Drop. A notification sounded on Zhang Zilong's phone, causing him to furrow his brow. What is the matter, father? Zhang Haobai inquired anxiously. I attempted to contact your uncle, but he is currently engaged in monster hunting outside the base city, Zhang Zilong replied, sinking into the sofa. We must await his return call. Outside the base city, a monster could be lurking at any moment. Thus, one typically sought a secure location before establishing communication with the city. Moments later, brother, what is the matter? A deep voice resonated. I am rather occupied at present. Ahu, this matter is of considerable import. Your nephew has committed a grave transgression, Zhang Zilong declared, his eyes reddening. What transgression has Haobai committed, brother? I am listening, Zhang Zilong's brother, Zhang Zihu, responded. It is as follows. Zhang Zilong proceeded to recount the events as described by his son. Silence permeated the phone for a moment, followed by Zhang Zihu's voice. Haobai dared to provoke a quasi-martial artist? Such audacity. Henceforth, Haobai, you shall remain confined to the house, refraining from further transgressions or contact with that Luo Feng. Understood, uncle, Zhang Haobai replied, clinging to this as a last resort. Very well. Do nothing further, the voice continued. Await my return. Even should the security bureau arrive and apprehend you, do not take any other action. Await my return. My current mission is of paramount importance and will likely require 1 to 2 months to complete. Understood, Zhang Haobai nodded repeatedly. Do not fret, Haobai. My elder brother has only you as his son. I shall do everything in my power to protect you, the voice continued. Brother, the captain is summoning me. I must take my leave. Remember, do not take any other action. Simply await my return. Having concluded the call, Zhang Zilong and Zhang Haobai breathed a collective sigh of relief. While the Zhang family was in a state of trepidation, the Luo family was filled with joy. After supper, Luo Feng, accompanied by his younger brother Luo Hua, descended from the upper floors into the heart of their residential community. As he pushed the wheelchair, they strolled leisurely through the area. Brother, we have lived in this neighborhood for over 10 years, and our parents have resided here for more than 20, Luo Hua observed, gazing at the densely packed residential buildings, which were sadly bereft of greenery. Once we move to Mingwei community, I can take a stroll outside by myself every day. For Luo Hua, the daily ascent and descent of stairs posed a monumental challenge, given his reliance on the wheelchair. Indeed, Luo Feng replied with a warm smile, continuing to push the wheelchair. From now on, we won't be deprived of sunlight throughout the year, nor will we be confined to that small room. Our parents will no longer have to sleep on the sofa. Luo Hua nodded in agreement. This day had been long anticipated. Suddenly, a figure approached. Luo Hua looked up to see a young man wearing glasses, who smiled as he walked over. He first directed a friendly smile toward Luo Hua in the wheelchair, then turned to Luo Feng. Brother Luo, right? Who are you? Luo Feng asked, puzzled by the stranger's familiarity. The young man returned a gentle smile. Hello, Brother Luo. My name is Zhou Huayang. I was wondering if you have some time to chat in a more private setting? Chapter 2, Compensation. Luo Feng's heart stirred. So it was him. The officer at the detention center had mentioned that Zhang Haobai had solicited Zhou Huayang's assistance to deal with him. You are Zhou Huayang? Luo Feng smiled slightly. Zhou Huayang felt a lump in his throat, and under Luo Feng's gaze, he couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. If Luo Feng truly intended to confront him, he would find himself in considerable trouble. Maintaining a facade of calm, Zhou Huayang replied, Indeed, it's your humble servant. Brother Luo. Shall we find a quiet place to converse? Very well, Luo Feng nodded. I have matters to discuss with you as well. Not far from the Nanning community, there was a luxurious establishment known as the Yangzhou bathhouse. This bathhouse was considered quite upscale, with even the smallest private room requiring a minimum expenditure of 1,000 yuan. Although Luo Feng had heard of this place, he had never set foot inside until now, accompanied by his younger brother and Zhou Huayang. The Yangzhou bathhouse offered a comprehensive range of services including bathing, foot soaks, and leisure activities. All right, you may leave now. I'll call for you if needed. Zhou Huayang instructed one of the attendants as they entered a private room. Certainly, sir, the attendant replied, exiting the room. The suite consisted of 3 rooms, one for bathing, one for relaxation and meetings, and the third designated for entertainment, equipped for internet use, television viewing, and karaoke. Ahua. You can play around in this room while I discuss some matters with Zhou Huayang, Luo Feng said with a smile. Go ahead, brother. Luo Hua replied as he maneuvered his wheelchair to the computer, excitement evident on his face. Wow, a 46-inch ultra-slim screen with voice control. This is amazing. Luo Feng couldn't help but feel a tinge of nostalgia, reflecting on the fact that his own laptop was a basic model with a manual operating system, costing only a few hundred yuan. Now, luxurious laptops were almost all voice-activated, with rumors of even more extravagant models boasting 3-dimensional virtual holographic projection capabilities. Such devices were notoriously expensive, often beyond the reach of even affluent families. While his brother, Luo Hua, eagerly experimented with the voice control system, Luo Feng and Zhou Huayang retreated to the relaxation room. With a click, the door closed behind them, and the two sat facing each other. Brother Luo, tea? Zhou Huayang offered, pouring a cup for Luo Feng while expressing a look of contrition. I have come to apologize for this incident. I truly feel embarrassed and ashamed. Luo Feng held the teacup, listening silently. Zhou Huayang was the type of person one often encountered in society, well-connected and engaged in the business of facilitating others' requests for a fee. He had no prior grievances with Luo Feng, who felt little animosity towards him. Instead, his true ire was directed at Zhang Haobai. Even if Zhang Haobai had not approached Zhou Huayang, he would have sought assistance from someone else, Luo Feng mused, recognizing Zhou Huayang as merely an intermediary. However, since he had come to find Luo Feng, he might as well resolve the matter amicably. Sensing Luo Feng's silence, Zhou Huayang pressed on. I arranged for someone to confront you without knowing your situation, solely based on what Zhang Haobai had informed me. I truly regret this foolishness. I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive me. Forgive you? Luo Feng smiled, baring his teeth. This is a small token of my esteem. I hope you will accept it. Zhou Huayang produced an envelope from his pocket and slid it across the table towards Luo Feng. Inside was a bank draft from a commercial bank, made out to Luo Feng, which could only be cashed by him at any branch of the bank. Luo Feng glanced at it, opening the envelope to reveal a check with a 10-day payment deadline, addressed solely to him and bearing his identification number. The most enticing aspect was the sum written boldly, 1 million yuan. 1 million? Luo Feng was taken aback. This was a substantial amount. His family's savings had never exceeded a mere 100,000 yuan over the years, and in contemporary times, 1 million yuan held considerable value, even for company executives. This sum was significant. I hope you can forgive me, and we can put this matter behind us, Zhou Huayang implored earnestly. 1 million. Luo Feng had never possessed such a sum before. It was an offer too tempting to refuse. I understand you're merely the intermediary, so I won't make it difficult for you. Very well, I shall accept this money. Luo Feng nodded, prompting Zhou Huayang to exhale in relief. However, cashing this check may prove troublesome. Instead, could you transfer the amount directly to my account online? Luo Feng suggested. Of course, Zhou Huayang replied readily. Luo Feng retrieved a pen from the table and wrote down his bank account number and the bank's address, stating, This is my bank account number. And here is the address of the bank where it is held. Understood. Zhou Huayang reclaimed the envelope and check, then produced his phone, swiftly accessing the banking system online. Moments later, the transfer was complete. Luo Feng felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He took it out to find a message notifying him of a change in his bank balance, an increase of 1 million yuan. Has it arrived? Zhou Huayong inquired with a smile. Yes, Luo Feng affirmed with a nod. Zhou Huayong continued, Brother Luo, you are a man of action. If you encounter any problems in Yangzhou, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will assist you with anything within my capability. Of course, you will soon become a martial artist. But remember, dealing with difficulties is best handled with our involvement. Very well, I will seek your assistance when needed, Luo Feng said. Rising to his feet, Zhou Huayong stood as well, and they shook hands. I shall take my leave, Zhou Huayong said with a smile. I have already settled the bill for this suite. You may enjoy yourselves until morning. With that, he bid farewell to Luo Feng's younger brother, Luo Hua, and exited the room. Only Luo Feng and Luo Hua remained in the suite. In the entertainment room, Luo Hua asked cheerfully, Brother, what did that man want with you? He seemed quite courteous. He came to bring us money, Luo Feng replied with a grin. Money? Luo Hua exclaimed in surprise. Luo Feng had not shared the events he experienced at the detention center with their parents or brother, not wishing to cause them worry. In his view, embarking on the path of a martial artist would entail numerous challenges and dangers, and it was best to shield his family from such burdens. By the way, Ahua. Luo Feng chuckled. How is your stock trading going? His younger brother, Luo Hua, had developed an interest in finance, particularly in the stock market, during his time at home. Despite his youth, he had been trading stocks for 3 years. Although he had not made a profit in his first year, he had done quite well in the subsequent 2 years, amassing over 20,000 yuan. Quite well, Luo Hua replied. Stock trading is about psychology and mathematics. As long as you manage your position well and control your buying price through incremental purchases, it becomes relatively easy, although market fluctuations can affect one's mindset. I didn't profit in my first year because I often panicked and sold too early. Luo Feng listened, bewildered. The pursuit of wealth is a trivial matter for me. However, there are adept individuals who engage in futures trading, achieving returns that multiply tenfold or even 20-fold. Of course, trading in futures involves greater risks. A single misstep could lead to a forced liquidation, resulting in total ruin. Luo Hua shook his head. Although Luo Feng lacked understanding in this domain, he grasped one fundamental principle. Profits from stocks accumulate through compounding. For instance, if his brother invested a few thousand yuan and grew it to 20,000 over 3 years, with a capital of 1 million, he might have amassed 4 million by now. With a capital of 4 million, the assets could potentially reach 16 million. The concept of money generating more money becomes increasingly exaggerated over time. Ahua, I will lend you 500,000, Luo Feng remarked with a smile, so strive diligently. 500,000. Luo Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. The stock market had taken a significant downturn today, presenting an opportune moment for bottom fishing and substantial gains. Having shared a room with his brother for many years, Luo Feng had long noted that his brother always yearned for a market crash, while their neighbor, Uncle Wang, consistently hoped for a market surge. When his brother profited from stocks, Uncle Wang incurred losses. Do all experts anticipate a market decline? Luo Feng pondered inwardly. By the way, brother, where did you acquire this money? Luo Hua pressed on. It's from that Zhou Huayong I mentioned earlier, Luo Feng replied with a grin. You can use this money. In the future, once I become a martial artist, I will earn plenty. While ordinary martial artists may not command great wealth, Luo Feng was acutely aware of his own capabilities. His control over objects was far more formidable than that of a heavy machine gun. After all, bullets travel in a straight line, whereas the spears he manipulates can change direction instantaneously. On August 1st, he would undergo the practical assessment for martial artists, and upon passing, he would embark on his martial journey. As Luo Feng tightened his grip on his teacup, it shattered with a resounding crack, spilling tea across the floor. His brother Luo Hua jumped in alarm. Brother, what is the matter? Nothing, Luo Feng replied with a chuckle, though internally he mused. During my time in the detention center, I practiced the Gene Original Energy, significantly enhancing my strength. Following the awakening of my abilities, my power has increased even further. My current strength and speed far surpass my previous capabilities. However, rapid growth and strength is not without its drawbacks. My control over this power has become less refined. In my excitement, I inadvertently crushed the teacup, clearly indicating a lack of control. Tomorrow morning, I shall visit the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. In the 20 days leading up to August 1st, I will diligently train to refine my speed and strength, ensuring I can maximize my capabilities, Luo Feng vowed to himself. Chapter 3, Blood Shadow Battle Blade. At 5 o'clock the following morning, as dawn began to break, Luo Feng hurried to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Although his official martial artist certificate had yet to arrive, he still used his advanced student ID to enter the hall. Senior brother, good morning. Inside the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, many students were practicing on the grassy paths. Luo Feng smiled and nodded before making his way directly to the third floor of the Advanced Student Training Building. As he had not yet received his official martial artist certificate, he could only access the Advanced Student Training Hall and was not qualified to enter the instructor's area on the fourth floor. Ha! Ha! The sounds of exertion echoed from the training hall. Peering inside, Luo Feng noticed a young man in a white robe wielding an iron spear, continuously performing intricate movements. Taigyo, Luo Feng called with a smile, you've come to practice your spear early in the morning? That's quite rare. Crazy. The young man paused, his face lighting up with surprise and joy as he turned to Luo Feng. What brings you here? Haha, I must congratulate you on passing the martial artist assessment. How did you know? Luo Feng asked, astonished. He believed that only a few people should be aware of his passing. During our class last night, the instructor mentioned it. He said that among the advanced students, both you and Yonggu had passed the assessment. Seeing that you both succeeded, I couldn't afford to slack off. So I came here early to practice my spear, Taigu explained, scratching his head in resignation. Luo Feng nodded. It was indeed the instructor who had announced the news. With over 30,000 students at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, there were only 6 instructors and just 1 coach. Most of the teaching was conducted in large lecture halls, accommodating thousands of students at once. However, teaching advanced students was different, as there were only a limited number of them. Crazy, now that you've passed. What brings you here so early? Taigu inquired with a grin. The martial artist practical assessment is on August 1st. I need to prepare, Luo Feng replied. Walking towards the weapon room adjacent to the training hall, noticing that the door was ajar. Entering the weapon room, he found an array of various weapons displayed on the racks: swords, spears, staffs, axes, hammers, and more, each type further categorized. For instance, the category of swords was divided into one-handed and two-handed varieties, and one-handed swords had many kinds as well. Blood Shadow series. Luo Feng opened one of the weapon cabinets and found an abundance of identical battle blades. Naturally, these blades were realistic models, perfectly mimicking the center of mass and weight of genuine blades. However, the materials differed significantly. A real blade capable of slaying monsters could cost hundreds of thousands, while these replicas were merely a few hundred. Whoosh! Luo Feng drew one of the blades, a Blood Shadow 2 series sword, with a blade length of 78 centimeters and an overall length of 101 centimeters. The blade width was 2 centimeters, with a thick spine and a sharp tip suitable for thrusting. Luo Feng casually swung the blade a couple of times, frowning at the lightness of the weapon. I've been using this Blood Shadow blade for a long time, but it feels too light now. Having accustomed himself to wielding heavier blades, he realized that his increased strength required a corresponding increase in weapon weight to feel comfortable. He retrieved another Blood Shadow 2 sword, swinging it to produce a sharp sound through the air. No, it's still too light. This blade was also insufficiently weighted. Luo Feng then picked up the heaviest Blood Shadow 2 replica, chuckling to himself. It seems my strength has truly increased significantly. There is not a single blade in this advanced student weapon room that suits me. With that, he opted to leave the 3rd floor and head up to the 4th. The 4th floor was often frequented by instructors and coaches. Luo Feng was aware that there was also a training hall and weapon room on this floor. And although provisional martial artists were permitted entry, he was unsure if he could access it without his certificate. Next to the stairwell on the 4th floor was a small room where an elderly man was on duty. What are you doing here? Students are not allowed to enter, the old man said, standing up. However, upon recognizing Luo Feng, he smiled with surprise. Oh, it's you, Luo Feng. I heard from Director Jiang that you passed the martial artist assessment. Come in. Thank you, Luo Feng sighed in relief. If Li Bo had insisted on seeing his provisional martial artist certificate, he would have been unable to enter, as legally, he was still not a martial artist. The 4th floor training hall was notably better furnished, equipped with high-end gear. At that moment, Luo Feng found himself alone in the spacious hall. What a waste. This is such a waste, he lamented, shaking his head. With only 6 instructors at the hall, they primarily trained at the Extreme Hall, leaving this splendid facility largely unutilized. Shaking his head, he entered the adjacent weapon room. Although the weapons here were also replicas, their appearance was far superior to those on the 3rd floor. Blood Shadow 2 series, he mused, noticing that the blades indeed felt much heavier. After drawing and testing several blades, he finally selected one that felt right. Upon closer inspection, He noticed the blade was marked with a weight of 101 kilograms. What? 101 kilograms? Luo Feng was taken aback. How could such a heavy blade feel so comfortable in my hands? It was common knowledge that blood shadow blades were designed for speed and were typically lighter. To require a weight of 101 kilograms to feel appropriate, what level had my strength reached? My physical capabilities have evidently improved tremendously. Turning to test his punching power and speed, Luo Feng felt a surge of excitement. First, he needed to practice the fundamentals. After selecting a battle blade, he effortlessly grabbed a hexagonal shield. In the training hall, Luo Feng fitted the shield onto his left forearm while wielding the blood shadow battle blade in his right hand. Luo Feng stood firmly in place, executing the basic sword techniques with precision: horizontal cuts, upward slashes, and downward strikes. Each movement was executed flawlessly, maintaining his body's center of gravity. He continued to practice, making constant adjustments. My strength is too great. I struggle to control the power of my strikes. Luo Feng recognized his issue. While his physical condition was exceptional, he needed to harness that potential effectively. He understood well that superior physical attributes did not equate to superior combat strength. Some individuals could only exert 30 of their innate capabilities, while others could tap into 50, 60, or even 100 of their potential. There were masters of swordsmanship who could defeat opponents 10 times stronger than themselves through sheer skill and experience. Of course, if the difference in physical attributes were too vast, no amount of skill could bridge that gap. Overall, regardless of circumstances, one must diligently hone their skills to fully express their physical power. Director, Li Bo. The elderly attendant on the 4th floor called respectfully. Who is in there? Coach Jiang Nian inquired, having heard the sharp whistling sounds emanating from the adjacent training hall, indicative of weapons slicing through the air at incredible speeds. Just from the sound, it was clear that a martial artist was at work. It's Luo Feng. Li Bo replied with a smile. Luo Feng? Coach Jiang Nian grinned slightly, making his way toward the training hall. Standing at the entrance of the training hall, Instructor Jiang Nian observed Luo Feng within, as he executed each sword technique with precision, reminiscent of a textbook demonstration. At times, he would swing the blade in place, while at others, he moved swiftly, dodging and retreating, all the while manifesting the blood shadow battle blade with seamless fluidity. Indeed, his foundational skills were remarkably solid. Instructor Jiang Nian could not help but nod in approval, secretly commending the strength of Luo Feng's basics. For a strong foundation would inevitably lead to superior swordsmanship in the future. There were no apparent weaknesses. It was truly impressive. The more he watched, the more satisfied he became. Ah, instructor. Luo Feng turned and, only then, noticed Jiang Nian coming to a halt. With a smile, Instructor Jiang Nian approached, saying, Luo Feng, your swordsmanship is commendable. You must have begun practicing at a young age, correct? Yes, Luo Feng replied with a grin. When I was younger and had not yet joined the martial arts school, I would practice alone at home. Instructor Jiang Nian nodded in satisfaction, but suddenly, the smile on his face froze as he stared at the blood shadow battle blade in Luo Feng's hands, his eyes widening in disbelief. Instructor? Instructor? Luo Feng was startled by the instructor's expression. You. Instructor Jiang Nian exclaimed, astonished as he fixated on Luo Feng. Did you just wield the 101 kilogram blood shadow battle blade? Yes, Luo Feng responded, somewhat taken aback. Instructor Jiang Nian shook his head vigorously. Impossible. How could this be? But then, his eyes lit up, as if he were gazing upon an extraordinary treasure, and he exclaimed, Luo Feng, go to the punching power testing machine over there, quickly. Strike with all your might and let me see precisely how much power you have attained. Chapter 4. The exciting Jiang Nian. During the last assessment for aspiring martial artists, Luo Feng's punching strength was approximately 1,100 kilograms. Yet, in just a few short days, he was effortlessly wielding the 101 kilogram blood shadow battle blade, achieving an astonishing speed in his strikes. His strength had seemingly multiplied several times over. Instructor Jiang Nian took a deep breath. Since becoming a martial arts academy instructor, his contribution value had increased at an excruciatingly slow pace. The warriors of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy placed great importance on contribution value, with the fastest way to increase it being the hunting of monsters. However, Jiang Nian had not ventured out for a monster hunt in quite some time. If his assumptions were correct, Luo Feng must have a significantly faster rate of cultivating genetic primal energy compared to the average martial artist. Jiang Yin mused that perhaps Luo Feng was even qualified to have someone dispatched from the headquarters. If he could elevate Luo Feng's status, not only would he earn contribution value, but he would also gain prestige in front of his fellow instructors. Jiang Yin could hardly contain his excitement. Luo Feng, give me your utmost strength and deliver that punch, he commanded. Yes, instructor. Luo Feng approached the punching strength testing machine, inhaling deeply. He thought to himself, compared to my telekinetic abilities, my punching and kicking techniques are of a lower tier. Without the intention to conceal his true strength, he merely adjusted his breathing. And then his entire body surged with power, his back arching like a mighty dragon. Boom! His fist struck the punching target with the force of a missile, causing it to tremble violently. Beep! What's the result? Jiang Yin rushed over to the display screen of the testing machine. Luo Feng, having just delivered a punch, immediately glanced at the screen, uncertain of his own current strength. The display clearly read 3109 kg, 3,109 kilograms. Jiang Yin gasped, turning to Luo Feng with eyes wide as if he were gazing upon a monster. Luo Feng, upon seeing this number, was equally astonished. His punching strength had increased so dramatically. Last time during the aspiring martial artist assessment, it was around 1,100 kilograms. After the initial cultivation of genetic primal energy, he expected a rise to about 1,500 or 1,800 kilograms. Yet, following his awakening and physical evolution, he had suddenly reached 3,109 kilograms. Since that awakening, Luo Feng had distinctly felt a surge in his physical strength, but he had lacked a precise figure to quantify it. Luo Feng, you've successfully cultivated genetic primal energy. Haven't you? Jiang Yin pressed eagerly. Yes, after the last assessment, I attempted to cultivate genetic primal energy for the first time, and I succeeded that very night. Luo Feng confirmed with a nod. Jiang Yin could not help but clap his hands together, exclaiming, "Ha! At last, our Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Yayan District has produced a true genius. To increase from 1,100 kg to 3,100 kilograms in the first cultivation of genetic primal energy is an extraordinary feat in the entire Jiangnan city. Such a talent might only emerge once or twice a year. From birth to the first cultivation of genetic primal energy, there are often over a decade, or even longer, during which the body has never absorbed it. This prolonged hunger for over a decade or two results in the most astounding progress during the first cultivation. However, subsequent cultivations yield only slight increments and require years of relentless practice for gradual improvement. Furthermore, the extent of progress during the first cultivation reflects one's innate aptitude. Some individuals may see an increase of 300 kilograms during their first cultivation, which is quite common. An increase of 600 kilograms is considered commendable, while an increase of 1,000 kilograms denotes an elite status. Yet Luo Feng had increased by an astonishing 2,000 kilograms. That is the mark of a prodigy. Luo Feng, come. Let us test your speed. After that, we will assess your neural reaction speed, Jiang Yin said, as if he had discovered a precious gem, eager to evaluate its capabilities. Yes, instructor. Luo Feng felt a surge of excitement as well. Soon, the assessment results were revealed. Punching strength 3,109 kilograms. Speed 58 ms. Neural reaction test. Full score for junior warriors. Excellent for intermediate warriors. Haha. We have indeed produced a monster in Yayan District. Jiang Yin exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he slapped Luo Feng on the shoulder. Luo Feng, your instructor's future contribution value will depend on you. Luo Feng merely chuckled in response. Luo Feng, your impressive progress allows us at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy to grant you membership ahead of time. You need not undergo the martial artist combat assessment. We can accept you directly. Jiang Yin continued. Join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy directly? Luo Feng was puzzled. Typically, one must become a martial artist before being eligible to formally join other factions. Luo Feng, you come from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Yayan District. I consider myself your guide. Instructor Jiang Yin clapped Luo Feng's shoulder, smiling as he revealed, I won't hide it from you. Your first cultivation of genetic primal energy resulted in a punch strength increase of over 2,000 pounds, and your speed and neural reaction tests are equally remarkable. Your talent can be classified as genius or even monstrous. In the entire Jiangnan city, with its population of 200 million, such exceptional talents emerge only once or twice a year. Luo Feng could not help but smile wryly to himself. A monster? While others might be unaware. He knew that his first cultivation of genetic primal energy had only increased his punching strength by around 600 kilograms. His subsequent ability awakening had led to this remarkable improvement, achieving such astonishing figures. However, Jiang Nian remained oblivious to this fact. After all, the most significant leap in strength for any martial artist typically occurs during their initial cultivation of genetic primal energy. A talent like you will certainly attract attention from the Thunderbolt Martial Academy, the Underground Alliance, and various families once you undergo the martial artist combat assessment. They will undoubtedly seek to recruit you, Jiang Nian remarked with a smile, adding, at that point, you may find yourself dazzled by various enticing offers. Luo Feng suddenly realized the truth. Indeed, who wouldn't he compete for such a rare talent that emerges only once or twice a year in a city of 200 million? Thus, isn't it better to join us now? Jiang Nian continued with a smile. Rest assured, the conditions offered by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy will not be lacking. Typically, a martial artist joining an academy receives either a villa or a starting fund of 1 million Huaxia coins. Luo Feng, don't underestimate the value of money. The battle gear, weapons, martial arts manuals, and even some firearms all require substantial funds, not to mention the possibility of hiring powerful mentors for personal instruction. Luo Feng nodded in understanding. For a talent like you, in addition to a villa, we offer a starting fund of 20 million Huaxia coins. This will enable you to acquire various weapons and equipment. Moreover, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy will provide you free of charge with a set of guiding techniques, a set of martial arts manuals, and a set of agility manuals. If the total cost of these three does not exceed 50 million, you will receive them all for free. Any amount exceeding that will require you to cover the difference. Luo Feng was left breathless. Good heavens! The typical starting fund for martial artists is merely 1 million, and yet he was being offered nearly 70 million. After all, guiding techniques and martial arts manuals are crucial for any martial artist. Luo Feng, these guiding techniques, martial arts manuals, and agility manuals together are said to cost no more than 50 million. However, if you were to purchase them elsewhere, the prices would likely be double what you would pay at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Jiang Nian explained with a smile. Martial artists at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy enjoy discounts on select manuals. Of course, the level of manuals you can purchase also depends on your contribution value. Without contribution value, even money 1T suffice to buy manuals. However, your first purchase will be free of charge and doesn't T require contribution value. Luo Feng understood. It seemed the terms offered by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy were indeed quite generous. At the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, we offer the same conditions to all talented martial artists. Jiang Nian smiled and remarked, at the Extreme Martial Arts School, when you venture out to hunt monsters in the future, you will receive assistance from comrades across various regions. Moreover, our esteemed headmaster, Hong, the strongest in the world, occasionally mentors select elite individuals. Having lived in this era for many years, Luo Feng was acutely aware of the immense influence exerted by the Extreme Martial Arts School. Joining this institution was undoubtedly a wise choice. All right, instructor, I agree, Luo Feng nodded. Haha, Jiang Nian chuckled, of course. I lack the authority to grant you direct admission to the Extreme Martial Arts School. Recruiting a prodigious warrior like yourself requires personal approval from the headquarters. With that, Jiang Nian extracted a mobile phone from his pocket and softly uttered the word headquarters, instantly dialing the number. Moments later, a figure appeared on the phone screen. Jiang Nian, what is it? Inquired an elderly man with graying hair, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Master Bai, Jiang Nian exclaimed with excitement. I have discovered a genius-level martial artist in the Yayan district. During his first training session with genetic energy, he increased his punching power by 2,000 kilograms and achieved a speed of 58 meters per second. His neural response test and intermediate warrior assessment were both outstanding. He is undoubtedly a monster-level, genius-level talent. Oh? The elderly man was taken aback, swiftly asking, he increased his punching power by over 2,000 kilograms during his first training? How old is he? The older he was, the lower his potential for cultivation. 18 years old. Jiang Nian replied eagerly. What, only 18? The elderly man sprang to his feet, exclaiming, you must bring him to the headquarters immediately. I will arrange for someone to conduct an assessment right away. Very well. I will head to the headquarters at once. Jiang Nian hung up the phone and turned to Luo Feng. Luo Feng, come with me to the headquarters now. Yes, instructor. Instructor, I will place the Blood Shadow Battle Blade and Hexagonal Shield in the weapon storage, Luo Feng began to say, but Jiang Nian interrupted, pulling him along. Forget about the weapon storage. Leave them on the ground. Quickly, let us not waste time. As Jiang Yin hurriedly led Luo Feng towards the staircase, he instructed, "Old Li, I probably won't have time today, so my classes for tonight are cancelled." "Understood, Headmaster," Old Li nodded. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Yin and Luo Feng vanished from his sight. Chapter 5. The Levels of Warriors. Instructor Jiang Yin utilized his privileges as a warrior and, without purchasing a ticket, directly escorted Luo Feng onto the train heading towards the main district of Jiangnan City. Jiangnan City is divided into the main district and 8 satellite cities. The mode of transportation between the main district and the satellite cities is the train. Typically, one must reserve a ticket 3 days in advance, and the fare is exorbitant. As for traveling from one base city to another, the cost is astronomical, rendering it unaffordable for ordinary citizens. Consequently, the 200 million residents of Jiangnan City seldom have the opportunity to venture beyond the confines of their base city. In the main district of Jiangnan, on the sidewalk, Luo Feng and Jiang Yin walked side by side. "Luo Feng, do you notice the differences between the main district and our Yangzhou city?" Jiang Yin inquired with a smile. Pointing at their surroundings, Luo Feng glanced around and shook his head, saying, "I don't feel much difference. It just seems more crowded, with more vehicles. And the roads are wider. Everything else is rather ordinary. In terms of a small scene, there is nothing particularly special." Jiang Yin smiled subtly. "At first glance, it may not seem vastly different. You will soon understand." "Hello?" Jiang Yin opened his phone. "How long until we arrive?" The screen displayed the face of an elderly man. "Uncle Bai, we will arrive in 10 minutes, Jiang Yin replied with a smile. "Make sure there are no mistakes when the supervisor arrives," the elderly man warned seriously. "Supervisor?" Jiang Yin was taken aback. During their conversation, Luo Feng noticed ahead a vast area, marked by expansive silver walls, crowned by a towering, deep blue skyscraper adorned with 4 large characters visible from miles away. Extreme Martial Arts Hall. "This is the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Jiangnan City," Jiang Yin announced. "There's an impressive military presence," Luo Feng gasped. Outside the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, armed guards stood at every corner, creating an atmosphere that felt like a monster fully armed. The main entrance spanned 100 meters wide, where rows of soldiers scanned their surroundings. "These are our internal forces," Jiang Yin explained with a smile. "We are authorized to establish security forces within the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Let us go inside." Jiang Yin led Luo Feng towards the main entrance. "Pass." Escort. One armed man waved, prompting all the soldiers to step back in unison, their precise movements taking Luo Feng's breath away. The one-armed man turned to Jiang Yin with a grin. "Old Jiang, it's been a while since you visited the headquarters. We should catch up over drinks later." "Sounds good," Jiang Yin nodded, then turned to Luo Feng. "This is your senior. Greet him as Uncle Lu." "Uncle Lu," Luo Feng respectfully called out, sensing the formidable prowess of the one-armed man. "Not bad, young man," Uncle Lu smiled and nodded. "I don't have time to chat now. I'll talk to you later. Uncle Bai is waiting for me inside." Jiang Yin promptly guided Luo Feng into the courtyard of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. The expansive grounds resembled a large park, complete with babbling brooks, rockeries, and flower beds, bustling with pedestrians, each exuding an aura of distinction. As they walked, Jiang Yin remarked, "The man you called Uncle Lu is a good brother of mine from the past. We fought side by side through life and death. His arm was severed by a black-furred iron ape." Luo Feng listened quietly. "Our warriors in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall are exceedingly united." Jiang Yin pointed to the skyscraper. "That building is the headquarters for warriors in Jiangnan City. Almost everyone entering and exiting is a warrior." "Almost all are warriors?" Luo Feng exclaimed, noticing shadows moving inside the lobby through the glass, estimating there could be over 100. With a population of 200 million in Jiangnan City, how could our warriors be few? Jiang Yin chuckled. "Most in the lobby are simply enjoying drinks and conversations. The 2nd to 9th floors are where soldier-level warriors often train. The 10th to 19th floors accommodate general-level warriors. As for the 20th floor and above, that's where collective meetings are held." Luo Feng, filled with curiosity, asked, "Instructor, warriors are categorized into soldier level and general level?" "Indeed," Jiang Yin explained softly. "Warriors are primarily divided into soldier level, general level, and the exceedingly rare god level. Among these, soldier level warriors are the most numerous. Many warriors remain at the soldier level throughout their lives, further divided into junior, intermediate, and advanced soldier levels. Generally, those who have just passed their assessments are classified as junior soldiers." "Luo Feng, your current strength qualifies you as an intermediate soldier." Luo Feng nodded. realizing that his martial prowess was still at a foundational level among warriors. Soldier-level warriors can still be killed with conventional weaponry, whereas general-level warriors are typically immune to such attacks, Jiang Yin remarked. For instance, if you were to unleash a barrage from a heavy machine gun at a general-level warrior, they could easily evade it through their reflexes and speed. Thus, general-level warriors are undeniably elite among warriors, though you possess great talent. You are still young and can only be considered a novice, Jiang Yin chuckled. Luo Feng could only scratch his head in acknowledgement. He was acutely aware of the extraordinary strength of supreme warriors, like the one in the video who effortlessly bisected a golden eagle with a single strike. He doubted even his mental prowess could harm such a being. Above general level is the god level. Jiang Yin's eyes glimmered with admiration. These individuals are true gods of war. Each can traverse through a hail of bullets with lightning speed and incredible reflexes, capable of demolishing a building with a mere punch or kick. That is the essence of a god of war. Luo Feng listened intently. Soldier level, general level, god level. At present, I am merely an intermediate soldier. Perhaps with the utilization of mental prowess, my strength could significantly increase, possibly elevating me to general level. Instructor, is there anything above god level? Luo Feng inquired eagerly. Indeed. Jiang Mian nodded with a smile. There exist beings above god level in the world, each possessing world-shattering power. Even nations must tread carefully around such formidable individuals. However, they are exceedingly rare. Even our government has only 2 or 3 such invincible warriors. Luo Feng was astonished. Only 2 or 3 such beings under the government of Huaxia, one of the 5 great powers? Thus, the global classification of warriors is limited to soldier level, general level, and god level. Jiang Mian elucidated, of course. The standards for assessing strength worldwide are not merely based on power, speed, or reflexes, but rather on one's achievements. Achievements? Luo Feng inquired, puzzled. Yes. Although your physical prowess appears to align with intermediate soldier level, once you become a warrior, your status will still reflect you as a junior soldier. It is only when you hunt enough formidable beasts that meet the criteria for intermediate soldiers that you will be classified as such. Jiang Yin mused. After all, some possess exceptional physical attributes, while others excel in combat techniques. The sole metric for determining an individual's strength is their achievements. Luo Feng nodded in understanding. Indeed, even with significant disparities in physical capabilities, a weaker individual can still defeat a stronger opponent. Work hard to ascend to the general level. You are the pride of our Yangzhou city. Jiang Mian chuckled, recalling the last visit from my brother Yin Luo, who is indeed a general-level warrior. Oh, Luo Feng nodded slightly. How formidable would my own spiritual power be if I were to wield it? Could it possibly rival that of a general-level warrior? All of this may only be determined in the future. As Luo Feng and Jiang Yin conversed, they soon arrived at a spacious 3-story villa. From the balcony on the 2nd floor, an elderly man with salt and pepper hair called out, Jiang Yin, come up quickly. Let us ascend, Jiang Yin urged, leading Luo Feng swiftly into the villa. Chapter 6. Zhugetao. The 2nd floor of the villa was desolate, no smaller than the martial arts hall in the Yayan district of Yangzhou. As supervisor Jiang Yin ascended to the 2nd floor, he respectfully called out, Sir? Luo Feng was slightly taken aback. Instructor Jiang Yin had never shown such deference to anyone, whether it was the chief instructor Wu Tong of the Yangzhou dojo or others. Jiang Yin. This young man must be Luo Feng, a gentle voice resonated. Indeed, supervisor, Jiang Yin replied with utmost respect. Luo Feng scrutinized the scene before him. Beside the elderly gentleman with graying hair stood 5 individuals, 4 of whom donned immaculate white suits. These 4 stood respectfully behind a middle-aged man in a black tank suit. This man was slender, with a hawk-like nose and eyes that radiated warmth, exuding an aura of subtle elegance. Jiang Yin immediately signaled Luo Feng with his gaze, prompting Luo Feng to awaken from his reverie, hastily stating, I have met the supervisor. The middle-aged man in the tang suit nodded slightly and spoke, Old Bai, let us begin. Assess this young man's capabilities. Understood, Old Bai responded respectfully. Luo Feng pondered. Instructor Jiang Yin displays such reverence even before Chief Instructor Wu Tong. Old Bai holds considerable standing within the Extreme Martial Arts Association, yet he too shows such deference. What is the true status of this supervisor? Regardless, it was evident that this supervisor was a person of immense authority. Beep. The switches for the power testing machine and speed tester activated. The spacious martial arts hall on the 2nd floor was now fully equipped with cameras and other devices. clearly set to record Luo Feng's assessment in its entirety. The four individuals in white suits sprang into action, some wielding handheld computers while others personally checked the accuracy of various instruments. Old Bai, the instruments are functioning perfectly, a young woman in white attired remarked. Good. Luo Feng. Commence the testing with the power test, Old Bai instructed, turning his attention to Luo Feng. Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng approached the power testing machine. At that moment, all eyes, be it Jiang Yin, Old Bai, the four young individuals in white suits, or the esteemed supervisor, were fixed upon him. In an instant, Luo Feng, who appeared relaxed, unleashed his energy like a cheetah pouncing forward. Boom. With a punch that reverberated through the air, he struck the target of the power testing machine. Luo Feng immediately glanced at the display, 3110 kg. Impressive, young man, the usually composed supervisor remarked with a smile, nodding in approval. Proceed to the next test. The speed and nerve reaction test soon followed. The speed test yielded a result of 58 ms, while the nerve reaction test scored full marks for a primary warrior and excellent for an intermediate warrior. Exhaling deeply, Luo Feng stepped out of the red circle of the nerve reaction tester, relieved to have performed adequately under pressure. Beside him, instructor Jiang Yin also relaxed. For some individuals falter under immense psychological pressure during critical moments. The physical attributes are commendable. Your nerve reaction is even superior to the other two. The middle-aged man in the Tang suit remarked with a smile. At 18 years of age, you fit within the requisite parameters. Turning to Jiang Yin, he continued. Yayan district has produced such a talent. Jiang Yin, your contribution is undeniable. Jiang Yin's face lit up with pride as he replied. The credit lies primarily with Luo Feng. He has put in tremendous effort. Indeed, the tank-suited man said, fixing his gaze on Luo Feng with gravity. Luo Feng, do you wish to join our Extreme Martial Arts Association now? I trust instructor Jiang has informed you of the conditions. I am willing to join. Luo Feng declared without hesitation. Excellent, the tank-suited man exclaimed, clapping his hands. According to the customary practices, you may choose a villa to reside in within Yangzhou City or the main district headquarters. You will possess the right to reside there, without the authority to sell it. Our villa community is exclusively for martial artists associated with the association. Furthermore, a startup fund of 20 million. Additionally, you will receive 3 secret manuals regarding body techniques, guiding techniques, and offensive methods, each priced under 50 million, he continued, smiling. Did I state this correctly? Indeed, Luo Feng nodded. The middle-aged man in the Tang suit turned to a young woman in white. Draft a contract according to the usual terms, but amend one clause. Luo Feng may select any manuals for body techniques, guiding techniques, or offensive methods. As long as the price is under 100 million, it will be complimentary. On my account. Yes, supervisor, the young woman in white replied, her eyes widening in astonishment at Luo Feng, before promptly preparing the contract. Supervisor. Luo Feng was taken aback. The previous offer had capped the manuals at 50 million, yet it had now escalated to 100 million, with the supervisor covering the expenses. Luo Feng, you are quite remarkable, the tank-suited man remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. I have great faith in you. Do not concern yourself with such trivial sums. Trivial sums? Luo Feng was internally astonished. The leap from 50 million to 100 million implied that the supervisor was willing to spend tens of millions on him, which he considered a trifling amount. Surely, even a general-level martial artist wouldn't exhibit such extravagance. Thank you, supervisor, Luo Feng expressed his gratitude. The Tang-suited man smiled gently. And soon the printed contract was presented. He swiftly signed it, then handed it to Luo Feng. Here, just sign here and here. Luo Feng briefly scanned the contract. Its terms were clear and straightforward, devoid of any convoluted jargon. He promptly affixed his signature. Welcome, Luo Feng, to the family of the Extreme Martial Arts Association. The Tang-suited man proclaimed with a smile, extending his hand. Luo Feng reciprocated the gesture, shaking hands with the supervisor. From this day forth, you may directly move into the martial artist villa community, the Tang-suited man continued, grinning. As for your startup funds and selection of manuals, you will gain access to the association's internal network to make your choices once you officially become a martial artist. The startup funds will be deposited directly into your martial artist account. Luo Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, by the way, my name is Zhuge Tao. Do not forget it. The Tang-suited man smiled, leading the 4 young individuals in white suits away from the villa. The second floor of the villa was now empty, leaving only Old Bai, Jiang Yin, and Luo Feng. Phew, I was feeling a bit tense when the supervisor was here. Jiang Yin chuckled heartily. I too did not anticipate the supervisor's visit. Old Bai reflected. Luo Feng inquired, Instructor, Old Bai, who exactly is the supervisor? Haha, young man, you are indeed fortunate. The supervisor sees potential in you and casually increased your manual selection limit from 50 million to 100 million, Old Bai remarked, his tone imbued with admiration. What astonishes me most is that the supervisor even shared his name with you. It seems he genuinely holds you in high regard. Name? Luo Feng was oblivious to the significance of a supervisor willingly divulging his name. Upon hearing Zhuge Tao, he felt a sense of awe. After all, the surname Zhuge was quite rare. Luo Feng, in our terms, the supervisor is one of the 4 giants of the Jiang and Extreme Martial Arts Association. Jiang Yin smiled. For giants? Luo Feng was taken aback. Old Bai shot Jiang Yin a warning glance, lowering his voice. These are informal references. The highest authority within the Extreme Martial Arts Association is the president, followed by the 3 supervisors. The president and the 3 supervisors comprise the 4 giants that many martial artists refer to in hushed tones. Each wields immense power. To become a supervisor, one must first attain the status of a senior warrior, concurrently making significant contributions to the martial arts academy, and garner sufficient support from a substantial number of god-level warriors. Oh? Luo Feng was taken aback. There are 3 primary conditions to become a supervisor: strength, contribution, and the backing of formidable god-level warriors. For a supervisor, 50 million is indeed a trifling sum, Jiang Yin softly remarked. In my opinion, the supervisor values you. Because you are still young, nearly 18 years of age. He believes you hold potential for the future, the possibility of becoming a god-level warrior. Thus, he invests 50 million today to assist you. Luo Feng nodded. Beside him, Bai Bo chuckled, yet cautioned. However, Luo Feng, do not be complacent. Your talent is commendable. Yet the path to becoming a god-level warrior is exceedingly arduous. The supervisor merely perceives a glimmer of hope, perhaps. Just a sliver of possibility warrants a 50 million investment in me? Luo Feng sighed inwardly. The rules of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy are stringent. The internal regulations stipulate that the maximum limit for 3 secret manuals is 50 million. Even the supervisor cannot alter this rule. He can only assist from his own pocket beyond the 50 million. In the early stages of a warrior's development, quality manuals indeed hold immense value. Do not dwell on it, Luo Feng. The supervisor's favor towards you is beneficial, without a trace of detriment. The supervisor possesses extensive connections among the military, the circles of god-level warriors, the government, and various prominent families. He has his own network. These are the most influential figures in Jiangnan City. The titans of society, Jiang Yin could not help but exclaim. Luo Feng nodded. The supervisor's goodwill towards him is advantageous. There is no need to overthink it. Since he is offering assistance, it is only natural that he may be repaid in kind in the future. Luo Feng, when do you plan to move? Will you relocate to the martial arts community in Yangzhou City, or to the main urban area? Jiang Yin inquired. Luo Feng hesitated slightly. Most of his parents' friends reside in Yangzhou City, and nearly all his familiar friends are also there. Let us move to Minghua Community, Luo Feng replied. Chapter 7. Moving day. At noon on moving day, instructor Jiang Yin jovially dragged Luo Feng to the headquarters, where they enjoyed a lively meal with several martial artists. It was not until evening that Luo Feng finally returned to his home in Yangzhou City. As dusk fell, the streetlights in the South Bank community flickered to life. 3 middle-aged men, drenched in sweat, strolled through the neighborhood, their laughter echoing as they approached. One could faintly detect the scent of wood and paint lingering about them. My back is truly aching. I suspect I can only sleep on my stomach tonight, lamented one robust middle-aged man, grimacing as he leaned against his waist. And my prostate is bothering me as well. It might be time to visit the hospital. Darn it. Hospitals are so expensive. Old Tian, why not take a couple of days off and inform the boss? You can return to work once you feel better, suggested Luo Feng's father, Luo Honghua. Indeed, Old Tian. It's not worth it to ruin your health, chimed in a slightly portly man beside him. All right, I have an idea in mind. I'll head home now, replied the stout man, turning towards a nearby building. The other slightly overweight man exchanged a few words with Luo Honghua before departing for another building. Luo Honghua walked slowly toward his home under the dim glow of the streetlights. Standing at the base of the 32nd floor, he looked up at the stairs. For many today, climbing 32 flights was indeed a trivial task, yet after a long day of labor, even walking felt exhausting. My neck and back are sore. It's high time I took a break, he muttered to himself as he ascended each step to the 32nd floor. Ding dong. Ding dong. standing at his door. Luo Hongwa pressed the doorbell, too weary to even retrieve his keys. Click. The door swung open, revealing an opulent spread laid out for dinner. Over a dozen dishes that would be extravagant even for a New Year's celebration. What is all this? Why so much food? Luo Hongwa asked, feigning displeasure as he stepped inside. Welcome home, Dad, shouted Luo Hua from his wheelchair, his voice ringing with excitement. Dad. Luo Feng obediently offered a cup of tea to his father, declaring, from today onward, you needn't wear that work shirt anymore. Huh? Luo Hongwa was taken aback. Old Luo, said Gong Xinlan, smiling as she held a bowl of rice. Our son just signed a contract with the Extreme Martial Arts School. Once he passes the practical assessment, he'll receive 20 million in startup funds, along with a detached villa. He even brought back the keys. What? Luo Hongwa was stunned. Xinlan, what did you just say? Look, Dad. Luo Feng handed over the signed contract to his father. Luo Hongwa scrutinized the document meticulously, not missing a single word. Much like he had when he carefully read their marriage certificate all those years ago. The terms of the contract were exceedingly clear. This contract with the Martial Arts School isn't supposed to be signed until after the practical assessment, right? Luo Hongwa could hardly believe it. And how is there 20 million in startup funds? I had inquired previously about the initial funding for new recruits, which is only 1 million. Dad, that's because my brother is exceptional, Luo Hua chuckled. In this day and age, what is the most valuable? It's the talent among martial artists. Are we able to move into the villa already? Luo Hongwa asked his son. Gong Xinlan chimed in. If you wish to move in, you can do so right now. Haha, Luo Hongwa could hardly contain himself, tears welling in his eyes. After years of hard work for this family, he had struggled through arduous labor, never imagining he would have a chance to rise above his circumstances. But now, they would finally move into the fabled detached villa. Indeed, a detached villa is a legendary aspiration for ordinary people. After the Great Rebirth period, a base city must support 200 million souls, making land incredibly precious. Detached villas, due to their extravagant space requirements, are unattainable even for the wealthy. Those few who do own detached villas must still pay exorbitant luxury taxes. I, Luo Hongwa, will also have a day when I reside in a detached villa, he exclaimed joyfully. Haha, our boss doesn't he live as well as I will? Yes, yes. Luo Hua in the wheelchair added excitedly. Our home will have grand floor-to-ceiling windows, a large bathtub, and an expansive living room. Our future television and laptop will be voice-activated, with a television screen at least 200 inches wide. The bed will be spacious enough to roll around on. I have longed for a bed where I can roll around, Luo Hua exclaimed with glee. Seeing the delighted expressions on his father's and brother's faces filled Luo Feng with joy. Why did he strive so hard? Was it not for this very moment? Mom and Dad, please sit down and eat. Luo Feng smiled. I'll go take a shower, Luo Hongwa laughed heartily. From now on, I won't need to wear that work shirt anymore. I'll call my boss and fire him. That night, the Luo family basked in an unprecedented excitement and happiness. Their modest 36-square-meter home had housed them for many years. Despite numerous grievances, like his parents sleeping on the sofa and the lack of sunlight, they had countless cherished memories within those walls. However, one must always strive for greater heights. The next morning, a large truck arrived downstairs as the Luo family began loading their belongings. Old Luo, what is going on? Moving? Hey, Sister Lan. What is happening so early? Curious friends and neighbors from the same community inquired about the commotion as they passed by. Haha. My son Xiaofeng just joined the Extreme Martial Arts School, and we're moving to Mingyue Community. Luo Hongwa replied proudly. Wang San, make sure to come to the celebration when we host it. All these years, living in subsidized housing, who didn't he hope for a day to rise above their circumstances? Luo Hongwa had finally done it, thanks to his son. Old Luo's son is truly remarkable, joining the Extreme Martial Arts School. Indeed, that's impressive. I hope my son can achieve such greatness too. Even if I were to work myself to death, I'd die with a smile. Luo Hongwa was finally experiencing a turn of fortune. As news spread among the neighbors, the entire South Bank community and surrounding subsidized housing areas buzzed with the news that Luo Hongwa's son had joined the Extreme Martial Arts School and that they were moving to Mingyue Community. This was indeed a momentous event, igniting hope among many youths from ordinary families who aspired to assist their families one day. When you come to see me, just head straight to Mingyue Community. But give me a call beforehand, so I can notify the gate, Luo Feng said to his friend Wei Wan. Sure, Wei Wan replied, pounding Luo Feng's chest excitedly. I knew you would rise one day. What essay failed college entrance exam? Even university and military academy graduates. How many among them can live in a detached villa? Damn, I'll definitely visit your home in a few days. I've never set foot in a detached villa in my life. Soon, under the watchful gaze of numerous women, children, and men in the neighborhood, Luo Feng's family embarked on their journey in a sedan, while a large truck behind them was filled with many cherished belongings they could not bear to part with. The family departed from the Nanhai community, entering the Wuzhe community's Mingwei district. In the morning, at the entrance of Mingwei district, 6 armed soldiers stood rigidly on either side of the gate, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Halt! One soldier commanded, raising his assault rifle. The barrel aimed at the approaching taxi. The taxi screeched to a sudden stop. Luo Feng and his family disembarked, while an elderly man with graying hair emerged from the security booth, beaming with a smile. Luo Feng, is it? I recognized you at the martial artist assessment last time. I knew you had a bright future ahead. I was surprised to hear that you're moving into our community so soon. The notification reached me yesterday. Quickly. Someone assist with the unloading. Don't worry. We have people to help with the move. These moving companies are not permitted inside, the elderly man chuckled. We understand. Luo Feng's father, Luo Honghua, replied with a smile. Before long, 7 or 8 soldiers rushed out from the community, promptly assisting with the unloading. Under the envious gazes of the moving company staff, Luo Feng's family stepped into Mingwei district. Luo Feng gazed at the Central Extreme Club and surveyed the picturesque surroundings, flowing streams, rockeries, ponds, and the independent villas nestled amidst the tranquil waters. From today onwards, this will be my home, he thought. Turning to his parents and his brother in the wheelchair, who were equally thrilled as they took in the beauty of the community. Mr. Luo Feng, your home is just ahead, a young woman among the soldiers remarked with a smile, holding a document. This villa, number 199, is yours. It comprises 3 floors, with a basement, and the 3rd floor features an expansive terrace. The total area is 512 square meters, and when including the basement, courtyard, and large terrace, it approaches 800 square meters. Luo Feng's family exchanged glances, their eyes wide with astonishment as they carefully examined the luxurious villa with its striking red and white facade. This was to be their new home. 36 square meters? Nearly 800 square meters? His brother, Luo Hua, murmured in disbelief. Chapter 8. The Martial Artist Practical Assessment on the night of July 31st. Within the confines of Villa 199 in the Mingwei community, the 2nd floor boasts 4 expansive rooms, a bedroom, a media room, a reception area, and a grand martial arts training hall, which spans a generous 120 square meters, nearly occupying half of the 2nd floor's total area. As the night deepens, the glow of the streetlights filters through the media room's glass, casting reflections into the training hall. Dressed in loose-fitting martial arts attire, Luo Feng sits cross-legged on the floor, his body enveloped in 2 streams of shimmering light that swirl around him with remarkable speed. These lights dart about the training hall like jubilant birds, soaring, diving, and looping with agility and swiftness. After a brief moment, the 2 lights slow and come to a halt before Luo Feng, revealing themselves to be 2 flying daggers. My ability to manipulate objects from a distance allows me to multitask effectively. However, if I were to control 4 or 5 daggers simultaneously, their speed and power would diminish significantly. Over the past month, Luo Feng has dedicated himself to honing his physical strength and mastering precision control, focusing primarily on developing his mental prowess. During this time, he has made numerous acquaintances among fellow martial artists in the Mingwei community, confirming that his psychic energy indeed manifests as mental force. Tomorrow marks the day of the martial artist practical assessment, so tonight, I shall rest well. Luo Feng rises, opens the glass door, and retreats to his bedroom to sleep. On the morning of August 1st, under the guidance of a martial artist from the Extreme Alliance, Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and over 30 aspiring martial artists make their way to the train station. The faint sound of the train's wheels gliding along the tracks is barely audible. Yet the train car is alive with chatter. Each compartment is fully enclosed, devoid of windows to the outside world. At this moment, a figure appears on the large screen in each compartment. Dear aspiring martial artists, I hail from the HR Alliance, proclaims a middle-aged man on the screen. I trust you are familiar with the HR Alliance, the world's most powerful and wealthy organization, boasting the largest number of martial artists. You may also recognize us by our other name, the Underground Alliance. The aspiring martial artists gradually quiet down. Luo Feng and Yang Wu sit side by side, gazing at the screen. Crazy, you know about the Underground Alliance, right? Yang Wu chuckles. They're the big spenders, wealthier than any government. I'm aware, Luo Feng smiles. Having gleaned much about the world during his month in the Mingwei community, before the Great Nirvana, powerful families controlled various political parties in places like America and Europe, families such as the Morgans, Rockefellers, and Onassis, who collectively held a substantial portion of the world's wealth. However, with the advent of the Great Nirvana and the onslaught of monstrous creatures, many smaller nations fell, and larger powers turned inward, with their military governments exerting unprecedented control. In this tumultuous time, ancient and powerful families, fearing suppression by government forces, banded together to form the HR Alliance, also known as the Human Rights Alliance. The Human Rights Alliance presents itself as a noble cause, yet in reality, it serves to solidify the power of these super families, earning it the moniker Underground Alliance among martial artists. Our alliance is the largest platform for martial artist exchange worldwide. Here, you can undertake high-paying missions. We wield immense influence across the globe. Joining us means that regardless of whether you find yourself in America, the European Union, or elsewhere, you will enjoy the finest services. Our alliance possesses formidable military and political power. Join us. The middle-aged man continues his speech for a full 15 minutes. Future martial artists. The screen shifts to another serious-looking man who introduces himself as Lu, the deputy director of the Security Bureau in Jiangnan City. In our nation, the government military holds undeniable strength. Joining the government or military will ensure you receive the best support, no matter where you are in our great land. The screen changes once more to another individual, who identifies himself as Wang, the head of the Thunder Martial Arts Association in Jiangnan City. Our association was founded by the world's fastest invincible warrior, the Thunder God. We have branches around the globe. Future martial artists, you have heard from the first three. I need not say much more, as I represent the Extreme Martial Arts Association. The screen shifts again to reveal another individual. I'm Juga. The Extreme Martial Arts Association is the largest martial arts institution in the world, established by the strongest warrior alive. We possess unparalleled strength. The promotions from these four figures spark lively discussions among the aspiring martial artists. Brother, once you become a martial artist, which faction do you plan to join? I think the Extreme Martial Arts Association is quite impressive. Joining the Underground Alliance would yield the highest profits. Haha. The Thunder Martial Arts Association offers better benefits for martial artists than the Extreme Association. Others chime in. Excited conversations fill the train car as Luo Feng and Yang Wu engage in quiet discussion. Crazy, my instructor and former seniors have all joined the Extreme Martial Arts Association. And now you plan to do the same. Indeed. Regardless, joining the Extreme Martial Arts Association still allows for engagement in Underground Alliance missions. As for trade, it can be conducted within the Extreme Martial Arts Association or the Underground Alliance. Luo Feng is acutely aware that within the borders of their homeland, the government military reigns supreme, followed closely by the Underground Alliance, a coalition of super families that even the governments of various nations hesitate to offend, given their control over the global economic arteries. The Thunder Martial Arts Association and the Extreme Martial Arts Association rank lower in power. Yet joining either of these two associations signifies freedom. Yang, how many aspiring martial artists do you think are on this train? Luo Feng surveys the surroundings, noting that even in this single compartment, there are over 100 individuals. Quite a few, Yang Wu replies, just a moment ago. I overheard someone mention that there are 2 practical assessments for martial artists each year, with over 1,000 participants from the entire Jiangnan city. Over 1,000? Luo Feng exclaims in surprise. Yet it makes sense, with a population of 200 million in Jiangnan City and 10 million in Yangzhou City. That averages to just a handful of participants. Moments later, an announcement echoes through the train car. Attention, aspiring martial artists, the train is about to arrive at the station. Please prepare to disembark. As the train gradually slows to a halt, the doors open, and the aspiring martial artists flood out of the train. Soon after, a throng of martial artists enters a sprawling military camp, where various heavy weaponry is visible at the perimeter, all aimed outward. Soldiers wielding an array of sophisticated weapons stand guard. Luo Feng and his fellow aspiring martial artists gaze in awe at their surroundings. Look at the camp. Yang Wu exclaims excitedly, pointing into the distance. Luo Feng peers closely and sees monstrous creatures, gaunt and hungry, roaring just beyond the camp's perimeter. Yet, these beasts dare not approach the military stronghold. With a piercing shriek, the aspiring martial artists collectively look up to the azure sky. where hundreds of avian monstrosities soar ominously overhead. The book states that upon leaving the base city, one is bound to encounter various monstrous creatures. Indeed, the words of the book ring true. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with fervor. Humanity can only reside within the confines of the base city or gather in military camps. To venture forth alone into these territories and engage in combat with formidable beasts is a feat only achievable by warriors. A resounding voice echoed in the ears of every aspiring warrior, welcoming them to the northern military district of Jiangnan City. This time, the practical assessment for the 680 candidates will take place here in our northern military district. I sincerely hope that the majority of you will pass the assessment and that all of you will survive this rigorous practical examination. Chapter 9, Monster Town. The military district was bustling with activity, preparing a sumptuous lunch for the prospective warriors participating in the martial arts practical assessment. In the afternoon, 680 aspirants gathered in a spacious plaza, where high-ranking officials from the northern military district of Jiangnan City and leaders from the Thunderbolt and Extreme Martial Arts schools stood at the forefront. Below, the names of the aspirants were called out, and they stepped forward to receive their battle gear and weapons. Yinzhua, Hifeng, Wang Bingjiang. A total of 10 officers shouted the names of the prospective warriors. When Luo Feng echoed through the air, he immediately sprinted to the front. This is your battle uniform and combat boots. Here's the Blood Shadow War Blade, Series 2, weighing a hefty 98 kilograms. We have nothing heavier prepared. An officer said as he handed Luo Feng his items. This is a communication watch with positioning and communication capabilities, and this is a hexagonal shield. The officer's eyes held a hint of doubt. It was unusual for a prospective warrior to request such a heavy weapon. Luo Feng smiled slightly, clutching the nearly 200 kilograms of gear as he swiftly made his way back. In the plaza, all 680 warriors were assigned weapons of various specifications suited to their sizes and preferences, each wielding cold weapons. As the use of firearms was strictly prohibited during the martial arts practical assessment, once the distribution was complete, everyone returned to their resting areas to don their combat attire and boots. Laughter echoed across the spacious plaza. At this moment, Luo Feng was clad in alloy combat boots, military trousers, and a combat vest woven with special materials, bearing a hexagonal shield and the Blood Shadow Warblade. He happily conversed with other aspiring warriors nearby. This entire ensemble must have cost at least 700,000 to 800,000, exclaimed an excited young man with a buzz cut, pointing at his own battle gear. Though this uniform isn't the highest quality, it will shield us from the weakest H-class beast's claws, far superior to any flimsy bulletproof vest in the city. Ordinary bullets cannot penetrate it, and H-class monsters cannot tear the fabric. You may not be able to tear it, but the sheer force from their attacks could easily shatter your bones and injure your organs. A stern-faced girl interjected with a cold laugh. I'm not that fragile, the young man replied playfully, glancing at the girl. How about a little challenge later, little sister? Let's talk. Luo Feng frowned. Yes, we'll listen to you. Luo Gu, the young man chuckled. Word of Luo Feng being recruited early by the Extreme Martial Arts School quickly spread among the aspirants. Out of the 680 participants this year, only 3 had been pre-selected by the Extreme Martial Arts School and the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, making them the envy of their peers. Luo Feng. A voice called from the distance. It was Wu Tong, the chief instructor of the Yangzhou Extreme Martial Arts School. Wu Shu, Luo Feng, and a few others, including Yang Wu, smiled and rushed over. Over the past month, Luo Feng had been residing in the Mingyue community, growing close to Wu Tong, whom he affectionately referred to as Wu Shu. Luo Feng, follow me, Wu Tong instructed, leading the way. Luo Feng, full of curiosity, said little as they soon reached the second floor of a quiet building. Inside the living room, several individuals were gathered, and among them was Zhuge Tao, one of the 4 titans of the Jiangnan Extreme Martial Arts School. Supervisor, Luo Feng greeted. Ah, Luo Feng, come sit over there with Wu Tong. Zhuge Tao replied with a faint smile, his black combat uniform glimmering subtly with silver threads. So, this is the Luo Feng you mentioned? Doesn't he seem much better than our recruits at Thunderbolt? A burly man in dark purple attire remarked, his voice resonating. We recruited too early. One is physically on par with your Luo Feng, and the other is a genius with firearms. The burly man gestured to 2 young men beside him, who stood up. I'm Wan Dong, said a brooding youth with a purple birthmark on his face. I'm Ma Xiao, chimed in the other, whose smile was strikingly beautiful. Indeed, one could describe him as pretty. Had he been a woman, he might have been a national disaster. Luo Feng nodded with a smile. I'm Luo Feng. You already know. Are you brave enough to compete with me? The brooding youth challenged, his eyes gleaming with hunger at the prospect of the evening's assessment. Let us see who can score the highest. Not interested, Luo Feng replied, shaking his head. The brooding youth was taken aback but quickly sneered, saying nothing further. Zhuge Tao and the burly man chuckled at the scene. Zhuge, this young man shows promise. At least he remains composed and doesn't let provocation cloud his judgment. I find myself liking him, the burly man remarked. Do you intend to join our Thunderbolt martial arts school? Go away, Zhuge Tao shot back, rolling his eyes. Just joking. You're no fun, the burly man laughed heartily. Zhuge Tao glanced downstairs. Let us head out. The martial arts practical assessment is about to commence. The 680 prospective warriors, led by the military, marched for a good half hour until they reached the outskirts of a small town. It was now dusk, and the sun had set. The chilling roars of monstrous creatures echoed from within the town, surrounded by barbed wire and patrolled by numerous armed soldiers. Hurry up. We need to bring in 200 iron-haired wild boars, 300 shadow cats, and 500 tiger mastiffs. The number of beasts inside is insufficient. A command rang out from within the town as Luo Feng and the others did not have to wait long to see heavy trucks approaching, each filled with cages housing furious creatures. The sight sent shivers down the spines of those who had never faced monsters before. Luo Feng, Wu Tong said with a calm demeanor, having good physical fitness and swordsmanship does not guarantee you can slay monsters. Some may falter at the sight of blood or when facing life and death, rendering them unable to unleash even a fraction of their potential. This assessment is primarily to temper your mindset. You must adapt to the brutal reality of battling monsters. Do not show mercy. Understood, Luo Feng nodded. These monsters are all the weakest H-class, equivalent to beginner warrior level among martial artists, Wu Tong explained. Their weakness lies in their low intelligence, but they are fiercely aggressive and bloodthirsty. It's not uncommon for aspiring warriors to suffer fatalities or severe injuries during these assessments. Luo Feng acknowledged this. Engaging in combat with monsters could never guarantee absolute safety. After the weakest H-level monsters were transported into the town, the number of monsters within had reached an astonishing figure. A resounding voice penetrated the ears of every aspiring warrior. Luo Feng and all the other candidates raised their heads to see an officer standing atop a dilapidated 3-story building within the town, addressing them. This practical assessment, as per tradition, would commence promptly at 6:30 p.m. tonight and conclude at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow. The more monsters you slay, the greater your score. For each monster killed, you must sever its left ear as proof. Remember, infighting among candidates is strictly prohibited. All your activities will be under surveillance, and violators will face immediate execution. Among the 680 aspiring warriors, those ranking in the top 60 will attain warrior status, while the bottom 40 shall be deemed failures and must await the next practical assessment. The officer's tone grew increasingly stern, indicating that out of the 680 participants, 1,008 would succeed, while 672 would be eliminated. The candidates below murmured amongst themselves, astonished by the 40 elimination rate. A word of caution. Typically, hunting 3 monsters ensures passage. If you manage only 2, your fate will depend on luck. The officer's voice resonated in everyone's ears, stating that in the event of a tie in achievements, rankings would be determined by the time taken to slay monsters and the extent of injuries sustained. Thus, once you have slain a certain number of monsters, it is advisable to exit the town as soon as possible. Keep in mind that if you are gravely injured, you may activate the distress button on your communication watch. Help will arrive immediately. However, that moment signifies the end of your practical assessment. With a leap, the officer soared from the rooftop of the building, jumping several meters high, and then made 2 more leaps to exit the town. All candidates, commence your entry into Monster Town. With a wave of his hand, the officer signaled, and the 680 aspiring warriors surged forth like a tumultuous tide into the town. Close the gates. At the officer's command, the massive gate thundered shut. The practical assessment for warriors officially begins. Chapter 10. First bloodshed within the confines of the isolated town. 680 aspiring martial artists swiftly dispersed, embarking on their respective hunts. Yang Gu, are you venturing into this monster-infested town alone? Luo Feng and Yang Wu stood beside the dilapidated wall of a small supermarket. Yang Wu nodded solemnly. Fengzi. This martial artist combat assessment isn't merely an evaluation, it's a crucible for courage. The perils we face when truly venturing into dangerous territories will be 10, even 100-fold greater than this. If I require your assistance even in this monster town, What will become of me in the future? Luo Feng acquiesced. You're right, Yang Gu. Be careful. Indeed, Fengzi seized this opportunity, Yang Wu reminded him. This town is teeming with the weakest H-grade monsters. Such a prime chance to hone our swordsmanship with these inferior beasts may never rise again. I understand. This is a rare chance to refine my swordsmanship. Luo Feng replied with a smile. Very well. Let's meet outside the town at dawn tomorrow. With those words, Yang Wu cautiously surveyed his surroundings and darted away with remarkable speed. Luo Feng also swiftly sought refuge in a shadowy alcove. As night descended, colossal searchlights illuminated the town's periphery, casting a stark glow upon some areas while leaving others shrouded in obscurity. According to the martial artists within the residential complex, monsters were classified into 3 tiers: Beast Soldier, Beast General, and Lord, corresponding to the human ranks of Warrior, Warlord, and God of War. Luo Feng, with a hexagonal shield strapped to his left forearm and the blood shadow battle blade in his right hand, stood silently in a dilapidated, dust-laden alley. The weakest are the elementary beast soldiers, the H-grade monsters, equivalent to novice human warriors. While the town teemed with monsters, they primarily comprised 3 types: the swift shadow cat, a feline predator renowned for its speed; the ironhide boar, a creature of immense power and defense; and the tiger mastiff, a canine monster boasting both formidable speed and strength. Luo Feng's gaze swept across the surroundings. Suddenly, a faint silhouette emerged from a collapsed 2-story building in the distance, slowly advancing. With his keen eyesight, Luo Feng swiftly identified it as a monster with bristly fur resembling sharp needles, standing 1.5 meters tall. Its gaping maw revealed 2 enormous tusks that glinted menacingly under the reflected light of the distant searchlights. An ironhide boar? My first prey, you shall be, Luo Feng declared. Stepping out of the alley and into the ironhide boar's line of sight, the ironhide boar fixed its gaze upon the human warrior, armed with a shield and blade, and emitted a series of guttural snorts. With a thunderous stomp of its thick hooves against the concrete, it kicked up a cloud of dust and charged towards Luo Feng with a foul-smelling gust of wind, resembling a speeding heavy-duty Hummer. Its 2 sharp, elongated tusks, akin to colossal scimitars, bore down upon him. As the ironhide boar charged, Luo Feng swiftly sidestepped, evading the monster's path. The rapidly advancing boar was unable to halt its momentum. With a glint of coldness in his eyes, Luo Feng unleashed his full strength, channeling it into his arm and executing a swift, upward slash with the blood shadow battle blade. The blade sliced through the ironhide boar's neck from below. The boar's head was severed from its body, soaring through the air as blood gushed from the severed neck. The body, propelled by inertia, continued its charge for another 10 meters before collapsing with a resounding thud, twitching for a moment before succumbing to death. Luo Feng took a couple of deep breaths, the sight of the monster's severed neck spewing blood sending a shiver down his spine. Slaying a monster, the first kill, is indeed a jarring experience. No wonder Uncle Wu said that many aspiring martial artists can't even muster 10% of their strength when they first witness bloodshed. Luo Feng reflected on the battle. The initial evasion was well executed, but afterward, severing the ironhide boar's head with a single upward slash was a waste of energy. An ordinary aspiring martial artist wouldn't be able to sever the head with a single strike. The ironhide boar possesses formidable defense, but that's relative to ordinary martial artists. My current strength rivals that of an elite intermediate warrior. This battle was akin to bullying the ironhide boar. According to the martial artist brothers in the Mingwei residential complex, one shouldn't rely on brute force when facing monsters. One must identify and exploit their weaknesses. Furthermore, I must overcome my trepidation at the sight of blood spurting from the ironhide boar's severed neck. I must adapt. In the future, I will frequently engage in combat with monsters, walking the precipice of life and death. A lack of psychological fortitude during crucial battles can easily lead to demise. Luo Feng understood that maintaining composure was paramount in critical moments. In truth, Luo Feng's composure was commendable, considering it was his first monster kill. Many others would have fared far worse. Luo Feng approached the boar's head and, with a swift motion, severed its left ear, placing it in his backpack. One down, onto the next. He vanished into the streets, leaving behind the headless corpse of the ironhide boar, its blood staining the dust-covered concrete road. Time slipped away, and throughout the secluded town, bloody battles unfolded. While the H-grade monsters possessed similar strength to the aspiring martial artists, the humans held an advantage: intelligence. The inferior H-grade monsters possessed little intellect, driven only by primal instincts. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, on the rooftop of a 6-story residential building, 2 dark figures clashed. A cold flash of light erupted as Luo Feng knelt on the platform, a trace of blood staining the blade of his blood shadow battle blade. The other figure was sent hurtling backward, collapsing on the rooftop and leaving a trail of blood. The shadow cat is indeed the fastest, reaching speeds of approximately 40 meters per second for an H-grade monster. Luo Feng rose and approached the shadow cat's corpse. Its fur was gray, and its body was relatively small, measuring about half a meter in length. A gruesome wound marred its abdomen, its internal organs exposed by Luo Feng's earlier strike. For an ordinary aspiring martial artist, the shadow cat poses a significant threat. But against me, it was outmatched, Luo Feng lamented, severing the shadow cat's left ear. Luo Feng's speed far surpassed that of the shadow cat. In reality, Luo Feng had already attained the strength of an intermediate warrior, and a superior one at that. 5 down. Luo Feng secured his trophies. Being able to hunt 3 monsters almost guarantees qualification. Having hunted 5, I'm definitely in. So, from this moment onward, I shall diligently hone my swordsmanship and footwork. Hunting monsters was merely a means to accumulate points, and now I have enough. I shall now utilize 1,000 kilograms of punching force and a speed of 30 meters per second. I shall engage in genuine combat with these monsters. Previously, Luo Feng had been toying with the monsters, as they were not on the same level. Now, by suppressing his strength to match theirs, he could effectively hone his skills. After all, when venturing into dangerous territories in the future, he wouldn't always be facing monsters weaker than himself. Let the training commence. Luo Feng stood on the edge of the residential building's rooftop, surveying the surroundings. There's one. At a glance, Luo Feng spotted a dilapidated 3-story villa below, where a sleek, spotted mastiff was perched on the rooftop. Without hesitation, Luo Feng surged forward, leaping from the edge of the terrace and soaring over 10 meters before landing heavily on the top floor of the crumbling villa, causing the floorboards to tremble violently. He rolled on the ground to dissipate the impact and then dashed towards the mastiff. The ferocious creature lunged at him in response. A cold, blood-stained youth wielding a ghostly blade strode arrogantly down the street, pondering silently how many beasts Luo Feng had slain. This youth was Wandong, the only genius among the 680 aspiring martial artists whose strength was comparable to Luo Feng's, and who had been recruited early by the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Institute. While 3 individuals had been admitted early, one was a firearms prodigy with less impressive physical attributes. Only Luo Feng and Wandong were true equals in physical prowess. Suddenly, Wandong's gaze fell upon a figure engaged in a fierce battle with 2 shadowy cats. The cats emitted chilling cries, their speed astonishing, as their razor-sharp claws swiped mercilessly. The figure, however, nimbly evaded their attacks, skillfully countering their strikes. Luo Feng, is it truly taking you this long to dispatch 2 shadow cats? I am utterly disappointed. Wandong's voice rang out mockingly. In a flash, Luo Feng's blood shadow war blade struck twice, and both shadow cats tumbled to the ground, struggling briefly before falling still. Impressive speed, Wandong thought, startled, as he realized the precision and decisiveness of Luo Feng's strikes, which revealed the formidable strength he possessed. I had intended to play with you a bit longer to refine my movements, Luo Feng murmured, glancing at the lifeless bodies of the shadow cats. But that person is insufferable. I do not wish for him to witness my training. He severed the left ear of each shadow cat, stowing them in his backpack without sparing Wandong a glance, and swiftly vanished from sight. Chapter 11. Subtlety in the secluded town. The slaughter continued unabated. Some novice warriors were injured in their first encounters with monsters, helplessly pressing the button on their communication watches to call for help, only to find themselves in failure. Others, upon slaying a beast, turned pale with fear. Yet there were also formidable novice warriors who, after killing a monster, became exhilarated and frenzied with excitement. Not far from this closed town, within a grand building, numerous surveillance screens displayed the events unfolding in various regions of the town. What a Navi tactic! In one of the rooms of this edifice, an officer sat drinking with a burly man, while a large screen on the wall showcased the ongoing carnage in the town. The burly man sighed, reflecting on the young warriors battling the monsters. It takes me back to our youth. Indeed, replied the officer with a wistful tone. Look at them. Most are in their 20s, the prime of their youth, yet so inexperienced. The officer continued, Old Wang, in the blink of an eye, we too have aged. We were once the rising stars of Jiang'an City, and now you are the head of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, a notable figure in your own right. The burly man laughed heartily. Iron Monkey, you've made it to the rank of Major General as well. Suddenly, the officer's gaze sharpened as he focused on the screen. Old Wang, look closely. The footage revealed a novice warrior under assault by 5 shadowy figures, which were in fact 5 H-grade shadow cats. The assailed warrior, wielding a hexagonal shield and a blood shadow battle knife, appeared youthful, none other than Luo Feng. "Remarkable!" exclaimed the burly man, his eyes gleaming. "Isn't he extraordinary?" The officer marveled. This young man is treating this combat assessment as a free opportunity to hone his agility. And look at his movement. It's extraordinary. He has achieved the level of subtlety. Indeed, the level of subtlety. The burly man's eyes sparkled as he fixated on Luo Feng, who deftly evaded the attacks of the 5 shadow cats with minimal movement, embodying a grace that captivated both seasoned warriors. Such agility at his age, it's incredible, he gasped. At just 18, he has achieved what many seasoned combatants cannot. His movements reflect a mastery attained only through countless battles and a solid foundation. "How do you know he is 18? The officer asked, startled. "Do you know him?" "He is Luo Feng, recruited early by the extreme martial arts school." The burly man replied with disdain. "They are incredibly fortunate to have him. Not only is his physical prowess exceptional, but his agility is astonishing. Achieving the level of subtlety at such a young age, what a future awaits him." "Indeed, many combatants have yet to reach that level," the officer acknowledged. "Such mastery and agility is formidable." "Enough." The burly man slammed his hand on the table. "Such a talent cannot be taken by the extreme martial arts school. Thank goodness I decided to drink with you and witness this footage. What do you intend to do?" The officer inquired with a smile. "What do you think?" "I'm going to poach him," the burly man declared, eyes wide with determination. "The extreme martial arts school likely has no idea of the treasure they possess in this young man. I must bring him over. Would I say little money?" He scoffed. "This year has brought forth a remarkable talent, far surpassing that Wandong." The officer chuckled. "Iron Monkey, please copy that footage for me." "Of course, a trivial matter." The officer nodded with a grin. As dawn broke over the secluded monster town, in a dilapidated residential complex, Luo Feng found himself besieged by 3 tiger mastiffs, 2 shadow cats, and 2 iron-haired wild boars. It took considerable effort to draw these 7 beasts to him. "Excellent. Bring it on." Luo Feng remained calm, as if taking a leisurely stroll, stepping left and right, retreating and advancing, occasionally twisting his waist or bending slightly. With such subtle movements, he evaded every attack, the beasts unable to land a single hit. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a tiger mastiff lunging at him, with other monsters simultaneously attacking. Reacting swiftly, he pivoted and evaded. That was close, Luo Feng thought to himself. Just as the claws of the shadow cat were about to strike, he miraculously shifted 5 centimeters to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. Mastering the legendary level of subtlety was indeed challenging. Although it appeared Luo Feng had successfully evaded all attacks, he was acutely aware of his near failure. In that critical moment, he had used mental force to push against the hexagonal shield on his left arm, generating a sudden thrust that allowed him to dodge. In combat, agility is paramount, which is why Luo Feng had spent the night honing his skills. Typically, mastering agility requires a solid foundation, often taking 10 years of arduous training. Following this, one must engage in countless battles to develop evasive instincts. Achieving proficiency means reaching a point where movements become instinctual. These represent the initial 3 tiers of agility training. Beyond them lies the level of subtlety. This level signifies an exquisite control over one's power and body, allowing for the most nuanced evasions at minimal cost. Movements become as precise as calculations made by a computer. The difficulty of achieving the level of subtlety arises from the high stakes. Any misstep during a slight evasion can result in being struck by a monster, with dire consequences. Training for this level against significantly weaker beasts yields little benefit. Though Luo Feng faced 7 monsters simultaneously, he exerted his full strength and speed. However, evading all 7 simultaneously proved exceedingly challenging. Am I not at the level of subtlety? He pondered. By employing minimal movements for exquisite evasions, he occasionally encountered small errors. Feeling mentally fatigued, he swung the blood shadow battle knife, causing the beasts to emit furious cries of agony. 5 of them fell lifelessly to the ground, while the remaining 2 fled in fear. Regardless, after this night of rigorous training, his agility had undoubtedly improved twofold. A faint smile graced Luo Feng's lips. How could mere practice compare to the visceral thrill of close combat with monsters? Moreover, could ordinary monster skirmishes ever rival the extreme training of Luo Feng's subtle movements? Only by truly pushing one's physical limits could one discover the boundaries of their evasive capabilities. This night's training proved immensely beneficial to Luo Feng. It was crucial to remember that Luo Feng, in a one-on-one encounter, was superior to the H-grade tiger mastiff, shadow cat, and iron-bristled boar. Yet, even with his strength, being besieged by 7 monsters could still lead to his demise. After all, a punch delivering over 3,000 kilograms of force, coupled with a monster's impact exceeding 2,000 kilograms, could easily leave Luo Feng coughing up blood. Even the prodigiously talented Wan Dong wouldn't dare to train so audaciously. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness could result in dismemberment by the 7 beasts. But Luo Feng dared. He possessed the power of spiritual force. In case of an evasive misstep, he could instantly employ his spiritual force upon his shield or blood shadow blade, granting himself an extra burst of momentum. This allowed him to borrow force, facilitating further lateral dodges. Alas, this spiritual force could only be exerted upon inanimate objects. Upon nearing a living being, it would directly penetrate the body. Luo Feng shook his head. Spiritual force could not control humans or animals, only metals, wood, and the like. Nonetheless, his spiritual force had already brought him considerable delight. At the very least, he could achieve micro-level evasion, a mutated form of micro-level evasion to be precise, for he relied on a spiritual force-induced push in moments of error. Yet, his evasive prowess was not inferior to that of a normal micro-level practitioner. In fact, it was even more enigmatic. A cacophony of ear-piercing sounds suddenly echoed throughout the town, accompanied by a resonant voice booming through the loudspeakers, permeating the entire settlement. Time's up. All prospective martial artists proceed immediately to the town's exit. The martial arts combat assessment has concluded? Luo Feng smiled. Henceforth, I shall continue to explore this micro-level footwork training, until the day I can attain micro-level evasion without the aid of spiritual force. Luo Feng severed the left ears of the 5 nearby monsters, stowing them in his backpack before swiftly making his way towards the gate of the monster town. Chapter 12. An invitation from the Thunder Dojo. Emerging from the monster town's entrance, the aspiring martial artists were a grim sight. Nearly all were stained with blood, be it from the beasts they had faced or their own wounds. Some were supported by their comrades, limping and weary. The town echoed with the shrill beeping of heavy trucks lumbering out, piled high with the corpses of monsters. Hey, we've got some casualties here. Someone come and identify them. A voice called out as one of the trucks halted. Indeed, several mangled bodies lay within, some incomplete, bearing the gruesome marks of consumption by the beasts. The truck unceremoniously dumped the remains onto the ground. Ah, Aegon, Shaoyin. Cries of anguish erupted from the crowd as those who recognized the fallen rushed forward, collapsing beside the bodies in inconsolable grief. What's with all the wailing? A stern military officer barked, drawing resentful glares. Slaughtering monsters is a deadly business. If you choose the path of a martial artist, you must embrace the inevitability of death. Humanity grants martial artists privileges, but why? Not for your personal enjoyment, but because you eliminate countless monsters, rendering a great service to humanity. That is the justification for your privileges. Your status, your power. All must be earned through relentless struggle. This trial was designed with the weakest monsters, and even those weren't engaging in pack behavior. If you can't even pass this trial, how do you expect to survive in the wilderness? The officer's words silenced the crowd. They were well aware of the dangers posed by monsters. Among the most dreaded were the pack hunters, such as the lion mastiffs. These canines often roamed in packs of dozens, deterring even intermediate warrior-level martial artists from engaging them. 2 monster left ears. Next. A left arm injury, Luo Feng? 3 monster left ears. Not bad. Next. Near the town's entrance. Each returning aspirant presented the left ears of their kills as proof of their success. Look, it's Luo Feng, the one pre-recruited by the Limitless Dojo. I wonder how many monsters he's slain. Physical prowess doesn't necessarily translate to monster-slaying ability. All eyes were on Luo Feng as he emerged. Luo Feng, Wan Dong, and Ma Xiao were the 3 who had been pre-selected for recruitment, making them well-known among their peers. Luo Feng paused, noticing the attention. Luo Feng, is it? Hand over the monster ears you've collected. An officer sitting behind a table, flanked by 2 others with laptops, addressed him. Yes. Luo Feng nodded, removing his backpack. The crowd's gaze intensified, curious to see the extent of his success. Clatter. Luo Feng emptied his pack, a heap of monster ears spilling into the metal container, filling it more than halfway. So many? How many monsters did he kill? The onlookers were astonished. The evaluating officer counted the ears, a smile spreading across his face. Luo Feng, impressive. 36 monster left ears. So far, you've slain the most in this group. And no injuries, either. Next. The officer turned to the next person in line as Luo Feng walked away with a smile. I've passed the combat assessment, and I'm officially a martial artist. Luo Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. He joined the crowd, watching others present their trophies. Some were unscathed, but most bore minor injuries that would heal in a week or two. Sadly, some were severely wounded, even crippled. Yang Wu, not bad, 3 monster left ears. Minor left arm injury. Next, Yang Wu is back safe as well. Yang, over here. Luo Feng called from the crowd. Madman. Yang Wu chuckled, rushing over. How did it go? How many did you kill? 36. Luo Feng replied as they moved to a quieter spot. 36? You're insane. Those monsters are tough to kill. Yang Wu exclaimed. Especially the tiger mastiffs. They're faster than me, not to mention their strength. Monsters of the same level are generally much stronger than humans. I barely managed to kill 3. Luo Feng smiled. H-level monsters are indeed formidable. Even intermediate warrior-level martial artists would be in danger facing 7 or 8 of them. I was only able to hone my footwork so effectively thanks to my mental strength. Wandong. It's Wandong, the prodigious martial artist pre-recruited by the Thunder Dojo. I wonder how many monster ears he has. Will he surpass Luo Feng? Wandong is the only one who can rival Luo Feng. The murmurs drew Luo Feng and Yang Wu's attention. Yang Wu was surprised. Wandong waited until now to come out. Madman. They say his physical abilities are on par with yours. I wonder how many monsters he's slain. The aspirants in front stared at Wandong's bag, while those in the rear strained to hear. A mountain of monster ears. It looks like a lot. A commotion erupted, followed by the evaluating officer's voice. Wandong, impressive. 51 monster left ears. Haha, you've surpassed Luo Feng. You currently hold the record for the most monsters slain in this group. 51? He is even more than Luo Feng? Wandong is truly formidable. 51 monsters is incredible. The aspirants, having experienced the monster's ferocity firsthand, were in awe. Madman, Wandong has even more than you, Yang Wu said. Impressed. Does killing more even matter? Luo Feng asked with a nonchalant smile. He had focused on improving his footwork the previous night. Had he truly wanted to kill the weakest H-level monsters, he could have easily ambushed lone creatures and slain over 100. Luo Feng. A voice called out. Luo Feng turned to see a burly officer smiling. Come with me. Someone wants to meet you in the lounge. Meet me? Luo Feng was puzzled. Without hesitation, he followed the officer, changing into clean clothes before entering the lounge. Inside, a powerfully built man sat with his eyes closed. He opened them suddenly, his gaze piercing Luo Feng like lightning. It's him? Luo Feng was startled. He recognized the man from his conversation with Supervisor Zhuge. He was one of the 4 titans of the Thunder Dojo in the Jiangnan base city. My name is Wang Heng, the director of the Thunder Dojo headquarters. The man said with a smile. Luo Feng, have a seat. I'm sitting face to face with the director? Luo Feng was astonished, fully aware of the director's high status. A director of the headquarters was comparable to a god of war level expert. They possess astonishing power. One could say that in the Jiangnan base city. The imposing man before me wields an almost omnipotent influence. Why not take a seat? Afraid I might devour you? He chuckled heartily. Luo Feng smiled and sat before the robust figure, inquiring, Mr. Wang, may I ask the purpose of your visit? It's quite simple, the brawny man replied with a smile. I have investigated your familial background. You hail from an ordinary family. Your father is merely a decoration worker, and your mother works as a sales assistant in a supermarket. You lack advantageous circumstances, yet you have remarkably reached this point at the age of 18. That is indeed commendable. A complex smile crossed Luo Feng's face. He had indeed labored tirelessly for all that he had achieved today. I hold you in high regard, and I believe you possess immense potential. I formally invite you to join my Thunderbolt Martial Arts School. The stout man gazed intently at Luo Feng. However, I have already signed a contract with the Extreme Martial Arts School, Luo Feng replied, shaking his head with a smile. The brawny man shrugged dismissively. A contract? Such a binding agreement can certainly be breached. A mere payment of a penalty is all that is required. According to martial artist regulations, the maximum penalty cannot exceed 300 million. I believe your worth far surpasses that amount. The Thunderbolt Martial Arts School will cover the penalty for you. Moreover, upon your joining, I will arrange for you to receive a prestigious training contract at our global headquarters. The imposing man continued with a grin. Each year, fewer than 10 martial artists worldwide receive this elite training contract. Each one is an unequivocal prodigy. This year, we have only issued 3 of these contracts so far. One to a 20-year-old advanced warrior from a European nation, another to a genius from South America who is a psychic practitioner, and the third to a 16-year-old intermediate warrior from the capital of our homeland, Jinghua-based city. You would be the fourth. Luo Feng was taken aback. These three individuals were extraordinarily gifted. It was evident that although Wandong and Ma Xiao had been recruited early, they were still unqualified for such an elite training contract. How could he be deemed worthy? In truth, Luo Feng's physical attributes alone did not merit such a contract. However, with the added factor of having comprehended the subtle intricacies of body techniques, he was indeed eligible for the prestigious training contract. After all, achieving such understanding by the age of 18 was nothing short of remarkable. If you join my Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, I will grant you this contract, sending you to our global headquarters for training, and you may even have the opportunity to receive guidance from the legendary Thunder God himself. The brawny man smiled warmly. Luo Feng, we at the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School sincerely invite you to join us. Chapter 13. The House of Limits. Wang Heng felt that he had reached the limits of negotiation as he gazed at Luo Feng with anticipation. I apologize, Luo Feng said, slightly bowing his head in gratitude to the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. However, I have already joined the Limits Martial Arts Hall and have no intention of switching. Truly, I am sorry. Wang Heng was taken aback. You refuse? Have you not given it enough thought? The burly man frowned, glaring at him. There's no need. Luo Feng replied as he rose to his feet and inclined his body slightly. Mr. Wang, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Luo Feng understood that since he had already turned down the offer, lingering would only lead to awkwardness. Wang Heng scrutinized Luo Feng closely. Faced with temptation, the young man remained utterly unyielding. Wang Heng couldn't help but sigh inwardly before waving his hand and smiling. Very well, I shall not persuade you further. If one day you change your mind, the doors of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall will always be open to you. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Luo Feng smiled and promptly departed. The moment Luo Feng left, Wang Heng's expression darkened as he shouted outside, Summon Wandong. Yes, supervisor. A subordinate immediately went to inform Wandong. Wang Heng could hardly believe that yet another talent had been taken by the Limits Martial Arts Hall. Rubbing his chin, his fierce eyes narrowed slightly. Since the Phantom War God had been severely injured and retreated in the Jiangnan-based city, the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall had consistently been at a disadvantage compared to the Limits Martial Arts Hall. Alas, Wang Heng felt a sense of urgency. Globally, the Limits Martial Arts Hall and the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall were the two largest martial arts institutions. Their founders were the world's strongest and second strongest fighters, respectively. Naturally, while the upper echelons of both halls exchanged pleasantries, beneath the surface, they were locked in fierce rivalry, each striving to surpass the other. In several base cities worldwide, the influence of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall overshadowed that of the Limits Martial Arts Hall. However, in Jiangnan, the latter held the upper hand. Supervisor. The cold-faced Wandong entered. With a confident demeanor, Wandong had evidently excelled in the recent martial artist practical assessment, having hunted more monsters than Luo Feng, securing the top rank, which further bolstered his self-assurance. Ah, Wandong, Wang Heng smiled faintly. You are among the most outstanding new martial artists of our Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. However, your current strength still falls somewhat short compared to Luo Feng. Supervisor, Wandong exclaimed, agitated. Are you saying I am inferior to Luo Feng? Wang Heng frowned. Do you doubt my words? Wandong shook his head. Aware that the supervisor before him was a former advanced battle general and held various privileges associated with the title of supervisor. In terms of status, he was no less significant than a war god-level powerhouse. Such a person would not lie. I can tell you with certainty that your physical attributes are not inferior to his. However, in practical combat, even three of you combined would not match one Luo Feng. Wang Heng stated solemnly. Currently, the gap between you and him is considerable, but that does not imply that you will always be weaker than him. What you must do now is to work diligently and surpass him. I have encountered many geniuses, yet I have witnessed the downfall of countless prodigies. A martial artist walks the fine line between life and death. Your talent merely signifies that you started earlier. You have just begun your journey as a martial artist. This path is only just unfolding for you. Do not slacken. Luo Feng is merely your first rival to surpass. In the future, you will need to overcome many more opponents, Wang Heng encouraged. I hope to see a new war god emerge one day. Wandong was stirred with fervor. Yes, Luo Feng was just the first opponent. He would strive to surpass many others until he became a war god. Very well, you may go. After a night of slaughter, you deserve a good rest, Wang Heng smiled. Yes, supervisor. Wandong respectfully withdrew. Wang Heng shook his head. lifting his teacup to take a gentle sip. Over the years since he assumed the role of supervisor, he had constantly sought ways to cultivate talented individuals, whether by applying pressure, offering financial incentives, or employing various other methods. The more powerful individuals he nurtured, the more solidified his own position became. Perhaps Wan Dong might surprise me in the future, Wang Heng mused with a self-deprecating smile. However, I do not expect him to surpass Luo Feng. Achieving that would suffice. An 18-year-old at the micro level, with remarkable physical attributes, such a promising seedling. Wang Heng shook his head, sipping his tea, and refrained from overthinking. Luo Feng and Wan Dong were merely good seedlings in the grand scheme of things. In the northern military district of Jiangnan Bay City, Luo Feng and Yang Wu, now dressed in their own clothes, chatted amiably as they walked. Crazy. That Wan Dong looked at you with an odd glint in his eyes earlier. He even mentioned wanting to compete with you to see who becomes a battle general first. Yang Wu remarked, puzzled. Who knows what that was about? It seems Wan Dong has taken me as a rival, Luo Feng pondered, still bewildered by Wan Dong's earlier words. Little did he know that after Wang Heng's words, Wan Dong had already regarded Luo Feng as his first opponent. I passed the practical assessment. I should inform my family. Luo Feng said cheerfully as he retrieved his phone from his pocket. Yang, you should inform your family too. Sure, Yang Wu nodded with a smile. Both Luo Feng and Yang Wu dialed their family members. In one of the 8 fortified cities of Jiangnan Bay City, within the Mingyue community, Luo Honghua and Gong Xinlan pushed their younger son Luo Hua's wheelchair while conversing with an elderly man with white hair. Don't worry, Honghua. Your son Luo Feng will surely pass the martial artist practical assessment, the elderly man assured. Is the practical assessment dangerous? Gong Xinlan couldn't help but inquire. My son said it wasn't dangerous, but we saw online that it can be perilous. Well, there is some risk involved, the elderly man nodded. According to my son, the typical death rate in the martial artist practical assessment is around 3 to 5. The disability rate is approximately 5 to 8. That means generally, over 100 prospective martial artists may be incapacitated in a single practical assessment. Luo Honghua and Gong Xinlan exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing. Your son will be perfectly fine. Do not worry, the elderly man assured with a smile. Yes, Luo Honghua and Gong Xinlan nodded, though beneath their calm facade, they were deeply unsettled. Luo Hua, seated in the wheelchair, remained silent, his fist clenched tightly. Suddenly, a cheerful ringtone echoed, and Gong Xinlan pulled out her phone. Her face lighting up. It's Luo Feng's call, she exclaimed, glancing at the others beside her. Quick, answer it, Luo Honghua urged. Luo Hua stared at the phone, while the elderly man smiled encouragingly. Hello, Gong Xinlan answered, activating the speakerphone. Mom, I passed the martial artist practical assessment. I'll be home tonight, so be sure to prepare some delicious food. Luo Feng's voice resonated through the phone, audible to everyone present. Luo Honghua chuckled, while Luo Hua, who had been gripping his fist tightly, finally relaxed and smiled. Great. Mom will prepare plenty of delicious food, Gong Xinlan exclaimed with excitement. On the evening of August 2nd, at the Mingyue community in Yangzhou City, Luo Feng had returned home. Luo Feng is back. Congratulations. Congratulations, my foot. The practical assessment posed no challenge for Luo Feng whatsoever. As they strolled through the community, Luo Feng greeted several martial artists he encountered with smiles. The number of martial artists in human society was significantly fewer than that of ordinary people. Within the Mingyue community, all residents belonged to martial artist families, and all had joined the Limits Martial Arts Hall, creating a naturally close-knit community. Mom, Dad. Luo Feng spotted his parents and the family nanny waiting at the door. Dinner's ready. His father, Luo Honghua, exclaimed with a smile. On that night, Luo Feng and his family were filled with joy, for from that moment onward, he had officially become a martial artist in the eyes of the law. As the clock struck 11, in the audiovisual room on the second floor of Luo Feng's home, it was said that once one formally became a martial artist, they could access the internal network of the Extreme Martial Arts School. Luo Feng felt a surge of excitement, knowing that such a unique internal network could only be accessed with a specific identity. Only the martial artists of the Extreme Martial Arts School were qualified to enter the internal network known as the Extreme Home. Meanwhile, the HR Alliance platform was accessible to any martial artist. Luo Feng entered the website address on the keyboard, and instantly, a colossal screen measuring 200 inches illuminated one of the walls in the audiovisual room, displaying the homepage of Extreme Home. After verifying his fingerprint, a melodious tune flowed through the room like a gentle stream. and on the enormous screen appeared a personal page featuring a photograph of Luo Feng, accompanied by a series of information fields. Name, Luo Feng. Gender, male. Address, Jiangnan Bay City. Huaxia martial artist certificate number for 26123205608010002 level, warrior level, beginner, contribution points, 0 currency balance, 20, 000. 000 Huaxia coins. Chapter 14. The source of Luo Feng's headache in the tranquil audiovisual room. Luo Feng took a sip of freshly brewed tea. His gaze fixed upon the enormous screen adorning the wall. 20 million Huaxia coins? The promised startup funds from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy have indeed arrived. At the top of the webpage, a row of buttons gleamed, one of which was incessantly flashing, displaying the message, "You have 2 new emails." With a gentle tap of his finger on the touchpad of the wireless keyboard, Luo Feng opened his inbox. With a whoosh, the first email unfolded, revealing a video. "Hello." Mr. Luo Feng greeted a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, his smile warm. "I am the assistant to Supervisor Zhuge. I trust you have seen the promised startup funds of 20 million. As for the purchase of martial arts manuals for body techniques, sword techniques, and guiding techniques, you may acquire them directly through the internal network as long as the price does not exceed 100 million. The internal network will reimburse you fully, not deducting a single coin. Should the price exceed 100 million, the surplus will be at your own expense. Additionally, on behalf of the supervisor, I congratulate you on your successful martial artist assessment." With that, the video concluded. "The Extreme Martial Arts Academy has been quite generous to me," thought Luo Feng as he clicked on the second email. This one also opened with a video. "Dear newly initiated martial artist, Luo Feng, greetings. On behalf of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, I welcome you to our family." A sweet-faced girl smiled warmly. "This is your first entry into the internal network, the Extreme Home. Allow me to introduce its functions. Firstly, within the Extreme Home, you may purchase an array of weapons, guiding techniques, body techniques, offensive manuals such as swordplay, firearms, and more, alongside firearms, conveyances, protective gear, communication systems, specialized explosives, unique medicinal agents, and even rare materials. Provided you possess sufficient funds, all can be yours. Once payment is made, delivery will occur within 24 hours. Through the Extreme Home, you can even hire martial artists of the general class or even God of War class to provide one-on-one instruction via the network. However, ample payment is required." The girl smiled. "If you accumulate enough contribution points, the prices of the aforementioned items will be halved." Luo Feng was taken aback. Halved? If an item cost 100 million, could he acquire it for merely 50 million with sufficient contribution points? The value of contribution points is indeed significant. Yet, at present, his contribution points stood at a mere 0. The uses of contribution points are manifold, not solely limited to purchasing items. For instance, reaching certain thresholds in contribution points grants access to elite special teams within the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. The girl continued, "The higher your contribution points, the greater your standing and authority within our academy, along with enhanced benefits. There are primarily 2 methods to earn contribution points. 1. Hunt monsters and procure valuable materials from their bodies, which can then be sold to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy for both money and contribution points. The second method involves donating to the academy. The more you contribute, the more points you gain. Currently, the ratio stands at donating 10,000 Huaxia coins earns you 1 contribution point. The donation system starts at 10 million Huaxia coins, with a maximum donation cap of 1 billion. Thus, through the donation system, the maximum contribution points attainable is 10 million. Luo Feng was astounded. Is there a limit to donations? 1 billion at most? If one exceeds that, the academy won't accept it? 1 billion Huaxia coins is quite significant. It seems the wealthiest individual in Huaxia, according to Forbes, has barely over 1 billion. The world's richest person, as per Forbes, possesses around $12 billion, equivalent to approximately 420 billion Huaxia coins. Of course, those figures reflect public knowledge. Some superfamilies possess greater assets than the wealthiest individuals due to their collective family wealth. Mr. Luo Feng, the girl cautioned. Hunting monsters is the best way to earn contribution points. You can gain both points and money. You now have startup capital. Please refrain from making immediate purchases. You may explore the Martial Artist Forums resource section to thoroughly review foundational knowledge, which will greatly aid you in selecting manuals and purchasing weapons. With that, the video concluded, and the girl bowed gracefully. Luo Feng marveled at the immense utility of the internal network Extreme Home. The most enticing aspect was the ability to hire formidable general or god of war class warriors for personalized instruction via the internet. Though he possessed 20 million Huaxia coins, Luo Feng was not in haste to purchase weapons or items. Instead, he sought to familiarize himself with the intricacies of the Extreme Home website. The site boasted a plethora of functionalities, segmented into various sections for task assignments, private chats, training resources, and a donation system. What captivated Luo Feng most were the martial artist forum and the online mall. The online mall brimmed with diverse offerings, guiding techniques, body techniques, swordplay manuals, firearms, cold weapons, genetic agents, and more, an endless array of options, a true haven for spending money. As Luo Feng entered the martial artist forum and navigated to the basic knowledge database, he found it devoid of replies but filled with substantial foundational information. Mentalists. Luo Feng scrolled through the pages, seeking insights on mentalists, until he finally stumbled upon a post titled A Brief Description of Mentalists. Dear brothers, it seems many of you know little about mentalists, so allow me to provide a brief introduction. The first line made Luo Feng chuckle. It was evident that the posts in the so-called forum were merely compilations of various martial artist writings rather than formal documentation. Mentalists are perhaps the most formidable figures in the martial artist community. Firstly, one cannot simply become a mentalist through training. Each mentalist is exceptionally gifted, having awakened their abilities independently. The post described in a conversational tone that prior to their awakening, they might just be ordinary martial artists. However, upon awakening, they become remarkably powerful. How powerful, you ask? Primarily, mentalists can be categorized into two types. One type specializes in object manipulation. This means controlling objects such as spikes or flying knives for ranged attacks. The ability of mentalists to manipulate objects from a distance far surpasses that of conventional sniper bullets. The trajectory of a sniper bullet is almost a straight line, whereas the weapons controlled by a mentalist exhibit unpredictable patterns. For instance, heavy machine guns and top-tier sniper rifles have limited lethality. Even the finest sniper rifles struggle to slay elementary beast general monsters. However, the power of a mentalist controlling spikes or flying knives escalates with the enhancement of their mental force. Numerous mentalists have slain Lord-class monsters. Among mentalists, the second type specializes in direct mental assaults. This form of attack is shrouded in mystery, targeting the very souls of beasts. If successful, the beast may remain physically unharmed, yet perish instantly. However, attacking the soul proves to be quite challenging, as those who comprehend the art of mental assault among the mentalists are said to be exceedingly rare. Beyond telekinesis and mental attacks, there are purportedly other factions of mentalists, though I am not well versed in those. Luo Feng scrutinized each word, fearing the omission of even a single phrase. What truly incited my envy was the rapid progression of the mentalist's prowess. Mentalists are inherently endowed with formidable mental power. However, during their childhood, their bodies cannot withstand such intense mental energy, causing it to remain dormant within their consciousness. As their physical constitution strengthens and reaches a certain threshold, their mental prowess is eventually revealed. The stronger the physique, the greater the capacity to endure mental energy. Warriors are categorized into 9 tiers: warrior level, beginner, intermediate, advanced; battle master level, beginner, intermediate, advanced; and battle god level, beginner, intermediate, advanced. Typically, there exists a 2-tier disparity between physical constitution and mental energy. Should one's physical state be at the beginner warrior level, their mental energy would generally correspond to the advanced warrior level. If one's physique is at the intermediate warrior level, their mental energy would equate to the beginner battle master level. Mentalists experience a period of rapid enhancement in their abilities due to their innate strength in mental energy, which remains dormant within their consciousness. The more robust their physique, the more of this latent energy is unveiled. The stronger the body, the mightier the mental energy, until the day arrives when all the dormant mental energy is fully excavated. At this juncture, the advancement of the mentalist's abilities begins to slow considerably. Upon reading this section, Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback. So it was. The enhancement of a mentalist's abilities essentially involves the excavation of their latent mental energy. Only with a sufficiently strong body can one withstand a substantial amount of mental energy. Therefore, the potential of a mentalist hinges upon the quantity of mental energy lying dormant within their consciousness. This latent mental energy may exist in liquid form, or in a coexistence of liquid and solid forms, or even entirely in solid form. Legend suggests that when mental energy condenses into a solid state within the consciousness, it signifies an immense reservoir of mental energy, marking these individuals as possessing the highest potential among mentalists. As their physical constitution improves, this solid mental energy will continuously release, enhancing their strength until one day, when the solid completely disintegrates, marking the end of their rapid enhancement phase. Luo Feng stifled his excitement and continued to read until he had absorbed the entirety of the post. Subsequently, he perused the database and discovered 2 more descriptions of mentalists. The accounts were largely similar, affirming their authenticity. Luo Feng nodded in understanding. Thus, the dark golden sphere in my consciousness must indeed be a solid manifestation of immense mental energy. I am truly fortunate to have survived the awakening. Luo Feng felt a sense of awe. According to the 3 posts he had encountered, when a mentalist awakens, there is an instantaneous eruption of potent mental energy within their consciousness. Should the awakening fail, it could result in madness, a vegetative state, or even fatal hemorrhaging. No wonder I have experienced a dull ache in my head almost daily throughout my life, even fainting on several occasions. Luo Feng realized that it was his frail physique that could not bear the overwhelming mental energy, leading to the headaches. As his physical constitution improved, the headaches gradually diminished. And now, they have entirely dissipated. Since that awakening, the headaches have completely vanished. The dark golden sphere is indeed a solidified manifestation of mental energy. I wonder just how much mental energy it harbors, Luo Feng pondered. Chapter 15. To buy or not to buy? Luo Feng perused an array of posts on the Warrior Forum, delving into topics such as 50 questions on monster hunting, knowledge of wilderness survival, how to avoid provoking beast commander level monsters, and 28 methods for escape. The diverse threads illuminated the arduous journey of warriors, revealing that their esteemed status within human society was hard-earned through relentless effort. Indeed, the wisdom conveyed in these posts resonated deeply with him. The 3 essential secrets, body techniques, attack methods, and guiding techniques were paramount for any warrior. The guiding technique determined the enhancement of a warrior's inherent strength, while the body techniques and attack methods were crucial for practical combat abilities. After absorbing the information from the forum, Luo Feng wholeheartedly agreed that investing in these 3 areas was imperative for any aspiring warrior. No wonder the Extreme Martial Arts School offered him the opportunity to acquire these 3 secrets at no cost. They naturally wished to bolster the strength of their own. Curiosity piqued, Luo Feng accessed the online marketplace. As he tapped on the wireless keyboard and touched the screen, the expansive display in the media room revealed a plethora of meticulously categorized items. He navigated to secrets and attack types, clicking thrice until an array of physical photographs of various secrets appeared, accompanied by their names and prices. End of the world. Category: gun techniques. Rating: ultimate. Price: 100 billion huaxia coins. Full price: 50 billion huaxia coins. Half price. Requirement: 4-star contribution points. 9-fold Thunderblade. Category: blade techniques. Rating: ultimate. Price: 100 billion huaxia coins. Full price: 50 billion huaxia coins. Half price. Requirement: 4-star contribution points. Phantom Blade Technique. Category: blade techniques. Rating: SS level. Price: 10 billion huaxia coins. Full price: 5 billion huaxia coins. Half price. Requirement: 3-star contribution points. Miss Sword. Category: sword techniques. Rating: S level. Price: 3 billion huaxia coins. Full price: 5 billion huaxia coins. Half price. Requirement: 3-star contribution points. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled at the extensive list of secrets. Could it be that the gun technique End of the World, belonging to the world's strongest warrior Hong, was for sale? And was the 9-fold Thunder Blade truly from the second strongest, Thunder God? He was instantly captivated by the top-rated gun and blade techniques, though the exorbitant prices left him astounded. 100 billion for the full set? Half price at 50 billion, contingent upon achieving 4-star contribution points? Luo Feng understood the hierarchy of contribution points clearly. Reaching 10,000 points equated to a 1-star rating, 100,000 to 2 stars, 1,000,000 to 3 stars, and 10 million to 4 stars. Attaining the legendary 5-star status seemed nearly impossible due to its extreme difficulty. The End of the World, touted as the world's premier attack technique, beckoned him. With a mix of curiosity and anticipation, he clicked to explore the details of End of the World. To his surprise, he discovered a multitude of pricing options. End of the World, all 6 levels, 100 billion huaxia coins, full price, 50 billion huaxia coins, half price. Requirement: 1-star contribution points. End of the World, first 5 levels, 40 billion huaxia coins, full price, 20 billion huaxia coins, half price. Requirement: First star contribution points. End of the world. First 4 levels. 15 billion huaxia coins, full price. 7. 5 billion huaxia coins, half price. Requirement. 3-star contribution points. End of the world. First level. 2 billion huaxia coins, full price. 1 billion huaxia coins, half price. Requirement. 1-star contribution points. What? This secret could be purchased in segments? Luo Feng realized that selling the complete set of an ultimate gun technique like End of the World would be unfeasible due to its astronomical price. Moreover, even if someone were to acquire it, they would need to start from the first level. How many warriors could truly progress to the 6th level? Most would likely only master the first level throughout their lifetime, unable to advance further. This ultimate secret, undeniably the attack method of the world's strongest warrior, captivated Luo Feng. He noted that within the gun technique lay an accompanying body technique. Acquiring this complete secret would essentially mean obtaining both body and attack techniques. He felt a pang of desire, yet lamented that he practiced the blade and could not afford such a price. The 9-fold Thunderblade, rated equally as an ultimate technique, drew his attention next. Unlike his initial curiosity regarding End of the World, his exploration of 9-fold Thunderblade was imbued with yearning and expectation. The 9-fold Thunderblade was purported to be the most challenging blade technique to master globally, encompassing both a complementary body technique and a unique guiding technique. The high demands on physical strength and muscle sensitivity made it notoriously difficult to learn. The prospect of a blade technique with an accompanying body technique and guiding technique thrilled Luo Feng. If the price were reasonable, he might be able to purchase it. He scrutinized the pricing. 9-fold Thunderblade, all 9 levels. 100 billion huaxia coins, full price. 50 billion huaxia coins, half price. Requirement. 4-star contribution points. 9-fold Thunderblade. First 8 levels. 50 billion huaxia coins, full price. 25 billion huaxia coins, half price. Requirement. 4-star contribution points. 9-fold Thunderblade. First 5 levels. 2 billion huaxia coins, full price. 1 billion huaxia coins, half price. Requirement. 3-star contribution points. 9-fold Thunderblade. First 4 levels. 500 million huaxia coins, full price. 250 million huaxia coins, half price. Requirement. 2-star contribution points. 9-fold Thunderblade. First 3 levels. 200 million huaxia coins, full price. 100 million huaxia coins, half price. Requirement. 2-star contribution points. 9-fold Thunderblade. First 2 levels. 100 million huaxia coins, full price. 50 million huaxia coins, half price. Requirement. 2-star contribution points. 9-fold Thunderblade. First level. 50 million huaxia coins, full price. 25 million huaxia coins, half price. Requirement. 1-star contribution points. Upon reviewing the prices, it was evident that the 9-fold Thunderblade, with its 9 levels, was significantly more affordable than End of the World. However, a notable warning in bold red letters at the bottom of the web page read, "The 9-fold Thunderblade is an ultimate blade technique with extreme difficulty in mastering. Countless warriors have attempted to learn it, yet many have failed to even grasp the first level. Please proceed with caution." Luo Feng hesitated upon reading this alert. Clearly, the technique was arduous to master, yet its potential power was formidable once mastered. The question lingered, should he invest in it? After all, this was no trivial sum. In the dimly lit media room, as the large screen displayed information about the 9-fold Thunderblade, Luo Feng sat silently on the sofa, deep in contemplation. If he were to purchase it, it would indeed be a significant investment. For a warrior, such an expense was astronomical. Yet, if one were to train, why not train with the best? With resolve. Luo Feng clenched his jaw and felt a spark of determination in his eyes. He refused to believe he could not succeed in mastering it. Throughout his life, he had always been diligent and hardworking. As a spiritual master, the latent mental power within his sea of consciousness had coalesced into a shimmering dark golden sphere. My strength will undergo a remarkable leap. I refuse to believe that I cannot master the 9-fold Thunderblade. Luo Feng has always held a steadfast belief, which embodies the philosophy imparted by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, the pursuit of limits and the transcendence of them. There is also a more colloquial saying, a martial artist who does not aspire to be the best in the world is not a worthy martial artist. I am determined to cultivate the 9-fold Thunderblade. Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng gently tapped the touchscreen. Please confirm whether you wish to purchase the first 3 tiers of 9-fold Thunderblade, requiring a payment of 100 million huaxia coins. A prompt appeared on the screen, indicating that this was Luo Feng's first purchase. According to his contract with the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, the first purchase of attack techniques, movement techniques, and blade techniques is exempt from contribution point requirements, allowing him to enjoy the most favorable price directly. Confirm. Luo Feng clicked once more. Please undergo fingerprint verification for final confirmation. A reminder appeared on the screen. Luo Feng placed his finger on the fingerprint scanner of the wireless keyboard. Beep. Fingerprint verification successful. Purchase completed. The first 3 tiers of the 9-fold Thunderblade will be delivered to Mr. Luo Feng's residence within 24 hours. The screen continued to display notifications. Chapter 16. The expensive equipment. Fortunately, according to the contract with the Extreme Martial Arts School, the initial purchase could bypass the contribution point limitation and be acquired at the best price. Luo Feng felt his heart race. It was impossible not to feel exhilarated. For this amounted to a staggering 100 million huaxia coins. Acquiring a row house from the Zhang family would likely be a trivial matter. Moreover, having grown up in a family of modest means, the thought of spending such an amount was overwhelming. Thankfully, it was not his money. Luo Feng grinned. Having successfully purchased the martial arts manual, the next step was to procure weapons, combat attire, and more. With a startup capital of 20 million, he aimed to save wherever possible. Luo Feng opened the weapon list page and quickly located the Blood Shadow War Blade Model 2 series. The Blood Shadow War Blade Model 2 series. Model A1 priced at 100,000 huaxia coins, full price, and 50,000 huaxia coins, half price, requirement, 1 contribution point. Model A2 priced at 500,000 huaxia coins, full price, and 250,000 huaxia coins, half price, requirement, 1 contribution point. Model A5 priced at 6,000 huaxia coins, full price, and 3,000 huaxia coins, half price, requirement, 1-star contribution point. Luo Feng scrutinized the descriptions of each weapon model, furrowing his brow. His strength was increasing rapidly, and he believed it would not be long before his physical capabilities reached the threshold of an advanced warrior. When purchasing weapons, it was only sensible to acquire superior ones. For an ordinary beginner-level warrior, models A2 or A3 would suffice. The requirement of 1 contribution point could be met with a donation of merely 10,000. In truth, the so-called 1 contribution point distinguished the martial artists within the school from those outside. After all, the Extreme Martial Arts School had an internal network known as the Network Mall of the Extreme family, but they also possessed a real-world martial arts marketplace. Other martial artists from different factions could purchase items, but they could only do so at full price. Given the pace of his strength enhancement, it was only reasonable for him to aim for the A5 or A6 model of the Blood Shadow Warblade. Luo Feng shook his head, realizing that the A5 model required a 1-star contribution point. 1 star meant a contribution of 10,000 points. When he had initially purchased the manual, he could ignore the contribution point requirement and acquire it at the best price. However, such privileges were exclusive to the first purchase of a manual. Now, when purchasing weapons, combat attire, and so forth, no such discounts were available. The A6 model demanded a full price of 20 million. The A5 model, 6 million. Luo Feng shook his head. The A5 model could contend with the majority of intermediate beast generals without fear of damage, while the A6 model could face most advanced beast generals under similar conditions. Given the speed of his strength enhancement, lower-tier weapons were clearly unsuitable. Full price? Too exorbitant. Next, he turned his attention to shields. Upon examining the shield page, he noticed that the prices were comparatively lower than those of the war blades. The B5 model, capable of withstanding intermediate beast generals, was priced at 300,000 huaxia coins for the full price and 150,000 for half price, with the same 1-star contribution point requirement. As for the backpack, essential for outdoor survival and battling monsters, it too was a specialized piece of equipment. The quality of the backpack needed to be high, and it had to be comfortable enough not to impede the martial artist's movement during combat. The cheapest backpack required just 1 contribution point, with a decent one costing around 100,000. Luo Feng smiled faintly. The combat communication watch, equipped with satellite positioning, time, and various functionalities, was reasonably priced at 100,000. In truth, those features were not expensive. Nowadays, even a phone costing a few hundred yuan included calling, time, and satellite positioning capabilities. The communication watch's high price stemmed from its durable materials, necessary to withstand potential monster attacks. After examining the warblade, shield, watch, and backpack, only one item remained, a complete set of combat attire, including battle boots. Luo Feng had heard that a set of combat attire was typically the most expensive equipment a martial artist would own. This was not only due to the need for good defense, but also for comfort and agility in movement. Upon clicking to view the options, he was taken aback by the staggering prices. The combat attire set capable of withstanding intermediate beast generals from the D5 series, including armed guards and boots, was priced at 18 million Huaxia coins at full price and 9 million at half price. The D6 series commanded an even more astonishing price of 80 million Huaxia coins. He had anticipated that combat attire would be expensive, but he hadn't expected the D5 series to be 3 times more expensive than the equivalent war blade. Calculating the total, the unified D5 combat attire set amounted to 18 million, the Blood Shadow war blade 6 million, and the shield 300,000, totaling 27 million. If he possessed a 1-star contribution point, he would only need 13,500,000. As for the communication watch and backpack, they were mere trifles in comparison. He also intended to purchase throwing knives for mental control, aiming for at least 6 or 10. Upon revisiting the throwing knife page, he noted that they were significantly less expensive than the Blood Shadow warblade due to their small size and light weight. The full price for the D5 throwing knife was merely 50,000 Huaxia coins. The D6 model was priced at 300,000, while the D7 model soared to 3 million Huaxia coins, with a half-price option of 1,500,000, requiring 2-star contribution points, a staggering 10-fold increase. The D7 throwing knife, if wielded by one with sufficient strength, could indeed harm low-level lord monsters. The price disparity among these weapons was astonishing. With his strong mental prowess, which was also rapidly increasing, he initially considered purchasing the D7 throwing knives, but at 300,000 each, and with the half price requiring 2-star contribution points. Acquiring even 5 or 6 would cost over 1 million. He simply could not afford such an expense. This amount of money was utterly insufficient. Luo Feng had once thought that a startup capital of 20 million was substantial, only to realize now the exorbitant nature of martial artist equipment prices. However, what Luo Feng did not comprehend was that these prices were, in fact, reasonable. After all, lord-level monsters could withstand even missile strikes. The capability of a throwing knife to penetrate such defenses speaks volumes about the quality required for its construction. A price of 300,000 Huaxia coins for a throwing knife was within a rational range. In truth, martial artists often spent significant amounts on weapons and gear, but the rewards from hunting formidable monsters in the future would be equally substantial. Unfortunately, Luo Feng had yet to embark on that journey of earning. The following morning, around 10 o'clock, a stranger arrived at the private garden of the Luo family in Minghua community. Mr. Luo Feng, here is the manual you purchased. You can unlock it with your fingerprint. Luo Feng accepted the sealed alloy box handed to him. After sliding his finger across the top, a beep confirmed the fingerprint verification. The box opened to reveal a book approximately 1 centimeter thick, accompanied by 2 discs. Ninefold Thunderblade. Luo Feng read the 4 characters inscribed on the cover. Mr. Luo Feng, please take a look. Once you confirm, kindly sign here. The delivery man smiled, his eyes betraying a hint of envy. The Ninefold Thunderblade. It's a manual that the average martial artist cannot afford. Mr. Luo Feng, I trust you are aware of the restrictions that come with purchasing a manual? The delivery man continued, smiling. As per protocol, I will reiterate. The copyright of the manual belongs to the creator of the manual, the Thunder God. The purchaser only holds the right to study it and cannot transfer or replicate the manual, nor sell or teach its contents. Once someone transgresses, they shall face relentless pursuit from the Extreme Martial Arts School, the Thunder Martial Arts School, the Underground Alliance, and the Government Forces United. Luo Feng nodded. He was well aware of this rule. After the acceptance, the delivery man departed. For this single manual, accompanied by 2 discs, the cost amounted to a staggering 100 million Huaxia coins. Standing in his garden, Luo Feng sighed, realizing that creating manuals proved to be the most lucrative endeavor. For instance, with the Thunder God, the more copies of his Ninefold Thunderblade sold, the greater his profits. A simple calculation reveals just how much revenue the Thunder God must have generated. However, for the Thunder God, the founder of the Thunder Martial Arts School, money had lost much of its significance. Just as Luo Feng was about to enter the house with the manual in hand, a voice interrupted him. Turning around, he saw that it was Wu Tong, the chief instructor of the Extreme Martial Arts School. Uncle Wu, Luo Feng greeted with a smile. I just saw the delivery man from headquarters. Have you made a purchase? Wu Tong chuckled. Indeed. Luo Feng nodded. The ninefold thunder blade? Wu Tong's eyes widened in surprise as he noticed the 4 characters on the cover of the manual. You actually splurged on this? Manuals like this are strictly controlled by major factions across the globe. After all, it's not my money being spent, Luo Feng smiled. Then added with a hint of resignation, however, I must admit, funds are indeed running low. The expenses for purchasing battle blades and combat suits are substantial. By the way, Luo Feng, I came to inform you of something important, Chief Instructor Wu Tong said, grinning. Recently, there was a young man named Zhang Haobai who crossed paths with you. Correct? Luo Feng paused, surprised. Zhang Haobai? He had not yet sought him out for retribution. Yes, he did attempt to have me harmed, Luo Feng confirmed with a nod. Here's the situation, Wu Tong continued. Zhang Haobai's uncle, Zhang Zihu, is a practitioner from the Thunder Martial Arts School. He has requested the chief instructor of the Thunder Martial Arts School in Yangzhou City to intercede on his behalf. They are preparing to settle this matter privately with you. Chief Instructor Wu Tong, he said with a smile, aren't you in need of funds? This could be a lucrative opportunity for you. Chapter 17. Negotiation. A flicker of thought crossed Luo Feng's mind. Within the repository of the Extreme House Martial Artists Forum, there existed numerous posts regarding grievances among martial artists. For instance, in Huaxia, martial artists are subject to government regulation and legal constraints within the 6 major base cities. However, once they venture beyond these urban confines into the territories inhabited by monsters, the law ceases to apply. This realm is where martial artists engage in deadly combat with these creatures, devoid of legal oversight. Conflicts leading to lethal confrontations among martial artists are not uncommon, given that they constantly tread the fine line between life and death. The various martial arts schools and the government are keen to avoid such occurrences, as martial artists represent humanity's invaluable asset and a powerful means to combat monsters. They do not wish to see their ranks diminish by internal strife. Thus, the concepts of internal negotiations and private settlements emerged. When enmity arises, the parties concerned are encouraged to convene at the negotiation table to resolve their disputes amicably. Should negotiations fail, that is another matter altogether. Luo Feng, you are merely a newcomer, having just entered the martial artist circle. It would be prudent to minimize your enemies. Chief Instructor Wu Tong remarked with a smile. You're also in need of funds at this stage. Indeed, Luo Feng nodded. If a private settlement can be reached, it would be preferable. However, I cannot allow Zhang Haobai to escape without consequence. If I had been weaker, I could have truly suffered grave injuries. Certainly. Wu Tong solemnly agreed. If we do not make them bleed, they might think our extreme martial arts school fears them. Uncle Wu, what amount do you think is appropriate? Luo Feng inquired, uncertain of the customary practices, preferring to seek advice first. Wu Tong pondered before responding, if you were dealing with a mere ordinary person, it would be best not to exceed 50 million Huaxia coins. However, as you are one of our school's elite, you should not settle for less than 10 million. You may choose any figure between 10 million and 50 million at your discretion. Understood, Luo Feng mused, nodding in agreement. If you concur, I will notify them for a meeting tonight, Wu Tong said with a grin. Thank you, Uncle Wu, Luo Feng replied, smiling. Upon returning home, Luo Feng secured the ninefold Thunder Blade manuscript and accessed the internal network of Extreme House, meticulously researching matters regarding private settlements among martial artists. Oh, so that's how it is. He realized. The compensation indeed involved questions of honor and face. After perusing numerous posts, he felt somewhat prepared for the evening's negotiations. Xiao Feng, dinner is ready. His mother, Gong Xinlan, called from downstairs. Coming, Mom, Luo Feng replied, powering down his device before heading downstairs. In the hall, both his father and mother were holding their bowls, while one of the housemaids was busy cooking. Where is my brother? Luo Feng asked, puzzled. Is he not back yet? Your brother is at the nearby Lotus Pond Park. He just called and will be home shortly, his father, Luo Honghua, responded with a smile. Why has he been frequenting that park lately? Luo Feng inquired. His mother chuckled softly. Xiao Feng, your brother has started seeing a girl. Seeing a girl? Luo Feng exclaimed in surprise. Though many individuals in society today faced disabilities, such as soldiers who had fought monsters, who still found love and built families, his brother had only moved in recently. Was it possible to fall in love in such a short time? Don't listen to your mother. Your brother is just getting to know a girl. They haven't reached that stage yet, Luo Honghua chuckled. Regardless, it's good for him to be dating. It's a positive experience, Luo Feng thought, feeling pleased. Whether successful or not, Such experiences contribute to the richness of life. In Yangzhou City, Yayan District, Tiandu Garden Community. Uncle, Zhang Haobai looked at his uncle, Zhang Zihu. For days, Zhang Haobai had been living in fear, dreading the arrival of the Security Bureau to apprehend him. Ahu, as long as we can protect Haobai, we can endure a little loss, Zhang Zilong remarked. Rest assured, elder brother. Zhang Zihu, a towering and robust figure, exuded the aura of a formidable beast. That little brat, Luo Feng, is merely a novice martial artist. He has only fought the weakest monsters raised in the military district. Now that he is a martial artist, he knows the rules and will not act recklessly. If he dares to be foolish, he would be courting death against me, the mountain tiger. Seeing his uncle's confidence, both Zhang Zilong and Zhang Haobai felt a sense of relief. Leave it to me. I will handle it, Zhang Zihu declared, waving his hand as he stepped outside. A heavily modified six-wheeled Hummer was parked outside, with someone inside peering out, saying, "Tiger brother, are we ready?" "Yes." "Let us go pick up Oldly, then head to the Extreme Martial Arts School," Zhang Zihu replied, climbing into the vehicle. "All right." With a rumble, the six-wheeled Hummer roared to life and swiftly departed Tiandu Garden Community. As evening fell, within a reception room on the second floor of the Extreme Martial Arts School in Mingwei Community, Luo Feng and a group were assembled. "Xiao Feng, what a coincidence. Today, your Uncle Kong and Brother Chen are both here." Wutong laughed heartily. Luo Feng greeted the two men standing beside Wutong. One was lean, with a deep scar bisecting his face, instilling fear in those who gazed upon him. The other was stout and robust, exuding a warm demeanor. "Brother Chen, Uncle Kong?" Luo Feng called out. These two were not ordinary individuals. Within the Extreme Martial Arts School in Yangzhou, 3 battle-level martial artists resided. Chief Instructor Wu Tong, Canon Gu, and Eagle Blade Kong Quan. Wu Tong had retired from combat against monsters, while both Chen Gu and Kong Quan frequently ventured out of the base city to hunt monsters. They were the leading figures among the martial artists in Mingwei community. "Xiao Feng, we are aware of your situation. Rest assured, we will support you in this matter," Canon Gu declared with a hearty laugh. "No matter how arrogant the people from Thunderbolt Martial Arts are, they wouldn't dare to bully us." "Indeed." Eagle Blade Kong Quan nodded slightly. In a moment, the members of the Extreme Martial Arts School and Thunderbolt Martial Arts School took their places on opposite sides of the room. The Extreme Martial Arts School had over 20 individuals present, while Thunderbolt Martial Arts School had only 8. Wutong. "It is indeed true that Tiger's nephew is in the wrong," a burly man with a beard chuckled. "However, he is just a young lad, not even a martial artist. There is no need to haggle over it." "Oldly, spare me the frivolities," Wutong replied with a smile, shaking his head. "This matter is crystal clear. You are here to negotiate a private settlement, correct? Mountain Tiger, speak your piece." Zhang Ziyu, known in martial artist circles as Mountain Tiger, wielded a massive double-handed mountain cleaver renowned for its ferocity. "Wutong," Zhang Ziyu remarked with a slight smile, his gaze fixed on Luo Feng. "This matter should be resolved by young Luo himself. What do you believe would satisfy you?" "Silence," Eagle Blade Kong Quan interjected sternly. "Luo Feng is a good brother of our Extreme Martial Arts School. Young Luo is a title you should not use lightly." Zhang Ziyu paused, recognizing the weight of Kong Quan's reputation in the martial arts community, and refrained from provoking him further. "Mr. Zhang Ziyu," he addressed respectfully, rose to his feet, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "It is somewhat embarrassing for me to have so many of my older brothers come forward for this matter. In truth, according to my own sentiments, it is a trivial matter for Zhang Haobai to threaten my limbs. But to lay hands on my father is an outright declaration of war." With a fierce glare, Luo Feng declared. Zhang Zihu flinched at the intensity of his gaze, while the martial artists from the Extreme Club chuckled in amusement. Zhang Zihu, known as the Mountain Tiger, is a seasoned warrior, now at the advanced fighter level, just one step away from the battle general rank. The audacity of Luo Feng to display such defiance before him was indeed a testament to the young man's courage. "Luo Feng, what do you intend to do? Speak." Zhang Zihu's expression darkened with displeasure. Luo Feng merely smiled. Zhang Zihu's ire? It truly did not concern him. Setting aside the future, at present, Luo Feng's physical prowess was already exceptional among the mid-level fighters, nearing the advanced fighter rank. As for his mental fortitude, given the disparity in levels, he could at least be considered at the beginner battle general level. "In a nutshell, I will extend you a gesture of goodwill for 50 million Huaxia coins. Let this matter conclude here," Luo Feng stated with a smile. "You are indeed asking for a king's ransom, 50 million. Zhang Zihu's eyes widened in disbelief. That price is exorbitant. Director Li from the Thunder Club frowned. Luo Feng smiled faintly, remaining silent. The price is not excessive, the director of the Extreme Club, Wu Tong, remarked with a grin. Luo Feng, I will offer you a price as well, 5 million. I will give you 5 million, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Which would also grant me a modicum of respect. Otherwise, it would seem you are disregarding my esteem. Zhang Zihu fixed an unyielding stare upon Luo Feng. 5 million? The members of the Extreme Club frowned at this. Considering that Canon Shingu and Eagle Blade Kong Quan had come forth today, even paying them due respect should not warrant such a paltry sum. A figure that low would be an affront. Or else, you would disregard my honor? Luo Feng shot back, his eyes narrowing. Zhang Zihu, allow me to reiterate. 50 million, not a single coin less. If you dare to offer less, prepare to visit the Security Bureau to meet your nephew. Chapter 18. The Firehammer Squad. Zhang Zihu, consumed by fury, found himself laughing in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the newcomer, Luo Feng, would dare to disregard him so brazenly. 50 million, not a penny less. Zhang Zihu's eyes glimmered with menace, resembling a predator poised to pounce. Yet, Luo Feng remained unfazed. Having perused numerous posts on Extreme House, he was acutely aware that the gravest misstep in negotiations was for one party to acquiesce. Such an act signified inferiority. Moreover, Luo Feng was in the right, ideally. When two individuals of equal stature err, the culpable party ought to offer an apology. However, Zhang Ziya's ostentatious demeanor was evidently an attempt to intimidate Luo Feng. A mere novice. Regrettably for him, Luo Feng was impervious to such tactics. Listen to me, urged Wu Tong, the director of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Luo Feng, along with Kai Shanhu, shall take a step back. Let us settle at 30 million Huaxia coins. Zhang Zihu, this sum is not exorbitant for you. Present this amount, and we shall consider the matter resolved. Luo Feng, do you have any objections? Luo Feng nodded, responding, let it be as Uncle Wu suggests. And you, Kai Shanhu? Wu Tong directed his gaze towards Zhang Zihu. The entire conference room was fixated on Zhang Zihu, who, incensed, leapt to his feet, laughing maniacally. You want me to bow to this little brat? In your dreams. Boldly, my friends, we're leaving. Should you refuse to settle this amicably, be prepared to pay 100 million to safeguard your nephew. Wu Tong remarked with a calm smile. I would rather donate 100 million to the state than pay 30 million to settle this matter. Zhang Ziyu scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Luo Feng. Listen, kid. Being a martial artist is no easy feat. Once you leave the base city, you'll understand the true terror of monsters and the sudden perilous situations that arise. The monsters in the military district are but domesticated beasts, their wildness diminished. I hope you don't perish too soon, otherwise. How will you play with me in the future? By the way, a word of caution. I am not far from reaching the battle general level. How long do you think it will take you to attain that rank? And can you even survive long enough? Luo Feng smiled gently. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Zhang, but perhaps you should contemplate how to prepare that 100 million for the state to ensure your nephew's well-being. Humph. Zhang Zihu's expression darkened. We're leaving. 100 million, 100 million, mocked Chuan Gu, the artillery specialist, who deliberately made exaggerated noises. Zhang Zihu and his entourage exited without further comment. As the group departed, the atmosphere in the conference room of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall erupted into a flurry of chatter. Zhang Zihu's temperament was indeed as foul as rumored. Despite his nephew's wrongdoing, he refused to concede. Wu Tong shook his head with a bemused smile. He would rather pay 100 million than settle for 30 million. The Martial Arts Hall and the state both possessed contribution points. Those who serve the nation would receive contribution points commensurate with their service, with a total of 10,000 points qualifying for a 1-star rating. 100,000 points would denote a 2-star rating. This system mirrored that of the Martial Arts Hall. Years ago, Dong Nanbiao single-handedly slew the tiger-headed monster at the banks of the Yangtze River, heroically sacrificing himself to save hundreds of thousands, and was posthumously awarded a 4-star hero status. Contributions could be made to the Martial Arts Hall or the state to earn these points. 1,000 Huaxia coins would yield 1 contribution point. 100 million Huaxia coins would amount to 10,000 contribution points, equating to a 1-star rating. If Zhang Zihu refused to negotiate with Luo Feng, the only recourse left would be to donate 100 million to the state, thereby elevating his nephew's contribution points to the 1-star level. As a 1-star citizen, Zhang Haobai would enjoy certain privileges and could not be severely punished for his minor conflict with Luo Feng. Even if he donated 100 million to the state to secure his nephew's one-star status, a one-star citizen would still face repercussions for crossing a martial artist. Even without imprisonment, he would endure several months of detention and hardship. Chuangu shook his head. If he refuses to bow, who can blame him? He is wealthy and unconcerned. The martial artists of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall erupted into laughter. Luo Feng, Wu Tong smiled, as per Supervisor Zhuge's instructions. I will arrange for you to join a battle general-level martial artist squad. This will provide you with greater opportunities for training outside the base city and enhance your safety. I have also negotiated for you to join the Firehammer squad. The Firehammer squad? Luo Feng nodded slightly. Supervisor Zhuge indeed placed great importance on him, allowing him to join a battle general-level martial artist squad right from the outset. The squads venturing into the wilderness to hunt monsters varied in strength, typically. A squad would comprise at least one battle general-level martial artist, qualifying it as a battle general squad. Luo Feng. Chuangu clapped him on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. I am the vice captain of the Firehammer squad. From now on, I'll watch your back. However, it must be said up front, our squad will provide you with opportunities for training, allowing you to acclimate to combat with those monsters. But you must also put in the effort. You cannot always rely on the other squad members for assistance. If after the first mission you remain unable to adapt, we will have no choice but to expel you from the squad. Brother Chen, I understand, Luo Feng replied with a smile. Martial artist squads operate on the precipice of life and death. The presence of a liability within the squad could significantly hinder their efforts. As long as you understand, I feel reassured, Chuangu continued. By the way, have you purchased your equipment yet? Not yet. I plan to acquire better gear, Luo Feng admitted. However, quality equipment is available only at half price once you reach a one-star contribution level. Chuangu chuckled heartily. That's simple. Just tell me what equipment you wish to purchase, and I'll handle the acquisition for you. If your contribution points are insufficient, mine are ample. I'm not far from reaching 2-star contribution points myself. I can easily purchase at half price, and later, you can transfer the payment to my account. Indeed. Wu Tong added, generally, it's acceptable to have someone else purchase cold weapons, firearms, and other gear. However, various secret techniques cannot be purchased on your behalf. Luo Feng nodded, understanding this well. For instance, the ninefold thunder blade he had acquired would be recorded in the information databases of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the Underground Alliance, and the Thunder God Martial Hall, documenting that he had purchased the first 3 levels of the ninefold thunder blade. Thus, he would be free to wield it in the future. However, if Yang Wu, who had never bought this technique, attempted to use the ninefold thunder blade, he would be apprehended for unauthorized replication and dissemination of the technique, infringing upon the Thunder God's ownership rights. Without a purchase, one had no qualification to practice. If someone else made the purchase, only their information would be recorded, leaving the buyer unable to practice the technique. Weapons, however, did not carry such copyright constraints. Luo Feng, write down the equipment you wish to purchase, and I will assist you, Chuangu said. Understood. Luo Feng nodded and immediately sought paper and pen to list his desired items. Uniform 5 Series equipment. A complete set of combat attire at half price for 9 million. Blood Shadow Battle Blade Series No. 2 at 3 million. Shield Series at 1.5 million. 6 series of flying daggers totaling 10, priced at 1.5 million. The total cost amounted to 15 million. Adding in a backpack, communication watch, and other minor tools, Luo Feng's gear was complete. In the training hall on the 2nd floor of Luo Feng's home, the morning sun streamed through the windows, illuminating the spacious area. Dressed in loose training attire, Luo Feng sat cross-legged on the floor. The expansive training hall, exceeding 100 square meters, was empty save for Luo Feng in the center. Before him lay the manual for the ninefold thunder blade. He had heard that the ninefold thunder blade was notoriously difficult to master. He was eager to discover the extent of its challenges as he opened the manual to study it. Please note that today, Tomato will be occupied with matters outside and will likely only have time to access the internet later in the evening. The second update for today is expected to be available around 11 p.m. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 19. Tenfold Hidden Strength. Upon opening the first page of the Ninefold Thunderblade Manual, a single prominent character leapt out at Luo Feng, sending a shiver through his heart as if he were facing an onslaught of blades. It was crucial to note that this was merely a replica of the original Ninefold Thunderblade manuscript. Yet even the word fast could evoke such a profound reaction within him. One could only imagine the terror of the deity who conceived this martial art. Luo Feng continued to read. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is indestructible, only speed is invincible. When your blade strikes with unparalleled swiftness, reaching the very limit, you become invincible. As he opened the front page, he encountered an elegant script, reminiscent of the supreme technique Annihilation from the Flood School, which also prioritized extreme speed as its most potent strike, capable of shaking the heavens and earth and obliterating all. The essence of my creation, the ninefold Thunderblade, hinges upon a single word: speed. Luo Feng turned to the second page, pondering why speed possessed such tremendous power. Primarily, when your blade moves so swiftly that your opponent cannot react, you can sever their throat before they even have the chance to retaliate. Even if your strength is but a fraction of theirs, their throat would be powerless against your sharp blade. Thus, speed allows you to strike at your opponent's weaknesses. Furthermore, speed amplifies the devastating force of your blade. According to the energy calculation formula, the attack power of a blade equals 0.5 MV. In other words, with the mass of the blade held constant, the greater the speed, the more formidable the energy it harbors. At a particular velocity, even a jet of water can pierce steel, and a mere sheet of paper can slice through it. Speed renders your opponent defenseless. Speed makes your blade invincible. Whether viewed from the perspective of targeting weaknesses or sheer strength, enhancing the speed of your blade is the optimal approach. Luo Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing that this principle is well understood by the majority of martial artists in contemporary society. It is only through reaching the limits of speed that one can dominate the world. Many warriors comprehend this truth, yet few can successfully apply it in practice. The confidence radiating from the Thunder God's description in the manual was boundless. The ninefold Thunder Blade grants me the swiftest blade in the world, along with the fastest speed and the strongest physique. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. The ninefold Thunder Blade encompasses an entire system of body techniques, flowing light, a complete set of guiding techniques, ninefold primordial source, and a comprehensive collection of blade techniques, Thunderblade. Among these, the guiding techniques serve as the foundation. Only through the guiding techniques can one attain a robust physique. Physical prowess is essential. The blade techniques and body techniques are merely skills that require relentless practice and comprehension. As Luo Feng delved deeper, he discovered that the guiding techniques recorded in the manual consist of 3 chapters. According to the manuscript, the ninefold primordial source guiding technique comprises 9 sections. Likewise, the blade techniques are limited to the first 3 levels, and the body techniques also only encompass the first 3 levels. Luo Feng meticulously absorbed every word. Looking up, he noticed the sun had become scorching. The August sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the training hall with radiant brilliance. Incredible, truly incredible. Luo Feng was utterly captivated by the ninefold Thunder Blade crafted by the Thunder God. Although it contained only the first 3 levels, they left him utterly astonished. In comparison, the so-called techniques circulating online were akin to fireflies beside the sun. He resolved to experiment with these blade techniques. Carefully placing the manual in a corner of the training hall, he retrieved the Blood Shadow Battle blade beside him. With a swift motion, the blade was unsheathed, revealing its impressive length of 101 centimeters, a blade length of 78 centimeters, and a width of 5.2 centimeters. This blade, honed to perfection, was crafted from second-grade Kroll alloy, valued at over 3 million, even at half price, and weighed 112 kilograms. Commencing with a whoosh, Luo Feng stood at the center of the hall, wielding the Blood Shadow Battle blade, striking repeatedly. The might of the ninefold Thunder Blade stems from a remarkable technique of power generation. An ordinary person may exert their full strength in a single blow, equating to 100% force. In contrast, a practitioner of the ninefold Thunder Blade wields only 70% of their strength upon striking. As they unleash the first wave of force, they strive to channel a second wave simultaneously, also at 70% strength. This cumulative effect results in a total of 140% force. The ninefold Thunder Blade is divided into 9 levels. The first level allows for an additional hidden strength, thus achieving 140% force. The second level permits the release of 2 additional hidden strengths, culminating in 210% force. The third level allows for 3 additional hidden strengths, yielding 280% force. The ninth level can unleash 9 additional hidden strengths, resulting in a staggering 700% force, equating to 7 times the original physical strength. What does this imply? A novice warrior who masters the ninefold Thunderblade to its 9th level could rival a junior battle general. How challenging it is. The rumors were indeed accurate. The mastery of the ninefold Thunderblade is exceedingly arduous. The entry level is already daunting. Luo Feng executed hundreds of strikes, repeatedly attempting to add an additional hidden strength to his strikes, yet he found it impossible. It was terribly difficult. One must understand that a single strike concludes in an instant. In that fleeting moment, to generate internal force while executing the first strike is nearly impossible. One cannot be overly ambitious. The first level of the ninefold Thunderblade comprises 18 techniques. According to the manual, practicing these 18 techniques is beneficial for comprehending the power generation of the first level. Luo Feng nodded, recalling the adage. The meaning becomes apparent after reading a book 100 times. After repeated practice of these 18 techniques, with a modicum of insight, he would inevitably grasp their essence. Xiao Feng, it's time for dinner. Xiao Feng, hurry up. His parents' voices echoed from downstairs. Coming. Luo Feng sheathed the Blood Shadow battle blade and hung it on the wall, returning the ninefold Thunderblade manual to his room before heading downstairs for dinner. As time passed, although Luo Feng had joined the Firehammer squad, they were currently on leave. He seized this opportunity to thoroughly contemplate the blade techniques, body techniques, and guiding techniques of the ninefold Thunderblade. The combination of the guiding techniques with genetic energy cultivation yielded remarkable results, significantly accelerating the enhancement of his physical strength. As for the body techniques and blade techniques of the ninefold Thunderblade, Luo Feng had yet to master even the first level. Although he had not achieved mastery, his agility had noticeably improved, and his control over the blade's power had become more refined. While he could not instantaneously unleash hidden strength, he had at least gained greater precision and muscle control than before. Luo Feng donned combat trousers, fastening 5 throwing knives to the outer thigh, and slipped on alloy combat boots. He wore a tactical vest, with his arms exposed and wrist guards in place. His warrior's backpack contained a hexagonal shield and the Blood Shadow battle blade. A communication watch was secured to his right wrist. His backpack was stocked with water and high-energy food supplies. Today, August 28th, marks my first departure from the base city to officially commence a mission. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Indeed, today is the day the Firehammer squad sets off. Luo Feng. Came the call from the cannon. Chenggu. Coming. Luo Feng responded affirmatively and promptly descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he beheld his father, Luo Honghua, and his mother, Gong Xinlan, standing nearby, while his younger brother, Luo Hua, sat silently in a wheelchair, all gazing intently at him. They were acutely aware that today marked Luo Feng's departure from the base city to venture into the wilderness zone. The wilderness zone encompasses the desolate lands outside human settlements, including dilapidated cities, suburbs, mountainous regions, forests, and lakes. Be careful, Xiao Feng. Gong Xinlan could not help but express her concern. Don't worry, Mom. Luo Feng replied with a reassuring smile, nodding at his father before turning his attention to his brother, Luo Hua. Brother, perhaps when you return, you will be able to taste my wedding candies, Luo Hua suddenly exclaimed with a grin. Wedding candies? So soon? Haven't you only known that girl for less than 2 months? Luo Feng chuckled. What of it? A strong bond can flourish rapidly. Luo Hua retorted proudly. All right. When I return, I shall relish your wedding candies, but ensure they are delectable and plentiful. Luo Feng laughed heartily, ruffling his brother's hair. Well then, Mom and Dad, I'm off. I'll be back in a few days. With that, Luo Feng dashed toward the door to meet Chenggu at the entrance of the villa. Watching Luo Feng, clad in battle attire, swiftly depart alongside another imposing figure similarly equipped, his family observed in silence for a considerable time. Let us go, Luo Feng. The 3 of us will head to the HR Alliance Mall to rendezvous with the captain and then set off together toward the wilderness zone. Understood, Brother Chun. Luo Feng. Chenggu, and another man carrying an iron spear boarded the exclusive vehicle of the Extreme Club and swiftly set off. I apologize for the late hour. Things became rather hectic today. Thus, Luo Feng officially embarked on his journey to the wilderness zone. Chapter 20. The HR Alliance Mall, Final Episode, Jiangnan Base City. One of the 6 major cities in Huaxia is exceedingly affluent. In the heart of the main urban area stands a magnificent skyscraper, towering 88 stories high. Emblazoned prominently with the luminous letters HR, surrounding the ground floor of this towering edifice is an exquisite plaza, home to the largest fountain in Jiangnan Base City. Guarding this area are over 1,000 armed soldiers, patrolling diligently to prevent any unauthorized individuals from entering. Passers-by gaze in awe and envy at the skyscraper, as most residents of Jiangnan City have never set foot inside. Ding! An electronic sound resonates through the air. Instantly, the station soldiers part to allow a military vehicle adorned with the HR insignia to pass, halting at the entrance of the grand lobby. With a flourish, the doors swing open, revealing 3 fully armed warriors, some bearing iron spears, others wielding combat swords and shields, and one carrying 2 hefty metal cases. "Sir, please enter." The doorman at the lobby greets with a respectful bow. The 3 warriors stride confidently into the skyscraper. "Come, Luo Feng. Let us take a seat at the bar while we await the captain," Chingu suggests with a smile. "I have yet to meet the captain." "I am curious about his demeanor," Luo Feng replies with a grin, his eyes keenly observing the HR Alliance Mall. This establishment is a clandestine alliance formed by powerful families and conglomerates from around the world, serving as their headquarters in Jiangnan Bay City, and it exudes unparalleled luxury. The lobby floor gleams brilliantly, and even the simplest decorative items are extraordinary. The waitstaff, both handsome men and graceful women, each wear warm smiles that evoke a sense of comfort. "May I offer you gentlemen something to drink?" a server inquires, bowing slightly with a smile. "Iron Goddess tea," declares Chingu, while Zhangku adds, "pu'er tea with a hint of jasmine." Luo Feng, surprised, recalls that these 2 seasoned warriors typically indulged in alcohol at the Extreme Club. Zhangku, with his robust arms reminiscent of a gibbon, chuckles. "Luo Feng, one must not be careless in the wilderness. Drinking is out of the question." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Feng replies, "Right. One must remain vigilant in the wilderness. I shall have a cup of pu'er as well." Soft music fills the air, a melody played on the flute, its notes occasionally soaring gracefully, at other times quick and light, refreshing the spirit. Luo Feng, the first floor is a reception area for guests. The second floor and above are where goods are sold, Chingu explains with a smile. Items in the Underground Alliance Mall are generally priced lower than those in the Extreme Home Online store, though they are higher than our half-price offers. Luo Feng nods, understanding that the half-price deals are exclusive to members of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. The greatest advantage of the Underground Alliance Mall is that we can sell the materials from monsters we hunt at a premium, Chingu elaborates. Selling to the Academy yields lower prices but grants contribution points. Selling to the Underground Alliance is purely monetary, albeit at a higher price. The choice is naturally ours. Luo Feng smiles, having read about this on the martial artist forums, where he learned that selling to the Academy provides both contribution points and currency, while the Underground Alliance offers only money, albeit at a higher rate. "Brother Wong, you have been awake for most of the night. You should rest. I will take care of things here," a melodious voice chimes in, causing Luo Feng to turn abruptly. At the bar, a young woman dressed in a white shirt and black trousers exchanges shifts with another manager. "Su Xin." Luo Feng gazes in disbelief at the young manager, who exudes an effortless air of sophistication. To be a manager in the Underground Alliance's reception bar is no small feat. Only those of considerable merit are granted such positions. The once unassuming high school girl now radiates a completely different aura. "Chingu, Zhanggu, I will speak with her for a moment," Luo Feng announces, leaving his bag, shield, and sword on the sofa as he approaches the bar. Inside the bar, Su Xin is checking the stock of beverages when she suddenly hears a familiar voice call her name. Su Xin is startled, as few in this grand lobby would know her real name, most referring to her as Manager Su. As she looks up, she locks eyes with Luo Feng, who stands just outside the bar. In that moment, both experience an unexpected flutter in their hearts. "Luo Feng, what brings you here?" Su Xin smiles, regaining her composure. "You become a manager here, so why shouldn't I be here?" Luo Feng replies with a grin, reminiscing about the days in high school when he would secretly admire Su Xin from the back of the classroom. He had thought he might never see her again. Yet here she was, just before his venture into the wilderness. "Ah, Luo Feng, you have become a martial artist?" Su Xin exclaims, her eyes widening with excitement. "Yes, I am heading to the wilderness soon," Luo Feng confirms with a smile. "The wilderness?" Su Xion's expression shifts slightly. The term refers to the vast regions beyond the base cities, synonymous with peril, teeming with monstrous creatures, some cunning and treacherous, others formidable and savage, and some nearly invincible. Only the strongest among humanity, the martial artists, dare to traverse such treacherous lands. Su Xian is taken aback at the revelation that Luo Feng is now a martial artist and is about to enter the wilderness. Truth be told, she is aware of Luo Feng's feelings for her. It was evident when he would often gaze at her from afar during class, though they had never explicitly acknowledged it. The mutual understanding lingered between them. "Luo Feng, the captain has arrived. Come over," Chingu calls out. "I'll be right there," Luo Feng replies to Su Xian. "Okay." Su Xian nods. As Luo Feng returns to his previous position, 3 more individuals join their group. 2 of them bear a striking resemblance to each other, unmistakably twins. each equipped with a shield and a curved blade. The third, a robust figure, carries two black hammers that glint with silver. Luo Feng. Allow me to introduce the renowned twin crescent blades, the Wei brothers, Wei Tai and Wei Qing. Qinggu smiles. The Wei brothers nod at Luo Feng, removing their shields and blades before taking a seat. Brother Tai, Brother Qing, Luo Feng greets them with a smile. The members of the Fire Hammer squad are all considerably older than Luo Feng, each at least 10 years his senior. In comparison to the other 5, Luo Feng indeed appears to be the youngest. This is our squad leader, Double Wind Hammer Gao Feng, Qinggu introduced. Luo Feng couldn't help but scrutinize their leader, Gao Feng. Standing just over 1 meter 80, Gao Feng's stature is not particularly tall. However, his physique is remarkably robust, resembling a figure forged from steel. Gao Feng smiled broadly, and the muscles in his face seemed to tighten like rock. Luo Feng, since you wield a blade as well, make sure to learn from Wei Tai and Wei Qing once we enter the wilderness zone. Your talent is commendable, and I believe you will swiftly integrate into our squad. Understood, Luo Feng nodded. Regardless, his primary objective at this moment was to avoid becoming a burden to this elite squad of battle generals. Let us take a brief rest. We will set off shortly, Gao Feng announced. Yes, Captain, the 5, including Luo Feng, replied in unison. Nearly 20 minutes later, after finishing their tea, Gao Feng and the others rose. Let us go, we're heading to the wilderness zone. Luo Feng promptly shouldered his blood shadow or blade and shield. Luo Feng. A voice called out. He turned to see Su Xian, her chest gently rising and falling. For some inexplicable reason, the thought of Luo Feng soon entering the perilous wilderness zone made her heart race. Perhaps she harbored a special feeling for this boy she had secretly admired during high school. Yes? Luo Feng looked at Su Xian. In a few days, I will begin my studies, but during the university term, I will be managing here on weekends. You must come visit, Su Xian called out. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she spoke. All right, I will definitely come, Luo Feng replied with a smile. Wow, that was quick. Impressive. Qinggu clapped Luo Feng on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Ah, the perks of youth, beautiful girls are drawn to you, Gao Feng chuckled. Now considering Luo Feng as one of their own since he was joining the Fire Hammer squad, Luo Feng merely smiled in response. Let us go. Get in the vehicle. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer squad boarded the HR Alliance vehicle, heading directly to the train station to depart from the base city toward the wilderness zone. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 is on the horizon, and Luo Feng's true journey through life and death is about to commence. Please remember to support by casting your votes and don't forget to bookmark. Chapter 1. The wilderness zone several hundred miles north of the Jiangnan base city lies a military district. The rumbling train gradually comes to a halt at the military station. One by one, a group of over 20 fully armed warriors disembark, naturally dividing into 4 small teams. Luo Feng. Whenever we warriors venture out to hunt monsters and require supplies, we always stop at the military district. Qinggu pointed towards a towering iron tower, standing at least 50 to 60 meters high. Do you see that tower? Across the entirety of Huaxia, and indeed the world, every military district has designated a special area as a supply base for warriors, a place for us to rest. This supply base typically features a lighthouse, symbolizing the illumination of our path back home. Luo Feng nodded in understanding. The supply base, nestled within the military district, comprises tranquil buildings, the environment remarkably pleasant. Fire Hammer Squad, you will reside in Building E6 for your rest. An officer at the supply base handed a key to the squad leader, Gao Feng, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Old Gao, how long are you planning to hunt this time? If you come across anything valuable, feel free to sell it to my underground alliance. I will ensure you receive a handsome price. Although many of the service personnel at the supply base donned military uniforms, they actually hailed from extreme martial arts schools, the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, government troops, and the Underground Alliance. They not only provided services, but also procured precious materials from the monsters for the warriors. Haha, sounds good. Gao Feng laughed heartily. Let us get someone to prepare our gear and lunch quickly. The supply base is not particularly large. E6, over there, Fire Hammer Squad soon located the 3-story building marked E6. The key embedded with a chip swiped across the entrance, and the door swung open. The Fire Hammer Squad held the rights to the building until they departed the supply base. I need to lie down for a bit. I didn't sleep well last night. Qinggu dropped 2 large iron boxes he was carrying and leaped onto the sofa, stretching contentedly. Now's the time to rest. We officially set out tonight, so everyone should be well rested. The captain, Gao Feng, instructed. Understood. Zhang Ku of Iron Spear and the brothers of the Double Moon Sabers responded with smiles, clearly familiar with the routine. Setting out at night? Luo Feng exclaimed in surprise. Luo Feng, have you seen the weather? It's the end of August, the hottest time of the year. Carrying hundreds of kilograms in this sweltering heat? No amount of water would suffice. We have to resort to drinking river water. Gu chuckled at Luo Feng. It's cooler at night. Traveling then is much more pleasant and saves water. Luo Feng smiled awkwardly, realizing he had considered this aspect despite having read numerous posts. Wait a moment. Luo Feng's gaze drifted through the floor-to-ceiling window, spotting a familiar figure at the supply base. Gu, look. Isn't that Zhang Zihu? Zhang Zihu, bandaged and with faint traces of blood on his sandbag, clearly bore injuries and was recuperating at the supply base. Gu turned to look. Yes, that's Zhang Zihu. Hey. Gu approached the door, calling out triumphantly, Mountain Tiger, what happened to you? You were fine last time. How did you end up like this? Zhang Zihu, chatting with his companions outside, turned to see Gu and Luo Feng, his teeth gritting in anger. He suppressed his fury and instead scoffed loudly, Peo. Your Firehammer squad is considered elite, yet you've brought a rookie along? Haha, aren't you afraid this dead weight will drag your entire squad down? Typically, well-coordinated elite squads are reluctant to take on newcomers. Even if a rookie possesses physical prowess, their lack of experience could jeopardize seasoned members in crucial moments. After exchanging barbs with Gu, Zhang Ziya ceased his comments when the squad leader, Luo Feng, reprimanded him. While he occasionally dared to challenge Gu, he would never do so with Luo Feng, who wielded cold weapons, unlike Gu, who favored firearms. Mastery of firearms generally caps at the junior warrior level, as they primarily threaten monsters of the junior beast general rank. Zhang Zihu, on the verge of attaining the warrior level, remained incensed. Damn it. I didn't expect Luo Feng to end up in the Firehammer squad, Zhang Zihu muttered to his companions. He had anticipated Luo Feng would be mixed in with an ordinary warrior squad, allowing him to teach Luo Feng a harsh lesson about the consequences of crossing him. Yet, he had entered the Firehammer squad instead. Who's he? Is that young man next to Gu the one who cost you 100 million? Inquired a one-eyed middle-aged man beside him. Yes, that's him. Zhang Zihu's eyes glinted with malice. I thought he wouldn't dare to go too far. After that negotiation, the security bureau stormed my nephew's home. This brat actually reported me directly to the security bureau. I was forced to donate 100 million in my nephew's name to the state, granting him the title of one-star citizen. Nevertheless, my nephew still had to endure several months of detention. Recalling the anxiety of his elder brother and the terror in Zhang Haobai's eyes when taken by the security bureau only fueled Zhang Zihu's fury. Previously, he had assured his brother and nephew that, despite the donation, his nephew would face hardships during his detention. Enough dwelling on it. A little hardship will do your nephew good, the one-eyed man remarked lightly. Make sure to rest well. Your injury should heal in about 3 days. And then we can set off to deal with that old coot. After we eliminate him, our squad will thrive. Zhang Zihu nodded, casting a scornful glance towards the distant E6 building. I bet that on his first venture into the wilderness zone, Luo Feng will either die or be gravely injured. Haha. You certainly harbor quite the grudge against him. However, injuries are inevitable on a first expedition into the wilderness zone, the one-eyed man laughed. As evening descended, the fully armed Firehammer squad of 6 departed the supply base, entering the wilderness zone. Gu, hand me one of your iron boxes, Captain Luo Feng commanded. Haha. Sorry to trouble you, Captain. I can manage to carry these 2 boxes for a short time, but it becomes unbearable after a while. Gu passed one of the large iron boxes to Luo Feng, who effortlessly slung it over his shoulder. This weight was negligible for Luo Feng, the strongest member of the Firehammer squad. With a click, Gu opened the other box to reveal a silver-gray machine gun, its barrel glistening with metallic sheen. Alongside the gun lay an extensive array of ammunition belts, filling the entire box. The sheer quantity of bullets was staggering. Gu, what kind of gun is this? Luo Feng inquired, puzzled. This is an M81 model, with a caliber of 12.7 millimeters, capable of firing between 50 and 300 rounds per minute, adjustable speed. Gu replied proudly. The entire body of the gun even incorporates some level 3 chromium alloy, even with continuous firing. The barrel's heat will not affect the bullet's accuracy. Gu, why don't you use the Vulcan cannon? Isn't it renowned for its power? Luo Feng asked, still confused. You rookie. Gu shot him a glare. Nearby, Zhang Ku of Iron Spear chuckled. Luo Feng, the Vulcan series of machine guns indeed boasts significant power. However, The Vulcan series consumes ammunition at an astonishing rate. 7,000 rounds per minute, and some high-end models are even faster. Do you grasp the significance of that? 7,000 rounds in a mere minute. The bullets capable of threatening primary-level monstrous foes weigh at least 50 grams each. That translates to 500 kilograms for 10,000 rounds. Imagine carrying 500 kilograms of ammunition over hundreds of miles. By the time you confront the monster, the Vulcan cannon would have exhausted its supply in just over a minute. Zhang Ke chuckled at Luo Feng, asking if the Vulcan series was truly commendable. Luo Feng, taken aback, realized he had never considered that. Indeed, the weight of the ammunition posed a significant challenge. How much ammunition must one carry to engage in such firepower? Aside from the military or those specifically targeting a particular monster, equipped to transport vast quantities of ammunition and Vulcan machine guns, individuals like us could never wield such weaponry. We simply lack the capacity to carry enough rounds for sustained use. Qinggu self-deprecatingly remarked that he had brought a total of 10,000 rounds, with the captain helping to shoulder part of the load. With a belt of ammunition slung across his body and a machine gun in hand, Qinggu stood alongside Luo Feng, both positioned centrally within the group, shielded by the others. The twin Crescent Blade brothers led at the front, while Captain Gao Feng and Zhang Ke brought up the rear. We shall traverse this highway, and in approximately 3 days, we shall reach our destination, County City number 0201, declared Captain Gao Feng. Luo Feng, however, found himself gazing at the highway before him. For those dwelling in the base city, such roads existed only in legend. The highway beneath their feet lay in ruin, riddled with cracks and decay. As far as the eye could see, dilapidated and shattered vehicles, sedans, trucks, and more littered the once bustling roadway, with scattered broken tires strewn about. Occasionally, darkened stains of blood marred the ground. Let us proceed. The crimson rays of the setting sun illuminated the long, silent, dilapidated highway. As the Firehammer squad of 6 continued their journey along its path, roar. From the fields flanking the highway and the remnants of broken villages came the echoes of monstrous howls. Even Luo Feng could catch glimpses of various beasts. While the other 5 members of the Firehammer squad appeared relaxed, Luo Feng dared not let his guard down. He could sense the ever-present danger of the monsters lurking nearby. Ah, Luo Feng. Ahead lies a unicorn wild boar, situated between the G and F levels. It is your turn, Captain Gao Feng's voice rang out, marking your first battle in the wilderness. The 3rd episode, Ninefold Thunderblade, commences. The new district of the mobile game Devouring the Starry Sky is thriving, with the Chidian coin and monthly tickets being given away daily. Chapter 2. The Unicorn Boar. Luo Feng, this is your first battle. Do not take it lightly. Qinggu solemnly reminded him. These beasts are far more ferocious and cunning than those kept in the military district. Luo Feng smiled, sensing Chun Ji's concern. Among the members of the Firehammer squad, the ones he felt closest to were undoubtedly Qinggu and Zhang Ke, who resided in the Mingwei community. As for the Captain Gao Feng and the Wei brothers, after all, they were unfamiliar to him. Being a newcomer, earning their acknowledgement would not be an easy task. Go for it, Luo Feng. Your current speed and neural reaction time have just reached the threshold for advanced warrior physical standards. Your strength is also nearing that level. Dealing with this unicorn boar should pose no problem. Zhang Ke, the Iron Spear, seldom offered encouragement, but did so now. The other 3, Captain Gao Feng and the Wei brothers, watched Luo Feng intently. Humph. Luo Feng drew his blood shadow battle knife, holding a shield in his left hand and the knife in his right, a slight smile gracing his lips. Captain, Qinggu, watch me bring back the horn of this unicorn boar. With that, he swiftly approached the beast. As they watched him advance, Qinggu couldn't help but voice his concern. Captain, is it too ambitious to have Luo Feng face an almost F-level unicorn boar in his first battle? While the Firehammer squad should test him, we ought to take it step by step. Perhaps starting with a G-level beast would be wiser. Indeed, we must not rush things, Zhang Ke chimed in. The captain's arrangement poses no issue, Wei Tai, the eldest of the Wei brothers, stated solemnly. Luo Feng's physical attributes are not inferior to that beast's. Although the challenge is considerable, he should still be able to prevail with some effort. This is his first venture into the wilderness, Zhang Ke expressed his dissatisfaction. And so what? I do not wish for him to become a burden. How can we dare hunt formidable warrior-level beasts if we have to babysit a novice? Wei Qing added, frowning. At that moment, the 5 seasoned members of the Firehammer squad, Qinggu, Zhang Ke, clearly sided with Luo Feng, while the Wei brothers regarded him with skepticism. Enough. Gao Feng interjected, prompting Qinggu and the others to fall silent. Let us observe Luo Feng's battle with the unicorn boar before passing judgment, he said, his expression inscrutable. Luo Feng, agile as a leopard, swiftly darted behind an overturned car on the highway, eyeing the unicorn boar not far ahead. Its fur was black, resembling a mass of steel spikes, and a deep gray horn protruded like a sharp knife. Under the fading rays of the evening sun, the horn glinted with a chilling light. If the iron-haired boar during the warrior assessment had resembled a heavy-duty Hummer, this unicorn boar exuded both agility and ferocity. This is my first battle. I must make it impressive. My joining the Firehammer squad is partly due to the directives from Supervisor Zhuge, but primarily thanks to the support of Chun Gu and Zhang Ku. Luo Feng understood that it was exceedingly difficult for a newcomer to integrate into an elite warrior-level squad. Gao Feng and the Wei brothers clearly harbored doubts about him. He needed to prove his worth through battle. Luo Feng fixated on the hunting unicorn boar ahead. The levels H, G, and F corresponded to junior, intermediate, and advanced beast soldiers respectively. Clearly, this unicorn boar was nearing F-level strength. The beast roared, its murderous gaze sweeping the surroundings. It has spotted me. Luo Feng's heart raced, but he felt a surge of excitement. With a thunderous charge, the unicorn boar barreled forward, transforming into a high-speed tank, crashing directly into the dilapidated car before Luo Feng. Like a nimble monkey, he deftly evaded the impact. The car was sent flying, tumbling several times down the highway, its body, weathered by decades, splintering apart, wheels rolling off before finally coming to rest. In the instant he dodged, Luo Feng charged towards the unicorn boar. "You beast, prepare to die," he growled. In that moment, he resembled a streak of lightning, surging towards the unicorn boar with his blood shadow battle knife slicing through the air, aimed at the beast's neck. The unicorn boar, having just struck the car, seemed momentarily unable to pivot. However, as Luo Feng approached, a shadow lunged at him. That was fast. Startled, Luo Feng leaped aside, barely evading the swift strike of the unicorn boar's tail, which resembled an iron whip. With a swift flick of its tail, the unicorn boar's agility surged, lunging at Luo Feng with its powerful hooves and razor-sharp horn. By the heavens, this unicorn boar is incredibly swift. Luo Feng retreated a step, thrusting his shield forward. The shield clashed violently with the unicorn boar's hooves. In that moment of impact, Luo Feng harnessed the rebound force to execute an agile backward dive, rolling on the ground to dissipate the momentum. The unicorn boar, relentless, pursued him. Luo Feng swiftly leapt onto the hood of an old truck, then nimbly dodged behind it. The truck obstructed the unicorn boar's charge, preventing it from gaining any advantage. Watching from a distance, the 5 members of the Firehammer squad nodded in approval. "Captain, Luo Feng's reflexes are impressive," Chen Gu remarked with a smile. Captain Gao Feng returned the smile, nodding. "Indeed. I anticipated he would struggle against the unicorn boar in his first encounter. I did not expect his quick reflexes and solid fundamentals. His use of the shield to absorb impact was exquisite. His movements flowed like water. Remarkably, he emerged unscathed from that wave of attacks." Wei Tai and Wei Qing, who had maintained a cold demeanor, appeared slightly less frosty. "Luo Feng is quite capable," Zhang Ke noted, a smile breaking through. "This battle is far from over." "It remains uncertain," Wei Tai replied coolly. The Firehammer squad continued to observe the fierce confrontation between Luo Feng and the unicorn boar. Luo Feng was intensely focused, realizing, this unicorn boar is cunning. It feigned weakness at first, then suddenly unleashed a tail strike, followed by hooves and horn attacks. The final charge. This series of maneuvers. Thankfully, the past few days of training in the Ninefold Thunderblade have refined my control over my strength. Had I not trained in the Ninefold Thunderblade for nearly a month, I would have had to rely on mental fortitude to avoid injury from that onslaught. With a thunderous roar, the unicorn boar did not foolishly charge the truck, but instead leapt over it, barreling towards Luo Feng. "Prepare to meet your end," Luo Feng shouted as he kicked a nearby worn-out tire, sending it hurtling towards the unicorn boar. The beast, undeterred, lowered its head and swiftly sliced through the tire with its sharp horn, splitting it in half. Simultaneously, Luo Feng dashed towards the unicorn boar. Die. As he approached, he executed a graceful spin, evading the piercing horn with remarkable finesse. In that same motion, he unleashed the blood shadow battle knife, the blade's arc glinting as it accelerated towards its target. Thud. Swift as lightning, the whirling blade struck decisively at the neck of the unicorn wild boar. With a resounding slice, Luo Feng distinctly felt the formidable toughness of the creature's bristly fur, a testament to its resilience, impervious to ordinary bullets. Vivid crimson blood oozed forth as Luo Feng's strike penetrated approximately 5 centimeters into the boar's neck before meeting resistance. The wounded unicorn wild boar let out a frenzied roar, abruptly turning to charge at Luo Feng with reckless abandon. The severely injured beast became even more frantic. What? Such agility! The Wei brothers displayed expressions of astonishment. How could one so adroitly evade the deadly thrust of the boar's horn? The eldest of the Wei brothers, Wei Tai, marveled in disbelief. Moreover, to spin so daringly in front of the creature's horn, did he not fear being impaled? Such finesse was extraordinary. Was it sheer luck? Or did he possess genuine prowess? That single rotation, seemingly simple, revealed Luo Feng's astonishing agility. Bravo! Bravo! Chen Gu and Zhang Ke couldn't help but cheer. This young man possesses remarkable strength. Gao Feng smiled, acknowledging the audacity and success of Luo Feng's maneuvers under such perilous circumstances. His agility was undoubtedly exceptional, and his timing impeccable. However, the most formidable aspect of monsters is their tenacity. Slaying this unicorn wild boar would not be an easy feat. The 5 members of the Firehammer squad, including the Wei brothers, exchanged faint smiles as they continued to observe the ferocious battle unfolding between the now crazed unicorn wild boar and Luo Feng from a distance. Chapter 3. Astonishing progress. With a resounding crack, the putrid blood cascaded down the thick hide of the unicorn boar, dripping onto the dust-laden highway. The creature's eyes glinted with a frenzied light as it let out deep, guttural roars, charging at Luo Feng with lightning speed. Its iron hooves, sharp horn, and powerful tail unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. However, the injury to its neck diminished its agility significantly. Luo Feng nimbly evaded. During the martial artist practical assessment, he had faced 7 H-class monsters simultaneously to hone his skills. Although the intensity of this confrontation was somewhat less than that of the 7 H-class beasts, it was still formidable. With a swift motion, Luo Feng advanced instead of retreating, gracefully sidestepping as the unicorn boar's horn grazed him by a mere 3 centimeters. Yet, that distance felt insurmountable, preventing the beast from inflicting even the slightest harm upon him. Drawing his blade, Luo Feng executed a rapid downward slash with his blood shadow war blade, accompanied by a piercing shriek. The unicorn boar roared in anger and attempted to evade the strike. But Luo Feng's speed was too swift. The sound of the blade embedding into flesh echoed through the air. Once more, he struck the neck, this time penetrating approximately 8 centimeters deep. The previous injury had compromised the boar's muscular defense, making it more vulnerable. As the blade found its mark, Luo Feng swiftly retreated, evading the creature's frantic counterattack. Yet he closed in again. The unicorn boar emitted a furious, wrathful cry. For the final time, Luo Feng deftly maneuvered in a blur, creating an illusion as he dodged the beast's assault. Alongside his agile footwork, he delivered a fierce strike. This time, the initial resistance against his blade was formidable, but as it cut deeper, 12 centimeters in, it met considerably less resistance. With a single decisive motion, Luo Feng cleaved nearly 2/3 of the boar's head, withdrawing his weapon just as blood erupted from the gaping wound like a torrent. With a heart-wrenching howl, the unicorn boar convulsed, its limbs thrashing wildly, cracking the asphalt beneath its hooves. It then careened into the nearby guardrail, collapsing over the edge. As the sounds of its struggle faded into silence, Luo Feng stood at the edge of the shattered guardrail, gazing down at the near-decapitated carcass. The flow of blood had slowed, indicating its life was nearly extinguished. The amount of blood spilled was enough to fill a barrel. It is dead. Luo Feng leaped down and, using his blood shadow warblade, severed the creature's prized horn from its skull. In the distance, the 5 members of the Firehammer team exhaled in unison, overwhelmed by what they had witnessed. Freak! Monster! The Wei brothers uttered in astonishment. How about that? My recommendation was spot on, Chen Gu declared with pride. If they had been merely surprised before, they were now utterly astonished. Incredible, Zhang Ke murmured in admiration. Captain Gao Feng's gaze was fixed on Luo Feng as he extracted the horn. How is his agility so remarkable? In terms of pure speed, the unicorn boar had a slight edge, yet he evaded its attacks with such effortless grace. If he can maintain this finesse consistently, he would attain a masterful level of skill. At only 18, if he reaches such a level, he should be sent to the Global Martial Arts Headquarters for specialized training. Wei Tai, the eldest of the Wei brothers, interjected. Masterful level. This refers to a martial artist's ability to execute precise and minimal evasive maneuvers time and again, while an ordinary fighter might manage it a few times. Achieving this consistently signifies true mastery. We have struck gold. Gao Feng smiled broadly. Wei Qing, the second Wei brother, nodded in agreement. With some training, our Firehammer team could gain a valuable asset. I and the eldest will teach him. Qin Gu and Zhang Ku exchanged knowing smiles. As seasoned warriors who had danced with death countless times, they understood that many so-called prodigies, despite their physical prowess, often faltered when faced with the brutal reality of combat. True experts are forged through relentless trials of survival and battle. Luo Feng had demonstrated remarkable prowess in his very first encounter, clearly excelling in combat. Captain, Luo Feng approached. This horn, since you killed the beast, it rightfully belongs to you. Gao Feng replied, indeed, you're correct. Among beast soldier-level monsters, materials are generally of little value. They can be easily dispatched with firearms. An inexperienced soldier with a good aim could take down several beast soldiers without difficulty. Thus, their worth is minimal. This horn could fetch around 3,000 at the Martial Arts Academy, and perhaps 5,000 on the black market, Chun Gu chimed in. Materials from beast general-level monsters are truly valuable, whereas those from lord-level beasts command exorbitant prices. Luo Feng, your performance was barely satisfactory, Wei Tai remarked sternly. Tai Gu. Luo Feng looked up, inviting his elder for guidance. Your agility is commendable, but your efficiency is severely lacking. Watch closely as I take down an F-class monster. Soon after, they encountered an F-class beast, a tiger cat monster, robust and adorned with distinctive markings, far more agile and ferocious than the unicorn boar. Observe, Wei Tai instructed coldly. With a shield in one hand and a curved blade in the other, he charged straight towards the tiger cat. As a high-ranking warrior, Wei Tai's physical prowess matched that of the F-class beast. Luo Feng watched intently as Wei Tai engaged the creature without evasion, colliding with it at the moment it lunged. Wei Tai pivoted his body, allowing his shield to deflect the beast's charge, destabilizing its center of gravity. With a swift arc, his blade glided past the shield, slicing the exposed throat of the tiger cat, blood gushing forth. Wei Tai retreated swiftly, watching as the beast faltered and collapsed, lifeless. He then severed the tiger cat's tail and retrieved a nearly transparent tendon, placing it in his backpack before returning. Did you see? My agility may not surpass yours. Nor did I exert more strength, yet I dispatched it in one strike, he stated, locking eyes with Luo Feng. Luo Feng remained in a state of shock. The previous battle had been a matter of life and death, while he had invested considerable effort to evade the unicorn boar's attacks before finally striking. The unicorn boar was significantly weaker than the tiger cat. Reflect on this, Wei Tai suggested, allowing Luo Feng a moment of contemplation. Luo Feng was left in profound astonishment. The speed and skills of Wei Tai may not be particularly remarkable. However, the results he achieves are undeniably impressive. When it comes to slaying monsters, the most effective method is to target their weaknesses. Wei Qing, the second son of the Wei family, approached with a nonchalant demeanor, stating that the typical vulnerabilities of beast-type monsters lie in their eyes, throat, and mouth, with the softer abdomen being a secondary weak point, and the neck being the least effective target. Luo Feng nodded, aware of these insights, yet he recognized the challenge posed by the monster's swift movements, making it difficult to strike their eyes. The horned wild boar, akin to a tiger cat, kept its head low, complicating an attack on its throat. Striking the abdomen also proved challenging, while targeting the neck appeared to be the simplest option. Hitting their weak points is fraught with difficulty. As monsters are not foolish, they instinctively guard their vulnerabilities. However, when opportunities are scarce, one must create them. For instance, his brother had just executed a sudden, angled collision that caused the tiger cat monster to lose its balance, momentarily exposing its vulnerable neck. In that instant, a curved blade pierced from beneath the shield, striking deep into its neck, resulting in the monster's swift demise. Wei Qing coldly remarked that his brother's final strike, too, had come from below the shield, leaving the monster with no time to react. Luo Feng nodded in understanding. Remember to learn to leverage your strengths, Wei Qing advised. To achieve the utmost effectiveness, one must act with precision and simplicity. Your agility is commendable, but there is no need to showcase it at every opportunity. The ultimate goal in monster hunting is to ensure the most efficient kill. Luo Feng acknowledged this with a nod. A rare smile appeared on Wei Qing's face. Let us depart, Captain Gao Feng said with a wave and a smile. The Firehammer team clearly intended to cultivate Luo Feng as a key member for the future. Throughout their journey, Wei Qing and Wei Tai took turns confronting various monsters, occasionally allowing Luo Feng to handle some on his own. Through both instruction and demonstration, they imparted practical experience, leading to Luo Feng's remarkable progress. Even Gao Feng, a formidable warrior, took several opportunities to teach him. Luo Feng gradually realized that slaying monsters required maximizing the effectiveness of each attack. Reflecting on his first kill of the horned wild boar, he recognized that his previous evasions had merely been displays of skill rather than effective maneuvers. His attacks began to evolve, becoming more fierce, direct, and efficient. 3 days later, on a dilapidated circular road surrounding the city, the Firehammer team of 6 pressed onward. Luo Feng, you take the 2 F-grade lion mastiffs ahead, Captain Gao Feng commanded. Understood, Captain, Luo Feng replied with a grin, jogging toward the lion mastiffs at a steady pace. The 2 lion mastiffs roared as they charged at him, their eyes filled with bloodlust. They paid no heed to the human before them. As they closed in, a smile crept across Luo Feng's face. Suddenly, his speed surged. The fur of the 2 lion mastiffs bristled in response. Luo Feng swiftly closed the distance, executing 4 peculiar steps as part of the flowing light technique from the 9-fold Thunderblade, luring the lion mastiffs to pounce. He deftly twisted his body, evading their lethal claws, and in the instant they passed, his Blood Shadow battle blade struck out with lethal precision. The blade pierced directly into the neck. Luo Feng quickly lunged forward and turned to face the other lion mastiff. The remaining lion mastiff, witnessing its companion's neck gushing with blood, let out a low growl and fled. Gao Feng, Qinggu, and the others from the Firehammer team exchanged knowing smiles. Although Luo Feng still lacked the experience of the Wei brothers, his agility rendered his lethality comparable to that of the eldest and second sons of the Wei family. Luo Feng, let us hurry into the county town. Lion mastiffs are social creatures, and the one that fled will soon return with a pack, Qinggu cheerfully remarked. Luo Feng smiled and rejoined his companions. The Firehammer team of 6 finally reached their destination, County City number 0201. Chapter 4. The high ground. The Firehammer squad silently infiltrated the outskirts of County Town 0201. Luo Feng, over the past 3 days, we have traversed desolate stretches along the highway, Qinggu whispered, lowering his voice. Most monsters reside within urban areas, densely populated regions. Places like county towns and city centers are the true perilous zones. I understand, Brother Chun, Luo Feng nodded. He had already gleaned some insights from previous posts regarding the habits of these creatures. In the prolonged conflict between monsters and humanity, it became evident that when monsters inhabit open, barren lands devoid of cover, human forces and martial artists can easily target them from a distance using heavy sniper rifles or even missiles for long-range strikes. However, in urban environments, where structures abound, monsters can conceal themselves among the buildings, making it exceedingly difficult for snipers to find a clear shot unless they venture into the city themselves. Furthermore, if human forces engage in urban combat, the monsters would gain a significant advantage. Densely built areas are indeed the monster's paradise. Our objective, naturally, is to hunt the beast general level monsters. But, Qinggu cautioned in a hushed tone, beast general level monsters possess a certain degree of intelligence, comparable to that of humans. These creatures command numerous beast soldier level monsters to gather around them, following their orders. It is exceedingly challenging to eliminate a beast general due to the multitude of beast soldiers surrounding them. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. The disparity in strength between beast soldiers and beast generals is not merely a matter of power. The crucial factor is their intelligence. To ensure their survival, beast generals will invariably summon a legion of beast soldiers for protection. Except for a few solitary monsters, most beast generals are accompanied by throngs of beast soldiers. Everyone, stay alert. Ahead lies a lair of armored bulls, Captain Gao Feng suddenly spoke. The leader of this lair is likely a high-ranking beast general, and there is a significant number of armored bulls present. We must circumvent this area. Qinggu, do not fire. If an armored bull attacks, remember to eliminate it instantly. Do not allow it to call for reinforcements. Understood, Captain. The other 5 nodded in unison. The outskirts and urban areas are far more treacherous than the barren lands outside. Following a narrow path, the 6 members of the Firehammer squad advanced with utmost caution. Stop. The eldest of the Wei brothers, Wei Tai, raised his hand, gazing intently ahead. In the distance, a massive iron-haired wild boar lay sprawled on the ground, while 2 monstrous tiger mastiffs voraciously devoured flesh nearby. Suddenly, the tiger mastiffs lifted their heads, their gaze shifting toward the Firehammer squad, their wariness palpable. We'll circumvent them. Do not engage, Gao Feng whispered. In the desolate stretches of the highway, Luo Feng and his team had acted with ease, dispatching monsters at will. But here, the stakes were markedly higher, cautiously avoiding encounters. They swiftly dispatched 8 ordinary beast soldier-level monsters before finally reaching their initial destination, the Blue Sky Community in County Town 0201, which boasted 3 towering 21-story residential buildings. "Let us head to the rooftop," Luo Feng instructed. "Everyone be cautious. A monster could emerge from anywhere within the building. Keep noise to a minimum." The Firehammer squad ascended the stairs, their senses heightened. A low growl reverberated through the floors, causing the squad's members to frown. The frontmost Wei Tai murmured, "It must be coming from above. Stay alert." Each member gripped their weapons tightly, ready for action, while Chingu, armed with firearms, remained safeguarded in the center. As they advanced step by step, Luo Feng suddenly spotted a 2-meter-tall lion mastiff monster emerging from around the corner, its long fur reminiscent of a large military off-road vehicle. Upon seeing humans, it let out a low growl and charged forward, propelled by its massive size. The Wei brothers, Wei Tai and Wei Qing, reacted almost in unison, one wielding a shield and the other a curved blade, both rushing upward. As they brushed past the lion mastiff, Wei Qing's blade narrowly sliced across the joint of its front paw. The synchronized movements of Wei Tai and Wei Qing caused the lion mastiff to stumble, its balance compromised. At that moment, Zhang Ku, armed with a spear, darted forward and thrust his alloy spear with a piercing shriek toward the staggering monster's head. With a sickening thud, the spear pierced the lion mastiff's eye, penetrating its skull. The creature, now devoid of consciousness, collapsed helplessly after a feeble attempt to regain its footing. The trio's coordination was indeed remarkable. The first two had successfully injured the lion mastiff's forelimbs, destabilizing it, while Zhang Ke seized the moment to deliver a fatal strike, his aim terrifyingly precise, directly piercing its eye. Throughout their ascent, the Firehammer squad encountered 3 monsters, which they deemed fortunate. One of these monsters had charged up the stairs, but Luo Feng and Luo Feng, positioned at the back of the formation, swiftly dispatched the G-level creature. Upon exiting the stairwell, the 6 members of the Firehammer squad arrived at the rooftop of the 21-story residential building. "Shut the stairwell door tightly," Luo Feng commanded, preventing any monsters from ascending to the rooftop. "Yes." Luo Feng and Zhang Ku promptly secured the iron door, jamming it shut with a metal rod. "Ah, finally we can breathe easy," Zhang Ku remarked, allowing a rare smile to grace his face as he plopped down on the rooftop, retrieving high-energy food and water from his backpack. "Everyone brought binoculars, right?" Captain Luo Feng inquired. "All of you, take out your binoculars and scan the area below for beast general-level monsters. Remember, do not expose your bodies too much over the edge. It could attract unwanted attention from the monsters below." The rooftop, positioned 21 stories high, was generally secure, as monsters found it exceedingly difficult to scale such heights. Even if a beast general commanded its minions to ascend the stairs, the width of the staircase posed minimal threat. The Firehammer squad had ample time to escape if necessary. "Let us commence the search for beast general-level monsters. Brothers, let us hunt for monsters," Luo Feng echoed, also retrieving his binoculars along with other tools like steel wires. They settled at the rooftop's edge, and Luo Feng quickly spotted the streets below, teeming with a multitude of monsters. The density of monsters in urban areas was indeed tenfold, if not 100-fold, compared to the desolate outskirts. In one particular street, he estimated hundreds of monsters advancing in unison. Even a war general-level martial artist would find it nearly impossible to escape alive when besieged by such a throng. "Captain, they're all beast soldier-level monsters here. I haven't spotted any beast generals," one of the squad members remarked. The 5 team members, including the captain, scanned the surroundings with their binoculars from various vantage points. From such a height, their line of sight was extensive, enabling them to observe a multitude of monsters. Suddenly, a metal box clicked open as the only member of the squad without binoculars, Chingu, unlatched it. Within the iron box, alongside an abundance of ammunition, lay a rectangular wooden case. Upon opening this case, an array of firearm components was revealed, which Chingu swiftly set about assembling. In a brief moment, a robust sniper rifle, nearly 2 meters in length and entirely adorned in a silvery gray hue, took form. All optical equipment, including the sighting scope, was meticulously affixed. Chingu proceeded to load 10 special bullets into the magazine. "Captain, once you locate a beast general-level monster, please inform me," Chingu remarked. "Very well. You should take a short rest to rejuvenate," Luo Feng replied, while instructing the others, "Everyone, stay vigilant and ensure nothing escapes your notice." This method of hunting beast general-level monsters within the city is remarkably efficient. From a vantage point, one can survey a greater distance, This approach is exponentially faster and significantly safer than searching for monsters on the streets. Luo Feng, Zhang Ke, the Wei brothers, and Gao Feng, 5 in total. Each wielded binoculars, scrutinizing every nook and cranny below, while Chen Gu, cradling the heavy sniper rifle, squinted and began to doze off. Chapter 5. Beast General Level Monsters on the Rooftop of a 21-story residential building in the Blue Sky community. The 6 members of the Firehammer team were diligently searching for Beast General Level monsters. Meanwhile, approximately 30 miles away on a dilapidated highway, an elite 6-member warrior squad was swiftly advancing towards County Town 0201. Each member of this squad bore a tiger emblem on the left breast of their combat uniforms. This prestigious group was known as the Tiger Tooth Team, renowned throughout Jiangnan City. Comprising 6 members, 2 wielded firearms while 4 relied on melee weapons. Among the 4 using cold weapons, 2 were battle general level warriors, and the other 2 were advanced warrior level. The 2 armed with firearms were both battle general level. In truth, with sufficient talent, experience, and time, ascending to the battle general level with firearms was rather straightforward, as their prowess stemmed from the power of bullets. Old Han. Have you pinpointed the location of that old fellow? Zhang Zihu, one of the Tiger Tooth Team members and an advanced warrior, inquired in a low voice. The Tiger Tooth Team was indeed formidable, with even their weakest members being advanced warriors, only a hair's breadth away from the battle general level. Based on the signal flare I left on the old fellow, he should be approximately 40 miles from us, likely within County Town 0201. A man holding a compass-like device spoke, his gaze fixed on the instrument. We have finally determined the location. If we can hunt down this old fellow, we will strike it rich. The members of the Tiger Tooth Team chuckled. Previously, while hunting monsters, they had fortuitously encountered a predator among the wolf-type beasts. It is essential to note that due to the distribution of monster species after the Great Cataclysm, which saw an abundance of pigs, dogs, cats, cows, and sheep in human society, the current monster populace is dominated by these categories. In contrast, mutated beasts like foxes, monkeys, scorpions, wolves, tigers, and leopards are exceedingly rare. Wolves, tigers, and leopards, being inherently strong, become terrifyingly formidable upon mutation. However, some ordinary monster populations, due to their sheer numbers, can also give rise to particularly fearsome entities. For instance, among cat-type monsters, there exists a legendary creature known as the 9 Lives Cat Demon. The 9 Lives Cat Demon, the most fearsome among feline monsters, possesses 9 tails and wields power surpassing that of a Lord-level monster, placing it among the most terrifying beings on Earth. Wolf-type monsters, having a strong reproductive capability, have frequently been encountered by warriors over the decades. The predator belongs to a particularly fearsome, mutated wolf species, also referred to as the Silver Moon Wolf clan, where each Silver Moon Wolf is typically a solitary hunter, renowned for its cunning and ferocity in hunting other monsters and human warriors. Hence its moniker of predator. The weakest Silver Moon Wolf discovered to date has been rated as intermediate beast general level, and each one can fetch an exorbitant price. The predator we are pursuing should be advanced beast general level, if not approaching the lord level. Fortunately, this predator was already gravely injured before engaging us, allowing us to inflict further damage. The captain of the Tiger Tooth Team, a lean, dark-skinned man, spoke in a low tone. Now that we have all recovered from our injuries, we must seize this opportunity to hunt down this weakened predator. Yes, Captain. The 6 members of the Tiger Tooth Team responded, brimming with combat fervor. Slaying a predator could yield rewards comparable to their hard-earned gains over a year or 2. In the Blue Sky community, atop one of the 21-story residential buildings, 5 members of the Firehammer team were peering through binoculars, scrutinizing the scene below. Luo Feng, holding a water bottle in his right hand, took a sip before placing it in his backpack and resuming his watch. Captain, are we just going to sit here waiting? Luo Feng queried. What do you understand? Gao Feng replied with a smile, lowering his binoculars. In this vicinity, this 21-story building is among the tallest, allowing us to survey a radius of 4 to 5 miles. Considering the size of the entire county-level city, our observation efficiency, despite some obstruction from buildings, is still remarkably high. We can rest while searching for monsters. It's the optimal approach. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Captain, look over here, Zhang Ke suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards a particular direction below. With a swift motion, the other 4 members rushed over, each wielding binoculars to observe intently. Following Zhang Ke's gesture, Luo Feng quickly spotted several streets in the northwest corner, where solitary wild boars and iron-haired wild boars appeared scattered, numbering in the hundreds, and their presence was increasing. Luo Feng's eyes brightened as he noticed a peculiar, entirely red monster resembling a tank advancing slowly along one of the streets, flanked by a throng of pig-type monsters. Is that a bloodthirsty tank? Luo Feng gasped. Among pig-type monsters, the bloodthirsty tank ranks as the second most formidable. Aptly named. It is a type of pig monster covered in thick, scaly armor with astonishing defense, resembling an armored tank at first glance. And its defensive and impact capabilities rival those of an actual tank. It is indeed a bloodthirsty tank. A significant catch, Luo Feng remarked. Captain, judging by the color of its scales, it should be at the initial Beast General level. Approaching the intermediate Beast General level, the Fire Hammer team members began to discuss excitedly. Yes, the market value of a bloodthirsty tank is quite high, Captain Luo Feng smiled. Though it is only at the initial Beast General level, its price can rival that of some intermediate Beast General level monsters. This is a considerable prize. The team felt invigorated. Old Chen-gu, the team members called, prompting Chen-gu to finally open his eyes. He stood up with a smile. Have you found a Beast General level monster? Come take a look. Gao Feng laughed. Chen-gu hurried over, took the binoculars, and exclaimed in astonishment, wow, it's actually a bloodthirsty tank, the second strongest among pig-type monsters. Its defense is astounding. The armor-piercing rounds I brought probably won't penetrate its scales. It seems I will need to employ my special ammunition. Quickly, bullets aren't cheap, Gao Feng urged. Chen-gu moved swiftly, rushing to a metal box to retrieve 3 crimson-cased bullets, replacing the ammunition in his sniper rifle. With a swift motion, Chen-gu nestled against the edge of the rooftop, positioning his silver-gray heavy sniper rifle, the barrel glinting in the sunlight. He extended his palm to gauge the direction, meticulously conducting calculations and adjusting the optical sight. The other 5 members of the Fire Hammer team remained silent, holding their breaths. Suddenly, a powerful thud echoed. In an instant, the bullet sliced through the air, propelled with incredible speed, far surpassing the speed of sound. The sonic boom reached the ears of the Beast General level monster only after the bullet had already arrived. The bloodthirsty tank ambled along the street, surrounded by a multitude of monsters. With a resounding thud, sparks erupted from the scales on the back of its neck as a hole was violently created, the bullet having pierced through. The bloodthirsty tank let out a pained roar, staggering sideways, its form swaying unsteadily. Once the bloodthirsty tank steadied itself, it let out a series of anguished roars, drawing a multitude of nearby swine-like monsters toward it in a frenzy. Blood began to seep from the rear of the bloodthirsty tank, and despite its furious howls, it was incapable of discerning the source of the incoming bullets. On the rooftop, Chen-gu slightly lifted his gaze, diverting his eyes from the scope with a sense of confidence. Fortune smiles upon us. I struck a vital spot. This bloodthirsty tank possesses formidable vitality and has not succumbed immediately, but within 5 minutes, it shall surely fall. The efficacy of long-range sniping lies predominantly in the initial shot, as the Beast General has no defenses in place at that moment. However, if the first shot fails to strike true, complications arise. The Beast Generals boast robust defenses, and merely penetrating their armor is a feat in itself. Thus, the ammunition employed is typically armor-piercing rounds, prioritizing penetration over explosive power. After all, how can one discuss lethality if penetration is insufficient? Excellent marksmanship, Zhang Ke remarked with a smile, giving a thumbs up. The skull of the bloodthirsty tank is the toughest part. And while penetrating its scales may be an achievement, it does little to affect the tank itself. Gao Feng grinned, saying, Chen-gu, that shot was truly impressive. Were it not for your precise aim, eliminating a bloodthirsty tank guarded by numerous monsters would be an arduous task. Do not flatter me, Chen-gu chuckled. Now, you should focus on devising a plan to retrieve the carcass of the bloodthirsty tank. It is surrounded by hundreds of monsters. If we delay, we may find that some warrior team has taken advantage of the situation. Do not speak ominously. There are likely only 2 or 3 warrior teams in this county. Gao Feng replied with a smile. All right, everyone, let us prepare and head down to secure the body. Chapter 6. The corpse of the monster Zhang Ke. Carry Chen-gu's iron box. Gao Feng commanded. Yes, Captain. Zhang Ke, armed with a steel spear, approached Chen-gu, who was in the process of disassembling a heavy sniper rifle to store it in a wooden box, while lifting the iron box filled with numerous bullets. Subsequently, Chen-gu opened another iron box and retrieved a menacing machine gun, with a multitude of ammunition belts coiled around him, one end directly connected to the gun. Impressive. Luo Feng marveled as he observed. Advanced firearms wield considerable power against beast soldier-level monsters. For instance, a single shot had previously felled the bloodthirsty tank. However, that shot was partly a stroke of luck, as striking a vital area of such a massive creature, with its robust skull, was no small feat. The chances of achieving a single-shot kill were exceedingly rare, limited to precise targets such as the eyes or areas beneath the skull. Achieving such accuracy relies on both skill and fortune. Had the bloodthirsty tank been more vigilant and altered its trajectory, the shot would likely have missed. "Let us move," Luo Feng ordered, prompting Luo Feng and the other 5 members to swiftly descend the staircase and exit the blue sky community. 5 minutes later, the group found themselves in a narrow alley. The leader, Wei Tai, peered cautiously outside before reporting, "Captain, the bloodthirsty tank is down." "Old Chun, well done," Luo Feng praised. Giving a thumbs up, Gu chuckled. "However, Captain," Wei Tai continued, "there are hundreds of monsters gathering around the corpse. Retrieving the bloodthirsty tank's body will be quite troublesome. This is indeed a challenge when dealing with long-range attacking beast generals. Even if we succeed, extracting valuable materials from the corpse remains perilous. Still, it's far safer than engaging in close combat with those beast generals," Luo Feng replied. "As per usual, Wei Tai and Wei Qing, you will disrupt the monster horde. We will take advantage of the chaos to proceed." Luo Feng then turned to Luo Feng. "Stay close to Gu. Your task is to ensure his safety and prevent any monsters from attacking him. Rest assured, Captain, I won't let a single monster near Gu." Luo Feng affirmed with a nod. "All right, let us go," Luo Feng commanded. With that, 2 black projectiles shot forth from the hands of Wei Tai and Wei Qing, resembling streaks of lightning as they soared over 100 meters before landing amidst the horde of beasts. These projectiles were oval-shaped black orbs, adorned with red timer signals. The monsters that noticed them instinctively recoiled in caution. With a sudden beep, the 2 timed explosives detonated, unleashing a powerful explosion that sent debris flying, causing 2 nearby monsters to tumble and become bloodied. A thick cloud of smoke rapidly spread in all directions. In terms of destructive power, the bombs were fortunate to have claimed a single monster while injuring 5 or 6 others, with most only affected by the smoke. "Charge," Luo Feng shouted. With renewed vigor, Luo Feng unleashed his full strength, wielding a shield in one hand and a blood shadow battle knife in the other, sprinting alongside Gu. The 6 members of the Hammer Squad exhibited astonishing speed, covering the distance to the Beast General's corpse in a mere 4 to 5 seconds. Even with the deceleration caused by entering the monster horde, Luo Feng, akin to a bolt of lightning, led the charge. With one hand gripping a heavy hammer, he swung it with ferocity, delivering crushing blows that shattered the skulls of 2 beast soldier-level monsters, one a mid-level beast soldier, the other a human warrior of near mid-level general strength. The disparity in power was staggering. With the hammer in one hand, Luo Feng brandished a dagger in the other, swiftly lunging towards the corpse of the bloodthirsty tank, plunging the dagger into the bullet hole behind its ear to extract valuable materials. Meanwhile, the other 5 members of the Hammer Squad faced an escalating threat. "Quick, Luo Feng, protect Old Chen," Zhang Ke urged, brandishing his spear. Wei Tai and Wei Qing positioned themselves around Luo Feng for protection. Given the bloodthirsty tank's formidable defenses, dissection would be a lengthy process if carried out by Wei Tai or Luo Feng. But with Luo Feng's immense strength, it would only take him half a minute. The surrounding monsters, realizing the presence of Luo Feng's group, began to roar and charge, akin to a heavy-duty Hummer barreling down at high speed. "Move." Luo Feng skillfully sidestepped, his shield crashing against the body of a charging one-horned wild boar. The immense force sent the creature sprawling and crashing to the ground, shaking the already cracked concrete street and sending dust flying. Luo Feng, focused not on killing but on maximizing efficiency, aimed to endure the next half-minute. Zhang Ke, wielding his spear, dispatched 2 beast soldier-level monsters while fending off 3 more. However, as the 3 enraged monsters closed in, Zhang Ke found himself unshielded, relying solely on his spear. "This is bad." After thrusting his spear, Zhang Ke's expression shifted in alarm. The charge of an iron-haired wild boar, reaching speeds of 50 meters per second and weighing as much as a small truck, was overwhelming. Zhang Ke had no time to defend himself, already besieged by 3 monsters. Just then, a shadow darted by, delivering a powerful kick to the charging wild boar. The force of the blow sent the beast tumbling, though it quickly regained its footing. "Zhang Ke, stick close," Luo Feng called out. "Thanks, man," Zhang Ke exclaimed gratefully, realizing that without Luo Feng's intervention, he would have been severely injured. He silently acknowledged. Bringing Luo Feng into the Hammer Squad was certainly the right choice. He is incredibly agile and quick. Meanwhile, Qin Gu, shielded by Luo Feng and Zhang Ke, was confronted with a monstrous horde numbering in the hundreds. As they engaged the initial few beasts, more were drawn to the fray. Fortunately, the smoke obscured visibility, preventing the monster horde from fully unleashing their potential. "This is bad, Captain. Hurry," Wei Tai urged, unable to contain his anxiety. With each passing second, the danger to the Hammer Squad intensified as the number of surrounding monsters rapidly increased. "Qin Gu, fire!" Gao Feng ordered from his crouched position beside the bloodthirsty tank's corpse, protected by the Wei brothers. "Understood." Qin Gu licked his lips, a fierce grin forming. Luo Feng and Zhang Ke instinctively stepped back. As Qin Gu squeezed the trigger, a barrage of bullets erupted from the muzzle, each round a high-priced armor-piercing projectile. Against beast general-level monsters, they posed a significant threat. The surrounding beasts emitted cries of pain as the onslaught of armor-piercing rounds penetrated their massive bodies. Though these monsters were robust and resilient, a shot to the head was required for a fatal strike. The armor-piercing bullets failed to penetrate the skulls of the beast general-level monsters, yet they posed little challenge to the beast soldier-level foes. With a resounding bang, the brain matter of a monster splattered forth. Another shot echoed, creating a gaping wound on a fallen beast. "Die, die." Qin Gu, in a state of frenzy, unleashed a relentless barrage of armor-piercing rounds from his weapon infused with crow alloy, suppressing one side of the monstrous horde almost instantaneously. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and Zhang Ke stood vigilant, preventing any other beasts from launching an assault on Qin Gu. The incessant gunfire allowed the creatures concealed in the smoke to swiftly ascertain their direction, charging forward with wild abandon. In the chaos of battle, Qin Gu's proficiency with the machine gun rendered him more formidable than 10 martial artists. However, the moment the gunfire erupted, it inevitably drew the attention of the monsters. "All right, we must depart," High Wind growled, signaling the successful collection of materials, prompting a collective sigh of relief from Luo Feng and the others. With a swift whoosh, the 6 members of the Fire Hammer team dashed away. The ground trembled beneath the stampede of hundreds of furious beasts pursuing them, each monstrous stride reverberating against the concrete. As the throng surged forth, it felt akin to an earthquake, causing the entire street and the dilapidated buildings nearby to shudder and emit a thundering echo. The ferocity of the beast horde was truly terrifying. Luo Feng glanced back, awestruck by the sight of hundreds of enraged monsters barreling towards them. This way, the Fire Hammer team swiftly veered into a narrow alley, where the beasts could only advance one at a time. Seizing this opportunity, they navigated through the densely packed buildings, twisting and turning into various side streets, ultimately shedding the monstrous pursuit. Half an hour later, atop the 18-story Hi-Ho Grand Hotel, Luo Feng and his companions arrived quietly. "Haha. Everyone did exceptionally well this time," Captain High Wind exclaimed. "Qin Gu, that shot was brilliant. And Luo Feng, you were impressive as well, saving Zhang Ke in the process. This bloodthirsty tank is a primary beast general-level monster, and it is among the most challenging of its kind. We made quite a profit today. Who would have thought we'd achieve such success on our very first day? It's a promising start. By the end of the month, our gains will be substantial." Luo Feng, Qin Gu, and the others shared in hearty laughter. Suddenly, Luo Feng's gaze fell upon his combat watch, and he was taken aback. A phone call? This combat communication device was designed not to disturb martial artists, and only by checking the watch could one ascertain if there were incoming calls. "It's from home." Luo Feng mused, initiating a voice command to return the call. Beep, beep, beep. The communication watch quickly dialed his home number. Chapter 7. The Fire Hammer Team. "Hey, brother." The voice emanating from the communication watch brought a smile to Luo Feng's face. "Luo Hua, aren't you quite taken with that girl? How do you have time to call me?" Laughter erupted from Qin Gu, Zhang Ke, and others on the rooftop. "Having a wife doesn't mean forgetting your older brother." Luo Hua chuckled on the other end. "By the way, I called to tell you something. Xiaonan has officially agreed to be my girlfriend. Haha. Aren't I impressive?" His voice brimmed with joy. "How long has it been?" Luo Feng mused, realizing his brother hadn't been this happy in ages. The allure of love is indeed profound. He reflected on Luo Hua's struggles over the years due to his disability, and he felt a sense of happiness for his brother. "Keep working hard. Strive to obtain your marriage certificate soon. Brother, there's no rush. We'll take it step by step," Luo Hua replied playfully. "By the way, where are Mom and Dad?" Luo Feng inquired. "They went grocery shopping together," Luo Hua answered. Luo Feng nodded, pleased that his mother could finally go out in the morning to shop, and his father could enjoy a leisurely day accompanying her. "I'm fine now, brother. You be careful out there in the base city," Luo Hua expressed concern. "Don't worry." After ending the call, Luo Feng wore a broad smile. "All right, Luo Feng. Now that you're done with the call, everyone gather around," Gao Feng announced. The 5 members of the team approached. "We just entered the county town today, and our performance has been quite commendable. As per our usual practice, the distribution of spoils will be based on each individual's contributions during the battle. Once we finish this hunt and return to the supply base, we'll tally the total distribution." Gao Feng's expression turned serious. "However, I must remind everyone to remain vigilant. This area is densely built and houses the monsters' nests. Within this county town, there are numerous beast general level monsters. Do not let your guard down, otherwise we could easily find ourselves in peril. Many martial artists lose their lives each year." Everyone, including Qinggu, Zhang Ke, and the Wei brothers, nodded solemnly. Luo Feng understood that joining the government's military offered the highest safety, while those like him, who ventured into the wilderness, faced a much higher mortality rate. After their earlier skirmish, they had exhausted considerable energy. Having traveled through the night, it was time for everyone to rest. "Let us resume our activities at 4 this afternoon," Gao Feng decided. "Understood. Roar, time to rest." The 6 members of the Fire Hammer team began to lounge on the rooftop, either leaning or lying down. Meanwhile, while the Fire Hammer team rested on the rooftop of the Haiho Grand Hotel, the Tiger Tooth team had already entered the urban area of County Town 0201. The 6 members cautiously navigated through a dilapidated alley, where some walls had collapsed and remnants of slain monsters littered the ground. "Stop." The lean, short captain raised his hand, prompting the others to halt. "Listen up, everyone. Our sole objective this time is the injured Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Therefore, we must avoid provoking other monsters in this county town. If we can evade them, we should. If we can escape, we must. It's best not to engage in combat. If we get injured, it could lead to trouble." The other 5 team members nodded earnestly. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf was a beast general level creature, far more lucrative than hunting dozens of lower level beasts. Additionally, once we catch up to the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, remember, it is severely wounded. We only need 2 or 3 strikes to bring it down. I'll remind everyone once more, do not engage in a direct fight. If the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf fights back desperately, at least 1 or 2 of us could perish. Everyone's expressions turned serious as they nodded in agreement. A beast general level monster, particularly the royal wolf species like the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, posed a grave threat even when injured. Our strategy is to inflict continuous injuries and let it bleed out slowly. The captain of the Tiger Tooth team smiled confidently. "In this county town, it is difficult to attract a God of War level team. There are likely only a few teams here, and we should be among the strongest." There was little fear of competition. Generally, formidable warlord level teams operated in urban areas where the challenges were greater and the number of independent beast generals was higher. For instance, the Fire Hammer team chose this county town partly because Luo Feng was a newcomer. Otherwise, they would have entered the urban area instead. "Captain, what if another martial artist team tries to snatch the kill?" The one-eyed middle-aged man furrowed his brow. "Rest assured," Zhang Zia chuckled. "Even we dare not press the hunter too closely. Most martial artist teams in this county town are at the warrior level. If they attempt to steal the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, they will likely be torn to shreds." Indeed, the captain nodded. They lack the capability to seize the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. If anyone dares to try, eliminate them. "Yes," the other 5 agreed. "Let us move." The Tiger Tooth team signaled and quietly advanced. The wilderness is starkly different from the base city. The base city is a human-controlled environment governed by law and order. In contrast, the wilderness is dominated by monsters, rife with darkness, chaos, and bloodshed. There are many instances of martial artist teams turning against one another over the carcass of a valuable monster, while many martial artists perish at the hands of monsters. Just as many fall victim to other martial artists. As evening fell, the well-fed and rested members of the Fire Hammer team, feeling rejuvenated, took turns peering through binoculars at the scene below. "We've spotted 2 beast general level monsters in the past 2 hours," Wei Tai remarked. Unfortunately, each was surrounded by a throng of beast soldier level monsters. The urban area is preferable. There, although there are more beast generals, even lord level monsters exist. However, ordinary beast soldier level monsters are mainly found around the lord level and formidable beast generals, with many beast generals acting independently. Earlier, Qinggu had fired 2 shots with a sniper rifle, but luck wasn't on their side this time. The 2 shots hit 2 beast generals, one was barely affected, while the other, although gravely injured, remained alive. Most importantly, both were surrounded by numerous ordinary monsters for protection. That's the downside of the county town. Even ordinary beast generals can command large groups of monsters. Zhang Ke added with a sigh. Still, the county town is safer, Gao Feng smiled. In the entire county town, there might only be 1 or 2 high-level beast generals. And they are surrounded by vast numbers of ordinary monsters. We want to encounter them at all. As for the ordinary monster hordes, our team's strength is sufficient to charge through. We need not fear a sudden ambush from multiple beast generals. Luo Feng, looking through his binoculars, suddenly exclaimed. Is that a beast general? Below, over a dozen monsters emerged at the edge of the street, each adorned with spots resembling those of a tiger. They belonged to the feline monster family known as the Tiger Cat clan. These sizable creatures included one with 2 tails. Double tails? A beast general? Luo Feng gasped in delight. In the feline clan, a creature with 2 tails signifies a novice beast general, while 3 tails denote an intermediate beast general. 5 tails represent a junior lord, and 7 tails indicate a senior lord. An 8-tailed being transcends the lord level, standing as the pinnacle of the feline clan. Among felids, a 9-tailed creature is referred to as the 9 Lives Cat Demon, or the 9 Lives Cat King, regarded as one of the most formidable entities among the monsters on Earth. Captain, look, a beast general level tiger cat, Luo Feng exclaimed. Tiger cat? Instantly, the other 5 rushed over, peering through their binoculars for a closer look. It truly is a tiger cat. They are known for their solitary nature, as rumored. Surrounding the beast general level tiger cat were merely 16 ordinary beast soldier level monsters. Gao Feng chuckled heartily. Brothers, prepare for action. Just 16 ordinary monsters. I can handle them all by myself. Chingu grinned, and the entire team felt at ease. Let us move out, Gao Feng commanded, prompting Luo Feng and the others to swiftly depart from the rooftop, refraining from firing prematurely, lest they frighten away the tiger cat. It is indeed a rare sight to encounter a beast general level monster accompanied by only a handful of subordinates in a small county. Chapter 8. Onset Luo Feng. Shadowing the 5 seasoned members of the Firehammer Squad, surreptitiously scaled the wall into a residential courtyard adjacent to the street. The dilapidated enclosure bore witness to over a dozen breaches, its cement pathways overgrown with weeds, and verdant moss clinging to the wall's base. Our quarry lies ahead, Wei Tai whispered, peering through a gap in the collapsed wall. Fortune favors us. The twin-tailed tiger cat is leisurely leading its pack in search of prey. Luo Feng also peered through the fissure. Approximately 50 meters distant, the beast general level tiger cat commanded its feline cohort. Brothers, heed my words, Gao Feng murmured. Firstly, your task is to eliminate the common tiger cats. Maintain a safe distance from the beast general. Its attacks are indiscriminate. I shall contend with it alone. Secondly, Chingu, refrain from deploying your machine gun unless an unforeseen circumstance arises. Its discharge would necessitate our immediate retreat. The quintet, including Luo Feng, nodded solemnly. Gunfire invariably attracts monsters. From a lofty rooftop, the distance obscures the sound's origin. However, in a ground-level skirmish, a single shot could expose our position, drawing a multitude of monsters. During the acquisition of the bloodthirsty tank carcass, Chungu's gunfire prompted an immediate flight. Very well, let us execute this swiftly. Commence, Gao Feng signaled. 6 figures darted forth in unison. Chungu brandishing his machine gun in his left hand and a short, pointed blade in his right. The sextet transformed into a blur, converging upon the tiger cat pack. The twin-tailed tiger cat, leader of the pack, bristled, emitting a furious roar. Its 16 feline subordinates echoed with frenzied howls, reverberating through the streets. The lithe and formidable tiger cats charged at the encroaching humans. Kill. Die. You beast. Luo Feng, confronted by a tiger cat lunging at him with lightning speed, sidestepped nimbly, his blood shadow blade arcing in a crescent of cold light, aiming for the feline's throat. The tiger cat, with surprising agility, lowered its head, attempting to deflect the blow with its chin. Kais. The blood shadow blade cleaved through the tiger cat's chin fur, scoring half a centimeter into the bone. Its reaction is swift, far swifter than the mastiff beast's, Luo Feng mused. As he landed, a gust of fetid air heralded another tiger cat, Jazagape. Luo Feng, wielding a shield and blade, retreated slightly, deploying the shield in a lateral block, while simultaneously thrusting with his blade. The blood shadow blade, grazing the shield's edge, pierced the tiger cat's jaw. Luo Feng swiftly withdrew his blade, retreating. Blood spurted forth as the tiger cat, comparable in size to a calf, faltered. emitting a final roar before collapsing onto the fractured cement. Careful! A cry rang out. Wei Tai and Wei Qing were hurled into the air by a sudden impact. Wei Tai collided violently with the adjacent wall, which crumbled under the force, causing him to spit blood. The twin-tailed tiger cat, having launched the brothers, turned its attention to Luo Feng. Too fast. Luo Feng, startled, dodged. Almost. The tiger cat's claws narrowly missed him. An unseen mental force augmented the movement of his right wrist, causing him to evade the attack. Kais. Luo Feng retaliated with an upward slash, the blade striking the tiger cat's forelimb. The blood shadow blade grazed the skin, producing a rasping sound, yet failing to penetrate. Beast General level monsters are too swift and possess formidable defenses, Luo Feng realized. The twin-tailed tiger cat landed, its claws gouging crevices in the cement. Abominable beast! Captain Gao Feng, enraged by his comrade's injuries, charged like a thunderbolt, his twin hammers whirling. Seemingly unfazed by Luo Feng's attack, the twin-tailed tiger cat retaliated, colliding with Gao Feng with the force of a truck. Pung! Pung! Hammer met claw. Both Gao Feng and the tiger cat staggered. Gao Feng, leveraging his left foot, lunged again, denying the beast a chance to strike his comrades. The tiger cat, its forelimb seemingly fractured, stood on 3 legs. Gao Feng appeared to have the advantage. The hammers descended in a relentless barrage. On the rooftop of a 6-story building 500 meters away, the Tiger Feng squad observed the scene through binoculars. Captain, the monster density is high. It will be difficult to reach the hunter's location 10 miles away without attracting attention, the one-eyed man remarked. The diminutive Tiger Feng captain frowned, his gaze settling on the skirmish between the Firehammer squad and the Tiger Cats. It's the Firehammer squad. Have they come to this county? Likely due to the rookie, Luo Feng, the one-eyed man replied. Gao Feng is strong, daring to confront a beast general. His strength is comparable to a mid-level warrior. His speed is lacking. Zhang Zihu, bearing a massive cleaver, perked up. It is the Firehammer squad, and Luo Feng is with them. Captain, this whelp cost me a fortune, Zhang Zihu exclaimed. Let's eliminate him. Eliminate him? The others questioned. The Tiger Feng captain smiled. A fine idea. A Xiao Adong. Snipe the Firehammer squad's key members, then target the surrounding monster packs. The monsters won't detect our location. They'll attack the humans they see. The resulting chaos will attract more monsters, thinning the herd elsewhere, allowing us to traverse several miles. The squad was silent. Dongzi, aim for Luo Feng and end him. Zhang Zihu snarled. Let's move. The captain of the Tiger Tooth unit commanded. Yes, Captain. The 2 members equipped with firearms no longer hesitated. They had traversed the realms of life and death. Their experiences in slaying both humans and monstrous beasts were far too numerous. Humph, Luo Feng. Zhang Zia stood at the edge of the balcony, observing the victorious Hammer squad, who had successfully hunted the 2-tailed tiger cat, a cold smile creeping across his face. Dare to touch my money? I shall take your life in return. Go to hell and regret it. Meanwhile, the 2 sniper rifles were already set up. The 2 armed operatives lay prone before their rifles, opting for specially designed high-caliber armor-piercing rounds, meticulously adjusting their aim and angles. In an instant, both exchanged a subtle nod with Captain Tigertooth, indicating their readiness. With a swift gesture, Captain Tigertooth signaled. The 2 operatives simultaneously pulled the triggers. Boom, boom. 2 deep, muffled sounds suddenly erupted as the bullets tore through the air, hurtling towards the Hammer squad members who were dissecting the carcass of the 2-tailed tiger cat for materials. Although the sounds were loud, the speed of the bullets was several times that of sound itself. The Hammer squad had barely registered the gunfire before the projectiles reached their target. Chapter 9. A perilous predicament. The sinew within the tail of a shadow cat beast is an exceedingly valuable commodity. With a swift motion, Luo Feng's blood shadow blade sliced through the shadow cat's tail, extracting the translucent sinew. He turned to Wei Tai, a smile gracing his lips. Brother Tai, you truly live up to your moniker. That collision with the twin-tailed shadow cat earlier nearly had you coughing up blood. It gave me quite a fright. But it seems you're unscathed. Fool, would you rather I suppress it? That would only exacerbate the injury. Wei Tai retorted with a chuckle. All right, everyone, expedite the harvesting. Xingu chimed in, a smile playing on his lips. The Firehammer squad was in high spirits. Team leader Gao Feng was meticulously dissecting the twin-tailed shadow cat's corpse. The most challenging of the 3. Luo Feng has brought us good fortune. 2 beast general level monsters felled on our first day, Gao Feng remarked as he worked. Haha, Captain. I deserve a reward. I was the one who championed Luo Feng's inclusion, Xingu jested. The group shared in the merriment. Luo Feng reacted as if scorched. his eyes widening in an instant. His ability to evade a barrage of rubber bullets in the neural response test allowed him to instinctively identify the blurred phantom causing the air disturbance as a bullet, one moving 10 times faster than the test projectiles. He lacked the time to warn his comrades. Extreme tension flooded his system, triggering a surge of adrenaline. His heart rate skyrocketed, his hackles rose, and his nerves reached an unprecedented level of tautness. Even the psychic power within the depths of his consciousness spontaneously spread throughout his body. A life-or-death crisis. Humanity's survival instinct propelled Luo Feng's body and mind to their zenith. Thwack! An armor-piercing projectile tore through the air, hurtling towards Luo Feng's head. Almost reflexively, Luo Feng swung the blood shadow blade, originally intended for the shadow cat's tail, with every ounce of strength he could muster. As his core unleashed its initial force, it miraculously generated a second burst of power. Serendipity. In the face of mortal danger, as his mind and body peaked, Luo Feng's body instinctively unleashed a second wave of power. The first stage of the ninefold Thunderblade. He had succeeded. The blood shadow blade's velocity surged instantaneously. Accelerate. Luo Feng's psychic power instinctively acted upon the blade, further augmenting its speed. Decelerate. The same psychic power unhesitatingly targeted the incoming projectile, abruptly reducing its velocity from 4 times the speed of sound to a mere sonic boom. With a resounding clang, Luo Feng's blood shadow blade struck the armor-piercing bullet. The tip of the bullet caved in, and it ricocheted away. Thwack! Another armor-piercing bullet targeted team leader Gao Feng's head. According to the Tiger Feng Squad's plan, Zhang Zihu had ordered Luo Feng's assassination, while Gao Feng, the Fire Hammer Squad's strongest member, was the secondary target. Gao Feng, engrossed in dissecting the twin-tailed shadow cat's corpse with his back to the projectile, remained oblivious. Thwack! As Gao Feng exerted force to cut through the shadow cat's hide. The sudden movement caused his body to sway, deflecting the bullet intended for his head, just as he was about to marvel at the hide's resilience. Whoosh! The high-speed projectile grazed Gao Feng's ear, the intense vortex causing his skin to bleed instantly. Thwack! The armor-piercing bullet struck Zhang Ke's shoulder. The force capable of breaching a low-level beast general's scales, pulverizing his muscles and bones. With a resounding crash, Zhang Ke's right arm was severed and flung into the air, spraying blood like a geyser. Arg! Zhang Ke cried out in agony. A sniper! Gao Feng, witnessing Zhang Ke's severed limb and the blood splattering on his face, roared with fury, ambush. Which scoundrel is responsible? Wei Tai and Wei Qing echoed, their voices filled with rage. Simultaneously, the Fire Hammer Squad scattered. No one dared remain stationary within a sniper's sights. Captain Gao Feng had narrowly escaped by inadvertently swaying his body while cutting through the hide. Thwack! 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 For more shots rang out in quick succession. Over there, Gao Feng, Luo Feng, and the others fixed their gaze on the direction of the gunfire, their eyes bloodshot. In the distance, atop a building, several figures vanished in a blur. It's the Tiger Feng Squad. Gao Feng spat through gritted teeth. Tiger Feng. Luo Feng couldn't make out the details. The distance was too great, and the Tiger Feng Squad had disappeared in an instant. Discerning such details required exceptional vision. A warrior's hearing and sight improved with their physical prowess. Among the Fire Hammer Squad, only Captain Gao Feng, whose physical attributes approached those of a mid-level warrior, had clearly identified the assailants. The Tiger Feng Squad? Zhang Zihu's Tiger Feng Squad? Luo Feng felt a surge of anger. He had previously investigated Zhang Zihu, learning of his membership in the Tiger Feng Squad. They intend to kill me? A chilling realization washed over Luo Feng. The world of warriors was far from harmonious. Zhang Ke, old Zhang. The others rushed to his side. Luo Feng joined them, his fists clenched, his eyes crimson. Zhang Ke lay on the ground, his face ashen. His right shoulder had been shattered by the armor-piercing bullet, his right arm severed. Even his combat suit bore tears. The shot's impact was immense. Zhang Ke's face was pallid, while Chun Gu frantically tried to staunch the bleeding. It's my fault, Zhang Ke. You took that shot for me. Gao Feng stammered, clutching his ear. Brother Zhang, Luo Feng said, his voice thick with emotion. Bad news. Gao Feng exclaimed, his expression changing drastically. Flee. The Tiger Feng Squad had fired a total of 6 shots. 2 had targeted Luo Feng and Gao Feng, while the remaining 4 had been directed at the surrounding monster horde. The Fire Hammer Squad realized why the Tiger Feng Squad had fired those extra shots. How insidious. They intend to kill us all. Run. Wei Qing hoisted the blood-drained Zhang Ke onto his back, and the group sprinted away. Rumble. A horde of iron boars appeared on the road ahead, their massive forms thundering forward like an earthquake. The Firehammer squad was taken aback. As they attempted to change direction, they heard another violent tremor behind them. An even larger swarm of beasts stampeded towards them, consisting of both unicorn boars and mastiff hounds. The combined forces exceeded 1,000 creatures. "This is bad." The Firehammer squad's expressions turned grave. Over the wall, Luo Feng barked. Swish, swish, swish. The Firehammer squad scaled the dilapidated wall. The monsters, enraged by the sniper fire, instinctively associated the insidious and terrifying weapons with humans. As they witnessed the humans scaling the wall, they collectively rumble. The unicorn boars lowered their heads and rammed the wall, reducing the decades-old structure to rubble in an instant. Over 1,000 densely packed monsters charged forward. The Firehammer squad turned to look, their faces contorted with despair. "Brothers, our odds are slim. Every man for himself. Together, we're doomed." As they fled, Captain Luo Feng shouted with reddened eyes, "This damn tiger-tooth squad. If I, Luo Feng, survive this ordeal, I will ensure they pay in blood for their transgressions." The group scattered in their escape. Wei Tai and Wei Qing gritted their teeth. Faced with an onslaught of over 1,000 monstrous creatures, even seasoned warriors could only flee in disarray. Tiger-tooth squad, Zhang Ziyu. An unsettling realization dawned upon Luo Feng. The adversary's aggression was likely a consequence of his previous actions, which had forced Zhang Ziyu to expend a fortune of 100 million. The Tiger-tooth squad would not attack without provocation. Was it because of me that Zhang Gu was driven to this? A surge of guilt and murderous intent welled up within Luo Feng as he clenched his fists. Zhang Ziyu, Tiger-tooth squad. His eyes blazed with fury. "Captain, Brother Chen," Luo Feng roared. This outburst startled Captain Luo Feng, the Wei brothers, and Chen Gu, who turned in astonishment to Luo Feng. With gritted teeth, he growled, "Follow me. We can all escape alive." With a whooshing sound, a series of throwing knives strapped to Luo Feng's thigh instantly soared into the air, orbiting and hovering around him. Chapter 10. The bloodstained throwing knives initially resigned to a near-certain demise. Luo Feng, the Wei brothers, Chen Gu, and the others were utterly dumbfounded upon witnessing 6 throwing knives encircling and levitating around Luo Feng. Chen Gu even blinked rapidly, confirming that his eyes did not deceive him. The knives were indeed suspended in midair, unsupported by any visible means. A spiritual adept. Telekinesis. Could Luo Feng be a spiritual adept? The realization struck Luo Feng and his companions, igniting a surge of exhilaration within them. Luo Feng roared, "Follow Luo Feng. Stick with Luo Feng." The frenzied stampede of the monstrous horde reverberated, causing the dilapidated concrete ground to fissure and even dislodging debris from the adjacent crumbling structures. The ancient adage spoke of 10,000 horses galloping, yet each monster here dwarfed the war horses of your tenfold. The thunderous advance of over 1,000 beasts surpassed even that legendary spectacle. To the left, Luo Feng bellowed. Instantly, the members of the Firehammer squad heeded Luo Feng's command, veering sharply to the left. Wei Qing carried the severely hemorrhaging Zhang Ku on his back. The pungent, fetid stench of the monsters permeated the air. By choosing to confront the onrushing horde instead of fleeing, Luo Feng and his group found themselves instantly embroiled in a collision with the monstrous onslaught. The nauseating odor of the beast filled their nostrils. Luo Feng, gritting his teeth, his gaze as frigid as ice, unleashed the 6 throwing knives hovering within a 10-meter radius around him. With a series of swift, almost imperceptible movements, the 6 throwing knives transformed into phantoms of motion. With sickening thuds, the knives pierced the skulls of the charging lion mastiffs. Brain matter splattered in the wake of the blades. Propelled by Luo Feng's mental command, each knife continued its deadly trajectory, piercing the cranium of another beast with astonishing speed. 6 throwing knives. In the blink of an eye, the 30-odd monsters closest to Luo Feng and his group lay impaled, their brains exposed. Blood and brain matter rained down. Accompanied by the mournful howls of the dying beasts, the 30-odd monsters, still in the throes of their frenzied charge, collapsed in unison. Their momentum carried their carcasses across the ground for a distance of 10 meters, leaving a trail of monstrous corpses in the wake of the fleeing Firehammer squad. Luo Feng, Chen Gu, the Wei brothers, and even the pallid Zhang Ku were aghast. They had long been aware of the formidable power of spiritual adepts, but this was simply monstrous. The 6 throwing knives, now mere streaks of light, continued their deadly ballet. Any monster venturing within a 20-meter radius was instantly dispatched with a precise strike to the head. The sheer accuracy of control was unnerving. "This is draining my mental energy at an alarming rate," Luo Feng thought to himself, inwardly alarmed. Each piercing strike to a monster's skull exacted a considerable toll. The cranial bones of these beasts were far more resilient than ordinary rock. Already, after felling a mere 50-odd monsters, his mental reserves were dwindling rapidly. From behind, Chengu exclaimed in disbelief, "Damn, this spiritual adept is a freak. He could obliterate 1,000 monsters." "Enough chatter," Luo Feng retorted. "Such commotion will only attract more monsters. 1,000 is manageable, but soon we'll be facing 5,000 or even 10,000, including beast generals. How do you expect a spiritual adept to contend with that? Do you imagine that slaying monsters requires no mental exertion?" Amidst the monster siege, the Firehammer squad found themselves engaging in casual banter. It was a testament to the absence of pressure felt by Luo Feng, Chengu, and the others, as the whirling blades effortlessly dispatched every monster in their path. "Over the wall," Luo Feng commanded. The Firehammer squad sprinted towards a nearby perimeter wall. One by one, they leaped over it, though many monsters had fallen. The remaining beasts, driven by their bloodlust, continued their relentless pursuit. Any creature straying within the reach of Luo Feng's throwing knives was instantly eviscerated. It should be noted that Luo Feng's physical prowess barely met the threshold of an advanced warrior, while his mental fortitude surpassed his physical capabilities by 2 tiers, placing him at the lower end of the intermediate war general spectrum. Spiritual adepts were the most terrifying of all martial artists, capable of effortlessly annihilating opponents of equal rank. With telekinesis, Luo Feng could maintain a safe distance from the monsters, dispatching them with his throwing knives. However, to ensure maximum lethality, Luo Feng could only wield 2 knives simultaneously. As the number of knives in use increased, the power of each individual blade diminished, while Luo Feng could theoretically wield hundreds of knives at once. The resulting decrease in power and accuracy would render them ineffective. With 6 knives, Luo Feng could guarantee the ability to dispatch elementary beast generals with precision. With 2 knives, he could unleash maximum power, capable of contending with intermediate beast generals. The fearless monsters crashed through the perimeter wall as the Firehammer squad sprinted onwards. Any monster that drew too close was instantly torn apart, showering the area with blood and brain matter. The resulting carnage caused chaos among the pursuing horde. The Firehammer squad turned a corner in the distance, successfully shaking off a significant number of monsters. Meanwhile, the Tiger Fang squad had already retreated a considerable distance. The Firehammer squad's diversion had thinned the monster density in the surrounding area, allowing the Tiger Fang squad to advance rapidly. As they entered a new area of monster concentration, the Tiger Fang squad slowed their pace, proceeding with caution. "What happened back there? Why didn't you kill a single one?" The Tiger Fang captain inquired, frowning. "Captain," a Shao, a gaunt figure, explained, "I aimed at the Firehammer squad's captain, Luo Feng. But he was dissecting a monster carcass at the time. Just as I fired, he exerted force with his dagger, causing him to sway. The armor-piercing round whizzed past his head, critically wounding another Firehammer squad member, severing his arm. His fate is uncertain. Luo Feng got lucky," Zhang Zihu grumbled. Turning to another member, "Dongzi, I ordered you to kill Luo Feng. Why is he still alive?" The distance was great, and the bullet traveled swiftly. Only the 2 snipers, using their telescopic sights, could have witnessed the events that transpired in that instant. Dongzi, the designated marksman, hesitated before replying. "He was also fortunate. As I fired, he was skinning a monster and managed to deflect my armor-piercing round with his blade." Dongzi offered this explanation, as he found it difficult to believe that Luo Feng possessed the reflexes to intercept an armor-piercing round. Then it can only be attributed to luck. The precision and visual acuity required to cleave an armor-piercing round are extraordinary, Zhang Ziya muttered, cursing Luo Feng's good fortune. "But rest assured," Dongzi, the sniper, said with a grin, "our 4 initial shots into the horde directed them towards the only humans they could detect, the Firehammer squad, facing over 1,000 monsters. The Firehammer squad is doomed." "No." The Tiger Fang captain shook his head. "Not necessarily. If the Firehammer squad scatters, perhaps 1 or 2 might survive." He paused, a smile playing on his lips. "Of course, a mere 1 or 2 survivors pose no threat to the Tiger Fang squad. Captain, perhaps they will stumble upon a god of war who will come to their aid," a one-eyed, middle-aged man chuckled. The likelihood of encountering a god of war in a county town, especially within such a short time frame, and then having that god of war willing to assist them, is lower than winning the lottery, the Tiger Fang captain said, grinning. "All right, let's move out. That old relic is still active. We must catch up to it as soon as possible." "Yes," the Tiger Fang squad responded in unison, and they immediately set off. On the rooftop of an unremarkable 6-story residential building, Luo Feng and his companions swiftly ascended to the terrace. With a decisive click, the door to the staircase was firmly shut. "Quick, let old Zhang lie down," Chengu urged. "Get the medicine," Gao Feng added urgently. Given Zhang Ke's severe injuries, he could bleed out entirely, but fortunately, the bleeding had been staunched earlier. However, with such grave wounds, it was imperative to administer basic treatment. After all, the military base for supplies was a daunting 3-day journey on foot from this county 0201. In Zhang Ke's current condition, undertaking such a trek was utterly unfeasible. "Old Zhang, hold this in your mouth to replenish your energy," Chengu instructed, placing a pill into Zhang Ke's mouth. "Wei Tai, tend to Zhang Ke's wounds carefully," Gao Feng commanded without hesitation. The members of the Fire Hammer squad busily attended to Zhang Ke, who, though ashen-faced, gradually received the necessary energy, and his furrowed brow began to relax. Relieved, Luo Feng exhaled softly, observing Zhang Ke's pallid visage, particularly noting the absence of his right arm, which had vanished along with half his shoulder. A wave of guilt washed over him. Zhang Ke would no longer be able to wield a spear, marking the end of his martial career. Luo Feng felt that the actions of the Tiger Tooth squad were most likely instigated by him, and guilt gnawed at him in the presence of Zhang Ke. The Tiger Tooth squad. Zhang Zihu. A fierce anger ignited within Luo Feng. "I swear, I will make you pay in blood for this, and you will know the taste of annihilation." The thought of the Tiger Tooth squad, those ruffians intent on eradicating the entire Firehammer squad, ignited Chengu's ire. "Damn the Tiger Tooth squad. This grudge must be avenged." Wei Tai growled lowly. "Those scoundrels will regret their actions. I, Gao Feng, will ensure it." Gao Feng clenched his fists tightly, then turned to Luo Feng. "Fortunately, we have you, Luo Feng. But tell me, how can you manipulate objects from a distance?" Instantly, the rest of the Firehammer squad, including the injured Zhang Ke on the ground, turned their attention to Luo Feng. Chapter 1. The new server of the mobile game, Swallowing the Starry Sky, is thriving, with the Qidian coin monthly ticket being given away daily along with iPad minis. Official website. Chapter 11. Respite. Luo Feng realized that while he was controlling the flying knives to rescue everyone, he simultaneously exposed his secret of being a psychic master. It was evident that his companions had guessed the truth, and they deliberately wore expressions that seemed to scrutinize him. "All right, I admit it. I am indeed a psychic master," Luo Feng said with a hint of a helpless smile. "Aha." Chengu laughed joyously. "I knew I wasn't mistaken about you." Luo Feng, Wei Qing, and Wei Tai also smiled. "A psychic master has emerged in our Firehammer team," Gao Feng remarked with a grin. Had the Tiger Tooth team known how formidable Luo Feng was beforehand, they would never have dared to play tricks on us. If they realized they offended a psychic master, they would surely be filled with regret. "Absolutely regretful," Wei Tai chuckled. Nearby, Zhang Ke, who was lying down, couldn't help but interject, "That bunch from the Tiger Tooth team. The strongest among them are merely 2 intermediate war generals. Yet Luo Feng's physical prowess barely qualifies as an advanced warrior. According to the rules, a psychic's mental power surpasses physical prowess by 2 levels, which means he should be considered an intermediate war general. However, an intermediate war general psychic master can certainly sweep away others of the same level and can even rival those of a higher tier." All warriors understood the formidable nature of psychic masters. In equal standing, they would dominate other fighters, no matter how skilled one is with blades, shields, or agile maneuvers. A psychic master can remain at a distance, remotely controlling flying knives for swift attacks. Moreover, these knives can change direction in an instant and travel at speeds exceeding the speed of sound. How could warriors of the same level contend with that? With a bit of caution, Luo Feng could single-handedly vanquish the entire Tiger Tooth team. Chengu grinned. The Tiger Tooth team's attempt to undermine our Firehammer team was undoubtedly their most foolish decision. "This time, we truly got lucky," Gao Feng sighed. Gao Feng's physical prowess barely reached the intermediate war general level, yet in the face of the beast horde, it proved ineffective. This exemplified the fundamental difference between average warriors and psychic masters. "Zhang Ke," Luo Feng half-squatted before Zhang Ke, gazing at his pale face, and spoke softly. "The Tiger Tooth team's attack on us was likely a consequence of my previous offense against Zhang Zihu. This time, it led to your lost arm. I'm sorry." The Firehammer team fell silent, their attention fixed on Luo Feng and Zhang Ke. Zhang Ke managed a faint smile. "Don't take all the blame upon yourself. You are the one who saved our entire team. That is unquestionable. As for me," he lowered his gaze to the wound on his right shoulder, his arm having long since been lost in the earlier beast horde. "My career as a free warrior has come to an end, Zhang Ke sighed. Gao Feng, Chen Gu. In the way brothers remained silent. Nevertheless, Zhang Ke displayed a semblance of a smile. This is actually the best outcome I anticipated. Do you remember the Great Nirvana period? Back then, I was just a child. I witnessed countless people being slaughtered by beasts, and I vowed to grow up and slay these monsters, to become a hero. I have worked tirelessly towards that goal. Finally, I became a warrior, a free warrior. I ventured into the wilderness, hunting down numerous beasts, fulfilling my childhood dream. I became a hero in the eyes of the people. My wife admired me, which ultimately led to our marriage. My daughter has always taken pride in having a formidable warrior father. As time passed, as I slaughtered more beasts, I gradually grew weary. Each time I entered the wilderness, my wife and children were always worried I might die. I too feared I might not return to see them again. Yet, I lacked the courage to withdraw. Zhang Ke spoke slowly. For over a decade, it has been this way. I have grown accustomed to it. In that moment, Luo Feng felt a pang in his heart. Family. He too had a younger brother, parents who worried for him. This injury could serve as a reason to withdraw. Zhang Ke offered a faint smile. After all these years, I am tired. I could head to a martial arts school with my achievements. I could easily become a district-level extreme martial arts instructor. I would have more time to spend with my wife and children. And I have you all behind me. To have met a psychic master before stepping back, haha, that is worth it. Luo Feng managed a faint smile. Brother, enjoy a peaceful life, Gao Feng encouraged. If anything arises, feel free to reach out to me. We've been together for 7 or 8 years. We are brothers through life and death. Indeed. Zhang Ke nodded with a smile. I won't be modest. If trouble arises, I will definitely seek you out. Especially you, Luo Feng. I'm aware that psychic masters experience a remarkable surge in strength during a certain period. Your power will escalate rapidly. In the future, you will be extraordinary. Should anything occur, do not hesitate to assist. Your affairs are my affairs. Luo Feng asserted. Zhang Ke nodded, then curiously asked, by the way, Luo Feng, why have you concealed your identity as a psychic master? It's mainly because I wish to avoid unnecessary trouble, Luo Feng replied with a smile. Once the fact that I am a psychic master is revealed, my peaceful life will be disrupted. This realization dawned on me after I became a warrior and read numerous posts on Extreme House, concluding that it would be best to keep my status a secret. Because once it is publicized, I would become a prime target for special training at the Extreme Martial Arts School. Immediately dispatched to their global headquarters for excellent training and resources, thus forfeiting my current tranquil existence. Although I occasionally visit the wilderness, I still get to spend time with my parents. Indeed, Gao Feng nodded. Luo Feng's thoughts were astute. Currently, both the government forces and various martial arts schools, as well as families, were scrambling to seize psychic masters. If a psychic master emerged, all factions would vie for them. The government would employ every means possible. And once martial arts schools learned of a psychic master, they would swiftly relocate them outside the country until a deal with the government forces was secured, allowing the psychic master to return. A psychic master is indeed a trump card. Every psychic master holds immense value, capable of inciting fierce competition among factions. To be in such a precarious position offers privileges, yet the ordinary life of a warrior would be lost. Captain, I hope everyone can keep this secret and not disclose it, Luo Feng requested. Of course, we won't reveal it. Our warrior team prefers to keep your identity, Luo Feng. Confidential, Gao Feng laughed heartily. Beside them, Chen Gu nodded eagerly. Yes, our Firehammer team has a psychic master, while other warrior teams remain oblivious. Heh. This way, we can feign weakness and catch others off guard. Anyone who dares to provoke us will find themselves at a severe disadvantage. Furthermore, we will have the upper hand in hunting beasts. A hidden trump card is indeed the best strategy. Once revealed, it loses its effectiveness. Exactly. In the future, the captain can confront the beasts head-on, while Luo Feng can strike from the shadows with flying knives, hitting the mark every time. Wei Tai could not help but exclaim. Wei Qing chimed in. Yes. Luo Feng will first attack with a combat knife, misleading the beast into thinking he is using a knife. Then secretly employ flying knives for an unexpected strike. The beasts will be caught off guard. The presence of a psychic master within the team would exponentially amplify their strength. As the Firehammer team engaged in discussions about Luo Feng's future role, excitement filled the air. Clearly, the addition of a psychic master would bring immense benefits to the Firehammer team. After some time, the members of the Firehammer team began to rest, and the sky gradually darkened, revealing a multitude of twinkling stars. Under the starry sky, Luo Feng sat quietly at the edge of the rooftop, reflecting on the battle from earlier in the evening. In that fierce confrontation, a penetrating projectile had soared towards him, and in that instant, he had unexpectedly unleashed the first layer of the ninefold thunderblade. Pondering this, Luo Feng couldn't help but rise and step aside, drawing forth the blood shadow battle blade. With a swift motion, a surge of power erupted from his core, particularly from his waist and hips, almost instantaneously. Yet, as the muscular force transmitted through his arms, it naturally cascaded like waves, unleashing another burst of strength. 2 consecutive forces surged into his arms. With a whoosh, the blood shadow battle blade transformed into a gleaming arc of cold light, slicing through the vast expanse. Indeed, he had managed to generate an additional hidden force. The combination of the 2 powers resulted in a total force of 14 portions. Luo Feng sensed that after manifesting this additional hidden force, he was utterly drained and incapable of producing another. Nevertheless, this was a significant achievement. The initiation into the ninefold Thunder Blade was notoriously challenging, and to be able to access its first layer in a moment of life and death was remarkable. This hinted at the prospect of further advancement in the future. Suddenly, a furious and resentful howl of a wolf echoed from a distant location below, startling the resting members of the Firehammer squad under the starry sky. "It's the howl of a wolf," Gao Feng declared solemnly. "Indeed, there are wolf-like beasts," Chenggu gasped, aware of the peril each of these creatures posed. Wolves? Luo Feng was equally astonished. Such wolf-like beasts had become exceedingly rare even before the Great Nirvana, and were notoriously vicious. Following their transformation during the Great Nirvana, their ferocity and wildness had escalated to unfathomable levels, rendering them immensely powerful. With a swift motion, Luo Feng seized a pair of binoculars and moved to the edge of the rooftop, peering downwards in the direction of the wolf's howl. Chapter 12. The Silver Moon Beast. With the aid of a powerful night vision telescope, I swiftly discerned a towering beast approximately 2 miles away on a street, an enormous wolf. Nearly 3 meters tall and 5 to 6 meters long. Its fur was a striking gray, with a faint patch of white on its forehead. Even from a distance, the malevolent aura it exuded was palpable. Upon comparing this creature with the monstrous records in my mind, I realized it was the Silver Moon Beast, beside me. Chenggu exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing it as the royal wolf of the Beast Kingdom, the Silver Moon Beast. I was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this was the Silver Moon Beast. Among wolf-like monsters, the Silver Moon Beast is a royal entity. Even the weakest adult of its kind is classified as an intermediate beast general. Typically, the fur of the Silver Moon Beast appears gray, but during battle, it transforms into a dazzling silver. Additionally, the tuft of silver fur on its forehead shifts to a blood-red hue in combat, renowned for its cunning, ferocity, and ruthlessness. The fur of the Silver Moon Beast commands astronomical prices in human society, possessing numerous unique properties. Its skull is exceptionally hard and equally valuable. This was an advanced beast general Silver Moon Beast. Based on its size and coloration, I gasped in realization. It was indeed an advanced beast general. Furthermore, it was a Silver Moon Beast. Not all advanced beast generals are equal, just as comparable mentalists and ordinary martial artists differ. The Silver Moon Beast is innately far more formidable. "Look, it's wounded in the abdomen, and severely." Weitai gasped. Instantly, everyone turned to our leader, Gao Feng. "Captain, this is the royal wolf, the Silver Moon Beast. An advanced beast general. This one Silver Moon Beast is worth more than 10 advanced beast general tiger hound monsters. If we capture it, we'll make a fortune." Chenggu exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. "Captain, make a decision quickly," Weitai added urgently. "The Silver Moon Beast is moving swiftly and will soon disappear from our sight. We cannot hesitate, even if it is gravely injured. It is not something we can contend with." Gao Feng admonished, "Stay alert. Do not let greed cloud your judgment. A severely wounded advanced beast general is still a rare encounter. To stumble upon an injured royal wolf, the Silver Moon Beast, is akin to winning the lottery. You must understand that an uninjured advanced beast general Silver Moon Beast would easily overpower even the strongest human warriors." "I'll give it a try," I declared. Rofeng Gao Feng hesitated. "Do you have a plan?" "I cannot guarantee I can slay the Silver Moon Beast, as I have never faced one before. But I assure you, I can escape without a doubt," I replied with a smile. "As a mentalist, my most enviable ability is the power of flight. Mental energy only acts on inanimate objects, allowing me to instantaneously empower my alloy boots to leap to astonishing heights. By placing my shield beneath my feet, I could stabilize myself. Controlling the shield with my mental energy would enable me to soar through the air. Be careful, Rofeng. If you can capture it, do so. If not, do not push yourself. Your safety is paramount," Luo Feng cautioned. Rest assured, I replied with a grin, armed with my shield and blood shadow blade. I leaped from the rooftop of a 6-story building. I plummeted swiftly, but my powerful mental energy reduced my speed, allowing me to land gracefully on the ground below. With agility akin to that of a nimble monkey, I sprinted toward the street, cleaving through the air. The members of the Firehammer team atop the rooftop observed through their telescopes. This is Luo Feng's true strength, Weitai marveled. Indeed. Mentalists are a terrifying class among martial artists. Their capabilities are astonishing. Their speed and agility can reach unbelievable levels. And their ability to manipulate objects from a distance is utterly bizarre. Indeed, it is bizarre, Chingu nodded in agreement. You should be delighted. A mentalist has joined our Firehammer team. Luo Feng smiled slightly. Hearing this, the others chuckled. Captain, do you think Luo Feng can slay the Silver Moon Beast? Zhang Ke, lying on the ground, asked with a grin. It's hard to say, Luo Feng pondered. The advanced beast general is formidable. And Luo Feng has only just entered the intermediate warrior rank as a mentalist. He may stand a chance against a weaker advanced beast general, but against a royal wolf fortunately. This Silver Moon Beast is already gravely injured. Luo Feng still has hope. Hope. The group gazed through their telescopes as I pursued the beast below. I darted through the street like a black streak of lightning. The Silver Moon Beast was remarkably swift. I took a shortcut, initially believing I could intercept it. But as I drew within a mile, it turned left. With a sudden pivot, I leaped over a wall, entering an abandoned residential complex. Cutting diagonally to pursue the Silver Moon Beast. 2 tiger hound monsters, lounging lazily, immediately stood and growled as I approached. With a thunderous tremor, they charged toward me. Yet I did not flinch. With a swift motion, 2 flying blades erupted from my pant legs, transforming into streaks of light. The tiger hound monsters, unable to evade in time, were pierced through the head. Their eyes filled with terror before dimming into lifelessness as they collapsed heavily to the ground, shaking the earth beneath. The blades, unblemished by blood, arced back into my pant legs. I quietly leaped into an adjacent alley and spotted the Silver Moon Beast about 100 meters ahead. The beast halted, fixing its gaze on me. A wounded Silver Moon Beast. My eyes gleamed as a smile crept across my face. This was an opportunity to test my true strength. With cautious steps, I approached the Silver Moon Beast, which remained still. In an instant, its eyes glimmered with a blood-red hue, and its fur transformed from gray to a brilliant silver, radiating an awe-inspiring light. Even the tuft of white fur on its forehead turned crimson. With its silver body and blood-red crown, this was the Silver Moon Beast. As I advanced, remaining vigilant, the distance between us shrank to 50 meters. In a flash, the Silver Moon Beast became a silver blur, appearing before me in an instant. Sound speed. My training at the Martial Arts Academy had honed my reflexes, allowing me to ascertain its speed was nearly sonic. My expression shifted in alarm as I instinctively leaped. While the Silver Moon Beast mirrored my jump, soaring upwards over 30 meters. Luo Feng even caught a glimpse of the blurred visage of the Silver Moon fierce wolf beneath the speed of sound, its cold, blood-tinted eyes glimmering ominously. Harnessing his formidable mental force, he suddenly propelled himself higher, narrowly evading the wolf's ferocious lunge. What did it matter if his speed reached the sound barrier? Could it surpass the swiftness of my flying daggers? In the instant he dodged the wolf's claws, 6 daggers shot forth from his pant leg, transforming into 6 streaks of light that encircled the Silver Moon fierce wolf like a net. Having roamed the wilderness for years, the Silver Moon fierce wolf possessed a high degree of intelligence. Under its swift momentum, a human warrior would typically be unable to evade in midair. Only one could continuously change direction and accelerate in such a manner, a mental warrior. When the Silver Moon fierce wolf realized that the human before it was a mental warrior, it was taken aback. Yet, in that moment, the 6 daggers were already upon it. With a piercing howl, the Silver Moon fierce wolf found itself unable to alter its trajectory in the air and could only twist its body violently, its claws striking out towards the daggers with lightning speed. At such close range, Luo Feng's reflexes could not afford the daggers any time to evade. Thud, thud. 2 of the 6 daggers were struck down, yet a smile crept onto Luo Feng's face. Although he had launched 6 daggers, he knew that only 2 could deliver the utmost power. Thus, the remaining 4 were merely a ruse to confuse the Silver Moon fierce wolf. The true assault came from the 2 daggers that remained poised for action. Hunter, you shall be the first beast general to perish at my hands, Luo Feng declared with a grin, as the originally agile 4 daggers now became lethargic, while the remaining 2 darted toward the wolf's abdomen with blinding speed. The Silver Moon fierce wolf, unable to leverage its strength in midair, howled in defiance as it attempted to strike with its claws. However, with a piercing sound, the two daggers swiftly penetrated the pre-existing wounds, impaling the wolf's innards and rendering its organs into a pulpy mass. As the silver moon fierce wolf emitted a final anguished cry, it plummeted from the sky. Chapter 13. Dissection. The silver moon wolf plummeted helplessly from the sky, its eyes gradually losing their vibrancy. In its final moments, it reflected upon its life as a member of the noble silver moon wolf clan. From a young age, it yearned to ascend to the rank of lord. It had excelled in its endeavors, reaching the pinnacle of the high beast general tier, mere steps away from lordship. However, fate dealt a cruel hand when it was ambushed by a squad of human warriors at the divine warrior level, sustaining grave injuries. Fortunately, it managed to escape, relying on its prideful speed. Yet, during its flight, it encountered another squad of warrior-level combatants. In its prime, the silver moon wolf could have easily annihilated such a team. But now, in its weakened state, it found itself relentlessly pursued. No matter where it fled, the squad was always hot on its heels. A detestable band of human scoundrels. To perish at the hands of a psychic warrior would be preferable to dying at the hands of those ruffians. The silver moon wolf, endowed with exceptional intelligence, was a high beast general, comparable in intellect to an average lord-level beast, whose wisdom was akin to that of a typical human. If it were to die, it would rather succumb to a true powerhouse. With a thud, the colossal body of the silver moon wolf crashed down, causing a precarious wall to collapse with a resounding crash. Luo Feng followed suit, landing beside the fallen beast. Who would have thought I could slay a silver moon wolf? Luo Feng exhaled a long breath of relief, surrounded by 4 flying knives that danced in the air before returning to his knife pouch. 2 more knives. Luo Feng's gaze swept the vicinity and soon spotted 2 deep craters in the cement ground, which had cracked under the impact. At the bottom of these craters lay 2 6th-tier flying knives. This sight left Luo Feng in awe. The speed and clawing force of the silver moon wolf were truly extraordinary. To prevent detection by other squads, he resolved to dissect the carcass of this invaluable beast. Without a second thought, he grasped a flying knife and began the dissection. His current weapon, the Blood Shadow Battle Knife, was merely 5th tier, capable of engaging mid-level beast generals in combat, while the flying knives were 6th tier, suitable for battling high beast generals. Following the already split wound along the wolf's abdomen, Luo Feng exerted force, bringing the flying knife down with vigor. To his surprise, the already torn hide resisted his efforts. It was astonishing. Typically, dissecting a beast is most challenging when uninjured, yet with a significant wound, the task should be considerably easier. Alas, the body of a high beast general proved beyond his cutting capabilities. It seems even dissecting a monster is a formidable challenge, Luo Feng mused. With a smile, he harnessed his psychic energy to control a flying knife. The power of psychic energy far surpassed that of his arm. With a swift motion, the floating knife sliced through the fur along the existing tier, producing a sharp sound as the wound rapidly expanded. Is controlling the knife with psychic energy this exhausting? Luo Feng was taken aback, then directed the knife to pierce a seemingly intact area of the wolf's fur. The back of the silver moon wolf appeared only slightly sunken, devoid of visible scars. Luo Feng was astounded. This is absurd. I've truly stumbled upon a rare fortune. He couldn't help but marvel at the wolf's speed, which reached sonic levels, and its formidable attack power. Even its most prized fur exhibited astonishing defensive capabilities. Had he encountered the wolf in its prime, his chances of victory would have been a mere 2 or 3%. Against this pinnacle silver moon wolf, Luo Feng could only target the vulnerable areas such as the eyes, ears, and nostrils. Given the wolf's agility, his odds appeared dismally low. Swiftly, Luo Feng continued with the dissection, first removing the entire magnificent and expensive pelt, then severing the wolf's formidable claws, which could be fashioned into high-grade alloys, all of considerable value. He also extracted the wolf's exceptionally hard skull, fangs, and 2 peculiar eyes. Every high-value item was meticulously collected and stored in his backpack. It is known that many of humanity's special inventions rely on materials sourced from monsters. Having completed the task, Luo Feng sighed in relief. The once massive carcass of the silver moon wolf was now reduced to a mere heap of flesh. He recalled the flying knives to his pouch, reflecting on the mental energy expended during the dissection, which far exceeded that used in the battle, by a factor of 10. Regardless, he had profited immensely. This time, I shall earn a handsome sum, he smiled, aware that the monetary distribution among the Firehammer squad was based on each member's contributions during battles. No matter how powerful one might be, if they did not exert effort in slaying a beast, they would receive no share of the spoils. The hunt of the silver moon wolf had been entirely his endeavor, entitling him to a substantial reward. However, if anyone were to discover his acquisition of the silver moon wolf's body, it would spell trouble. He chuckled, realizing that only a high warrior would be capable of injuring the silver moon wolf. It was likely a divine warrior. The wolf's pelt bore tracking signals, which he had managed to remove. Luo Feng had no desire to contend with a warrior capable of wounding the silver moon wolf. Thus, he hastened his departure. Under the cover of night, the county was teeming with monsters as the tiger-tooth squad cautiously advanced. Damn it! That hunter dares to run rampant in the county because it is a beast general. Other monsters wouldn't dare provoke it. Yet we must tread carefully, a burly bald man swore alongside Zhang Ziyu. Once we slay that hunter, I intend to roast and feast on the meat of the silver moon wolf. I can't quell my anger without tasting its flesh. Zhang Ziyu grinned. Patience, my friend. That hunter bears our signal. No matter where it flees, it's futile. Where's the hunter? The squad leader, Captain Tiger Tooth, inquired in a low voice. Boss, the hunter is approximately 13 miles away, but it seems to have halted. It should be resting in that location, remarked the marksman Dongzi, holding a locator with a smile. Instantly, the Tiger Tooth squad erupted with joy. Not moving? Resting? Haha. They feared the silver moon wolf would flee in a frenzy. Zhang Zihu chuckled. That silver moon wolf probably thinks it's well hidden and safe, preparing to recuperate. Little does it know our prowess. Let us not miss this opportunity. It's only 13 miles away. We'll reach it in no time, Captain Tiger Tooth declared, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Everyone, pick up the pace. Perhaps this time we can finally slay that hunter. The Tiger Tooth squad quickened their pace. With monsters lurking everywhere, they could still reach their destination within half an hour. About 40 minutes later, Captain Tiger Tooth signaled the squad to remain cautious as they neared the resting place of the silver moon wolf. He discreetly gestured for the 6 squad members to split into 2 teams, encircling the source of the signal. Silence enveloped the 2 teams. No one dared to utter a word. The silver moon wolf was notoriously perceptive. Step by step, the atmosphere was thick with caution. Action! With a swift gesture, Captain Tiger Tooth signaled the other squad to spring into motion simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 2 teams surged into the alley from opposite directions, perfectly aligned with one another. Approximately 100 meters from the signal of the silver moon fierce wolf, the 6 members fixed their gazes toward the center, where the silver moon fierce wolf was supposed to be located, yet they beheld nothing but a faint scent of blood. Captain Tiger Tooth's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Almost all members of the Tiger Tooth squad rushed forward, reaching a mound of flesh and blood, beside which lay a tuft of fur faintly glimmering with silver. Damn it! Zhang Zihu grasped the fur, cursing, it has been taken. The martial artist squad understood the importance of leaving a signal on a severely injured beast for tracking, a knowledge shared by Luo Feng. Given that the silver moon fierce wolf was already gravely wounded, it was highly plausible that a signal was left behind. Thus, when he scanned the area with his mental energy, he immediately recognized the peculiarity of the tuft of fur and severed it. Scoundrel! Captain Tiger Tooth ground his teeth in fury, his visage contorted with rage. All this time has been for naught. The one-eyed middle-aged man beside him wore a darkened expression. Move! Captain Tiger Tooth's eyes glinted with coldness as he barked, to dare snatch from the tiger's mouth, they seek their own demise. This group of martial artists has just dissected the corpse and will likely rush to the supply base for safety. Therefore, all brothers of the Tiger Tooth squad, we shall hasten to the supply base at the utmost speed. Let us endeavor to catch them en route. Understood, Captain, the 5 responded promptly. Set forth. With a commanding wave, the furious Captain Tiger Tooth led his equally incensed squad members toward the direction of the supply base. Chapter 14. Supply Base Under the Starry Night. A figure darted through the dilapidated county town like a streak of black lightning, at times traversing the streets, at others leaping over residential complexes, within moments. He arrived at the 6-story building where the members of the Firehammer team resided. Luo Feng had arrived. Ah, it seems you are unscathed, remarked the team leader, Gao Feng, as he and his comrades watched through binoculars as Luo Feng ascended the building's staircase. Shortly after, he reached the rooftop. Captain, Brother Chen. Luo Feng greeted with a smile. Unharmed? Good. So, did you manage to hunt down that silver moon wolf? Gao Feng, usually composed, could not suppress his curiosity. Chen Gu, the Wei brothers, and the injured Zhang Ko all gazed at Luo Feng with eager anticipation. Chen Gu, particularly astonished, exclaimed, Your backpack appears significantly fuller. Luo Feng chuckled heartily. Brother Chen, your eyes are quite perceptive. Indeed, I was fortunate enough to slay the silver moon wolf. I have dissected it, and everything is collected in my backpack. Did you truly kill it? The members of the Firehammer team gasped in disbelief. The silver moon wolf, a royal among wolves, was an exceptionally rare beast. It was merely luck on my part, Luo Feng reflected. The speed of the silver moon wolf approached the speed of sound. Its attacking power was extraordinarily formidable, and its fur was terrifyingly resilient. Had it not been severely wounded from the start, with a large gash in its abdomen, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to bring it down. Speed reaching the sound barrier? Shen Gu's eyes widened. What a monster! No wonder it is the royal lineage of wolves, comparable even to the primary lords of the boar species. Wei Tai could not help but exclaim. That is troubling. Gao Feng's expression shifted dramatically, startling Luo Feng. Captain, what is the issue? What is wrong? Luo Feng inquired anxiously. The silver moon wolf is already gravely injured. It must have battled with human warriors prior. There may be signals left on its fur from the warrior squad that engaged it. If that team tracks it back to us, we will be in grave danger. Gao Feng expressed with urgency. Shen Gu is equally alarmed. Yes. A warrior squad capable of severely wounding a silver moon wolf is not something we can contend with. They likely possess divine warrior-level fighters. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng exhaled in relief. Captain, do not worry. Though I lack experience, I thoroughly researched relevant information before my first venture into the wilderness. After slaying the silver moon wolf, I examined it and indeed found signals left behind. However, I removed a patch of fur to eliminate the trace. Gao Feng and Chen Gu breathed a sigh of relief. Their greatest concern was Luo Feng's inexperience as a newcomer. After all, seizing a heavily injured beast from others could lead to serious trouble if pursued. Zhang Ku is gravely injured, and we cannot linger in the wilderness any longer. Everyone should rest well here, and at dawn tomorrow, we will set off back to the supply base, Gao Feng instructed. Understood, Captain, the group replied with smiles. Early the next morning, the Firehammer team quietly departed from County 0201, traveling along the dilapidated highway towards the supply base. At the military district, within the supply base, Black Brother, Zhang Zihu was chatting and smoking with a bearded man in a corner of the supply base. Have you seen the Firehammer team return? That bastard Luo Feng has cost me a fortune. I can't let this grievance go unaddressed. Not yet. According to the registration records, there is no information on the Firehammer team returning, the bearded man replied with a casual smile. Tiger, if Luo Feng has crossed you, you should settle it in the wilderness. There is a strict prohibition against fighting within the supply base. I am aware of that. I certainly don't want to meet my end, Zhang Zihu laughed. The military district and the supply base are backed by government forces. And regardless of the animosity among warriors, no one dares to fight within the military district due to the severe consequences. The supply base is merely a small area designated within the military district, with safety and security under the jurisdiction of the military. Black Brother, when Luo Feng returns, please let me know, Zhang Zihu requested with a grin. Sure, a trivial matter, the bearded man nodded with a smile. Zhang Zihu tossed the cigarette, but to the ground, and crushed it underfoot. Well then, I'll take my leave. We'll talk later. He made his way through the supply base, which resembled a small residential community. Soon, he met up with two other team members beneath a large tree near the entrance of the supply base. How's it going, Tiger? The one-eyed middle-aged man asked in a low voice. They Haven T returned. There is not a hint of news, Zhang Zihu replied with a slight smile. The well-built bald man chuckled. Not a single one has returned. In my opinion, they must have perished amidst the beast horde. If the Firehammer team is wiped out, there will be no further trouble. Although the Tiger Tooth team was not afraid of the Firehammer team, if any members survived, it would still pose a minor inconvenience. The Firehammer team, humph. Blame it all on Luo Feng, Zhang Ziyu sneered coldly. He dared to make me spend money. By the way, have we found out who stole our quarry? No, nothing at all. The one-eyed middle-aged man frowned and shook his head. The captain is currently inside, furious and smashing bottles. In my view, since we couldn't track them down on our way back, it's hopeless to uncover who took our prey, the well-built bald man remarked, suddenly changing his expression as he fixed his gaze on the entrance of the supply base. The other two turned to look, their expression shifting dramatically. They saw Gao Feng, Chen Gu, Wei Chang, Wei Tai, Luo Feng, and even Zhang Ku all gathered at the entrance of the base. Lao Gao. It seems you all have encountered some trouble, the gatekeeper noted as he saw Zhang Ku, who had sustained a severed arm and was bandaged. Damn it. Don't mention it. The beasts didn't harm us, but that damn Tiger Tooth team caught us off guard. Gao Feng cursed. Captain, the Tiger-Tooth team is over there, Xingu suddenly shouted. Instantly, all members of the Firehammer team turned to look, spotting 3 individuals in the shade of a nearby tree. Upon recognizing them, the Firehammer team was filled with fury, particularly Zhang Ku, who, pale and burdened with only a backpack, bellowed, "Stop right there." Zhang Zihu and the other 2 felt a jolt of fear upon seeing the 6 members of the Firehammer team and quickly turned to flee. They were in the wrong, after all. However, they did not anticipate being spotted by Xingu. Thinking of escaping? Gao Feng bellowed. The 6 members of the Firehammer team rushed forward, their shout drawing the attention of numerous warriors within the supply base. At that moment, Zhang Zihu and the others found themselves too intimidated to run. If they fled in disgrace, it would be an admission of guilt. Though they had committed the act, they could not acknowledge it. Gao Feng, what are you shouting for? The one-eyed middle-aged man turned and shouted angrily. Do you think this is a place for your antics? This is the military district, the warrior supply base, not your playground. Don't forget where you are, the bald man added with a cold laugh. Regardless, they could not afford to show weakness. Still so arrogant. Gao Feng grabbed a heavy hammer from behind him, his eyes ablaze as he charged forward, eager for a confrontation. The one-eyed middle-aged man, Zhang Zihu, and the others all changed their expressions, realizing they lacked the confidence to face him, especially given their culpability. Beep, beep, beep. A piercing horn sounded, and a 12-member squad clad in combat uniforms swiftly charged from a distance. The squad leader, at the forefront, shouted, "Surrender your weapons. Fighting is strictly prohibited within the supply base. Failure to comply will result in our guard exercising the right to eliminate you." Chapter 15. Dividing the spoils. The cacophony of noise and honking horns drew numerous martial artists to the scene. It was the Firehammer squad clashing with the Tiger-Tooth squad. What could have provoked such a confrontation? The martial artists whispered among themselves. For both the Firehammer squad and the Tiger-Tooth squad held considerable renown in the Jiangnan base city. However, under the stern reprimand of the supply base's guards, the Firehammer squad managed to suppress their fury and regain their composure. After all, one does not provoke the authority of the military district. Cease this at once, a sharp voice commanded. Luo Feng turned to see a slim, short man leading 2 other members of the Tiger-Tooth squad rushing towards them. Xingu, standing beside Luo Feng, murmured, "Luo Feng, this is the captain of the Tiger-Tooth squad, Panya, known as Tiger-Tooth. His weapon is a 3-edged military knife, and he is quite formidable." Luo Feng was taken aback. This unassuming, diminutive man was indeed the captain of the Tiger-Tooth squad. Tiger-Tooth? Luo Feng scrutinized the man nicknamed Tiger-Tooth, his gaze drifting to Zhang Zihu, who stood behind the captain, grinning smugly. "Enjoy your moment of pride, Zhang Zihu. It won't just be you. Your entire Tiger-Tooth squad will surely regret this." Prior to entering the wilderness zone, Luo Feng had thought that Zhang Haobai's act of breaking his legs was ruthless enough. But now, witnessing the Tiger-Tooth squad's willingness to annihilate his entire team for mere grievances, he realized how naive that thought had been. Compared to the Tiger-Tooth squad's viciousness, Zhang Haobai seemed almost juvenile. Captain, Zhang Zihu and 2 others stood behind their leader, as the Tiger-Tooth and Firehammer squads faced off, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. The patrol squad leader from the supply base, indifferent, remarked, "Gao Feng, Panya, I have no interest in your squabbles. However, should you resort to violence, do not blame me." With a wave of his hand, he signaled his men to depart, displaying his disinterest in the unfolding drama. Gao Feng, the Tiger-Tooth captain scoffed. "You are indeed ruthless. I underestimated you. I could not have imagined your treachery. First, you used a sniper rifle to ambush us from a distance. Then you summoned a horde of beasts to attack our squad, leaving us no chance of survival. Had it not been for a skilled rescuer, our team would have perished." The crowd erupted in murmurs. The Tiger-Tooth squad had indeed acted with extreme malice. "Gao Feng, don't spout nonsense," the Tiger-Tooth captain retorted with a cold smile. "My squad has never committed such acts. Do not cast blame upon us. Such underhanded deeds are best left unacknowledged. Admitting to them would land us in serious trouble. My brother's arm was shattered by your sniper's bullet." Gao Feng's expression darkened. "I say it did not happen," the Tiger-Tooth captain replied tersely. "If you have evidence, take it to the Security Bureau and let them decide. Enough of this chatter. Let's go, brothers." The captain was resolute, unwilling to engage further with the Firehammer squad. Gao Feng, Xingu, and the others wore grim expressions, while Luo Feng clenched his teeth in anger. Yet, he understood that they had no evidence. In the wilderness zone, It was common for martial artist squads to engage in deadly conflicts over grudges or precious treasures, often without any proof. Since they lacked evidence, the extreme martial arts school could not intervene on their behalf. We are leaving. Gao Feng shot a disdainful glance at the tiger-tooth squad as they departed, his voice low and filled with ire. The Firehammer squad had no choice but to suppress their rage and exit the scene. At the supply base, Villa A9 had temporarily become the resting place for the Firehammer squad. "Captain, let us not dwell in anger," Luo Feng suggested. "Let the tiger-tooth squad revel in their triumph for now. Once they enter the wilderness zone again, we shall deal with them in due time." His words elicited smiles from the previously furious members of the Firehammer squad. Chingu clapped Luo Feng on the shoulder. "Indeed, with you in our team, it will be no difficulty to eliminate them. Revenge is a dish best served cold," Gao Feng grinned. "Besides, we need not wait long. With Luo Feng among us, the tiger-tooth squad is as good as doomed." Instantly, smiles spread across the faces of the Firehammer squad, the tension in the air dissipating. "Let us set aside thoughts of the tiger-tooth squad for now and focus on processing the materials we have harvested from the beasts." Gao Feng spoke up. "Although our time outside was brief, we successfully hunted 4 beast generals, a bloodthirsty tank, a twin-tailed tiger cat, a tiger mastiff, and a hunter. On their way back, Luo Feng and Gao Feng had encountered a lower-level beast general, a tiger mastiff, and easily defeated it. However, given the limited size of the supply base, selling the materials from the hunter could attract unwanted attention, potentially leading back to the martial artist squad that had previously injured the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Gao Feng expressed caution. "Agreed." Chingu nodded in agreement. "Let us wait until we return to the base city to sell the materials from the hunter. We can sell the other beast materials here." For martial artist squads, beast soldier-level monsters were not particularly valuable. It was the beast general-level creatures that held true worth. Of course, the fearsome lord-level monsters fetched astronomical prices. The rare Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, belonging to the Wolf royal lineage, could rival the price of a typical initial lord-level beast. "Let us eat and rest before we proceed to sell," Gao Feng smiled. After their meal, the 6 members of the Firehammer squad approached the HR Alliance's local representative and sold the beast materials they had collected, excluding those from the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. In Villa A9, the Firehammer squad gathered around the computer to divide their earnings. Luo Feng had gathered a considerable number of ordinary beast soldier-level materials, averaging over 6,000 for each, totaling more than 120,000 for himself. The captain was busy allocating the funds. Wei Tai had collected 12 types of ordinary beast soldier materials, all of F grade, averaging around 8,000 each, amounting to approximately 100,000. "Wei Qing, what about your collection of ordinary beast soldier materials?" Zhangku inquired. The 6 members of the Firehammer squad swiftly divided the funds from the ordinary beast soldier materials. "Now, let us discuss the distribution for the beast general level materials. The twin-tailed tiger cat's total worth is 12 million. Gao Feng addressed the group. "As I played a major role in the hunt, I believe I should claim 60. However, during the encounter, we were first attacked by a horde of beasts, and it was Luo Feng who ensured everyone's safety. His contribution was substantial. Given that Zhang Ke was gravely injured, he will receive 60 of this beast general's bounty, while I will take 10 and Luo Feng 15. Wei Tai and Chen Gu will each receive 5. Does anyone oppose this?" Gao Feng asked. No objections, Luo Feng nodded in agreement. The rules among martial artist squads dictated that if one sustained a disability during a battle, they would receive 60 of the spoils as a form of compensation. Thus, from the 12 million, Zhang Ke would receive 7. 2 million, Luo Feng 1. 8 million, Gao Feng 1. 2 million. And Chen Gu and the others would each get 600,000. Gao Feng input the data. And the materials from the tiger mastiff they had slain on their return fetched 10 million. In this battle, everyone contributed significantly. Both Luo Feng and I accounted for 30%, while Chen Gu, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Zhang Ke each took 10%. There were no objections, as everyone nodded in agreement. Although Zhang Ke did not contribute much in the final battle, the others were considerate and compensated him, and he himself said little. The warrior team is indeed quite close-knit. Thus, I and Luo Feng received 3 million each, while the others received 1 million each. Gao Feng smiled slightly, in the end. The bloodthirsty tank fetched the highest price, reaching 16 million, with Chen Gu making the greatest contribution, achieving a one-shot kill and claiming 60%. The contributions of the others were comparable, with Luo Feng, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Zhang Ku each taking 10%. As for myself, I shall refrain from taking any. If there is anyone in the team who is the wealthiest, it is undoubtedly Gao Feng. Typically, when hunting beast general level monsters, Gao Feng is almost always the main contributor, resulting in him earning several times, even tenfold, more than the others over the years. Therefore, he often shows humility when he has not exerted much effort. In total, Gu received 9,600,000, while Zhang Ku, Luo Feng, Wei Qing, and Wei Tai each received 1,600,000. Overall, the final distribution amounted to Gu at 11,260,000, Luo Feng at 6,520,000, myself at 4,200,000, Zhang Ku at 9,910,000, Wei Tai at 330,000, and Wei Qing at 332,000. Gao Feng announced the final distribution figures with a smile, and of course, we still possess the extraordinarily valuable materials from the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, which can undoubtedly fetch a staggering price. Today, Tomato returned far too late, my apologies. Chapter 16. Return to the base city and Su Xian's background, however. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf was solely the responsibility of Luo Feng for tracking, slaying, dissecting, and bringing it back, all accomplished through his own efforts. Gao Feng chuckled. Thus, as the hunter, Luo Feng is entitled to the highest share of 80%. The remaining 20% will be evenly divided among the 5 of us. This is the rule of the warrior team. Even if one person accomplishes everything, it is only fair that the others receive their due share. Typically, when slaying beast general level monsters, the one with the most merit receives no more than 60%. In cases like Luo Feng's, where he did everything alone, he can claim the maximum of 80%. Luo Feng, what you've earned this time probably exceeds what I've made in 10 years, Chenggu exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. You must treat us tonight. Indeed, you must treat us, chimed in Wei Tai and Wei Qing. It is worth noting that even Zhang Zihu from the Tiger Tooth team has only earned $1 billion over the past 2 years, and those years marked his peak strength previously. His earnings were even slower. This implies that over the years, Zhang Zihu has probably made only 3 to 4 billion, and Luo Feng, with just this single endeavor, has struck it rich. However, not everyone possesses the strength to hunt hunters. Luo Feng, having such prowess, naturally finds opportunities for wealth. In the realm of warriors, the stronger one is, the more astonishing their wealth tends to be. Of course, I wouldn't dare to skip treating you all. Let us celebrate at the HR Alliance Mall, Luo Feng replied with a grin. I will distribute the earnings and transfer them to each of your accounts. Gao Feng, smiling, began to transfer the funds from the public account of the Firehammer team to each member's account. The account number and password of the public account were known to every member. Typically, once profits are made, they are immediately shared. That afternoon, Luo Feng and his companions boarded a train back to the base city. As the train approached the station, an announcement echoed through the carriage, urging passengers to prepare for disembarkation. With a whoosh, the carriage doors opened. Let us go. Gao Feng, Luo Feng, Zhang Ku, Chenggu, and the Wei brothers stepped out in succession. Upon exiting the train, Luo Feng was struck by the sight of a multitude of passengers gathered around the train station. Through the glass of the station, he could glimpse the throngs of people waiting inside. The base city's main urban area boasts a population exceeding 100 million, making the train station a hub of vibrant activity. This is what one calls popularity, a bustling vivacity. Brothers, let us give thanks to our weapons. We have once again returned alive to the base city, Gao Feng exclaimed, filled with emotion. Home again. Back in the city of humanity, Luo Feng reflected, equally moved. Though their time in the wilderness was merely 7 or 8 days, the desolation and ruin of the wilds were starkly evident. The cities there had long lost their form, overrun by countless beasts, requiring extreme caution in their journey, lest they be surrounded by a horde. Only in the base city, here lies the safe haven for humanity. This is where civilization thrives. The base city is humanity's last bastion. A flicker of realization ignited within Luo Feng. Indeed, for the sake of this human stronghold, the more powerful warriors must step forth. While I can easily hunt ordinary beast soldier level monsters, and even some initial beast general level ones, for ordinary humans, even 1,000 armed individuals would face grave danger against a beast general level monster. Why does the state grant special privileges to warriors? Why does the world encourage warriors to hunt monsters? Because the more monsters slain, the greater the safety of humanity's stronghold. Hey, dear, I should be home by late tonight. Zhang Ke chatted on the phone, beaming. This time, my stay at home will be quite lengthy. I'm sure you will be satisfied. One could hardly fathom how genuinely cheerful and sincere a person with a severed limb could appear at such a moment. For warriors engaged in life and death struggles, family represents their innermost connection. Luo Feng also dialed his home. Xiao Feng. Hearing his mother's familiar voice, Luo Feng felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Mom, I expect to be home late tonight. You need not wait for me for dinner. Tonight? His mother replied, clearly surprised. Oh, how wonderful. Your father is out with your brother. Let me call them to the phone. No need. I will be back tonight, Luo Feng replied, feeling warmth fill his heart. This is home, the place Luo Feng protects. Luo Feng, come on, let us take the HR Alliance's exclusive transport, Gao Feng called out, as the others began to make their way. Coming. After hanging up, Luo Feng quickly joined the others along the special passageway reserved for warriors. At the end of the passage was a small area housing extreme martial arts schools, lightning martial arts schools, and various family-specific vehicles from the Underground Alliance, all awaiting the arrival of the warriors. Upon seeing Luo Feng and his companions emerge, all the drivers of the specialized vehicles perked up. Let us head to the HR Alliance Mall. Gao Feng and the others hopped into the exclusive vehicle for the HR Alliance Mall. All right, the driver replied, starting the engine, shifting gears and accelerating as the large, comfortable off-road vehicle surged forward. Inside the vehicle, Chingu looked at Luo Feng with a grin. We're almost at the HR Alliance Mall. That girl Su Xin you were interested in might just be there. Luo Feng, now that you're back from the wilderness, you want to establish a deeper connection with her, he teased. You let her. Gao Feng laughed, then turned to Luo Feng. Let me say this, that young lady Su Xin has become the bar manager at the first floor of the mall at such a young age. She is not an ordinary person. She likely has some background. You should be cautious. Luo Feng nodded, sharing the same sentiment. In the past, Su Xin had seemed quite ordinary at school, but now, at the bar in the HR Alliance Mall, her demeanor radiated an aura of confidence and charm that was markedly different from before. Are you referring to Miss Su Xin? The driver interjected, astonished. You know Su Xin? Luo Feng inquired, intrigued. Of course, the driver replied with a smile. We run this route to the mall daily and often chat with the other drivers, so we certainly know of Miss Su Xin. Don't let her unassuming beauty fool you. If anyone were to marry her, they would be set for life. Gao Feng's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that she belongs to the Su family, one of the 12 prominent families of the HR Alliance? Indeed. She is from the Su family. It is said that she holds a significant position there. The driver confirmed with a nod. Luo Feng was taken aback. The HR Alliance comprises superfamilies and conglomerates from America, Europe, and many other nations, forming a coalition of the world's most powerful families and financial entities. They wield control over the global economy, with even governments and militaries required to coexist peacefully with the HR Alliance. Among them, the HR Alliance features 9 prestigious families and numerous second-tier families and conglomerates. This background is staggering, Chingu exclaimed, wide-eyed. I knew she was surnamed Su, but I never anticipated she belonged to the Su family. Luo Feng, my brother, I can't help you now. Winning over Miss Su Xin will be quite the challenge. While the challenge is indeed formidable, Luo Feng felt undeterred. Gao Feng, Chingu, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, Zhang Ku, and the others all shared a laugh. In their eyes, Luo Feng was a psychic warrior, destined to become even more formidable. Old Feng, Gao Feng dialed a number. Yes, it's me. Of course. I'm calling because I have something good to discuss. Otherwise, why would I call you? Absolutely a remarkable item worth over 100 million. After finishing the call, Gao Feng smiled and glanced at the others, stating that he had already informed Luo Feng, and upon arriving at the mall, they would head straight upstairs. The group, including Luo Feng, nodded in agreement. Moments later, the special vehicle passed through the military security line and arrived directly at the entrance of the HR Alliance Mall. As the car doors opened, members of the Firehammer squad disembarked one after another. Mr. Gao Feng, Manager Feng is already waiting for you upstairs. A woman with a refined appearance and a neat bob haircut said with a smile. Indeed, Gao Feng and the others replied, proceeding into the hall without further ado. In the opulent first-floor lobby, numerous martial artists were engaged in conversation near the bar. Luo Feng cast a glance towards the bar counter. Not here? He mused, suddenly realizing that it was the beginning of the university semester, a time when even ordinary universities conduct military training. Furthermore, it was not the weekend, so Su Xion's absence was not surprising. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and the Firehammer squad entered. The woman stood at the elevator entrance, pressed 21, and aligned her pupils with the detector. Ding. Access granted. Welcome, Miss Liu. Manager Feng is waiting for you on the 21st floor, she announced with a smile. Luo Feng and the others nodded in acknowledgement. The elevator ascended swiftly without stopping, and shortly after, with a ding, the doors opened, revealing the 21st floor. Today's update comes early. My apologies for yesterday, as Valentine's Day was quite unavoidable. Chapter 17. Price and ecstasy upon exiting the elevator. One is greeted by an expansive lounge, nearly 300 to 400 square meters in size. Adorned with elongated sofas, several individuals sit there, awaiting an audience with Manager Feng. However, they soon observe a group of warriors bypassing the wait and making their way directly to the office of Manager Feng. Inside the office, Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. The decor was resplendently translucent, with tempered glass flooring revealing a stream and fish swimming beneath. Standing on this glass, one could behold numerous fish darting about. What opulence! Luo Feng mused to himself. Gao Feng, it seems you have struck gold this time. At that moment, a bald, round-faced elder rose from his chair and approached with a genial smile. Come, sit here, he beckoned. The group settled on the sofa opposite him. What goods do we have this time? The elder inquired with a smile, eager to see what they had brought. Old Feng, allow me to broaden your horizons. Gao Feng chuckled. Though you have hosted numerous warrior teams, you may seldom encounter this. Luo Feng, prompted by Gao Feng, produced the most valuable item from his backpack, the pelt of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, laying it across the floor like a flattened beast, exuding an aura of ferocity. A hunter! Manager Feng exclaimed, rising in astonishment. Good heavens, he gasped in his native dialect. Old Gao, this is quite an impressive specimen. A creature of this size must be at the high beast general level, given the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's speed. Even a newly ascended warrior-level individual would find it challenging to capture or kill such a creature. Indeed, the speed of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf is astonishing. Even when gravely injured, it can reach supersonic speeds. Such a pristine pelt, Manager Feng scrutinized it closely, noting that the incision matched the wound precisely. The integrity is remarkable. The pelt of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf is truly among the finest materials in the upper echelons of the world. Although it has various uses, many prominent figures are willing to pay handsomely for garments made from it. Please wait a moment, he instructed, darting towards his desk. He quickly retrieved a locked briefcase from a shelf behind his desk, rushing back with it in hand. Gao Feng, don't dawdle. Bring out the remaining materials from the hunter, Feng urged with a smile, opening the briefcase to reveal a set of precision instruments. Activating the device. A red beam of light shot forth. Luo Feng began to extract various items from his backpack, peculiar eyeballs, sharp claws, fangs, and leg bones. Quite a comprehensive collection. Manager Feng's eyes sparkled as the red light scanned the pelt, then the eyes, claws, and fangs. Data streamed onto the instrument screen as he focused intently, inputting information via a virtual keyboard. Indeed, these materials originate from the same hunter, he confirmed. This creature is undoubtedly of the high beast general level. More precisely, it is likely nearing the lord level within the high beast general category, Gao Feng added, grinning. The disparity within the high beast general rank is significant. Those newly initiated and those approaching the lord level can differ in strength by several multiples. Naturally, this leads to a vast difference in pricing. Correct, that much is evident. Manager Feng chuckled. Now what price do you propose? The Fire Hammer team exchanged glances, with Gao Feng subtly gesturing to Luo Feng. Manager Feng, what price do you consider fair? Luo Feng inquired with a smile. Both Extreme House and the HR Alliance online marketplace have numerous listings, and Luo Feng was well aware of the market value of such hunters. Monsters of the high beast general level typically fetch lower prices at the Extreme Martial Art Institute due to the contribution points they offer. Conversely, the HR Alliance marketplace generally prices high beast general monsters between 50 million to 500 million. Given that this hunter possesses formidable strength, is exceedingly rare, and belongs to the Wolf Royal lineage, its value should surpass the upper limit of typical pricing. Let us see, these materials are indeed exceptional. I offer you 600 million Huaxia coins, Manager Feng declared, taking a deep breath. Even he seldom engaged in such significant transactions. The materials from lower lord level beasts usually command similar prices. Gao Feng, Luo Feng, and the others exchanged knowing looks. Prior to their arrival, they had discussed pricing and had some expectations. Luo Feng had seen on the Warrior Forum that a mid-level beast general hunter had recently sold for approximately 50 million Earth coins. equivalent to about 175 million huaxia coins. If a mid-level beast general could fetch such a price, it was reasonable to expect that their high-level, nearly lord-level specimen would command much more. Old Feng, your offer is too low, Gao Feng frowned. In South America, a mid-level beast general hunter sold for 175 million huaxia coins. For ours, asking for 900 million to a billion is entirely reasonable. Gao Feng, don't jest with me. 900 million to a billion is simply unattainable, Manager Feng replied with a wry smile. Luo Feng chuckled inwardly at the exchange. During their discussions, they had estimated that the hunter could sell for around 700 to 800 million, which seemed reasonable enough. Gao Feng's assertion was likely intended to intimidate Manager Feng. This time, to take down the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, my brother even lost an arm, Gao Feng said, his expression somber. I won't drag this out. A flat price of 800 million huaxia coins. Agree to it, and we have a deal. Otherwise, I will have to seek alternatives. Manager Feng glanced at Zhang Ke, noting the evident injury. It seemed he could not afford the price. We're leaving, Gao Feng stated, and Luo Feng promptly began to pack away the pelt and other items. 750 million is my absolute limit, Manager Feng insisted, frowning. Gao Feng remained silent, and Luo Feng continued to pack everything away. We're leaving, Gao Feng reiterated, making his way toward the exit. Gao Feng, 750 million is a decent offer, Manager Feng exclaimed in frustration, but as Gao Feng and the others headed for the door, he called out, all right, let us go with your price. At the entrance, Luo Feng, Gao Feng, and Chun Gu exchanged smiles. Within the HR Alliance marketplace, numerous managers vie for the acquisition of monster materials, as the marketplace operates on a bottom elimination system. At the end of the year, those with the poorest performance risk losing their managerial positions, making room for newcomers. Under such pressure, each manager strives to procure monster materials from warriors. In the office, Manager Feng reflected as he processed the transaction, you warriors are truly ruthless. Managers from various regions, agents, and even warriors themselves are all competing to purchase materials. With each passing day, prices have become transparent, our profits dwindling. To think you all can make 800 million in one go, Old Feng, am tempted to venture into the wilderness myself, but alas, my old bones may not withstand even a beast soldier-level monster. As he spoke, Manager Feng proceeded with various transfer procedures. Manager Feng, after so many years in the game, your personal assets must rival mine, Gao Feng remarked with a smile. Luck plays a part. Occasionally, a significant deal comes along, and the commission can yield quite a profit, Manager Feng replied, revealing a hint of a smile. Gao Feng chuckled. With this transaction, you stand to earn at least 8 figures. Not quite that much, Manager Feng shook his head. Well, it's done. 800 million huaxia coins have been transferred to your warrior squad's account. Gao Feng and Vice Captain Qin Gu both received notifications of the balance change on their communication watches, indicating the addition of 800 million huaxia coins. Old Feng, you are quite generous, Gao Feng laughed. For future substantial deals, you must keep me in mind. Manager Feng chuckled. As managers, we have our own pressures. If I could reach the level of regional supervisor in the base city, life would be much easier. Indeed, Gao Feng nodded, but formidable monsters are challenging to deal with. My brother's arm was broken. Yes, a severed arm. Manager Feng sighed, reflecting. Though there are treasures in this world that can regenerate a severed limb, their prices are astronomical. Ordinary warriors can only dream of them. Regeneration of a severed limb? Luo Feng was taken aback. When he first became a warrior, he had searched the online marketplace for such miraculous potions, but found none that could regenerate limbs. He had always believed such potions were mere myths. Is there really such a potion? Gao Feng exclaimed. Manager Feng, what is it? Can a severed leg be regenerated? Luo Feng eagerly pressed for answers. Heavens, he thought. If my brother could stand again after all these years in a wheelchair, it would be worth any sacrifice. Yes, it is the legendary water of life, Manager Feng said wistfully. Not only can it regenerate severed limbs, but it can even restore half a body. However, this substance is crafted from the essence of the invincible king-level monster, the Earth Dragon King. There are only a few of these creatures in the world, making each vial of the water of life astronomically expensive and exceedingly rare. It is not sold in online marketplaces, and our alliance has no stock. The current price has reached 3 billion huaxia coins per vial, and it is still a buyer's market. 3 billion per vial? A buyer's market? Luo Feng's heart raced. He envisioned his brother sitting in a wheelchair, gazing silently out the window at the world beyond, and clenched his fists. No matter what, I will ensure my brother stands again. I will. Chapter 18. Future Plans. However, Luo Feng was acutely aware of the formidable challenge involved in amassing 300 billion. A single low-tier Lord-level beast, relatively weak, could fetch a staggering 510 billion Chinese yuan. Even if he were to hunt alone, slaying 10 Lord-level beasts in a year would likely yield only 50 to 60 billion. It is worth noting that even God-level warriors face immense difficulty in hunting Lord-level beasts. Earning 50 to 60 billion in a year would place him at a moderate level among God-level warriors, and yet it would require 6 or 7 arduous years of effort. Moreover, he was far from being a God-level warrior himself. Although he had fortuitously encountered an injured hunter this time, how could he expect to rely on luck repeatedly? Although the prospect of earning 300 billion Chinese yuan seemed daunting, he believed in his potential as a mental energy master and was determined to strive for it. As it was not entirely unattainable. Yet, the thought of slaying the Earth Dragon King made him bitterly smile. Lord-level beasts were already formidable, and the existence of king-level beasts transcended them, representing the pinnacle of monsters on Earth. Among humanity, there were also individuals surpassing God level, such as the world's strongest, Hong, and the second strongest, Thunder God, both of whom were beyond the God level. However, such beings were exceedingly rare. To contemplate killing the Earth Dragon King? Even the most formidable humans on Earth would not dare claim they had a solid chance. Haha, the water of life? Captain, when you and your comrades reach the level of the world's strongest Hong, just toss me some pocket change to buy a share of the water of life, Zhang suggested, prompting laughter among the members of the Firehammer team. The notion of achieving Hong's caliber able to stand alongside a governmental army rendered 300 billion a trivial sum for them. Yet, how many could truly reach such heights? Let us go eat, Gao Feng exclaimed with a smile. In the private room of a restaurant on the 3rd floor of the HR Alliance Mall, a feast was laid out on the table. The Firehammer team gathered around a laptop at the edge of the room. Captain Gao Feng swiftly accessed their shared account through a fingerprint scan and triple dynamic password input. 800 million Chinese yuan. According to our previous agreement, since this hunter was entirely Luo Feng's achievement, he will receive the lion's share of 80%, while the remaining 20% will be divided among the other 5 of us. No objections? Gao Feng surveyed the group. Everyone nodded, and Luo Feng smiled as well. The distribution rules within the warrior team were designed to foster competition while also promoting unity. Luo Feng receives 640 million. Each of us will get 32 million. Gao Feng quickly transferred the funds. Ding. The transfer was successful. Notifications of the balance change appeared on the screen, and Luo Feng glanced at his communication watch, which confirmed an increase of 640 million in his balance. Today, this meal is on me, Gao Feng announced with a grin. Yes. Let us enjoy a feast at the expense of the wealthy. Xingu chimed in, feigning indignation. This payout nearly matches what I've earned over the years. It's truly enviable. The members of the Firehammer team laughed and chatted heartily as they feasted and drank, reveling in the moment. Each excursion from the wilderness was akin to walking the line between life and death. In the wilderness, particularly in the dilapidated urban areas, every moment was fraught with tension. In those cities, no one dared to let their guard down, given the abundance of monster hordes and beast generals. Cheers. Come, brothers, let us drink, Zhang proclaimed. It's been nearly a decade since we've been together. You've saved my life countless times on the battlefield. Without further ado, let us raise a glass. The atmosphere was bittersweet, as Zhang Ku was set to depart from the team. Yet there was also a sense of hope with Luo Feng's recent addition as a mental energy master. The mood was complex, leading to joyful drinking and conversation until after 9 o'clock, when the group moved to a nearby tea house to relax in a private room. Inside the room, each person was served a cup of tea. Zhang Ku will be joining the Martial Arts Academy as an instructor, Gao Feng addressed the group. From now on, our Firehammer team will consist of just 5 members. Myself, Luo Feng, Chen Gu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing. Luo Feng, being a mental energy master, is now stronger than I am, and his future growth will certainly be remarkable. Luo Feng's strength was a source of joy for all. Having a strong member in the team significantly enhanced their survival rate and made hunting beasts easier while increasing their potential earnings. For instance, if it weren't for Luo Feng slaying the hunter, the team members Wu and Ti have received their 32 million. Although Luo Feng reaped the rewards, their share was still considerably higher than what they would have earned from hunting beast generals. However, among us 5, Luo Feng is the strongest. I believe we must not hold him back, Gao Feng asserted. Wei Qing and Wei Tai exchanged glances, their expressions slightly perturbed. Both were high-level warriors, and they knew they were lagging behind. "Captain, I'm also a newcomer," Luo Feng interjected. "That is not what I meant," Gao Feng replied with a slight smile. "Wei Tai, Wei Qing, don't overthink it. My point is that our team's future goals for hunting beasts should be set higher. Therefore, our first target should be for all team members to reach the battle general level." "Captain," Wei Tai began hesitantly, "my brother and I are still some distance from the battle general level." "I understand," Gao Feng replied confidently. "But I have an idea. Hear me out." Luo Feng nodded. And Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chen Gu listened attentively. "Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chen Gu, each of you should purchase an A-grade gene potion," Gao Feng suggested. "This way, in terms of physical capabilities, both Wei Tai and Wei Qing will directly enter the beginner battle general level, while Chen Gu's strength and speed will significantly enhance, nearing the battle general level." Luo Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Currently, mainstream gene potions were categorized as A-grade and B-grade. B-grade potions were for ordinary individuals, enabling them to become warriors. However, those who relied solely on gene potions to become warriors typically had mediocre strength. A-grade gene potions, on the other hand, were intended for warriors, often doubling their strength. Of course, if one already possessed considerable strength, the effects of the gene potion would diminish. Yet, an A-grade gene potion, even at half price from the Extreme Martial Arts Institute, would still cost 360 million Chinese yuan. "Captain, I've worked hard for so many years, and with today's earnings, I only have 430 million. For me, reaching the beginner battle general level is nearly my limit. If I spend all my money on this, how much will I have left when I retire?" One must consider the future. Money is not easily earned. It took me over a decade to earn 430 million. Plus, I'm getting older, and to spend 360 million on a gene potion? All my hard work would be for naught. "Captain, I rely on firearms, and my expenses are also considerable. Spending 360 million all at once is quite daunting," Chen Gu added hesitantly. "Don't worry," Gao Feng smiled reassuringly. "Purchasing an A-grade gene potion doesn't require that much money. When I first became a warrior, I was still a novice. Back then, I joined a warrior team and had a brother-in-arms who is now a high-level battle general. He has connections and can procure a gene potion for just 200 million. 200 million? Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chen Gu gasped in astonishment. 200 million? Luo Feng was equally taken aback. The online mall of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute typically listed half price as the lowest price available in the market. If half price was already 360 million, how could Gao Feng obtain it for only 200 million? "I initially entrusted my good brother to procure the gene potion, and upon his return, you shall compensate me in exchange for this coveted elixir. Surely, you believe this arrangement?" Gao Feng smiled knowingly, for he had yet to disclose all. Only his brother's internal organization offered special discounts for its members' purchases. To prevent internal members from reselling, prices would escalate with increased quantities purchased. Nevertheless, Gao Feng preferred to personally bear additional costs rather than burden Chen Gu, Wei Tai, or Wei Qing any further. After all, in terms of wealth, he far surpassed the others in their team. In the future, our entire squad would consist of elite warriors. Gao Feng smiled faintly. Chen Gu would manage firepower suppression, while Wei Tai and Wei Qing would handle the elimination of ordinary beast soldiers. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and I would focus on confronting beast generals. With the efficiency of our squad, we could undoubtedly slay numerous beast generals, resulting in a profit surge that could reach tenfold or more compared to the past. Luo Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. According to Gao Feng, the future Firehammer squad would become an absolute elite force. With the entire team at the warrior level and his own prowess as a psychic master, the squad's strength would be nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 19. Enchantment. Following Captain Gao Feng's words, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chen Gu were astonished by the captain's extensive connections, yet they nodded in agreement. They understood that the strength of the Firehammer squad would soon experience a remarkable surge. If they failed to keep pace, they would inevitably be left behind. Subsequently, Luo Feng and his companions parted ways at the HR Alliance Mall and boarded the train home. In Yangzhou City, Mingyue Community, it was now deep into the night. A private vehicle, an Ultimate Martial Arts Club's Volkswagen Touareg SUV, entered the community without any hindrance. The Touareg came to a halt right in front of the Ultimate Club, where Chen Gu, Zhang Ku, Luo Feng's family, and several others, including the club's director Wu Tong, had gathered. Luo Feng stepped out of the vehicle and immediately spotted his father, mother, and brother in a wheelchair. "Brother!" Luo Hua exclaimed first. Luo Hua, Dad, Mom, Luo Feng embraced his parents and his brother, feeling the joy radiating from his family. Beside them, Changgu and Zhangku were also reunited with their loved ones, although Zhangku's wife and daughter were both in tears. Despite knowing that Zhangku had lost an arm, their sorrow was palpable. "Dear wife, my beloved daughter, I will always be with you from now on," Zhangku declared, his face betraying no sadness. Luo Feng recalled the previous assault by the Tiger Tooth Squad on the Firehammer Squad, given his feud with Zhang Zihu, which made the possibility all too real. "Our 3 heroes from the martial arts club have safely returned. It's getting late. Everyone should rest well," Director Wu Tong announced with a smile, prompting the group to disperse cheerfully, and Luo Feng returned home with his family. Upon arrival, Luo Feng felt a profound sense of relaxation. On his first day back, he refrained from training and instead indulged in leisure, strolling through the community in comfortable practice attire. His steps light and free. He experienced complete relaxation, both mentally and physically. In the afternoon, the September sun remained scorching. "Luo Feng, come to the club," Chenggu called. "The captain is here." "Oh, I'll be right there," Luo Feng replied, hurrying to the ultimate club. In the small bar on the first floor of the club, the floor-to-ceiling curtains had been drawn to block the sunlight. Luo Feng, Chenggu, and Gao Feng sat together. "Luo Feng, here are the 2 9 series throwing knives you requested," Gao Feng said, smiling as he handed them over. "That LLB 45 million. As a wealthy individual, please transfer the funds promptly. If you wish to add a little extra for my trouble, I wouldn't mind at all." 9 series throwing knives? Luo Feng exclaimed as he accepted the beautifully packaged box. Inside, it contained 2 knives, their blades a deep black. Previously, Chenggu and the others had asked Gao Feng to purchase gene potions, and Luo Feng had requested 2 9 series throwing knives, as a quality throwing knife was crucial for him, regardless of whether it was a throwing knife or another weapon. Prices escalated dramatically with quality. The compact nature of throwing knives meant they were less costly due to their minimal material usage. A 9 series throwing knife was hard to destroy, even by high-level Lord-class monsters. "Captain, I've transferred the 45 million, Luo Feng said, completing the transaction via his phone. "Not a single extra for my trouble?" Gao Feng teased. "Luo Feng, with your newfound wealth, why not invest in a superior battle knife or a set of combat gear?" Chenggu inquired, his mood buoyant after acquiring the gene potion. Luo Feng shook his head. "Throwing knives are lightweight and require minimal materials. They are within my budget. A battle knife or combat gear? A 9 series Blood Shadow battle knife costs a staggering 3 billion Huaxia coins. And a set of 9 series combat gear is even more exorbitant at 12 billion Huaxia coins. I can only afford throwing knives. It's no surprise that combat gear capable of withstanding Lord-class monsters is so costly. As for my advanced warrior-level physique, wearing 8 or 9 series combat gear, even if it withstands a Lord-class monster's claw, the impact could still shatter my internal organs. A beggar in royal robes does not become a prince. A warrior-level individual in god-level combat gear would be a waste of resources." Gao Feng chuckled, acknowledging Luo Feng's reasoning. His current 5 series combat gear was more than adequate for his physical capabilities. "Luo Feng," Gao Feng began. "Yes?" Luo Feng turned to the captain. "Now, Chenggu and the Wei brothers will all be using gene potions. To fully realize the effects of these potions, it will take about a month. Following their power increase, they will need an additional 1 to 2 months of training to adapt to their enhanced strength. Therefore, we may need to rest for 2 to 3 months before re-entering the wild zones," Gao Feng explained. Chenggu nodded in agreement. "I understand." Luo Feng smiled and nodded. "I will take this opportunity to train diligently. My experiences in the wild zones have been quite fruitful, and I shall take the time to reflect and refine my skills." "Indeed," Gao Feng replied with a smile. "When we are ready to meet again, let us convene in the central district of the base city. It's quite a detour from my home to yours." "Sounds good," both Luo Feng and Chenggu agreed. The central district of the base city serves as the heart of the entire area, making travel from Yangzhou City or other satellite cities convenient. After bidding farewell to the captain, Luo Feng returned home with the 2 throwing knives. That night, in the training hall of Luo Feng's home, a large transparent glass panel measuring approximately 1 meter was positioned at the center of the ceiling. The moonlight streamed through, illuminating the hall, allowing Luo Feng to gaze upon the infinite stars in the night sky. The 2 black throwing knives hovered around him, gliding gracefully. "My consciousness sea harbors that dark golden sphere, which contains a vast amount of mental energy," Luo Feng mused. However, My body is not strong enough to bear an excess of this energy. My current goal is to elevate my physical strength as swiftly as possible. The stronger my body becomes, the more formidable my mental energy will be, until one day the dark golden sphere is depleted and dissipates. With that, Luo Feng began to diligently practice according to the Ninefold Thunderblade manual and the accompanying instructional video. He focused on body techniques Flowing Light, guiding techniques Ninefold Pure Source, and sword techniques Thunderblade. He had already mastered the first level of the Thunderblade during his time in the Wild Zones. With each slice, thrust, or slash, Luo Feng employed the energy techniques from the Ninefold Thunderblade, infusing every strike with 2 forms of power. His muscles unleashed bursts of hidden strength with each movement. Exhausted after an hour and a half of rigorous practice, Luo Feng sat cross-legged on the floor, utterly spent. The energy exertion from the Ninefold Thunderblade significantly taxed his body. After a brief 5-minute respite, he practiced the guiding technique Ninefold Pure Source, which rejuvenated his fatigued body, akin to a warm soak in a hot spring. After honing his swordsmanship and guiding techniques, Luo Feng proceeded to engage in the most fundamental practice, the 5 Hearts Toward Heaven Gene Origin Cultivation Method, which even the world's strongest warriors reference. As Luo Feng immersed himself in his training, he felt as if every cell in his body was starved and ravenously consuming the primordial genetic energy that was being generated within him. To his astonishment, he realized that his rate of cultivation was steadily increasing. 1 minute, 2 minutes, time flowed relentlessly, and soon every cell in his body reached a state of saturation, akin to being utterly stuffed. No more energy could be absorbed. The amount of genetic primordial energy he had absorbed today was nearly double that of the past. Luo Feng was utterly astounded. The secret tome stated that the deeper one delves into the Ninefold Thunderblade cultivation, the greater the absorption of genetic primordial energy. He had not anticipated such a dramatic increase. The tome had elucidated the underlying principles. For ordinary practitioners, no matter how hard they trained, they would eventually exhaust themselves to the point of immobility, primarily due to the excessive buildup of lactic acid in their muscles, resulting in overall fatigue. However, Luo Feng's Ninefold Thunderblade technique involved unleashing latent power instantaneously, engaging the deeper layers of his body and involving all his cells in the exertion. It was akin to the way one's appetite grows with increased physical activity. As the energy expenditure of the body's cells intensified, their capacity to absorb food, in this case, genetic primordial energy, also expanded significantly. Having only reached the first level, the magnitude of his absorption had already surged so dramatically. How swift would his progress be by the 9th level? Not only would his training accelerate, but the potency of his blade techniques would also amplify astonishingly. It was no wonder that he could ascend to become one of the supreme powerhouses on Earth, renowned for his unmatched speed and physical prowess. Luo Feng marveled at this realization. Rapid advancements in physical capabilities signified what? They indicated that Luo Feng's capacity for mental force would also escalate rapidly. From that day forth, Luo Feng commenced rigorous training, pushing himself to the limits. He discovered the optimal method of training, which involved executing flowing light footwork while simultaneously wielding his blade. The speed did not need to be excessive, but each step and each strike had to be executed with utmost focus and diligence. When he reached the point of exhaustion in both footwork and blade techniques, he would practice his guiding techniques to recover. After rejuvenating his stamina, he would resume training in both footwork and blade techniques, followed by another session of guiding technique practice. Finally, he would engage in the cultivation of genetic primordial energy. This method proved to be the most efficient. The entire process would take approximately 6 hours, a strategy Luo Feng had devised to optimize his physical conditioning. In truth, mental force practitioners already benefit from substantial mental energy assistance, which naturally accelerates their physical progress. With Luo Feng practicing the supreme cultivation method of Earth, the Ninefold Thunderblade, his rate of advancement was nothing short of extraordinary. Almost every day saw him making strides, and before he knew it, nearly a month had elapsed. With each strike, Luo Feng created a piercing sound that resonated throughout the training hall, as the forceful winds dissipated upon colliding with the carefully constructed walls of the specialized martial arts villa. A call from the captain? Luo Feng stepped aside to answer the phone. Luo Feng, it has been nearly a month. Chen Gu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing have all utilized the genetic potions, and their strengths have significantly improved. I was wondering if we should have a meeting? Gao Feng inquired over the phone. Currently, Luo Feng stood as the foremost powerhouse of the Firehammer team, and his position would only solidify further in the future. Hence, Gao Feng sought Luo Feng's input beforehand. Sure, It has been quite a while since we last met, Luo Feng replied with a smile. He had become quite engrossed in his training over the past month, yet the exhilaration of such rapid progress was undeniably satisfying. All right, I suggest we meet at the HR Alliance Mall. Their service is exceptional, Gao Feng suggested. When would be a good day for our gathering? Luo Feng suddenly recalled something Su Xian had said. In a few days, I will be starting university, but during the weekends, I will be here managing. Captain, I propose we meet this Saturday, Luo Feng suggested. Saturday? Sounds good. Let's do it this Saturday. Chapter 20, Ambition, the final episode, on Saturday, October 7th, 2056. The 5 members of the Hammer Squad had arranged to meet at the HR Alliance Mall. In the morning, a sleek and elegantly designed sports car glided into the plaza of the HR Alliance Mall, coming to a halt at the entrance of the HR Tower. Luo Feng and Shengu, dressed in casual attire, stepped out, welcomed by the doorman as they entered the grand lobby. Please hold on a moment, sir, said the attendant. As Luo Feng stepped into the lobby, he spotted Su Xian, clad in a white shirt that exuded professionalism, smiling as she conversed with several martial artists at the bar. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Luo Feng, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. Luo Feng, Su Xian called out with a smile. Su Xian. Luo Feng replied cheerfully. Could I have a cup of pu'er tea, please? By the way, do you have time? Let us catch up, old classmate. Su Xian hesitated briefly, but then smiled and instructed another server nearby before stepping away from the bar. Today I isn't too busy. Let us go over there and chat. At that moment, Chenggu, seated at a distance on the sofa, gave Luo Feng a thumbs up. In a quiet corner of the bar, Luo Feng and Su Xian sat facing each other. When did you return from the wilderness zone? Su Xian inquired, gently holding a cup of tea that reflected a green hue. I've been back for some time, Luo Feng replied. Su Xian smiled, unable to suppress a chuckle. You've been back for so long, and you haven't even come to see your old classmates. Have you? Grown too proud to visit us? Haha, Su Xian. Which university are you attending now? Luo Feng asked. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, sharing updates about their respective lives. Although Luo Feng harbored feelings for Su Xian, and she was aware of his affections, they both consciously avoided crossing that line, content to enjoy their tranquil exchange. Just then, a young man dressed in a black shirt and trousers emerged from the elevator, his gaze scanning the vicinity until it settled on Su Xian and Luo Feng in the bar's corner. Who is Xiao Xian chatting with? He mused, a frown creasing his brow as he scrutinized the pair, recognizing Luo Feng as one of the prestigious senior students from Su Xian's high school. He recalled hearing Su Xian mention Luo Feng during a family dinner not long ago. The young man took a seat quietly on the opposite side of the bar. Luo Feng was thoroughly enjoying his conversation with Su Xian when she suddenly stood up. I'm sorry, Luo Feng, but I have to attend to something, she apologized. Go ahead, don't mind me, Luo Feng smiled. Xiao Xian, is this your friend? A male voice interjected. Luo Feng turned to see a handsome young man, resembling Su Xian, standing nearby. Brother, you're here at the mall today, Su Xian exclaimed, her surprise evident. This is my old classmate, Luo Feng. I have to go take care of something now, but you can talk to Luo Feng. All right, you go ahead, the young man replied, turning to Luo Feng with a smile. Hello, I'm Su Gang, Su Xian's brother. Brother? Luo Feng thought, realizing that if he were to win Su Xian's heart, he would become her brother-in-law. Hello, Luo Feng said, standing to shake hands. Hello, Luo Feng, Su Gang said, taking a seat. I've heard much about you. My sister's school had only 3 senior martial artists, and you were one of them. I also heard from her that you are now a formal martial artist. Luo Feng nodded with a smile. Impressive. A martial artist at the age of 18, Su Gang praised, then continued with a grin. Isn't my sister quite low-key at school? Very low-key. No one realizes how wealthy her family is, Luo Feng chuckled, recalling Su Xian's modest demeanor. Su Gang laughed heartily. Actually, it was my grandfather who insisted she attend a regular school to avoid developing a spoiled attitude. He wanted her to experience life among ordinary people. It seems she has done quite well. Luo Feng furrowed his brow, realizing Su Xian was indeed the daughter of the Su family. Did my sister not mention her family background to you? Su Gang asked, puzzled. She didn't, but I am aware of the Su family's prominence, Luo Feng replied calmly, recognizing the underlying implications in Su Gang's words. Su Xian was the daughter of a powerful family. Oh, Su Gang sighed. Every prominent family has its own troubles, especially regarding marriage. Sometimes, things don't go as one wishes. For instance, my sister has many outstanding young men pursuing her, such as Wang Xingping from the capital and a young mid-level martial artist named Gua Hai from Jiangnan City. Luo Feng was taken aback. Others were vying for Su Xian's affection? He felt a pang of discomfort at the mention of Gua Hai, dismissing him as simply another martial artist. Su Gang shook his head disparagingly. What is so special about a mid-level martial artist? Does he think he is someone of importance? My family has a certain stature in the world. How could we allow our daughter to marry a martial artist who could perish at any moment in the wilderness zone? Luo Feng frowned. Do you agree with my perspective, Luo Feng? Martial artists live on the edge of life and death. How could my family allow our daughter to marry one? Right? Su Gang chuckled, noting Luo Feng's expression. Oh, don't overthink it. I'm not implying anything about you. Luo Feng's spirit sank. Not implying anything. Su Gang's words were pointedly clear, as if to say that the daughter of the Su family would never marry a martial artist who could meet an untimely end. Actually, Su Gang continued with a hint of melancholy. I have to say, I prefer Wang Xingping. He is the legitimate heir of the Wang family in the capital, which controls vast wealth. He merely needs to sign documents at home and issue commands, allowing numerous martial artists to serve him without risking their lives. As an older brother, I naturally wish for my sister to lead a stable life. Su Gang lamented, believing that marrying into a wealthy family would be more suitable for his sister than tying her fate to a martial artist. A family like the Wang family or my own has plenty of martial artists at their disposal, not to mention countless soldiers. It's a different world altogether, he concluded, his tone dripping with disdain for martial artists. Luo Feng, a voice called from a distance. As Luo Feng turned around, he spotted Captain Gao Feng and the Wei brothers already seated with Chen Gu. Luo Feng smiled and called out, Captain, I'm on my way. Su Gang, young Master Su. Luo Feng greeted him with a smile. Su Gang revealed a hint of a smile. In truth, after all the words exchanged previously, Su Gang believed the other party should have understood his intentions. His family disregarded even mid-level warriors at the age of 21. Thus, he hoped Luo Feng, a mere novice who had just become a warrior, would possess enough self-awareness not to trouble his sister. Young Master Su, your Su family is indeed formidable, capable of controlling a host of warrior-level fighters, Luo Feng remarked with a smile. However, I wonder if your family can summon a war god at will. Su Gang was taken aback. A war god? How many existed in Jiangnan City? While the Su family had a war god, it was largely due to their extensive wealth and connections, merely managing to entice such figures. I wonder if your family has the privilege to meet with those who transcend the war god level? Luo Feng continued. Su Gang's expression darkened. The existence of those beyond the war god level, like the world's strongest Hong and others, was such that even an entire nation's military would treat them with utmost respect. His family, a mere financial conglomerate, had no qualification to meet those who stood at the pinnacle of the world, let alone compare to them. Compared to Hong and Thor, the Su family was akin to an ant. Young Master Su, we might consider ourselves friends, so allow me to caution you. Do not underestimate warriors. Luo Feng said, staring at Su Gang. If Su Gang did not show him respect, why should he extend any to Su Gang? With that, Luo Feng turned and walked away. In the hall, the cool air from the air conditioning enveloped him, and the music flowed gently like a stream. Yet, within Luo Feng's heart burned a fire. Families like the Wang and Su clans, did any of them lack a cadre of warrior-level fighters? Not to mention the countless soldier-level warriors. Su Gang's words echoed relentlessly in Luo Feng's mind. Su Gang, was all this not an attempt to dissuade me from pursuing your sister? Luo Feng's gaze turned icy. Rest assured, I, Luo Feng, shall ascend to the pinnacle of warriors in my lifetime, a power that commands equal treatment from government forces. At that time, I shall be welcomed with open arms by your Su family. Of course, he intended to pursue Su Xian, but he would ensure the Su family greeted him with smiles, lowering their stature to warmly receive him. Warriors are the ultimate power in this world. The so-called family conglomerates are but refused before the mightiest of warriors. At this moment, on the morning of October 7th, 2056, Luo Feng's first encounter with Su Gang ignited the flames of ambition within him. The third episode has concluded. The new area of the mobile game Swallowing the Starry Sky from Qidian is thriving, with Qidian coins and monthly tickets being generously distributed every day. Chapter 1. Section 0231. As Luo Feng departed, Su Gang took a sip from his wine glass, musing, Luo Feng, I've been quite subtle and considerate. I hope you understand your place. If you continue to pursue my sister, Don't blame me for taking action. Su Gang chuckled and finished his drink. Xiao Xian, I have to go. Su Gang said to Su Xian at the bar before leaving. HR Alliance Mall, 3rd floor inside a tea room. Chenggu jested, Luo Feng. Su Xian seemed interested in you. Winning her over shouldn't be hard. And her brother seemed to have taken a liking to you as a potential brother-in-law. Luo Feng chuckled. You didn't hear what her brother, Su Gang, said. Don't exaggerate. We're just old classmates, Luo Feng replied with a smile. Gao Feng chimed in, even better. Many married couples were classmates. Go for it, Luo Feng. Su Xian is a great girl. Many in the martial arts circle admire the bar manager in the Underground Alliance. But they know she has connections and wouldn't dare to act. Luo Feng smiled. Those who want to trifle with the Su family's daughter would meet a grim end. Captain, let's change the subject, Luo Feng suggested with a smile. Let's talk business. All right, Gao Feng agreed. Tell me about your current physical abilities. Wei Tai spoke first, Captain. My punch force is around 9,650 kilograms, speed is 102 ms, and my neural response is qualified for elementary warrior level. Good, you've reached elementary warrior level, Gao Feng affirmed. My punch force is around 9,510 kilograms, speed is 106 ms, and my neural response is qualified for elementary warrior level, Wei Qing added. Gao Feng and Luo Feng nodded in approval. My punch force is around 7,100 kilograms, speed is 81 ms, and my neural response is excellent for elementary warrior level, Chenggu said with a grin. Your neural response is impressive. Luo Feng complimented. Gao Feng explained, he's a gunslinger, so his neural response is naturally quick. The gene serum enhanced it further. It's rare for a firearms martial artist to have a neural response that qualifies for elementary warrior level, let alone excellent. Overall, the gene serum worked well for all of you. Gao Feng concluded. Wei Tai, Wei Qing, you two need to keep working hard. The serum's effects haven't fully dissipated yet. Keep training to unlock more potential. Understood. Wei Tai and Wei Qing replied. Gao Feng turned to Chenggu. It's time for you to upgrade your machine gun. Indeed, Chenggu agreed. Chenggu's arsenal included a machine gun and a heavy sniper rifle. His machine gun could fire 300 rounds per minute, averaging 5 bullets per second. With his past reaction speed, he could hit 4 monsters in the head and a 5th in the body with those 5 bullets. In essence, machine gun fire was akin to pinpoint shots for Chenggu, a feat made possible by his extraordinary neural response speed, which far surpassed that of people before the Great Nirvana. I'm planning to get an RG-112 heavy machine gun, 7mm caliber, with immense power, Chenggu said excitedly. It's one of the fastest machine guns available to martial artists. Any faster would be pointless. In this era, there are machine guns with rates of fire of 7 or 8,000 rounds per minute, or even over 10,000, but their efficiency is too low. Chenggu could control 10 bullets per second from the barrel and hit 10 monsters in the head, maximizing efficiency. Familiarize yourself with the gun and its characteristics. Gao Feng advised. Wei Tai, you and your brother should also train hard at home. Even though your physical abilities have improved, you need to translate that into combat prowess and utilize every ounce of strength. We will, Captain, Wei Tai and Wei Qing affirmed. Luo Feng smiled. Recognizing the emphasis on maximizing combat effectiveness, a hallmark of Chinese martial arts philosophy. Concepts like controlling power and using minimal force to achieve maximum impact reflect this Eastern mindset, which differs from the Western approach. Currently, the world's foremost expert, Hong, is Chinese, while the second strongest, Thor, is of mixed heritage with Chinese ancestry. Chinese martial arts philosophies are indeed gaining traction among martial artists worldwide. Captain, Chenggu, brothers Tai and Qing, Luo Feng began, I've been training hard at home, and my physical strength has improved significantly. However, I feel that my techniques and swordsmanship improve most noticeably when battling monsters. No amount of training at home can replicate the effectiveness of real combat. Therefore, I plan to venture into the wilderness alone to hone my swordsmanship and techniques. Luo Feng declared. Alone? Gao Feng and Chenggu exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Luo Feng confirmed with a smile. He had been contemplating this for some time. But Su Gang's words had spurred him into action. To become a top expert, he couldn't afford any complacency. Thus, Luo Feng decided to maximize his strength. That's too dangerous. Gao Feng protested. I'll be training in County 0231, near the military district, Luo Feng clarified. I won't be going to any major cities. County 0231, near the military district? Gao Feng, Chenggu, and the Wei brothers breathed a sigh of relief. The monster presence around the military district was weak, with no lord-level monsters. The counties were mostly inhabited by soldier-level monsters, with few general-level monsters, mostly of the elementary rank. The scarcity of general-level monsters meant that each one commanded hundreds or even thousands of soldier-level monsters, making it difficult for martial arts teams to hunt them. Since it's near the military district, Luo Feng continued with a smile, a hunt during the day, and returned to the military base for supplies at night. His speed would allow him to travel between the county and the base. County 0231 may not have strong general-level monsters, but there are many soldier-level monsters. Wei Tai pointed out. If he gets surrounded. Iron, is Luo Feng afraid of being surrounded? Qin Gu chuckled softly. And Wei Tai and Wei Qing were momentarily taken aback before they too broke into laughter. While the beast horde was indeed formidable, it was the psychic practitioners who harbored the least fear of such creatures. Not only could they engage in direct combat, but with the aid of their mental force, a mere leap could elevate them to the adjacent building. The monsters possessed remarkable jumping abilities as well. Yet how could they compete with the psychics who could utilize the air to gain momentum? It was an excellent notion, and Gao Feng could not help but express his admiration. Luo Feng, you have inspired me to refine my hammer technique. However, I must admit, I lack the skills to ensure my survival amidst the beast horde. When are you planning to set off, Luo Feng? Qin Gu inquired. Time is of the essence. I shall return today to make preparations and depart tomorrow, Luo Feng replied with a smile. Captain, do inform me when you plan to enter the wilderness zone. The path to strength is traversed through relentless practice, step by step, until one reaches the pinnacle. The fourth episode, Hefty Bounty, commences. The new district of the mobile game Swallowing the Starry Sky is thriving. Monthly tickets and iPad minis are given away daily on the official website. Chapter 2. The lurking threat. Having made the resolute decision to venture into the wilderness, Luo Feng returned to his home in the Mingwei community of Yangzhou that afternoon, where he informed his parents and younger brother of his plans, since he chose the path of a free warrior. His father and family had long been prepared for his frequent departures from the base city. As night fell, the starlight streamed through the square glass windows into the training hall. On the white walls of the hall, a video was projected, showcasing a figure engaged in a fierce battle against a colossal bear-like creature, standing approximately 8 or 9 meters tall. The ground trembled as they fought, with massive trees toppling, rocks shattering, and the earth itself cracking, painting a scene of utter devastation. The figure moved with the swiftness of lightning, the glint of the blade accompanied by the sound of thunder. The hall resonated with the commentary from the video, which featured a segment from the Ninefold Thunderblade training manual. The creature displayed was the A-class beast known as the Rock Bear Sovereign, a being of immense size and astonishing speed, capable of moving at supersonic velocities. As Luo Feng absorbed the commentary, he felt a profound sense of awe. This footage depicted a master of the Ninefold Thunderblade facing off against the A-class beast, which ranked second among bear-type monsters. The classification system for monsters ranged from H, G, and F, which were soldier level, to E, D, and C for general level creatures, representing the novice, intermediate, and advanced tiers respectively. B, A, and S levels denoted lord-level beasts. The rock bear, as a mid-level lord, possessed immense strength. Its skin is hard as diamond, impervious to even large-caliber artillery. Despite its size, it could reach supersonic speeds, though its swipes were even more rapid. With a resounding crash, the battle culminated in a thunderous roar as the rock bear's massive head was sent flying. The voice of the formidable warrior who vanquished the rock bear echoed from the speakers in the training hall, teasingly reminding that the footage must be preserved for future sales, not forgetting the royalties owed to him. The warrior's face, however, was obscured, rendering it indistinguishable. As the video ended and the screen returned to the main menu, Luo Feng pondered when he too might attain such prowess, capable of cleaving the rock bear with a single strike. It was clear that this supreme warrior, who had so effortlessly defeated the rock bear sovereign, was likely a formidable high-level combatant. The disc accompanying the Ninefold Thunderblade contained numerous videos that were prohibited from circulation online, featuring battles of unparalleled masters who had honed their skills in this discipline. Yet, among the vast collection, only one featured the Thunder God himself, practicing in solitude within the training hall. Luo Feng could discern nothing remarkable from the simplicity of his movements. Luo Feng gazed upward through the skylight, his eyes lost in the infinite expanse of the starry sky. Tomorrow, his arduous training would commence. With a sense of resolve, he powered down the projector and descended to the first floor. Upon reaching the first floor, he noticed his brother's door slightly ajar. Peering inside, he found his brother, Luo Hua, seated in a wheelchair before the computer desk, his attention diverted to his phone rather than the screen. Luo Hua, Luo Feng gently knocked on the door. Luo Hua glanced up, his expression tinged with exasperation. Brother, did you forget to knock? It seems you left the door open, Luo Feng chuckled as he stepped inside, closing the door behind him. What are you up to? Texting your girlfriend? Yes, Luo Hua replied, a faint smile spreading across his face. Seeing his brother's silly demeanor, Luo Feng realized that he genuinely liked a girl named Xiaonan. What exactly Xiaonan was like remained uncertain to him. But their parents had met her when they took Luo Hua to the park, and their impressions were favorable. When it came to discerning character, their parents, with their life experiences, were undoubtedly more astute than Luo Feng. If they approved, it was likely that Xiaonan was indeed a good match. Has Xiaonan introduced you to her parents yet? Luo Feng inquired. Not yet, Luo Hua replied, shaking his head with a smile. Xiaonan just started her first year in college. She still has 3 or 4 years before graduation. She hasn't rushed to tell her parents. Besides, I'm disabled. Xiaonan would need to find a gentle way to break the news to them. Telling them directly would be complicated. Most parents wouldn't want their daughters marrying someone with a disability. Seeing the slight bitterness in his brother's expression, Luo Feng felt a pang of sympathy. The stigma of disability remained a deep-seated scar in Luo Hua's heart, and despite his resilience, he often felt a flicker of insecurity in Xiaonan's presence. Take your time, Luo Feng reassured him. I believe her parents will be understanding. After a lengthy conversation with his brother, Luo Feng retired for the night, resting well for the journey ahead. The next morning, fully equipped, he shouldered his backpack, shield, and battle knife, embarking once more on his solitary expedition into the wilderness. In the Jiangnan base city, at the northern military district, the train halted at the military station, allowing Luo Feng and a group of warriors to disembark. Taking a deep breath, he walked alone along the warriors' passage toward the supply base, which soon came into view. Is it just you, Luo Feng? A guard at the base entrance remarked, surprised as he scanned the identification. Weren't you part of the Hammer team? Why are you alone? It's perilous to enter the wilderness unaccompanied. Am I seeking death? Luo Feng replied with a laugh. I've been to the wilderness before. I know the risks. Just hand me the key. Fair enough. The guard chuckled as he handed over a key. H322. Since you're alone, you'll be assigned a small villa. The Hammer team had a larger accommodation, but your quarters will be more modest. By the way, I'm Wang. You can just call me Brother Wang. If you happen to acquire any monster materials, feel free to sell them to me. I assure you a fair price. Sure, Luo Feng replied, taking the key and making his way to his new residence. On the second floor of one of the supply base villas, a group of men observed Luo Feng from a distance as he walked below. It's Luo Feng, the leader of the Hammer team. Should we take the opportunity to eliminate him? Proposed Zhang Zihu, a member of the Tiger Tooth team. The Tiger Tooth team leader approached the window, his gaze fixed below as Luo Feng swiftly vanished from view. Why is it just Luo Feng? Where are the others from the Hammer team? Did any of you see them? We haven't seen anyone else. The other team members shook their heads. Just Luo Feng. Zhang Zihu confirmed. I saw him enter through the supply base gate alone. His eyes gleaming with determination, Zhang Zihu continued. Captain, last time we targeted the Hammer team. They know we were behind it. They're now our sworn enemies. You've said before that we must eradicate this enemy to prevent future threats. Indeed. The others nodded in agreement. In the wilderness, one may fearlessly plot against others. But the true dread arises when the adversary remains unscathed and the mastermind behind the intrigue is unveiled. Do not be hasty, Captain Huya stated with an air of indifference. When confronting our enemies, we must eradicate them entirely. The Firehammer squad poses a significant threat, and we must eliminate them when the opportunity arises. However, currently, it is just Luo Feng, merely an ordinary warrior at the fighter level. He will undoubtedly seek refuge in safer locales upon entering the wilderness. Should we assassinate him, it would yield little advantage for us and may instead alert others. The other team members nodded slightly, acknowledging the captain's astute reasoning. The true menace from the Firehammer squad is Gao Feng of the Double Wind Hammer. Captain Huya remarked gravely. Gao Feng possesses formidable strength, nearly on par with my own. Furthermore, he has roamed these lands for over a decade, establishing a vast network and befriending numerous powerful individuals. Should we engage in conflict with him, we could suffer considerable losses. Thus, if we choose to act, we must first eliminate Gao Feng, and then deal with the lesser threats. Clearly, the other members of the Firehammer squad were not regarded highly by Captain Huya. The captain speaks wisely, Zhang Ziyu concurred. a cold smile gracing his lips as he glanced downstairs. Let this insignificant Luo Feng linger a while longer. In the supply base, age 322, within a row of villas. Luo Feng removed his combat attire and took a refreshing shower in the expansive bathroom, donning a loose-fitting robe afterward. Please prepare a serving of the 3 dishes and a soup from meal number 12, and switch my beverage to tea. He requested over the phone before reclining on the sofa. After a leisurely lunch, he planned to embark towards County 0231. A sudden thought struck him. I intend to engage in rigorous training for approximately 2 months. During this period, I will frequently travel between the supply base and the county. Perhaps I might encounter the Huya squad. Should that happen, I will discreetly follow them. The thought of his adversaries plotting against his team ignited an insatiable thirst for vengeance within Luo Feng. This desire for retribution was resolute and unwavering. In due time, he would annihilate them in the wilderness. Peering through the window, he mused about the Huya squad, hoping that during the next 2 months, fate would bring them together. Luo Feng did not regard the Huya squad as a serious concern. His current strength was more than sufficient to sweep them aside. Chapter 3. Cultivation amidst bloodshed. After finishing his lunch, Luo Feng donned his combat suit. Equipping himself with 8 Class 6 throwing knives and 2 Class 9 throwing knives on the knife sheaths strapped to the outer sides of his legs. He slung a hexagonal shield and a battle sword across his back before departing from the martial artist supply base. The sky was overcast today, the weather pleasantly cool. Luo Feng did not draw his sword but strode confidently through the wilderness. The expanse ahead, once fertile land, had succumbed to decades of neglect, now overgrown with wild grass. He carefully navigated a path where the grass was lower, traversing the wilds and swiftly walking along a dilapidated highway for nearly half an hour. He arrived at County Town 0231. With a swift motion, Luo Feng severed the tail of a tiger mastiff, stowing the sinew into his backpack. Although the journey from the supply base to the county town was a mere 100 miles, Luo Feng had already dispatched over 10 ordinary beast soldiers. Free practice sessions every day, coupled with a monetary reward, such opportunities were rare indeed. A faint smile graced his lips as he strolled through a deserted residential area. Aware that numerous beasts lurked within, a glance upward revealed the silhouette of a beast on the 3rd floor of a nearby building. Thus began the official training. With a powerful push from his legs, Luo Feng propelled himself forward. The sound of cracking cement resonating as he launched towards the balcony of the 3rd floor like a cannonball. The days of slaughter had commenced. As time passed, Luo Feng remained hidden in County Town 0231 for an extended period. The beasts in the town suffered greatly. Unlike other martial artists who would kill them outright, Luo Feng preferred to engage them in combat first, treating them as sparring partners before delivering the final blow. Each time he returned to the supply base, he carried with him a sizable haul of valuable beast materials. Wang Wei at the supply base was astonished by Luo Feng's efficiency. On the 3rd day of his training, he remarked, It seems you've slain 198 beasts today, a decrease of a dozen from yesterday, mostly high-level beast soldiers. I'll supplement the small change for you. Totaling 5 million. What do you think? On the 7th day, Wang Wei exclaimed, Damn, Luo Feng, are you out of your mind? You killed another 210 today? Well, I'll calculate it as 6 million. We've done this transaction before, my friend. I must say, slaying ordinary beast soldiers is no simple feat. They often attack in packs. You can't expect it to go smoothly every time. Be careful not to get surrounded. By the 16th day, Wang Wei noted, You're a madman. Only 182 today? But the material quality is commendable, including some snake-type beasts. I'll give you 5 million. On the 21st day, he inquired, Luo Feng, tell me, have you discovered a place where only solitary beast soldiers appear? And after you kill one, another shows up quickly? The supply base was not large enough to conceal such tales. Soon, stories of Luo Feng spread throughout the base, a maniac who relentlessly hunted ordinary beast soldiers for profit. The notion of quantity compensating for quality was evident. One low-level beast general could be worth millions, yet 1,000 high-level beast soldiers could match that. However, the challenge of slaying 1,000 high-level beast soldiers was far greater than eliminating a single low-level beast general, as beast soldiers rarely roamed alone. They typically traveled in groups. Luo Feng's relentless onslaught against beast soldiers was astonishing. How did he manage to kill so many every day? Those who knew the secret would never divulge it. Rumors swirled that he earned over 1 million a day, nearing 2 million. At this rate, he could amass 50 to 60 million in a month, translating to 5 to 6 billion a year, comparable to formidable battle generals. 365 days of madly slaughtering beast soldiers? It was a feat few could endure. Yet, That madman had persevered for over a month. Discussions regarding Luo Feng proliferated within the supply base. For warrior-level martial artists, there was envy. As their earning potential was limited, consider that even high-ranking warriors like Zhang Zihu and Wei Chong earned only 5 to 6 million a year. For lower and mid-tier warriors, earning $1 million in a year was commendable. Meanwhile, Luo Feng amassed 50 to 60 million in just a month. Madness. Of course, for battle general-level martial artists. It was merely a source of astonishment. They had better things to do than waste time on such matters. Occasionally, battle gods who entered the supply base would remark, "This young man is truly something else, utterly fascinating." On November 29, 2056, the sky was bleak, and fierce winds howled. Inside a supermarket, dozens of enormous unicorn wild boars roared as they relentlessly attacked a lone human youth at the center. The cacophony reverberated throughout the supermarket, with shelves already reduced to rubble. The unicorn wild boars were completely frenzied, launching their assaults. The young human, wielding a hexagonal shield in one hand and a blood shadow battle knife in the other, moved with the speed of a butterfly flitting through flowers, leaving behind faint afterimages. Swift, precise strikes. While dodging, Luo Feng's blood shadow battle knife unleashed a sudden flurry of movements, the speed generating a sound akin to distant thunder. Each strike finding its mark on the necks of the wild boars with pinpoint accuracy, his steps amplifying the force of each blow. Although many wild boars charged at him, only 2 or 3 could attack simultaneously. With each kill, he utilized the fallen beasts' bodies to create openings, deftly avoiding the onslaught of the remaining beasts. This remarkable spatial awareness was something most battle general-level martial artists could only aspire to. The blood of the unicorn wild boars gushed forth like a fountain. In a mere moment, more than half had perished, with a dozen or so sensing danger and fleeing. This won't do. They're not high-level beast soldiers. They hold little value. From the carcasses of the fallen wild boars, Luo Feng selected 19 high-level beast soldiers, expertly severing their horns to stow in his backpack. The horns of high-level beast soldiers could fetch around 8,000 in the underground market. As for the other wild boar corpses, he paid them no mind. In truth, Luo Feng had little affinity for harvesting the horns of unicorn wild boars. They were cumbersome and of mediocre value, and his backpack had limited capacity. Thus, he was selective in gathering materials, consistently exceeding 300 beast kills daily. After all, the reproductive rate of those boar and canine beasts was astonishingly high. Leaving the blood-soaked supermarket, Luo Feng took a seat on the rooftop of a modest 6-story residential building to rest. After over 50 days of rigorous training, he felt his agility had reached a level he could tentatively classify as refined. Reflecting on his time spent honing his skills, he recognized that his daily practice was not solely about killing. Each encounter with a small beast group served as an opportunity for agility training, culminating in the eventual slaying of his foes. Despite such a methodical approach, Luo Feng maintained high efficiency. Of course, over these 50 days, he had encountered more than 20 crises. The roars of the beasts during his slaughter would occasionally attract more monsters. In the face of hundreds or even thousands of frenzied beasts, he often had to rely on his mental prowess to escape with great difficulty. One could say, without that mental strength, he would have perished over 20 times. Yet, it was that very mental fortitude that allowed Luo Feng to undertake such a frenzied training regimen. With over 8 hours of daily practice amidst relentless beast attacks, his agility training yielded results surpassing what an ordinary martial artist would achieve in a month of wilderness training. After all, how often did a typical martial artist venture into the wilds in a year? Through 50 days of arduous training, combined with the ninefold thunder blade and the flowing light technique, Luo Feng finally managed to step into the realm of refinement. The technique of movement has reached an exquisite level. However, my swordsmanship remains at the initial stage of the Thunderblade. Luo Feng has been striving to unleash an additional layer of hidden strength, yet he can only manage to emit one more layer of concealed energy atop his attacks. Nevertheless, the precision with which he controls his physical power has undoubtedly multiplied. It is noteworthy that during these 50 days, Luo Feng has slain over 10,000 beasts. A staggering number, one that the vast majority of martial artists may never achieve in their lifetimes. Such an immense quantity has forged Luo Feng's swordplay into one that is precise, decisive, and efficient. The greatest contribution of these 50 days to Luo Feng is the experience gained from life and death combat, along with an astonishing calmness and judgment. He can now coolly seek opportunities amidst peril and act decisively. This capability is something every practitioner at the exquisite level is sure to attain. Now, as the clock strikes 5 in the afternoon, it is time to return. Luo Feng glanced at his communication watch, shouldered his backpack, and leaped from the rooftop. Moments later, as he traversed the highway, he felt a tremor behind him. Turning to investigate, he saw 3 figures in the distance to the north, frantically fleeing, alternating between running and leaping several meters at a time. These 3 figures moved with remarkable speed. Leading the charge was Wan Dong. Luo Feng immediately recognized one of the panicked trio as Wan Dong, the only individual who could match him during the martial arts practical assessment. Trailing behind them was a massive horde of beasts, each roughly the size of a 30-centimeter hand. Yet the sheer number of these diminutive creatures formed a tidal wave that forced Wan Dong and his companions to abandon their weapons and flee for their lives. A rat tide? Luo Feng was taken aback. The rat tide, also known as the rat disaster, poses a lethal threat even to warriors of the God of War level. As being encircled by an endless swarm spells certain doom. The 3rd chapter concludes here. Chapter 4, the 3rd level rodent tide. The dense mass of rodents appeared far from boundless. It spanned the entire highway and extended roughly 100 meters in length. With each rodent measuring approximately 30 centimeters, this tide undoubtedly comprised tens of thousands of these creatures, qualifying it as a small-scale rodent tide. Even seasoned warriors would be at risk of being engulfed and annihilated. Thus, Luo Feng had but one choice: to flee. Luo Feng immediately sprinted along the highway. The trio, Wan Dong and his companions, had already discarded their weapons, including combat knives and shields, and were each racing forward. The rodent tide relentlessly closed in, the distance shrinking from 20 meters to 15, 14, 13. Curse it. Where's the military? If they don't arrive soon, we are truly doomed. Wan Dong and the others silently cursed, gritting their teeth and accelerating, managing to slightly increase the distance to over 30 meters before they dared to slow down. I can't run anymore. Neither can I. The trio exchanged weary glances, each feeling utterly exhausted. Their maximum running speed could easily outpace the rodents, yet such speed was not sustainable. It was akin to the era before the Great Nirvana, where a 10-second 100-meter dash was considered extraordinary. 100 meters took nearly 10 seconds. But what about 1,000 meters? Could it be done in 100 seconds? How about 10,000 meters? Would 1,000 seconds suffice? In reality, the record for 10,000 meters prior to the Great Nirvana was approximately 1,580 seconds. These warriors were no different, although Wan Dong and his companions could momentarily reach a staggering 60 meters per second. They had been fleeing for nearly half an hour and could barely maintain a speed of 40 meters per second. As the rodents drew closer, they pushed themselves to run even faster. After fleeing for this long, they had covered nearly 300 miles. One could only imagine their level of exhaustion. Military, please hurry. They were very close to the military district. How could the troops not have arrived yet? Wan Dong and his companions felt as if their legs had lost all sensation, their muscles fatigued to the point where they could hardly maintain speed. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, burdened with his weapons, managed to maintain an astonishing speed of 60 meters per second. Racing ahead. After all, Wan Dong and his companions were utterly drained, while Luo Feng remained in peak condition, having established a significant distance from the rodent tide. Luo Feng soon spotted a dark blue silhouette in the distance. At first glance, he mistook it for a flying beast, but as the object approached, he realized it was a flat, disc-shaped military aircraft. Nowadays, most military aircraft were designed in this manner, as such shapes were advantageous for both defense and offense against aerial threats. Military. It's a military aircraft. The utterly exhausted Wan Dong and his companions erupted in excited howls, their speed surging once more. Luo Feng, running, halted and looked up to see the aircraft diving toward the beast horde, when it was just 100 meters above the ground. The aircraft hovered directly over the rodent mass, and with Luo Feng's keen eyesight, he could clearly see a massive cannon protruding from its belly. Boom! A torrent of searing flames erupted from the cannon, engulfing the rodents below. The temperature of the flames likely reached thousands of degrees, incinerating countless rodents instantly. The once orderly rodent tide disintegrated in an instant, cries of terror echoing as they scattered in all directions. However, under the veil of flames, the majority of the rodents were consumed, while a few fled into the nearby fields, burrowing into the ground and disappearing from sight. For warriors, the 3rd-level rodent tide has erupted within 1,000 miles. Please return promptly to the base for replenishment. Enter the wilderness area only after the rodent tide alert is lifted. The voice echoed from the aircraft, which quickly soared away to rescue other warriors. Wan Dong and his companions let out long sighs of relief. They had narrowly escaped with their lives. That was close. We almost didn't make it. The three were utterly fatigued. Luo Feng. Wandong couldn't help but shout from a distance, "Do you have any food? Water?" Luo Feng smiled as he approached. The once cold and sullen expression on Wandong's face was now replaced with exhaustion and the joy of survival. After running nearly 300 miles, the toll on their stamina was immense. Luo Feng retrieved a bag from his side pocket, producing 3 high-energy sugar pills. "Here is a water pouch too." As Luo Feng handed them over, Wandong and his companions quickly consumed the sugar pills and drained the water pouch. "Thank you, Luo Feng," Wandong said gratefully. "Let me introduce you. This is Wang Ku, and the other is Jiang Tuesday." I've heard tales of the infamous Luo Feng. Wang Ku, a handsome young man, smiled. "Luo Feng, this sugar pill tastes better than any delicacy. I was starving, and now I feel much better." Jiang Tu, a burly man with a bushy beard, chuckled in agreement. As they walked and chatted, Luo Feng inquired, "How did you encounter the rodent tide?" The aircraft mentioned a third-level rodent tide. Luo Feng's South County was very close to the military district, and he had not personally experienced the rodent tide. "I've witnessed the might of the rodent tide firsthand," Wandong replied. "We were resting on a rooftop in a residential building when suddenly, countless rodents emerged from various points on the ground. That was truly boundless. We were so frightened that we used steel wires to escape from one rooftop to another, terrified to set foot on the ground." Luo Feng gasped, vividly imagining the scene of innumerable rodents flooding the streets. "Fortunately, our team was on the outskirts of the county. We grit our teeth and raced along a path with fewer rodents. However, along the way, we encountered the rodent tide. With no other choice, we had to split up to divert the tide. We were lucky to make it to the highway, where we only faced a small wave of rodents. During the escape, Wang Ku and I also met Jiang Tu, whose experience was similar to ours." Wandong then sighed. "I wonder how our captain is faring." They had dared to split up in the narrow streets and alleys to divert the rodent tide, but on the highway, they were too afraid, as the adjacent fields would severely hinder human running speeds, while the terrain had little impact on the rodents. This was why everyone chose to run solely on the highway and avoided the fields. Upon arriving at the military supply base, they found a large crowd of warriors gathering at the entrance. "Crazy, I knew you wouldn't die. Crazy, did you see old Lu and the others in County 0231? As they entered the supply base, many familiar warriors greeted Luo Feng, inquiring about his well-being. After all, the eruption of a rodent tide was perilous, but thankfully, this was only a third-level rodent tide, posing lesser danger. If it had been the legendary first-level rodent tide, it would have spelled disaster for the entire Jiang'an base city. "Old Wang, have my captain and the others returned?" Wandong immediately asked someone. "Not yet. There are no records of your captain and the others returning today. Was destined to be a sorrowful day at the supply base. Many warriors had lost their lives in the chaos outside. In fact, among the 3 god-level warriors who had entered the wilderness area today, one had been surrounded by an endless tide of rodents, succumbing to the overwhelming onslaught. The relentless onslaught of the rodent tide has, astonishingly, claimed the life of a war deity. Indeed, today marks the fall of a human champion. Within the tide of rodents, there exist not only beast soldier-level creatures, but also formidable beast general-level entities. The leader of this tide possesses remarkable intelligence. Once a target is chosen, they pursue it with unwavering determination. It is said that during the struggle of this human war deity, numerous towering edifices were brought crashing down, resulting in the demise of over 1 million rodent beasts. Alas, 1 million rodent beasts are but a trivial number compared to the billions within the tide. Thus, this war deity has perished. Thunderous clouds roll ominously, fierce winds sweep across the land, and at times, the sky roars with thunder. With a resounding clap of thunder, torrential rain descends. Upon the terrace of a row house at the supply base, Luo Feng sits pensively. "Captain, I am unharmed. Fortune favors me. I was not surrounded by the rodent tide." "Brother Chen, yes, I am fine." "Tai, haha, you can hear my voice. Of course, I am alive and well." Luo Feng received several calls, revealing that the surrounding area was embroiled in a level 3 rodent tide. News that had reached even the many martial artists within Jiangnan's urban center. Each occurrence of a rodent tide, or the even more dreadful ant tide, results in grievous losses among human warriors. The fall of a war deity is a significant loss to all of Jiang'an City. In a level 3 rodent tide, such devastation occurs. What then of the legendary level 1 rodent tide? What of the fabled, more terrifying wars between humans and monsters? The war between monsters and humans represents a clash of civilizations, a battle of 2 races. Once hostilities commence, countless varieties of beastly hordes emerge, including swift beasts. Those of immense strength, burrowing creatures, toxic beings, and aerial predators. They descend upon us in overwhelming numbers, filling the skies with flying monstrosities and the ground with countless beasts, while subterranean creatures burrow beneath and aquatic beasts lurk within the waters. The rodent and ant tides are merely fragments of this terrifying conflict. Monsters are the true adversaries of humanity. Currently, the oceans belong to these creatures, while humanity holds a slight advantage on land. In the skies, however, the monsters reign supreme. Humanity is compelled to defend itself within the confines of various bases. Luo Feng had previously been oblivious to this reality, always perceiving monsters as mere prey for the warriors. Yet today, he has come to a profound realization that monsters possess the potential to obliterate humanity from the face of the earth. The extinction of humankind renders discussions of family, culture, and morality utterly meaningless. My strength is insufficient, woefully inadequate. Luo Feng's gaze wanders across the vast expanse of the horizon. Boom. Crack. The thunder rumbles, and at times, a bolt of lightning strikes down from the heavens. As he observes the distant flashes, Luo Feng begins to grasp an elusive understanding. Chapter 5. The Initial Form Crack. A series of lightning bolts descended with the might of heaven and earth. At times, two bolts intertwined in the sky like serpents, merging into a single flash of lightning. This celestial force was so overwhelming that even Lord-level monsters would hesitate to experience the wrath of such thunder. The astonishing voltage could instantly reduce them to ashes. Formidable, sharp, capable of annihilating everything. Standing on the terrace, Luo Feng gazed silently, murmuring to himself. In recent days, he had diligently practiced his agility and swordsmanship in the county town. He had barely stepped into the subtle level of agility. However, in terms of swordsmanship, he had achieved an extraordinary mastery of power control, having slain over 10,000 monsters. Coupled with the demanding requirements of the ninefold Thunderblade, Luo Feng's control over his swordsmanship had surpassed that of Wei Tai and Wei Qing by a significant margin. Yet, Luo Feng had yet to master the second level of the ninefold Thunderblade, a feat he ardently desired. This manual was exceptionally formidable. The first level represented 140 of his original strength, while the second level would equate to 210. This was more than a doubling of power. In essence, a high-ranking warrior could unleash the strength of a junior general. The ninth level of the ninefold Thunder Blade would yield a staggering 700 power. A high-ranking warrior could nearly exhibit the prowess of a high-ranking general. Such was the extraordinary nature of the ninefold Thunder Blade, yet presently, the only known practitioner of the ninth level was its creator, the Thunder God. Indeed, it should be so. Contemplating his swordsmanship, Luo Feng felt a vague connection as he observed the lightning. Without further ado, he returned to the second floor, retrieved the Blood Shadow Battle Blade, and began to practice in the torrential rain atop the expansive terrace. In the distance, the lightning began to wane. The manual stated that every master of swordsmanship possessed their own artistic conception. As one ascended the swordsmanship realm, the ninefold Thunderblade could reach higher levels. Amidst the downpour, Luo Feng swung his blade repeatedly. Unlike before, he now sought a profound understanding within his heart, an insight inspired by the thunderous lightning. The momentary explosion of accumulated power was intensely concentrated, and his blade flashed with various techniques: vertical slashes, cleaves, upward thrusts, and horizontal cuts, each movement reminiscent of a streak of light. Explode, explode, release. Luo Feng endeavored to connect with the essence within his heart, striving to unleash layers of hidden power. This should be the right approach. Yet why was he only able to manifest a single layer of hidden power, unable to achieve the second? The rain poured heavily. But Luo Feng was utterly absorbed in his swordsmanship, indifferent to the downpour. Remarkably, he had refrained from practicing Jin original energy that night, focusing instead on the ninefold Thunderblade. The continuous slashing had left him fatigued, yet he was reluctant to cease, pausing only briefly between strokes. The following morning, the rain had ceased, and a faint dawn light appeared on the eastern horizon. The autumn chill had set in, yet Luo Feng, drenched, sat on the terrace, brow furrowed in contemplation. What was still lacking? He sensed he should be capable of unleashing a second layer of hidden power. And though he had mobilized the deeper layers of muscle energy, every time it seemed within reach, it ultimately slipped away. Just a fraction more. Drip. A drop of rainwater fell from the eaves, striking a pool on the terrace, sending ripples across the surface. Luo Feng's mind stirred. The scene of the destructive lightning flashed in his mind, sharp to the extreme. Yet the ripple caused by a single drop of water was so gentle. One cannot rely solely on rigidity. His physical prowess was already formidable, and the 9th level demanded an explosive force 7 times that of his physical capabilities. If he consistently pursued the utmost rigidity, how could his body withstand it? Excited, Luo Feng stood up, gripping the blood shadow battle blade, and swung it forward. Initially, the speed was merely swift, but in an instant, the speed surged. Increasing again, it accelerated twice in succession. The blade sliced through the air with a thunderous boom. Luo Feng's right arm swelled noticeably, more robust than his left. At that moment, Luo Feng retracted his blade, a smile of delight spreading across his face. Just then, his muscles felt as if they rippled like the surface of water, naturally erupting with 2 layers of hidden power. The speed of the blood shadow battle blade surged to an astonishing level, akin to lightning. The 2nd level of the 9-fold thunder blade had finally been achieved. Through sheer swordsmanship, Luo Feng could now wield the strength of a junior general. Coupled with his agile movements, he would likely surpass most junior generals. Overjoyed, Luo Feng descended the stairs and immediately ordered breakfast, cheerfully consuming his meal before preparing to practice Jin original energy. No, wait. While my power has indeed increased, it remains brute force. Luo Feng shook his head and picked up the blood shadow battle blade once more. I can now unleash 2 layers of hidden power, and I can fully control the timing of these 2 layers, allowing me to increase my blade's speed in a more deceptive manner. In the training room, Luo Feng began to swing his blade. By consecutively unleashing 2 layers of hidden power, his sword would experience 2 bursts of acceleration. This marked the distinction between a practitioner of the 9-fold Thunderblade and an ordinary swordsman. The blade danced with an eerie grace, one stroke after another. Images of lightning crashing from the sky and rippling water flooded Luo Feng's mind as he pursued this sensation, swinging his blade repeatedly. He sought a swordsmanship that belonged to him. The 9-fold Thunderblade merely imparted techniques for exerting power. The essence of swordsmanship must be experienced by Luo Feng himself. What suited him best was paramount. Only with sufficient mastery could he harness the 9-fold Thunder Blade without harm. Immersed in this creative endeavor, physical fatigue could not dampen Luo Feng's exhilaration. He swung his blade again and again, his swordplay growing increasingly bizarre and rapid. As the blade sliced through the air, the weapon itself trembled subtly, producing faint shockwaves. Unaware of how much time had passed, whoosh! A flash of blade light darted by. As swift as lightning and as elusive as mist. A sense of haziness enveloped him, yet in that fleeting moment, the thunderous slash had vanished. This was it. Luo Feng finally smiled, that effortless execution of the blade allowing his muscles to relax, instantaneously unleashing hidden power, yet returning to a state of ease afterward. This alternating tension and relaxation also enabled him to endure longer in battle. In terms of swordsmanship, I have transcended the foundational barriers and grazed the realm of artistic conception. Albeit merely at its edge, Luo Feng was elated. What shall I name my sword technique? Since my technique was inspired by the perception of thunderous lightning, I shall call it Thunderstrike. Luo Feng finally possessed his own sword technique. Though it was merely a beginning, he vowed to continually refine its essence. He mused silently, glancing at his communication watch, only to realize it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He had immersed himself in swordsmanship for nearly 20 hours since last night. In just a few days, the Firehammer team will convene. My swordsmanship and agility have made notable progress. It is time to rest for a few days. With a heart full of joy, Luo Feng enjoyed a meal, packed his belongings, and departed from the supply base, heading towards the Jiang'an Bay City. Over the course of 50 days of training and the demise of over 10,000 monsters, Luo Feng's agility and swordsmanship have ascended to new heights. The sword technique he developed, named Thunderstrike, has finally begun to take shape. Although it remains rudimentary and simplistic, its creator is merely 18 years old. And no one dares to predict the future potential of this technique, Thunderstrike. Chapter 6. Strength Test in the Mingwe community of Yangzhou City, at the home of Luo Feng. The living room was filled with laughter as he dined with his parents and younger brother. It had only been 7 or 8 days since Luo Feng first ventured into the wilderness area. Yet this time he had been gone for nearly 2 months. Although his family maintained frequent phone contact during his absence, the joy of seeing Luo Feng in person surpassed any conversation over the phone. After dinner, in the room of his younger brother, Luo Feng noticed a plethora of words on his brother's Word document and chuckled, asking what he was writing. I'm reflecting on the gains and losses from my recent month of stock trading, Luo replied with a smile. I'm refining my trading theories. You know, It only takes a few months to develop a fundamental trading theory, but perfecting it through extensive practice takes much longer. Luo Feng laughed heartily. Luo Hua. Spare me the details. I'm not well versed in such matters. By the way, how has your stock trading been over the past 3 months? The market hasn't been favorable, with a decline of about 10. However, the stocks I've selected are high quality, and through strategic trading, I've managed to earn a modest profit of around 50 in the last 3 months. A hint of confidence shone on Luo Hua's face as Luo Feng smiled in response. Even though Luo Feng had done a bit of research on stocks online, he knew that the global stock market was interconnected, subject to fluctuations based on various regions, with some areas seeing gains while others faced declines due to monster attacks. Ah, so you've made 10 million? Luo Feng exclaimed in surprise. 3 months prior, he had earned a significant sum by defeating a hunter and had given Luo Hua 20 million upon returning. While he had faith in his brother, he was cautious not to provide too much money at once to safeguard against potential losses. Indeed, Luo Feng swiftly accessed his online banking app and initiated a transfer. Ding! Luo Hua was astonished as he checked his phone to find a notification. Your card ending in 3206 received a deposit of 50 million at 2151 on November 30th. Balance, 50,003,000. Brother, 50 million? Luo Hua gasped, astonished at the amount. 50 million was no small sum, especially considering the current value of the Huaxia currency, which equated to roughly 3.5 Earth dollars. For many business people within Huaxia, producing such a cash sum was a daunting task. Luo Hua, work hard. I believe in you, Luo Feng said with a grin. Yes. Luo Hua nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with determination. Handling such a substantial sum and navigating the stock market instilled a sense of accomplishment in him. For Luo Hua, who had been wheelchair-bound, the stock market had become his vocation. Since he began trading years ago, he had experimented with short, medium, and long-term strategies, as well as regional and speculative stocks, ultimately carving out his own path. He had laid the foundation of a master trader. However, even masters in the stock market could stumble, as success required not only knowledge but also psychological resilience. Get some rest, Luo Feng said cheerfully before heading upstairs. 50 million did not weigh heavily on Luo Feng's mind. He had earned over 80 million during his 2 months of training. This rapid accumulation of wealth was indeed enviable among many warriors, but Luo Feng's methods were beyond their reach. After all, he was a mentalist. If he truly wished to amass wealth, his abilities as a mentalist could enable him to eliminate numerous elite monsters. The previous night had been a torrential downpour, but tonight the stars shone brilliantly, their light filtering through the skylight into the martial arts hall on the 2nd floor. With the blood shadow blade in hand, Luo Feng practiced tirelessly, executing the 9-fold thunderblade technique at an intense frequency. Having endured 20 hours of rigorous training at the supply base, he soon found himself exhausted after merely half an hour of relentless practice. Subsequently, he turned to the guiding technique, 9-fold Hunyuan, followed by the 5 hearts toward heaven genetic energy cultivation method. Sitting cross-legged, a smile crept onto Luo Feng's face as he felt every cell in his body eagerly absorbing cosmic energy. Upon mastering the first level of the 9-fold thunderblade, his cultivation speed had nearly doubled. Now, at the 2nd level, his cells seemed even hungrier, capable of absorbing even more genetic energy. As time slipped away, after a considerable duration, every cell in his body seemed to emit a satisfied sigh, reaching a state of saturation. Mastering the 1st level doubled my cultivation speed. Achieving the 2nd level, although the increase is not as significant, still boosts it by a third. Luo Feng marveled. The 9-fold thunderblade was indeed extraordinary, and when combined with the guiding technique, it yielded astonishing cultivation speeds. After a month of intensive training at home, followed by 2 months of honing his skills in the wilderness, Luo Feng eagerly anticipated how much his strength had grown over these 3 months. Indeed, he had made remarkable daily progress. As a mentalist, his mental energy continually improved his physical capabilities, contributing to his initial strength enhancement. Moreover, his rigorous practice of the supreme technique, 9-fold thunderblade, combined with the life-or-death battles he faced over the past 2 months, resulted in a training speed 5 to 6 times faster than that of an average skilled warrior. Tomorrow, I shall test my strength at the Extreme Club and see how far I've come, Luo Feng thought, eager to assess the fruits of his labor. Early the next morning, around 5 o'clock, Luo Feng made his way to the Extreme Club. Crazy guy out this early? Some martial artists were already exercising in the community. Crazy guy, I heard you made a fortune these past 2 months. You must treat us, your neighbors, to a feast. Many greeted him cheerfully. Last time, Luo Feng's significant earnings from defeating the Silver Moon Wolf went largely unnoticed, but his recent rampage against ordinary monster soldiers had made him a well-known figure in the martial arts community. Slaying over 10,000 monsters in just 2 months was indeed an impressive feat, earning him the nickname Crazy Guy. Sure, why not? How about tonight? Luo Feng replied with a hearty laugh. Upon entering the Extreme Club, a receptionist noticed Luo Feng and called out, "Mr. Luo, you're here early. There's no one else upstairs yet. Would you like something to drink? I can bring it up for you." "No need. Just prepare some tea and snacks. I'll come down to eat later." Luo Feng smiled before heading upstairs. On the 6th floor of the Extreme Club, Luo Feng gazed at the expansive training hall, reminiscing about his initial assessment as a prospective warrior. Little did he imagine that he would soon be regarded as a true elite warrior. He first activated the strength testing machine, followed by the speed testing apparatus. Standing on the track, he thought, "Let us see how my strength measures up now." With a swift motion, Luo Feng darted forward like an arrow released from its bow, covering the track in the blink of an eye before coming to a halt. As Luo Feng approached the speed testing device, he observed the screen displaying the figure 78. 6 ms. Quite impressive, he thought. Generally, a speed of 60 meters per second is considered the baseline for an advanced warrior's physical fitness, while 90 meters per second signifies the threshold for a novice battle general. Next, he decided to test his punching power. He walked over to the punch force testing machine, took a deep breath, and unleashed a sudden burst of energy. Boom! His fist struck the target like a cannonball, causing it to shake violently. The screen then displayed the number 6121 kg. A force of 4,000 kilograms is regarded as the minimum standard for an advanced warrior, while 8,000 kilograms marks the baseline for a novice battle general. Of course, these figures are merely rough estimates, as strength is currently assessed not solely by physical prowess but by one's accomplishments in slaying monsters. After all, physical fitness is but a fragment of one's overall capability. He decided to test the power of the ninefold Thunderblade. With a calm breath, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and exerted force through his legs, causing a tremor to ripple through the floor of the training hall. The immense power surged through his legs to his waist, causing his spine to extend with a series of audible cracks, transmitting formidable energy to his right arm. Simultaneously, waves of energy emanated from his waist and back, undulating like ripples on water, releasing 2 hidden forces. The connection of power was established. The second level of ninefold Thunderblade, with 21 times the strength, erupted. As Luo Feng swung his fist, its speed escalated, culminating in a sound akin to an explosive blast as it struck the punch force testing machine. The target toppled significantly before gradually returning to an upright position. The screen paused momentarily before revealing the figure 12,928 kilograms. Remarkable! A smile crept onto Luo Feng's face. When calculated, 6,121 multiplied by 2. One yields an accurate figure of 12,854. However, the display of punching power is inherently imprecise, occasionally fluctuating slightly higher or lower, which is entirely normal. It can be said that Luo Feng's full-force punch reaches nearly 13,000 kilograms of power. His physical strength aligns with the advanced warrior level. Yet thanks to the ninefold Thunderblade's technique, he has surpassed the novice battle general threshold, exceeding the baseline of 8,000 kilograms. Typically, the punching power of a novice battle general ranges between 800 and 16,000 kilograms. Finally, he decided to assess his neural reaction speed. Entering the neural reaction testing room, he set the mode to Novice Battle General and adjusted the delay to 5 seconds before activation. After pressing the red button, he quickly stepped into the designated circle. Approximately 5 seconds later, the test machine's barrel began to rotate, accelerating to an astonishing speed. Subsequently, dozens of rubber bullets erupted from the massive barrel, rapidly shooting towards the red target. Remarkably swift. Standing in the center of the red circle, Luo Feng moved with agility, his steps ethereal yet remarkably swift. If one were to find someone with a similar reaction speed, they might struggle to match Luo Feng's ease, for his movement technique has already reached the subtle level. With the aid of this refined control, he maximizes his evasion capabilities. Puff, puff. 2 bullets struck him, yet without hesitation, Luo Feng continued to dodge. After 1 minute, the barrel slowed to a halt. He walked over to the screen and scrutinized the results. In 60 seconds, he was hit 21 times without touching the red light. Excellent. Luo Feng was pleasantly surprised by his performance, achieving an exceptional result in the Novice Battle General's neural reaction test. This clearly demonstrates the effectiveness of the subtle level. In truth, this neural reaction testing machine accurately assesses evasion capabilities, which are interconnected with speed, neural response, and awareness. Nevertheless, this remains the optimal method of testing. Speed, 78. 6 ms. Punching power, 6,121 kilograms, potentially reaching nearly 13,000 kilograms upon full exertion. Neural reaction test, novice battle general level, exceptional. Luo Feng felt immense satisfaction with these test results. He understood that his physical fitness should be categorized as advanced warrior level. Yet through the power technique of ninefold Thunderblade and the assistance of the subtle level, he attained the status of a novice battle general in terms of offensive power and neural reaction testing. Upon completing the tests, Luo Feng descended the stairs in high spirits. In the bar area of the lobby, several martial artists were engaged in conversation. Crazy one, Luo Feng remarked, and among them was the director, Wu Tong, who chuckled and said, "You've come early today. Are you eager to observe the martial artist assessments? You haven't attended the previous sessions. But it's fortuitous this time. We can watch the evaluations of the new batch together. How about you conduct their tests later?" Luo Feng paused, realizing, the novice martial artist assessment? Indeed, today is December 1st, the designated day for the monthly novice martial artist assessments. Chapter 7. The deceased were God. Luo Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, this world was quite amusing. Just 5 months prior, he was merely a martial arts student undergoing evaluation at a training hall, residing with his family in a low-rent housing complex. In the blink of an eye, he had moved into the Mingwei community, effortlessly acquiring wealth amounting to several tens of millions. "Uncle Wu, you should conduct the test. I'll observe as well," Luo Feng said with a smile as he took a seat nearby. Immediately, a server arrived with tea and pastries. "Crazy fellow," remarked a man clad in training attire, also an instructor from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, with a grin. "I heard that over the past 2 months, you've slain thousands of beasts, most of which are high-level beast soldiers. Have you reached the junior war general level of power?" "Seems about right." Someone nearby nodded in agreement. Uncle Wu also concurred, stating, "It's impossible for an advanced warrior to kill such a multitude of beasts with ease. Even if Luo Feng has yet attained the junior war general level, he is close. I recall he practices the ninefold Thunderblade, so he must have achieved some proficiency." Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it true? He had eliminated over 10,000 beasts in less than 2 months, predominantly high-level beast soldiers. Such efficiency was indeed difficult for advanced warriors to achieve. It was no wonder many believed he had reached the junior war general level. The ninefold Thunderblade is notoriously difficult to master, and the manual is exceedingly expensive, another martial artist interjected. "Indeed. It is quite challenging." Luo Feng smiled and nodded. "I've merely made a slight breakthrough." "Oh," the expressions of those present, including Uncle Wu, shifted towards Luo Feng with newfound respect. The ninefold Thunderblade was an ultimate manual, sought after by many, yet just passing the initial stage had proven insurmountable for numerous warriors. Mastering such a manual signifies the ability to combat beyond one's level. "Luo Feng," a voice echoed from outside, prompting him to turn. It was Brother Chen. "I heard you returned. I didn't expect you to come here so early." Chen Gu laughed heartily as he approached. "By the way, do you plan to attend the memorial service for Senior Lu Gang tomorrow? Such a significant event. We will all be attending." Luo Feng. "Let us go together." "The hall master," Uncle Wu remarked. Luo Feng sighed, nodding in agreement. He certainly intended to attend. The late Senior Lu Gang was a formidable warrior who tragically lost his life during the outbreak of the third-level rat tide just 2 days prior. Although Luo Feng did not experience the rat tide firsthand, he was in the wilderness during its occurrence. The saying "the death of a rabbit saddens the fox" resonated with him. Witnessing the demise of a senior, he naturally felt compelled to pay his respects. On the day of the martial artist evaluation, Luo Feng and a group observed the tests of the inexperienced juniors. Among the 8 participants, only 3 succeeded. One of those he recognized was a senior student from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in the Yayan district. However, this senior failed to pass. The following morning was frigid. The Hero Hall funeral home in Jiang'an Bay City was under complete lockdown, anticipating a large turnout to mourn Senior Lu Gang. The 5 members of the Firehammer team gathered, all clad in black. "What a crowd today," Chen Gu remarked, and Luo Feng surveyed the throngs of mourners filling the streets. Today marked the first day of mourning, restricted to warriors, family, and select dignitaries. Starting tomorrow, the general public could pay their respects for the next 7 days. Even so, thousands had gathered today. Comprising the elite of Jiang'an Bay City, members of influential families, government officials, military leaders, and a significant number of warriors, including war gods. The sentiment of the death of a rabbit saddens the fox was palpable. It was entirely normal for other war gods to come and mourn the passing of a fellow war god. National television was present as well, capturing the memorial service for the fallen war god, broadcast live across the nation. Every year, how many war gods perish throughout the entirety of China? Luo Feng mused. Such a broadcast is a privilege reserved for war gods and those of even higher standing. Warriors at the soldier or war general level do not receive such treatment. Only the highest-ranking generals are afforded this honor. Look over there. It's the mayor of Jiangnan-based city. Next to him is that leader frequently seen on television. Someone noted. Ah, and there is the patriarch of the Su family from the 12 families of the HR Alliance. Luo Feng heard. He turned to see an elderly man with white hair and a slightly plump figure, appearing to be in his late 80s or 90s, yet exuding an aura of someone who had long held a position of power, accompanied by 4 subordinates. That over there is the war god Zhuge Shan, the brother of our extreme General Hall as supervisor, Zhuge Tao. Several warriors discussed. Today's gathering indeed featured an assembly of high-profile individuals. The CRME de la CRME from politics, the military, the economy, and the martial arts community. The memorial service commenced, but Luo Feng observed. We must wait until later to enter. Let us wait. It's a rare opportunity to witness so many experts, Gu smiled. Luo Feng and his companions stood at the edge of the street, alongside a multitude of other warriors, awaiting their turn as significant figures proceeded into the memorial. Suddenly, a sleek black, saucer-shaped aircraft descended from afar, and the military stationed around the hero hall made no attempt to intercept it. The war gods and dignitaries who had entered earlier emerged to greet it. A prominent figure is arriving. Gu's eyes lit up. Who is coming? Luo Feng was equally astonished. Given the caliber of individuals present, war gods, high-ranking officials from Jiangnan-based city, and elite military officers, this gathering was already among the upper echelons of society in China. Yet now, all these prominent figures were stepping out to welcome someone. Who could it be? Luo Feng scrutinized the scene, as every warrior and media representative held their breath in silence, none daring to utter a word. The saucer-shaped aircraft landed smoothly, and the door opened. A slender man with a hawk-like nose, clad in black, descended the steps. His countenance was somber, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Standing there, he commanded an aura that seemed to envelop the surrounding area in darkness. He was the deity within that space. Councilman Shu, a war god who had come to greet him, spoke. The hawk-nosed man sighed deeply, offering no words. He nodded to the welcoming war gods. The mayor of Jiangnan-based city and the high-ranking officials from the capital then proceeded towards the funeral home, the others trailing behind him. A hush fell over the crowd. Once this assembly of dignitaries entered, murmurs began to circulate outside. Who is this person? Luo Feng pondered, bewildered. This individual was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of power in all of China, after all. It was rare for even national leaders to command the respect of war gods waiting in attendance. I don't know. Gu and the others shook their heads. Luo Feng, his ears perked up, whispered, I overheard someone say that person is named Zhu Shi. I've heard of him before. He was a renowned war god. But after that, he seemed to vanish from the public eye. I've heard on the internet that he has surpassed the war god level, becoming one of the most exalted beings, transcending the existence of a war god. Luo Feng and his companions gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! Such an entity could stand on equal footing with an entire nation. Even the state must approach such individuals with deference and reverence. They undoubtedly represent the pinnacle of human society. It is no wonder that high-ranking figures from powerful families, corporations, political spheres, and military circles, as well as esteemed war gods, have come forth to welcome them. One could assert that such beings embody a divine presence among humanity. Chapter 8. The somber melodies resonated throughout the Hero Hall funeral home, as government officials, military generals, and heroic martial artists solemnly paid their respects. The national television station meticulously recorded the proceedings, with reporters narrating the scenes for the audience. Soon enough, it was time for Luo Feng and his companions. Following the flow of mourners, the 5 members of the Firehammer team swiftly entered the funeral home. The memorial site was adorned solely with a large photograph. There was no body present. Luo Feng sighed inwardly, contemplating the fate that awaited those who succumbed to the endless tide of vermin. Indeed, their remains would be utterly obliterated. Amidst the mournful music, Luo Feng and his companions bowed solemnly 3 times. Nearby, the wife and children of the valiant warrior, Lu Gang, knelt in silence. Before long, Luo Feng and the others exited the memorial hall. The atmosphere outside was noticeably lighter, a stark contrast to the oppressive heaviness within. Lu Gang had met misfortune, having found himself at the very heart of the rodent tide. It was evident that the leader of the relentless vermin had targeted Lu Gang, recognizing him as one of humanity's apex warriors, willing to go to any lengths to eliminate him. Once ensnared by the rodent horde, escape would be impossible. Luo Feng spoke softly. I heard the satellite footage captured the scene where Lu Gang fought valiantly, dozens of skyscrapers collapsing, and over 1 million vermin slain. One can only imagine the chaos. Previously, he and Wandong had merely been pursued by a small faction of the rodents. Moreover, among that group, there were no beast general-level creatures. Otherwise, how could they have outpaced Wandong and the others? Yet, even that small faction had exerted significant pressure on Luo Feng. The thought of being besieged by billions of vermin sent shivers down his spine. The prowess of that heroic warrior was formidable, having dispatched over 1 million vermin in a short span. If Lu Gang had exercised greater caution initially and avoided the core of the rodent horde, he might have survived. The chill outside the funeral home was palpable, with figures from the martial arts community, political sphere, military, and affluent families milling about. Luo Feng, a voice called out. Turning, Luo Feng spotted Su Xin, clad in black, her attire lending her an air of coldness. Su Xin, did you skip class today? Luo Feng inquired. It's Saturday, so I came with my family, she replied with a smile. Luo Feng, taken aback, chuckled self-deprecatingly. Saturday, I've lost track of the days. As a martial artist, one truly does forget the significance of weekdays. Back in school, I was acutely aware of weekends. You're quite different now, Luo Feng. Being a martial artist, Su Xin teased. As they conversed, Su Gang was engaged in a discussion with a middle-aged woman. However, upon noticing Luo Feng and Su Xin in the distance, his brow furrowed slightly. He politely excused himself from the woman. Director Zhang, I have some matters to attend to. We shall continue our discussion on the division of profits later. The middle-aged woman nodded with a smile. Su Gang moved closer, his peripheral vision fixed on Luo Feng and Su Xin. With his keen eyesight, he could discern the expressions on their faces, which indicated they were enjoying each other's company. This displeased Su Gang, who thought, my sister is quite proud and typically avoids interactions with male peers. Why is she so engaged with Luo Feng? With Su Xin having reached the legal age for marriage, Su Gang was particularly concerned about her romantic prospects, regardless of the circumstances. He held little regard for Luo Feng, a martial artist whose life was precarious at best. How could he dare to pursue my sister? The deeper he gets involved, the more suffering she will endure in the future. Su Gang simmered with anger. He had previously hinted to Luo Feng to maintain his distance from his sister. He truly lacked self-awareness. Su Gang was visibly enraged, yet he refrained from confronting them directly. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to an individual nearby, and a thought crossed his mind. Let Luo Feng experience some hardship and retreat. As he contemplated this, he walked to the left. Young Master Su greeted a young man with a shaved head, yet strikingly handsome. Well, hi. What a surprise to see you here. I thought you were in the wilderness zone. Su Gang replied with a smile. The memorial for Lu Gang is a significant event. How could I possibly miss it? Guohai remarked, glancing towards the funeral hall with a sigh. I once received guidance from Lu Gang. I never imagined such a formidable warrior would. Su Gang sensed Guohai's genuine sorrow and shook his head inwardly. He and Lu Gang were not particularly close. This is mere theatrics. Businessmen like Guohai could hardly comprehend the bonds formed between warriors who danced on the precipice of life and death, where a mentor's guidance was cherished for a lifetime. Guohai, my sister is here today as well, Su Gang announced. Su Xin? Guohai's interest piqued. Where is she? Su Gang smiled wryly, gesturing in her direction. There. Conversing with a young martial artist. Guohai's brow furrowed slightly upon spotting Luo Feng and Su Xin, and he exclaimed in surprise, as far as I know. Miss Su rarely interacts with martial artists. Their relationship must be quite special. Although he harbored feelings for Su Xin, Guohai did not presume that his affection would necessarily be reciprocated. Indeed, it is special, Su Gang replied. They were classmates. And my sister clearly harbors some fondness for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't be engaging in such prolonged conversation. Guohai nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Su Xin seldom spoke openly with young men. Despite his self-control, a flicker of jealousy ignited within him. This lad, I warned him to keep his distance. Yet, it appears he harbors intentions towards my sister. Su Gang considered Guohai's thoughts, feeling indignant. This boy is oblivious to his own status, a warrior at the soldier level, who might perish any day, yet he dares pursue my sister. How preposterous! Guahai raised his eyebrow, feeling a sense of triumph. Youth often indulged in such folly. Yet compared to Luo Feng, he was now a mid-level warrior at the age of 21. You make a valid point, Su Gang. A soldier-level warrior is indeed at great risk in the wilderness zone. Death could come at any moment, Guahai concurred. If he truly cared for Su Xian, he would not pursue her. I share that sentiment, Su Gang affirmed. Guahai glanced toward Luo Feng in the distance and inquired, by the way, what is his name? He is called Luo Feng, having recently become a martial artist, Su Gang replied. Luo Feng? Guahai's brow furrowed in recognition. The madman? Su Gang was taken aback, puzzled by Guahai's words. Madman? What do you mean? Madman is a nickname bestowed only upon those with genuine strength. If you can earn such a title, Guahai explained. This Luo Feng has gained a modest reputation among martial artists. You may have underestimated him, despite having only recently become a martial artist. He has slain over 10,000 beast soldier-level creatures in just 2 months, almost all of which were high-level beast soldiers. I estimate he possesses the strength of a beginner warrior. Over 10,000 beasts? In 2 months? Su Gang blinked in disbelief. And you say he is a beginner warrior? At 18 years old? He could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Guahai nodded affirmatively. Su Gang's eyes widened as he turned to observe Luo Feng, who was engrossed in conversation with Su Xian, and he could not help but curse. Damn it. This kid has been playing the fool all along. I had no idea he was someone of substance. At the age of 18, the junior combatant, Luo Feng, may possess slightly greater potential compared to the 21-year-old intermediate combatant. Su Gang's mindset has undergone some transformation. To his surprise, this madman also harbors feelings for Su Xian. Guahai revealed a faint smile, finding the situation rather amusing. Luo Feng, who has been dubbed a madman, is quite the interesting character. Su Gang remained astounded, after all. To have slain over 10,000 monsters in just 2 months is indeed a remarkable feat. Chapter 9, City 003. Though his heart was shaken, Su Gang quickly regained his composure. He observed Luo Feng in the distance, and his business acumen swiftly led him to a series of conclusions. This young man had already attained the rank of a junior warrior. Moreover, given his humble beginnings, reaching this point was indeed remarkable. I shall simply watch for now. If he were to ascend to the level of a war god one day, my father and the others would likely be eager to see my sister wed him. However, warriors are still warriors. Even someone like Lu Gang can perish. Who knows when his time will come? Never mind. I won't dwell on it. I shall see how Luo Feng develops in the future. Su Gang mused to himself, for a junior warrior truly held little weight in the grand scheme of the Su family. The memorial service was still underway. Yet some warriors had begun to depart. After the 5 members of the Firehammer team left, they sought out a quaintly styled tavern nearby, which boasted an elegant decor. The tavern owner, aware of the many attendees at the memorial service, broadcasted nationwide, recognized the direction in which Luo Feng and his companions approached, as well as the vehicle designated for the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. He promptly ushered the 5 into the finest private room on the 3rd floor. All right, let us proceed. Chen Gu swiftly ordered a selection of dishes and waved the server away. The tavern's most beautiful waitress cast a curious glance at the group before obediently exiting the room. Damn it, I was in a good mood today, but encountering those rascals from the Tiger Tooth team has left me fuming. My good spirits are completely gone. Gao Feng couldn't help but grind his teeth in frustration, recalling their earlier encounter with the Tiger Tooth team, who were also there to pay their respects. Captain, there's no need to be so agitated over those rascals. It's not worth it, Wei Tai advised, shaking his head. Once we enter the wilderness zone, we'll find an opportunity to deal with them. Wei Qing sneered. Luo Feng furrowed his brow, scanning the entire room with his mental energy to check for any listening devices. Seeing Luo Feng act thus, Gao Feng chuckled. Rest assured, Luo Feng, this tavern is quite upscale, and the finest private rooms are usually occupied by individuals of stature conducting serious discussions, often involving sensitive matters. If the owner dared to eavesdrop, it would be tantamount to courting death. Chen Gu added, even if there were listening devices, so what? We're merely discussing the notion of killing, after all. We haven't actually done it. Isn't it just talk? Luo Feng smiled in agreement. Indeed. Captain, do the Firehammer team have any formidable figures backing them? Luo Feng inquired, sensing the need for caution. What big shots could they possibly have? Gao Feng scoffed. Do their parents also hold the title of war god? Speaking of which, the esteemed war god Lu Gang has 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. Among them, the eldest son and daughter are both exceptional warriors, while the second son's abilities are rather average. Wei Tai remarked, such elites are indeed remarkable. Even their offspring are impressive. Oh, 2 of their 3 children are warriors? Luo Feng was taken aback. That's quite typical, Gao Feng replied. Luo Feng, since you're new to the martial world, you might not be aware. In reality, a formidable warrior often begets equally formidable offspring. For instance, our world's greatest champion, Hong, is a being beyond the war god level. And both his son and daughter are war gods. Luo Feng blinked in surprise. He had indeed overlooked such information. The reasoning is quite simple. Gao Feng continued with a smile. Warriors cultivate their bodies, allowing every cell to absorb genetic energy, refining their genetic makeup, and thereby enhancing their physical attributes. The process of cultivation is, in essence, a journey of genetic improvement. The stronger the warrior, the higher the quality of their genes. Marriage and procreation serve to pass these genes to the next generation. It's no surprise that the children of unparalleled warriors like Hong, Thor, and the legendary Zhu Shi reach the war god level. They are born with superior genetics. However, this is not a certainty. Should the offspring prove weaker than their predecessors, it could lead to a decline over generations, resulting in a family line of mediocre genes. Luo Feng nodded in understanding. The process of marriage and procreation indeed entails the transmission of genetic traits. Children of powerful warriors inherently possess an advantage. As the door to the private room swung open, the server entered to deliver the dishes. Once the server had set everything down and exited, Gao Feng sighed. In truth, as humanity continues to evolve, the genes of the strong will gradually disseminate, ultimately enhancing the genetic makeup of humanity on Earth. However, unions between the weak and the strong may yield offspring of average genetic quality. Thus, the challenge of elevating humanity's overall genetic standard is considerable. While the strong enhance human genetics, the weak detract from it. Yet one thing is certain, as time passes, the overall physical fitness of humanity on Earth will steadily improve. One day, nearly all humans may become warriors. Gao Feng's conclusion prompted a slight nod from Luo Feng. Of course, for all of humanity to become warriors, the timeline remains uncertain. 500 years, 1,000 years, 5,000 years. Gao Feng chuckled, shaking his head. The evolution of humanity is indeed a lengthy journey. Before long, Luo Feng and his companions concluded their lunch, and after the dishes were cleared, they ordered some tea. Old Chun and Wei Tai, having become familiar with one another, we're ready. I propose we head into the wilderness zone in the next couple of days, Gao Feng suggested, glancing at the group. Does anyone have any objections? How about the day after tomorrow? Shingu chimed in. Luo Feng nodded. Let us set off the day after tomorrow. However, Captain, where shall we go this time? Aha, Shingu laughed. This time, we certainly can't head to those small county towns. Our team is far stronger than before. Our overall strength has increased tenfold. And that is no exaggeration. Let us venture into a major city. Wei Tai and Wei Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. They had previously only dared to explore regional cities. Shall we boldly venture into City 003? Gao Feng took a deep breath, speaking in hushed tones. City 003. The rest of the group gasped in shock. What did City 003 represent? It was one of the most formidable regions in the entire Eurasian area, bordering the ocean and teeming with oceanic beasts in its waterways. It boasted one of the densest clusters of architecture in all of Asia, resulting in an astonishing number of monsters, including many Lord-level beasts, and even those surpassing the Lord level had made their lairs there. Countless elite warriors flocked to this area, including martial artists from other base cities across Huaxia, who came specifically to this battleground for humans and monsters alike. This was once the economic center of Huaxia, the former Shanghai, before the Great Cataclysm. Go there? Wei Tai and Wei Qing were both taken aback. That's too reckless. We're leaping too far ahead. Wei Tai couldn't help but exclaim. How about we start with City 023, the former Suzhou? That would be bold enough. Hearing the name City 003 is truly daunting. That place is a genuine den of dragons and snakes, a realm of formidable predators. Gao Feng looked at the group, chuckling. Are you afraid? What is there to fear? To dare venture into City 003 would be quite an accomplishment. Xingu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Of course, we must go. After all, City 003 is vast, far larger than other cities. We can infiltrate it gradually from the periphery. What is there to fear? What do you say, Luo Feng? The group turned to Luo Feng, the squad's foremost combatant. Luo Feng contemplated the legendary City 003, undoubtedly aware of its significance. Regardless of the significance of City 003 to contemporary humanity, or the status of old Shanghai prior to the Great Cataclysm, both hold a uniquely special place. All right, we can enter, but we must approach gradually from the suburbs. Luo Feng nodded. Of course, we shall proceed slowly from the outskirts. Do I wish to prolong my existence unnecessarily? I still wish to live. Gao Feng chuckled. Recalling that many of my old friends now reside in City 003, a haven for the most formidable warriors. We shall venture there ourselves. To thrive in City 003 is a testament to one's strength, due to the abundance of powerful individuals and conglomerates. Even the suburbs are frequently graced by numerous beast general-level creatures. Moreover, the interior is rife with lord-level monsters. Thus, without considerable strength, one would not dare to enter the outskirts of City 003. Very well, let us prepare ourselves for rest. We shall set forth early the day after tomorrow to City 003, Gao Feng declared with a smile. Indeed, to City 003. Luo Feng and his companions felt a surge of excitement.